That Sister Meower, who has always been well-behaved, gentle, and kind since she was a child, would take the initiative to face the battle? Hey, since Sister Meower has made her stand, I have no reason to refuse. Qin Juyan smiled charmingly, his figure flashed, and he stood beside his sister, standing in Lin Chen's camp. Everyone calm down, they are not our opponents. Liao Yuanma took the lead in sneering. Lin Chen's side was full of numbers. But now there are only 9 people, and the Dragon Emperor next to him seems to still want to protect his female relatives and dare not participate in the war easily. 9-35. No fight at all. Moreover, there are more than 100 geniuses here. Among them, there are many ruthless characters who can compete with the genius list together. This power is also not weak. Unless all of these 9 people are geniuses ranked 85,000 on the genius list. It is possible to escape, just to escape. Otherwise, this battle has only one inevitable direction. Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing on the side were sweating coldly. This kind of battle was too heavy for the two of them. If you stand in line easily, you might end up here. In the end, after a complicated sigh, the two chose silence. The silver robe was rolled up. Lin Chen walked slowly to the middle of the two women, whistled, and brushed the two women's long blue hair with both hands, making Qin Meower let out a coquettish cry, and Qin Juyan cast a murderous charm-wide eyes, but with a cold murderous look. The boy's long eyelashes raised a hint of arrogance, and said with a mean smile, I know that it is very difficult to find a man more handsome than me in the whole holy world, but you are so active. It is still sisters. I am very embarrassed. Yes, for things like this kind of gang fights, you should step aside. Girls, let's go to another day next time. After speaking, the wind robbery in the palm of the hand swayed like a storm. And with a slight push, a strong and gentle hurricane pushed the two girls away in an instant and floated into the distance. Oh? Are you going to surrender and hand over the purple egg and the different crystal fragments? Liao Yuanma sneered. Lin Chen tsk, and said with a smile, you said that you are a big man, you always ask me to take my eggs, you are not ashamed, but you don't give them. The eggs, there is a big black gun, you call the most beautiful girl in your family. Take it. You. Liao Yuanma glared angrily, seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of surrendering. All the geniuses immediately brewed an offensive. The fighting spirit was surging, and the atmosphere was about to explode. Lin Chen looked around all the arrogant geniuses in the quartet, and laughed jokingly. The people in our Dark Horse Club have no merits, but they respect the old and love the young. They are handsome and they also like fairness. I will now give everyone here a fair choice. If you retreat from the latter, I will forgive the past. Life and death depend on the sky. I only say it once. Lin Chen's words made a lot of genius list geniuses laugh out loud. Is this guy still awake or living in a dream? Hundreds of top geniuses in the late stage of the 9th stage, plus 35 geniuses on the genius list. Such a lineup, even the geniuses ranked in the 80,000 genius list have a great possibility of perishing. Very well, no one backed away. It seems that you are all brave, so come on. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen burst into laughter, choked, and held a bright blue and bright sword in his hand. Before everyone had time to be surprised, they saw an even more scalp-tingling scene. The other 5 people in the Dark Horse Club, facing the arrogance from all directions, have no timidity. They all took out a flying knife and held it in their hands, for gold and 1 blue. Look at this posture. Could it be Jewing flying knife? Damn, shouldn't all the people in the Dark Horse Club have learned the flying knife? The corners of Tianjiao's mouth twitched slightly. This is too crazy. What kind of monsters are in this Dark Horse Club? The blue flying knife was obtained by Lin Chen from the previous trials, the famous water knife Yulan, the 7th order top grade. Ling Yuichi stood still with her hands behind her back, but Lin Chen asked her to step aside, with no intention of making a move. How can he be so reckless? Send us out, he will be killed. Qin Miaoer, who was pushed hundreds of miles away, was so anxious that she wanted to rush up to support Lin Chen again. Sister Miaoer, he is doing this for your own good. Don't act rashly, rushing up now will interfere with him. Qin Juyan hurriedly blocked. The offensive on both sides had already started. And the shot was only in an instant. The colorful brilliance of war radiates in all directions, all over the world. All the attacks with hidden murderous intentions are aimed at a position. The 5 avatars stood proudly beside Lin Chen, each holding a flying knife. Their faces did not change, and they were not shocked. And Lin Chen, holding the azure blue moon in his hand, is rising steadily. The tips of his hair fluttered, his silver robes fluttered, the strong wind did not disturb his eyes. The momentum gathered by the geniuses of Tianjiao could not overwhelm his waist, and a pair of clear pupils showed the unyielding edge of the ages, like a tyrant coming in person, suppressing all over the world. Dominate the world. Seeing this moment, Qin Juyan's heart was inexplicably filled with fear of death. Almost subconsciously, he hugged Qin Miaoer's slender waist, and without a word, he took his sister to retreat crazily. Boom! A sword light shone on the heavens and the earth, showing domineering. And the momentum went straight to the sky. I don't know which genius made the first move. Immediately after this sword, a mountain torrent erupted, and the destructive momentum of the eruption of 10,000 volcanoes shook the great wasteland to the verge of collapse. Countless swords and swords, spears and axe, palms and fists, all kinds of offensives are brewing, thousands of changes and thousands of attacks. Including pure power, battle aura, spiritual power, different crystal power, bloodline supernatural power, the offensive of ancient secret arts, mysterious weapons, hidden weapons, and more. The power seemed to be smashed by tens of thousands of huge waves in all directions, and it seemed to be about to smash Lin Chen with his head, and the ley lines and the sky above his head were all endless attacks. Can crush. Countless strong. At this moment, the clones moved in unison, and the azure light circulated all over the body, condensing all the spiritual power, blood energy, combat chi, cultivation base, pouring it into a blow, and the flying knife in his hand turned into a golden light flashing. The golden light is like a rainbow, straddling the sky. Like a twilight drawn from the age of the gods, take away the sunset and usher in annihilation. Juing flying knife fourth form. Lin Chenling's clone decisively used the strongest move, ranking in the half-orange rank, and the power was infinitely close to the lore of the orange rank technique. For golden lights and a blue light flashed away, scoff. Then came the cracking sound of the air. Ha ha ha. 149 geniuses, 35 geniuses on the talent list made a world battle for my orange level talent. It's a good time. Lin Chen laughed wildly, and his pride was suddenly born. The brand new mirror moon sword technique suddenly revolved, the pure power exploded, the arm swept and swung, and the sword was swept out, the water moon god shined. For thousands of miles, the moonlight flashed, for hundreds of miles and thousands of miles, and the sword slashed the sky and the earth, and the bright and dazzling moon was rolling. Howling, slash away. Hey! What a terrifying offensive, all the people in the Dark Horse Club actually used the Juing flying knife? Mo Qing was stunned, but he immediately realized the more terrifying fact that the charm and accomplishments of this flying knife surpassed Ji Wu Tian in an all-round way, and it was a whole new realm. Could it be that the people in their Dark Horse Club not only learned flying sword of Juing in such a short period of time, but also cultivated it to a level that Ji Wu Tian, who is ranked 94250, has never reached? How is this possible? In just less than 2 days, it is possible to complete the cultivation of the flying sword of Juing at the peak of the purple rank and surpass Ji Wu Tian's flying sword of Juing. Is it possible? And not one person, 5 people have achieved this point. But the fact that this is almost a reversal attempt is in front of me, and Mo Qing has no choice but to believe it. It's a very offensive. It's unseen and unheard of to be able to break out this kind of attack with the cultivation base of the late stage of the 9th layer. Perhaps it is the legendary orange level combat skill. But it is not enough to resist all attacks. Thousands of miles away, Lan Ruoshua's palms were sweating, and her eyes were fixed on the situation in front of her. Counting the offensive of the 149 geniuses and the 35 geniuses, this is equivalent to a joint offensive launched by more than 60 geniuses. It is too difficult to rely on 6 people to resist. Even an orange-level combat skill is impossible. Unless the cultivation of Lin Chen and others are all above the 3 Tribulations Battle Emperor, the orange-level combat skills they use are completely different concepts. The Dark Horse Club is gone. When almost everyone had such a thought in their hearts, a cold shout resounded throughout the great wilderness. Deaf to me. The host activates the orange-level talent, Instant Light and Shadow. The talent is used 6 times, applies to all characteristic runes, and consumes 66 million talent points. Boom. In almost 1/10,000th of a breath, all the offensives of the Dark Horse Club suddenly changed drastically. The shocking moonlight, which blessed the unique power of the 8th Order sword, was like the golden flying sword, and it was divided into 5. This sudden change made all the arrogances and geniuses unexpected, and they didn't even have time to react. The offensives of the 2 sides collided and rolled up an earth-shattering explosion. Holy Realm, Chiyu Dongfeng Tower. Today, the 3 saints of the famous Dongfeng 3 elders gathered here to drink tea and play chess, and they were very happy. Among them, the second old man was looking at the chessboard attentively, while the first old man was bored beside him. Suddenly, dozens of names on the golden list suddenly dimmed and finally disappeared. Pfft. The old man spit out a mouthful of hot tea and splashed the second old man who was playing chess. Yin Feng, your motherfucker is crazy, just drink tea, you spit it out. I'm embroidered by my old lover, look at what you've done. In addition, the second old man was shocked and angry. What is this situation? Why are you still spraying? I saw that the old man who was called Silver Phoenix ignored it and stared at the dimmed name on the golden list. 15, 18. There are a total of 18 genius places on the genius list that fade away at the same time, which means that they are very likely to fall. At the same time, the old man Yinfeng was shocked and lost his voice, so shocked that the other 2 old men were also frightened, and quickly looked at the many names on the golden list. Judging from their experience, it is nothing more than a fuss when the genius list falls. Even if it is the ceiling known as the billions of geniuses in the holy world. The competition for the 100,000 talent list is still very fierce, and there are hundreds or even thousands of places that change every year, which is not surprising. Even in the past history of the Holy Realm, it is not surprising that several geniuses fell in one day on the genius list. But 18 fell at the same time in an instant, which is almost rare in the ages. And this is not the same day, it is the same instant fall, which is almost never the case in the past. But the next moment, what made San Lao's scalp even more numb, was that in almost another instant, Jean Cancan's name on the golden list was dimmed by 5 more. No, it's 8. It was only when it was finally confirmed that it was discovered that there were 12 names. 12 plus 18. 30? The 3 old men took a deep breath of air in an instant. 30 geniuses fell at the same time? What the hell is going on here? You must know that the genius list genius is not some kind of sectarian, let alone a stinky fish and a rotten shrimp. They are all big sects in the holy world, and only 1 or 2 were cultivated after exhausting infinite resources. Even if a saint accepts apprentices himself, he may not be able to cultivate a genius on the genius list. Breeding a genius of this level requires not only manpower, but also infinite opportunities, resources, talents, luck, experience, and too many factors. The life-saving means of the geniuses on the genius list must not be few. What caused their widespread fall? But seeing that there is no alternative name among those bleak names, does it mean that it has suffered a large-scale catastrophe? At this time, only one name was raised, which was particularly conspicuous, rising all the way to the highest name in the list of fallen geniuses. The genius list is 92,333. Lin Chen. Title: None. Affiliated sect: Dark Horse Club, no sect grade yet. Possession of exercises: unknown, unknown talent. Unknown constitution, unknown origin. Holy Realm, Holy Sword Pavilion. The old man is wrong, there are 30 less geniuses on the talent list? My son, Heavenly Sword. No, who killed this son's son? Damn it, I want to kill him. The hoarse roar echoed in the Holy Sword Pavilion. Southern region, West Heaven Palace. Several old men rushed out of the customs. One of the white-haired old men tapped on the Qingjing abacus in his hand. After a moment of rapid tapping, he stroked his long beard and narrowed his eyes. After the old man's preliminary deduction, I learned that most of these geniuses are from the strange realm, and the secret realm they entered is the Songyue secret realm, discovered earlier. Could it be that there is a shocking change in the Songyue secret realm? Hey, look, a brand new name has risen. Dark Horse Club, Lin Chen? Lin Chen. Lin Chen, huh? Could it be that the one the ancestor said, who went down to the world to look for it in his early years, or is Qing Xian, the girl's admiration, Lin Chen? The moon veins meander and the palaces are lined up. There are thousands of curtains, and there is a lot of beauty. The mountain range here is the Qianmei moon vein, which is the area controlled by the Qianmei Palace. In recent years, the Qianmei Palace has been imposing like a rainbow, and it has a tendency to enter the 4th grade sect. Qianmei Miyamoto has 3 geniuses on the talent list, but recently 2 more geniuses have been added to the talent list. They are Yu Lin, who is ranked 97,775th, and Lu Liner, who is ranked 98,441st. The 2 are also known as the Qianmei Palace Xuanjue in recent years, and they are inseparable. In this Qianmei Palace, which only recruits women, they are the most difficult pair to get hold of. It is rumored that they already have a crush, and even publicize it to the public that their crush is even more difficult for the same person. This rumor has made countless geniuses envious, jealous, and hated, and he can get the love of two great beauties at the same time. Who is this person? Countless people have asked the two girls this question, and they only gave one answer, unparalleled in the world, unique. Today, the two beauties happened to have nothing to do. When they gathered in the boudoir of Fanga, there was a throbbing in the golden list. When they opened it, it turned out that the names of 30 geniuses were gradually dimmed. It seems that something big has happened. The Holy Realm has never had 30 geniuses fall at the same time. It's not trivial, I'm afraid it's not easy, eh? The two beauties who were just astonished at first, suddenly saw a brand new name rise up, and their hearts were both throbbing and shocking. On this day, it was the first wave before the Holy Realm started a magnificent change. 30 geniuses fell at the same moment, but there was only one unknown name. After reaching the 94,250th place, he reached the highest ranking among the fallen 30 geniuses. 92,333. Even if several or even a dozen geniuses fell on the same day, it would not be so drastic, but 30 geniuses fell at the same moment, and the history of the Holy World has never happened. At this moment, the 36 regions of the Holy Realm caused a terrifying earthquake, and the hundreds of millions of powerhouses who paid attention to the genius list all set off a storm. This matter has even attracted the attention of the enchanting wizards in the legendary enchanting list. The Holy World shakes. No. I shouldn't have sent their brothers to the Tsanyue trial. My Yunqing Palace lost 2 geniuses all at once. Hey, I can only train new young people. I just don't know who will inherit the inheritance of this ancient temple. The 36 regions of the Holy Realm began to set off major earthquakes. One by one, and the 30 geniuses fell in an instant, leaving a strong and dazzling stroke in the history of the Holy Realm. Lin Chen, hey, could it be the mortal that Grandpa Zhu said? It's the squad leader, here he is. It must be the squad leader, only he can do such incredible things. This person's starting point for entering the Tsanyue Mystery Realm starts from Bingxin Palace, go to Bingxin Palace to have someone. He's here, and this son has actually arrived in the Holy Realm, and he's turned the world upside down. Ha ha ha, after all, he is a teenager who dares to challenge those crazy criminals in the holy prison. We didn't bet on the wrong treasure. By Juanhao. And other little guys have also been carefully cultivated in our door. The favor has been handed over, waiting for him. Rise strong. Various forces, various sects, many aristocratic families, some are happy. Some are sad, some are crazy, some are hilarious. This seems to be the beginning of a big era, everything points to a name. Dark Horse Club Lin Chen. Bingxin Palace High Level, this time it is not a spiritual storm, but the deity, the 3 holy elders gathered. For a long time, the first yellow-robed elder spoke first. Things seem to have exceeded our expectations, and are very serious. In the past, everyone had an unwritten rule that we, the old guys, could not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, and we could not hold grudges when we entered the secret realm to kill each other. The old monster will kill you. Damn, you really dare to do this. 30 geniuses were wiped out in one breath. Is this kid serious? Why did he fight Ji Qingming so hard that day? Unless he has improved so much during the period of entering the Tsunyue trial? Unlikely, a person who can only fight for thousands of rounds at the bottom of the genius list will soar to one person and kill 30 genius list geniuses at the same time in less than a month? That's bullshit. Hehe, maybe there is only one possibility. As Elder Jian said earlier, this kid really has the strength to destroy criminals in the holy prison. Only this explanation can explain why he can achieve such a terrifying record. At this point in the conversation, the three of them looked at each other and settled on a plan in their hearts. In the ancient temple, 1,000 miles in the great wasteland was in a mess. And everything was destroyed to ashes, leaving only the ruins and mutilation of the wolf smoke. The ground was cracked, the earth cracked with shocking cracks, and dozens of 100-zhang cracks, like the huge mouth of the abyss, gradually emerged from the wolf smoke. Some dazzling treasures of heaven and earth, pill recipes, handprint secrets, all scattered on the ground due to the broken high-level ring, but no one dared to move. The tomb in the center seems to be unharmed. On the top of the tomb, a silver robe stood with a knife. The light of the knife was blue, as bright as the moon, and the golden inscription on the top of the head, the golden light shone down, showing the ranking of Lin Chen's genius list at this moment. Like a newborn overlord, overlooking all living beings on the earth, Baiyun was born. He resolutely ignored it, overlooked the audience, stood with his knife in hand, and confided indifferently. Who else? Who else? Who dares to answer? Who dares to speak? Of the 149 heavens chosen before, from the chaotic storm collision, only 3 survived, and they are completely disabled. On the genius list, only 5 people survived. 30 people lost. This is an unprecedented record, and such a terrifying confrontation has hardly ever happened on the talent list of the same level. Even the 5 geniuses who survived were still extremely excellent in terms of speed and defense, and barely survived the previous explosion. Even so, these 5 people are all missing arms and legs, facing disability. And there is almost no possibility of returning to the peak. Lan Ruoxue, Emo Qingshuan, Sister Qin Miaoer and others were completely dumbfounded. The young man stood with a sword in his hand, and the golden light spread all over the sky, like a god descended from the earth. No one can match. There are such strange men in the world. Qin Miaoer's beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart throbbed again and again. The remaining dozens of Tianjiao and the other 4 geniuses who did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of Lin Chen had a dreamlike feeling. Their faces were stunned and unbelievable. So many people entered the ancient temple, and now they are the only group left? This is not because of the ancient temple, but because of provoking Lin Chen. Could it be that this guy is more terrifying than the ancient temple? It's too evil. These guys are all lunatics. The dark horse fights, life and death are bearish. This is not a joke. It's really just us? While stunned and shocked, it is more fear and happiness. When the 2 sides played against each other, they regretted not joining the main force. Now that they are looking at it, they are joining us. Damn, because of hesitation, they even saved a life. The offensive of the Dark Horse Club can be described as earth-shattering. Even if they join, the outcome will not change. But at this time, the 5 people from the Dark Horse Club standing beside Lin Chen were sluggish, their faces were pale, and they seemed to have lost a lot of weight. This is one of the prices paid for killing the geniuses on the genius list. This is the sequela of the 4th style of flying knife. It gathers all the Power to burst into a knife, and the flying knife is instantly alive and dead. Skill. No, to be precise, it may have reached the level of orange level combat. Skills. Because Lin Chen activated the level 5 charging rune and the ultimate moment. The actual power of this move increased by 9 times. The real problem is that Lin Chen's cultivation base is too weak, and no matter how strong his combat skills are, he can't make up for this defect. The real orange level combat skills are by no means a war emperor that can make. His Peerless might. But compared to the same level, Lin Chen's fourth shadow has been called extraordinary. At least he can kill 3 to 4 geniuses on the top of the list, and on the premise that the opponent is on guard, he can kill without a sneak attack. Add 25% of the power of the penetrating rune, and then activate the orange level talent instant light splitting from the 5 phantom clones, and turn 1 into 5. This has created the legendary record of the fallen 30 geniuses. Now the blood energy, mental power, and even the fighting spirit of the 5 phantom clones have been exhausted to an unbelievable state of weakness, and any triple battle emperor can kill one of them. And Lin Chen's brand new Mirror Moon, a move Mirror Moon Edict, has initially surpassed the category of purple rank, infinitely close to the half-orange rank combat skill, and it is even cut out by the 8th rank sword. It is no less inferior to the Juing flying knife that the clones drained and released. Ling Yuichi's icy and beautiful face unconsciously drew a sweet smile of peerless elegance, which was almost a face she had never shown before as an extremely cold person. He has always been so special and has never changed. If it is said that love starts with the attraction of advantages and ends with accepting the shortcomings, then he seems to have endless advantages that attract people. Why do you force me to take action? I gave you a chance. Why do you need to die? I helped you get a tomb monster, and you have to provoke me. Lin Chen put away the azure blue bright moon, but in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride overlooking all living beings. Finally, Lin Chen also has the ace and confidence to compete with all geniuses. The talent of instant light and shadow, Lin Chen's true permanent orange rank talent, this will be the confidence for him to compete with all kinds of genius monsters. Looking at the scattered sky attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests, it looks dazzling and dazzling. In particular, there are 5 orange crystal treasure chests in it. Lin Chen can see that his heart is blooming with joy, showing an innocent smile that is harmless to human beings and animals. This orange crystal treasure chest is not inferior, and every orange crystal treasure chest opened is not bad. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the Dragon Emperor drove. The Dragon Emperor swept through the great wasteland, took away a large number of attribute light balls, and took away all the scattered treasures and silver coins, and put them into the Taoyuan planting capsule. The host gets 180 enhancement points, 190,000 mental strength points, 150 enhancement points, 210 enhancement points, 300,000 talent points, 500,000 rune energy points, 440,000 points of Heavenly Dao, 100 million points of battle spirit essence, 150,000 kung fu essences. The host obtains 50,000 fire type energy, 40,000 water type energy, 40,000 wind type energy, and 20,000 thunder type energy. A large number of attribute light balls have been taken away. Although the attribute light balls dropped by each Tianjiao are not many, they are of extremely high quality, and there are too many fallen geniuses. The total number of them is a very terrifying number. Open 78 amethyst treasure chests and get 50 rune evolution. Stones, 35 million talent points, 150,000 enhancement points, 8 million rune. Energy, 10 million heavenly values. Open 5 orange crystal treasure chests to obtain 400,000 blank attribute. Values, 10 golden saint coins, a sacred artifact scroll, 8th order. Different ore, 3,000 meteorites 10 feet, and 1 Chanua different. Crystal fragment. Lin Chen sucked in the air slightly, the holy artifact casting scroll? There. Our 8th order different ore. This is one of the materials used to forge the holy artifact. Then, Lin Chen saw that most of the life-saving cards of the geniuses on the genius list were broken into slag, and even the silver coins could not be repaired. Lin Chen also felt very sorry. If he could obtain the complete background of the 35 geniuses, then Lin Chen's assets are terrifyingly rich. The arrogances who were madly robbing all kinds of cultivation resources and heaven and earth treasures in the past have all made wedding gowns for Lin Chen at this time, and they all belonged to Lin Chen. To Lin Chen's surprise, he absorbed so many attribute light balls, and the element attribute value soared for a while. Lin Chen, are they okay? Qin Miaoer flew over and worried about his phantom clones. It doesn't matter, it's okay to adjust for a while, but it's just the sequelae of combat skills. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Lin Chen did not restart the phantom rune immediately. In fact, only sisters Ling Yueqi and Su Lan knew the true identity of the phantom avatar. Others thought that Lin Chen's right-hand man was about to die. Even if they don't die, it may be difficult for them to return to their peak in the future. What makes those geniuses who didn't make a shot admire is the courage of them. Without any hesitation, he sacrificed his life for Lin Chen, almost without hesitation. What kind of friendship and emotion can this be achieved? It is conceivable that the people in the Dark Horse Club have deadly friendships. The surviving old Shui Tianshou couldn't help but sigh, maybe everything that the Dark Horse Club and others were given by Lin Chen, and they maintain absolute trust in Lin Chen. So far, Shui Tianshou has never forgotten the moment in the underground world. Lin Chen only needs a snap of his fingers, and the combat power of everyone in the Dark Horse Club will increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Chen only needs to kill Ji Wutian, and everyone will learn in a short time. I met flying knife. This is a means that even a saint can't achieve, but it is easily achieved in his hands again and again. How old is he? What is his strength? What is a legend? Why act against the sky? In this situation, the young man in front of him is both a legend and a man against the sky. During his trip, he may have witnessed a real living legend rising up in the holy world. By the way, I'll give you something small. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen gave the sisters Qin Miaoer two nativity rings, which contained the individual exercises, medicinal materials, and medicinal pills that were most suitable for the two women's physique. These two girls are not bad by nature, and they can be regarded as good people. They can stand up to speak for themselves, or even stand for their own camp when they are surrounded by geniuses on the genius list, but it is not enough to have the courage. It is truly a genius of the world, a heaven and a man who amazes the ages. Mo Qing was amazed and regretted that he missed the last chance to befriend Lin Chen, even if he stood up and said a few words for Lin Chen at that time. The relationship is different now. Lan Ruoshua's 5 flavors are mixed, and Mo Qingxuan has similar thoughts. After some resignation, Qin Miaoer still accepted Lin Chen's gift. Seeing that his sister was holding the ring like a lover's gift, Qin Juyan couldn't help but help her forehead. Her sister really had everything written on her face. It's time to go to the next level. Lin Chen took the lead and rushed to the end of the great wilderness. An ancient stone wall gradually appeared, with 100 stone gate standing in the middle. After Lin Chen took the lead in entering, the others were not far behind. Thinking that the inheritance of the ancient sage was so important to the top, and everyone followed as soon as they gritted their teeth. Walking past the end of the ancient gate, it turned out to be a dark and gloomy room. It was pitch black all around, and even everyone's cultivation base was instantly sealed by some kind of breath, and many people were shocked and panicked. At this time, if they were reduced to ordinary mortals, they could not even fly in the air, and their mental perception could not detect things that were 100 meters away. Only Lin Chen was calm, and although his cultivation base was sealed, he was still ready to use superdimensional teleportation and the slow rune at any time. After walking a distance, everyone calmed down a bit. In the dark room, the only thing that could be seen was the squares on the ground that were arranged like crystal lines. Each square is bred with precious light, some of which transmit a blurred and gorgeous rainbow. Some are gray light, and sometimes glow with bright red light, and sometimes the light is restrained. The voice of the woman in white conveyed faintly everyone who has entered the temple. This is the last test for you. This is to walk through the squares. In the sky, 1 step from heaven and 1 step from hell. Those who reach the end will be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient sage. Every time you walk, you will be under great mental pressure, and I hope you can do what you can. If you can't hold on, you can choose to quit and go to the next space. To teleport away. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the room was lit with lights, showing many squares in each row of passages, and it took about 20 squares to walk to the opposite side. Hearing the woman's remarks, many surviving geniuses and geniuses were ecstatic. As long as you can walk over, you can get the inheritance of the ancient sage? Can you get away with it? Some Tianjiao couldn't wait to try to step into the first square. With a bang, the quaint and vicissitudes of spiritual pressure swept through in an instant, and a few Tianjiao immediately held their breaths. After a while, Brush Guanxia rushed up, and a 7th order, top-grade grade weapon and a scroll of purple-rank top-grade, best-grade exercises appeared on the heads of the 2 Tianjiao. As long as you can withstand the mental pressure in these squares, you can get treasures. Great, so you can get the treasure without fighting. All Tianjiao are ecstatic. If they speak with strength now, I am afraid that no one is the opponent of Lin Chen and his party. This is the best way for them. Lin Chen suddenly frowned. Shui Tianso and the last few geniuses on the genius list also began to try to enter the square. When everyone entered, only Lin Chen and his party did not act. Zijin light spun his pupils. Lin Chen raised his hand, and his tone was a little dignified. Don't move yet, it's weird. Is there a pie in the sky? Lin Chen didn't believe it. His 9 tribulations I and Zijin Tong had noticed the abnormality. Near the square, there was a trace of fate and misfortune lingering. Time has passed, almost half a day has passed, and the arrogances who advance ahead are getting richer and richer. Gold St. Yuan coins, a lot of silver. St. Yuan coins, top-level exercises, some ancient alchemy recipes, purple level advanced alchemy handprints, everything, even the 8th order. Different or that forged, the holy artifact has it. Mo Qing's heart was itching like a cat scratching his head. He had already calculated that there was nothing abnormal in these squares. Your Excellency Lin Chen. Shall we enter? Lan Ruoxue tried to ask, but just after she finished speaking, there was a chi sound in the room. A Tianjiao finally endured the mental coercion of the fourth square, and a black light shone on the top of his head. What he ushered in was not a rare treasure, but a trial and calamity like fate, condensing into a black fog. Cover him in an instant. Sigh. The black mist trembled, and the arrogance of the day was like being wiped out from the world, and it was gone. Not even the scum is left. What is this? Lan Ruoxue's pupils trembled, and her ice pupils clearly felt that the rising black mist contained an absolute destructive energy. The instant fall of this Tianjiao caused everyone's panic and fear. The spirit relaxed, and the terrifying spiritual pressure was squeezed from the square and bounced away. What just happened? I don't know. The guy from Jade Sword sect is gone all of a sudden. His strength is not weak. Everyone was in a cold sweat, and the geniuses on the genius list did not dare to continue to step into the square. Sure enough. At this moment, Lin Chen exhaled, and everyone looked at him. The woman in white said before, 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell. And our cultivation base has been sealed, and the way to walk through it, other than relying on spiritual will to resist, there is only luck. This is the last gas. In the luck assessment, those with poor luck will die no matter how strong their talents are. Lin Chen's words made everyone feel empowered, like waking up from a dream. Really, there is no free lunch in the world. The geniuses who have come to their senses can't help sweating coldly, feeling that they have just walked on the tip of the knife of death, and it's a big fate if they don't die. Let's get out of here. That's right, it's all about gambling. I've already walked 3 squares and got enough treasures, so why bother to gamble? I've walked 4 times, and I'm already dead if I'm going to die. How can I have a chance to fight this time in my life? I don't believe that I will lose to those guys on the genius list. Some choose to leave, some choose to move on. The Tianjiao who left with the space grid evacuated one after another, which made Lin Chen unexpected that the space grid could actually be teleported away. It seems that the ancient sage is indeed looking for a successor, leaving a way back for all the intruders. The first door is to close the door, test the wisdom, and verify whether the entrant will find the secret fire refining path. The second pass tests the mind of the entrants to see if they are free from mental torture. The third pass tests the strength, allowing the temple fighters to face a creature that has never been seen before. The final test is luck and chance. It is no wonder that the inheritance of the ancient temple has been put on hold for many years, and no one can take it away. It is extremely difficult to pass these tests in a series. However, these are all Lin Chen's conjectures, and no one understands what the former saint was thinking. The thought that just crossed my mind, followed by 2 black lights surged. And the 2 Tianjiao stepped on the square of the sky with the calamity, and they were instantly obliterated. This? Qin Juyan's pupils trembled. How could he choose? Does it depend on luck in the end? Lin Yueqi didn't say anything and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. I have always been greedy, and I will never let go of good things, but I will never try my luck. Let me try it first, and leave immediately if it doesn't work. Although the inheritance of the ancient sages is attractive, the real powerhouse will never give his destiny to Qiyun. It can look forward to it. But it must not be relied upon. Relying on your own luck is like courting death. Brush. Brush. Lin Chen's 2 phantom clones landed in the skywalk square, and the mental pressure plummeted, and the clones easily resisted. Huh? When did the people from the Dark Horse Club recover? After using those stunts, they recovered so quickly? Shui Tianso on the side was surprised that the 5 people around Lin Chen were all restored to normal. They didn't notice it just now. Sigh. The golden light surged. Lin Chen's phantom clone passed through the first square. A pill fell on his head, reached out to hold it, and obtained the rare 7th order peak pill, Jin Yen pill. Boom. The other avatar also had a fortuitous encounter, and obtained a halberd, the top grade of the 7th order, with excellent qualifications. Lin Chen still didn't go into battle in person, and motivated by his mind, he continued to let the 2 advance, and took turns to advance, and the adventures came one after another. Finally, at the 4th grid, the top of a clone suddenly burst into black mist, wrapping the clone like lightning. Everyone was horrified, and because of the fate of the catastrophe, can the people of the Dark Horse Club also die? Brush. The space above the head flashed light, the clone disappeared, and the black mist stayed in place for a while, before slowly disappearing. What? In the room, a low screeching sound echoed. Starting the superdimensional teleportation, successfully consumes 7.3 million talent points. No problem. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He returned to his previous cynicism, and gradually became rampant. What happened? Is he dead? It doesn't seem to be dead, but in the situation just now, there seems to be space to travel? But the cultivation base here can't be used. Many Tianjia were in shock, and Lin Chen then smiled at the people around him. You can go now, go with the people around me, follow one by one, remember. Don't panic in any situation. Lin Chen smiled casually at the girls around him. Ling Yueqi and Sister Su Lan maintained absolute trust. Beside them is Lin Chen's clone, also stepping into the square of the sky. Then, when the previously disappeared clone reappeared, everyone in the audience was stunned. The people from the Dark Horse Club actually came back? Go in too. If there is a fatal crisis, my people will protect you. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing. They were very pleasantly surprised and immediately clasped their fists and thanked them. Lin Chen stepped into the sky and walked squarely, followed by Sister Qin. Juyin. This scene caused many geniuses to be stunned and puzzled. Are the people in the Dark Horse Club not afraid of death? Or do they have the ability to deal with the fatal calamity just now? That's right, Lin Chen's plan is to use the superdimensional teleportation talent to cleverly avoid the fate of death. Even if the people around him encounter it, as long as he makes his clone rush up to launch the superdimensional teleportation, he can teleport it to the outside of the ancient temple. The person who was teleported away will no longer be able to enter, but Lin Chen's phantom rune can be reused, and the clone can be summoned to the main body again. This is simply unreasonable behavior of the Sky Monkey. Lin Chen's talent function is completely to get through the gap of this assessment. Gamble on luck? Bet the fart. Well, this mental coercion is very strong, and it is possible to pass the first stage only with the mental power of the initial stage of the sky. Lin Chen is walking like a leisurely court, and his spiritual power at the peak of the Tongtian realm is not in vain at all. These mental pressures are growing at every step, and the ground is springing with golden lotuses. He took it all according to the order, put it all into the Taoyuan planting capsule, and walked 8 skywalk squares in one breath. In these 8 days, I walked 4 squares, 3 of which were incidental adventures, and 5 were empty, but at least they did not encounter the catastrophe. His casual understatement was like going out on vacation, causing all Tianjiao to enter a state of doubting life. The ancient sage inheritance, maybe Lin Chen can't get it, but he will definitely become the most profitable one. He kept the Dragon Emperor on standby, and even if he was teleported to the outside world, he could teleport back at any time using the Dragon Emperor as the spatial coordinate. As long as he had enough talent points, he could make repeated horizontal jumps outside and inside the ancient temple without any problem. Following Lin Chen is Qin Miaoer. Her spiritual realm is stronger than Lin Chen's, reaching the point of perfection in the sky-reaching realm. Resisting mental pressure is the easiest one in the audience. Lin Chen walked to the square on the 10th day, and his coercion soared, rising to the level of the midterm peak of the Tongtian realm. Lin Chen still passed through easily. A blue light appeared on the top of his head. The blue light shrouded in a blurred and splendid brilliance, like a luminous mist, magnificent and gorgeous. Lin Chen grabbed it in his hand, and it turned into a half-meter-long blue crystal. This is the 8th order holy material, the secluded sea blue holy crystal. Lin Chen was very pleasantly surprised. The 8th order different or was extremely valuable and used to make holy artifacts. The 3,000 meteorite stones obtained earlier were obtained by luck in the orange crystal treasure chest. Lin Chen's adventure aroused the eyes of other Tianjiao, who had planned to leave before, once again walked down the sky and walked to the square. Some people encountered the calamity without taking 2 steps, and they were instantly wiped out between heaven and earth. Not left. When someone falls again, it makes everyone recognize the reality again. This is a game of gambling and death. Finally, most of the Tianjiao side jumped into the square of space, and left one after another. It's so much better. When Lin Chen was about to move forward, he found that everyone's spiritual realm was not very strong. He took out a few jade bottles from the Na Ring and threw them at Sister Su Lan and Ling Yueqi. The 3 women took it, and their cheeks were filled with joy. Wan Qing. Jasper do? If you can't stand it any longer, use this. Lin Chen laughed and then continued to move forward. Qin Miaoer next to him passed another grid. The ground swelled with golden lotuses, the silver light flashed, and there was another adventure. And following the avatar next to her, luck is not small, and she obtained another scroll that was sealed with strong spiritual power. This is Vientian Qing Tian Hand, a top-grade purple-level alchemy handprint. Seeing the great opportunity of avatars, Lin Chen was amazed. Alchemy handprints are still extremely rare in the holy world. The middle and advanced purple ranks are already the top, and the top purple ranks are worth the gold coins. The top grades are hard to come by. After advancing 5 more squares, Lin Chen's luck seemed to be very good, and he had not yet encountered the fate of robbery. On the way, he obtained another volume of sacred artifact casting manuals and 10 gold holy yuan coins. Lin Chen advanced all the way to the 18th frame. The fireworks above his head were gorgeous, and he slowly passed on the next thick and simple ancient book. All the content of the ancient book was recorded by spiritual power, and each page contained a huge amount of information. Pil Saint Yun Cheong's Alchemy Handbook. My mother? This is actually an alchemy manual for Danxing's life, and its value is even more exaggerated than Biantian Blue Sky Hand. A saint-level pharmacist, countless pharmacists dream of looking forward to his existence. The essence of his lifelong learning is too precious. The coercion of the 18th grid is already my limit, and the mental coercion of the 19th grid is still unbearable for me. Lin Chen looked around behind him. At this time, Qin Juyan had already advanced to the limit. She returned to the original position at the 12th square, while Emo Qingswan and Lan Ruoshiwa walked the square at the 8th and 6th squares. They encountered the gate of tribulation and were taken away by clones and sent to the outside world. Ling Yueqi stopped at the 11th square and was refining Wanqing Baiyulu, while the Su Lan sisters stopped at the 6th square, and Qin Miaoer was at the 17th square. At this time only Lin Chen and his party were left in the room, and almost everyone either left or was obliterated by the robbery. Fortunately, everyone's luck is relatively good. This time the harvest should be very good, and my clone is fine. After consuming 78.7 million talent points back and forth, I still come back. I'm still 2 grids away. Lin Chen sat down cross-legged, took out 3 bottles of Wanqing Jasper Dew, and began to refine it. His spirit was like a river, like a sea, rolling into the sea of spiritual consciousness, and the attribute values were continuously absorbed and taken away. A figure in white robes faintly appeared in the void, which was astounding. It's a magical little guy. Not only can luck cover the sky, but even the trial and obliteration within the square of my sky can be avoided. There has never been such a temple breaker before, but the master has instructed it. The more unexpected it is, the more you need to pay attention and take care of those who break into the temple. Time passed, and this time, surprisingly, no one was eliminated. Sister Su Lan and Ling Yueqi ushered in a spiritual breakthrough, respectively. They advanced 2 spaces again, and then returned to their original positions. They each had their own adventures, waiting for Lin Chen's happening. And Qin Miaoer was expelled by mental coercion when she reached the 19th square, and it was difficult for the Tongtian realm to pass the last 2 squares. The girls were waiting for Lin Chen in place, and Lin Chen, who had refined 15 bottles of Wanqing Jasper Dew, suddenly opened his eyes at a certain time, and a terrifying mental storm was destroyed like a hurricane. His mid-level mental strength attribute value has increased by 59.7 million points in one breath. In addition to the original accumulation and the many attribute values received from entering the ancient temple, the total just exceeds 100 million points. 100 million points of intermediate mental power, just stepping into the sky. Reaching realm. The initial stage of the Tongtian realm and the complete spiritual power of the Tongtian realm are 2 completely different levels. Just like the difference between a chicken and an eagle, Lin Chen's mental power is several times stronger than before. It's not enough. I can't beat the last 2 grids like this. System, I want to strengthen the Taisher Bible. Lin Chen's series of enhancements consumed 84,549 enhancement points, and strengthened the +11 Taisher Bible to +13 in one go. Overall power increase 240%. Boom. Mental strength shines like 10,000 stars. Lin Chen stepped out and rushed to the 19th square of the sky. Stronger mental pressure suddenly came, like countless iron balls weighing 10,000 tons falling. It was this huge and vast mental pressure that repelled Qin Miaoer just now. The +13 enhanced Taisher Bible is like countless pushing hands, pushing away. Countless spiritual iron balls that weigh more than 10,000 tons. Give me up. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his mental power increased again, and he rushed to the 20th day to walk the square. Outside the ancient sanctuary, the suffocating aura was overwhelming and the blood was monstrous. All the arrogances who were teleported away from the ancient temple fell under a sea of blood. No life left? This time, the inheritance of the ancient temple is almost wiped out. Yueqi's man? Lin Chen? Fuck, what did you say? In the sea of blood, the pale-faced young pavilion master almost frantically pinched the neck of a disabled genius. When he was in a rage, he accidentally exerted too much force, and the other party rolled his eyes and directly killed the genius. Ling Yueqi has a man? Impossible, she only belongs to this young pavilion master. Throwing the dead man in his hand into the sea of blood, the master of the dark pavilion stared at the ancient temple on the sea level. His expression was extremely sinister. The genius list is 92,333, Lin Chen. Pavilion Master Ben is ranked 84,680. He doesn't deserve to mention shoes to this young master. He dares to touch the woman I like, die. This person will die. Today, I set up a 7-kill formation even if Dongfeng Wuji, the 80,000th person on the genius list, has to die. Not to mention a rubbish beyond 90,000 people. Heavenly Demon Mountain in the Holy Realm, this place is the junction point between the human race and the dragon race in the Holy World. Between the ups and downs of the mountains, there is a hidden stone mansion. Standing there. Bang! A sound shook the sky, the ground shook, and the space distorted. Who are you? The young man stood on the top of the mountain, holding a sword, his eyes narrowed, and he stared at the man in black robe, not far away. Sure enough, the prophecy of the calculator in the clan did not go wrong. The human race really has a world-shattering god to appear in the world. You only have 2 choices, 1, belong to my demon clan, and 2, die here. The man in the black robe had a hoarse voice and could not tell the difference between men and women. Choke. The sword roared like a dragon, and the youth drew his sword and stood up, the tip of the sword pointing at the man in black robe. There is a 3rd choice, you, die under the sword of my Lin Chen. The man in black robe sighed softly, then go to death. 2 breaths eclipsed the sun and the moon, and the atmosphere of heaven and earth sinking from the Tianyao mountain to the extreme, terrifying murderous intent. It's been thousands of years, and someone has passed. Besides, he's still from Kyushu. The vicissitudes of life echoed in Lin Chen's voice, and when Lin Chen tried his best to rush through the 20th day and walk the square, ripples appeared in the space, and a nihilistic figure appeared in the air. A void space barrier was separated, and from the other side of the room, Lin Chen could be seen as if he had disappeared in place. What about the squad leader? Su Lan was anxious. Ling Yueqi patted her. It's okay, I can still perceive his existence. It should have passed the test. The will of the ancient sages talking to him. Qin Juyan looked envious. The inheritance of the ancient sage. This is the dream of many saints. It is said that his fall was involved in the battle of the group of saints related to the early immemorial civilization. Those who experienced that battle avoided mentioning it, but they coveted everything about the ancient saint. Oh, are you the old sage? Lin Chen was curious. For some reason, he had an inexplicable intimacy with the illusory old man in front of him, and it seemed to be related to something in his body. Even though it is inexplicably friendly, Lin Chen is still ready to use superdimensional teleportation, and he will never take it lightly in the face of a former saint. Hee, young man, old sage is only the title of my final stage. In a longer period of time, some people called me ancient god of the firmament. Besides, the old man felt the power I left in the mortal world in you. You unlucky. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Chen's mind flashed a lot of information. Kyushu continent, sky tower, orange order trial mystery realm, ancient god. Cave mansion? Old saint? Ancient god. Are you the owner of the ancient divine cave mansion in the sky tower of the Kyushu continent? Lin Chen's expression was a little shocked. Could it be that he is not a saint, but a god? Forget it, the Sky Pagoda is the demon cave that I left behind in Kyushu, to suppress it. There is a guy with tenacious vitality in it. With the serious injuries that I was about to die at the time, it was difficult to destroy it. And its lair, and only temporarily suppressed it. I used most of my strength to suppress injuries, and after sneaking into the holy realm for millions of years, I was discovered by some holy realms, and later due to some variables. A saint war broke out. The old man smiled lightly, as if the past events that disturbed the holy world were only fleeting. Lin Chen suddenly realized that it is no wonder that the Kyushu continent, as the mortal world, can emerge so many amazing and brilliant saints who once alarmed one party. It turned out that a true god descended on the Kyushu continent. I don't know, what is the price to be paid to obtain the inheritance of the predecessors? I still need to accomplish something, let's talk about it first. I'm a timid person. If you let me do something to save the world, it's free. Lin Chen pursed his lips and asked. The old man was startled, then he smiled and said, little guy, you are very cunning, you are quite to the appetite of this old man. Yes, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to obtain inheritance, you really need to help the old man complete one thing. Do you know why the saints in the holy world are eyeing the old man's things? Because the old man has created a manufacturing method that can artificially cultivate different crystals. Before talking about things, the old man first threw the news of a heavyweight bomb. It made Lin Chen's mouth tremble a few times. Artificially cultivated heterocrystals? Lin Chen has a preliminary understanding of the value of the different crystals. Even if the complete different crystals are low-grade, they are sky high, and ordinary saints may not own them. They only hold different crystal fragments. The formation of different crystals originates from the accumulation and condensation of many spacetime planes with special energy between heaven and earth. The formation conditions are extremely difficult. In the early stage of formation, some of the different crystals had the energy of a comet or even bigger. Low-grade variant crystals are outrageously precious, and they even talk about the existence of higher-grade, middle-grade, top-grade, and even unparalleled variants. However, the cultivation method of the old man can only create low-grade and middle-grade variant crystals. The energy required for high-grade variant crystals is completely different, and it is difficult to create artificially. Otherwise, if even high-grade variant crystals can be created artificially, then even the dominant holy world will be created. It is also possible for the gods of might to take action, and if I want to break through this limit, unless the old man regains the strength of his heyday, these are discussed separately. Young people, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the old man, you have to help me kill someone. At the end of the words, the old man's tone was a little cold. Lin Chen frowned. Senior, this person's name is Yin Tianzi. He was nominated for the list of evildoers in the Holy Realm. He is the only apprentice that the old man has taken in after he arrived in the Holy Realm. After all kinds of training, it is only for him to grow up to be able to restore my strength one day. It's a pity that his wolf ambition, after discovering my secret of cultivating different crystals, I actually united many holy realms to besiege me. The old man shook his head, his tone was complicated, and then he asked, how is it, boy, this old man has just this request. Now that people are about to die, many things have been seen through, and resurrection is impossible. Unless there is a real God, it is basically only possible waiting here for the last ray of mental remnants to dissipate. I have already noticed your performance along the way. The old man's vision of seeing people is rarely wrong. Your future can at least reach the list of evildoers. If you have the help of this old man, you have the potential to impact the list of saints. World history is no exaggeration. As soon as the haze disappeared, the old man said with a smile, the list of evildoers is a position that Lin Chen must reach. Without this qualification, he is not qualified to go to Xinyan Palace to pick up Sister Ruoyan. I don't seem to have any reason to refuse. If it's just this condition, I can only pre-order the head of the cloudy day. Lin Chen's arrogance is dry, and the two sides hit it off. The method of artificially cultivating different crystals, the value of this thing is too high. It has a lightweight influence on Lin Chen's future, and its importance is second only to his system and mentality. Little guy, go straight to the end, there is something that the old man has left for you completely. Say it first, you can't go back on it, that Yin Tianzi has been taught by the old man, and may have become an ancient giant on the list of saints. You have to hurry up and practice. The old man waved his hand, and the brightly lit aisle opened like a scroll. What's the matter? How can I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? Lin Chen walked into the passage, and suddenly, he was stunned, and his expression became more and more shocked and stunned. In the passage, he saw the attribute brilliance that he could only see. This brilliance, Lin Chen saw for the first time. At the end of the extended passage in front of him, there is a golden light floating to the extreme, which makes Lin Chen's pressure double, and there is a kind of power that suppresses the heavens and the world is invincible? Darling, what kind of treasure is there? It's the first time I have faced such a terrifying pressure when facing the attribute light. Lin Chen clutched his heart, throbbing slightly, as if he had difficulty breathing. 7 changes, the ultimate moment. Boom. Lin Chen released all his strength, and the domineering power slowed down. Huh? Why is this little guy still using the secret method to improve his strength? Is it because he is worried that I will be bad for him? However, his attention is not on the old man. It's strange. The illusory old man who followed Lin Chen couldn't help but be astonished. Lin Chen walked into the passage uneasily. At the end of the passage, what caught his eye was a sapphire-colored withered bone. The withered bone was sitting here. There were countless scars between the bone scars. It was shocking, and the light was dim. With the bones of the former gods. It is a pity that this time, it has been severely damaged countless times, and the ancient god of the sky has become an ancient saint and finally fell here. This withered bone has no divine power. However, what attracted Lin Chen's attention was a treasure chest on the top of the dead bones. This treasure box has a faint golden glow, simple and unadorned, without the dazzling splendor of the orange crystal treasure box, without the noble atmosphere of the Wuguang Supreme Treasure Box, and some is just a supreme dominance that dominates the heavens and the world, like an ancient god lying on the ground. This. Lin Chen stepped forward, opened this unique attribute treasure chest with trembling hands, and raised a golden wrist armor. The moment the treasure chest was opened, Jinhui disappeared and was incorporated into the wrist armor, like a galaxy introverted and contained in the universe. Lin Chen looked at it. The wristbands were engraved with mysterious patterns, like flying golden dragons, orange and gold with red, and the fingers were engraved with golden patterns, shining brightly. When viewed from the front, it looked like a golden fist with a front wristband attached. What is this? It's not that there is no aura of war weapons and treasures. And the material is also very mysterious. It doesn't look like a holy weapon. Could it be a divine weapon? Lin Chen looked at the golden wrist guards, and even the illusory old sage stepped forward, rubbing his beard and wondering, this is what you took from Meiji? It doesn't look like a weapon, there is no holy weapon. The aura and the prestige that never contained an artifact, this casting material, even the old man can't see through it, it's strange. From the perspective of the ancient sage, Lin Chen opened the treasure chest and took out the object as if he had taken it out of the ring, because he did not put it directly into the system. Even the ancient sage, a former deity, said that this object was not a weapon or a treasure, so maybe it was something else? Lin Chen asked the system for a while, and what was even more surprising was that he didn't even know about the system. Attribute treasure chests that the special system doesn't know about can also be dropped? What the hell is this? With curiosity, Lin Chen put the golden wrist guard into his right hand. The first second he put on the golden wristband, Lin Chen didn't feel anything unusual. Bang! Boom! 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 Wan Dao Jinhui glows from the golden wrist, the light actually penetrates all the obstacles of the ancient temple, and even the outside world is clearly visible. The almost invincible aura erupted from Lin Chen's body, like a tyrannical god. Descending into the world, the entire ancient temple began to crumble, and the space crystal wall began to crack, twist, and even shatter directly. To tear apart the space of the time-space plane of the Holy Realm, only the power of the Holy Realm can do it. This is? Lin Chen was shocked. His arm was radiant at this moment. The golden light was like a rainbow, like a billion dragons condensed in the palm of his hand. At this moment, he had an invincible feeling of picking the stars and taking the moon, as if he could crush countless stars with just one finger. If he punched out at this time, he might surpass himself who used the enhanced version of Godslayer talent before. Huh? This thing is weird. The ancient sage's eyes narrowed. This golden wristlet looked normal and unremarkable, but the moment Lin Chen wore it, it was like the awakening of some powerful powers, ruling all directions and dominating all worlds. When wearing the wristband, a light screen pops up in front of you. Obtain the Golden God of War suit and part, ultimate armor, bracers of the God of War, absolute power, extreme attack, extreme destruction, only applicable to the host body. Lin Chen just saw the content that popped up on the system's light screen. No, to be precise, it should be bleeding from the 7 orifices. The arm guards are extracting the life force of the host, and the host is collapsing. Please remove the arm guards immediately. At the moment of the system's warning, Lin Chen almost tried his best to remove the gauntlet and wrist guard. Then, the rays of light dimmed, and countless Jin Hui returned to the wrist guards, and the invincible aura that dominated the heavens and the world disappeared in an instant. Lin Chen knelt down on one knee, panting like a cow. Blood was dripping from his nose and mouth, and the blood stained. It was shocking. Damn, what the hell is this? I just wore it for 4 seconds, and I almost lost my life. Without further ado, he summoned a Jiyang returning life pill from Neji. After swallowing it, Lin Chen used the wood spirit essence method to regulate the injury in his body, and it was only temporarily stabilized. When he looked at the war god's bracers again, he returned to his previous calm and carefully observed that there was no energy fluctuation of the war weapon. It's amazing. Young man, you have a lot of secrets. This thing is beyond the knowledge of this old man. It belongs to you, and only you can exert its power. The experience of people as strong as the ancient sage is rarely shocking and amazed. Senior, is this an artifact? Lin Chen asked with a bold guess while adjusting the injury. No, it's not an artifact. If it is an artifact, with your war emperor cultivation base, the energy of the artifact can annihilate you into ashes. This is the first time I have seen such a magical thing, but I don't think it will be inferior to the artifact. If you continue to wear it just now, the power it can exert may be able to reach the level of an artifact. The ancient sage said seriously. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he had punched with this thing just now, he couldn't imagine how perverted the power would be, but he himself estimated that he would rise to the sky on the spot. This wristband cannot be worn without sufficient strength and cultivation. At least using it in the war emperor is equivalent to courting death. In the battle with the false god, Lin Chen experienced the power of body refining in the holy realm. But the moment he wore this god of war bracers just now, pure power soared to a terrifying extremity, which far surpassed his previous use of enhanced edition God Slayer. No matter what, this god of war bracer is definitely a treasure that is too powerful to defy the sky, and it is dropped from the attribute treasure chest. Only I can use it. After regaining his senses, when he thought about it carefully, Lin Chen was extremely excited. Although the ancient sage fell to the cultivation base due to serious injuries, he was also the legendary true god. The attribute treasure chest of this war god bracers is dropped after the death of the true god. This is the real unavoidable. Damn, if this is normal, where would someone in the forest find a place where the true gods fell? The fall of the gods, this almost absurd timing has not even been heard of by most saints, let alone finding a place where the gods have fallen. This war god bracer may be Lin Chen's strongest and top trump card so far. If this is the case in the past, creatures whose strength exceeds me too much or are too weak will not drop attribute values. Is it because of the system update? Lin Chen couldn't think clearly, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The 36 regions of the Holy Realm can be described as strong like clouds, with many saints, holy kings, and even gods. He is alone, and his strength has never been enough. This war god's bracers may play a major role when encountering a strong enemy at a critical moment in the future. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the ancient sage's bones, adjusting his breath to heal his wounds. An hour later, Lin Chen, who had swallowed 2 top-grade 7th-order pills in a row, recovered to an 80% state. After Lin Chen recovered, he walked to the skeleton, took the Na ring, and easily carved a spiritual imprint. Inside the ring is the inheritance of the ancient sages, and there are only 4 things: a piece of red silk and satin, 10 thick ancient books, a jade box with seal power, and a sapphire scroll. After several twists and turns, the ancient sage left the sky tower in Kyushu and established a new space plane in the tower. There are not many resources that can be left to Lin Chen. The sapphire scroll, inscribed with the Lingyun Baxiao casting record, is actually a complete set of 8th-order casting techniques. The 10 volumes of ancient books are not only the method of cultivating different crystals developed by the ancient sage, but also some unfinished conjectures and ideas. The sealed jade box is actually an incandescent, complete, inferior crystal. And it is still the most valuable, the light system heterocrystal. The red silk and satin are in line with the 2 pieces that Lin Chen obtained before. Hey, there is actually a piece of red silk here? The red satin is as bright as blood, and it is the same as the red satin Lin Chen got from the dean and the false god. Senior, what is this? Lin Chen pretended to be unknown and asked. I can't see through this thing. The reason why the old man was seriously injured is also related to this thing. Back then, a new plane was born on the edge of the Holy World, and a war that was unprecedented in the history of the Holy World broke out. The old man grabbed this red silk, by coincidence, and was immediately besieged by a few ancient forces like crazy. The old sage showed a look of memory, and then shook his head. The matter is too far away, and my mental remnants can no longer remember it. I only vaguely remember the secret of this thing later. I know very little, and I haven't cracked too much. The opponent who can seriously injure the ancient gods of the year must also be true gods. A group of true gods fighting? Damn, this is too crazy, I can't even think about it. This thing also involves the realm of the gods. Lin Chen was in a cold sweat and stopped asking. The secret of this thing may not be revealed until he has enough strength. The contents of the 10 ancient books on cultivating different crystals are complex and vast, which is more complicated than Lin Chen's study of flying. Sort of Jewing. Lin Chen only consumed 20 million points of intermediate level martial arts essence, so he read and studied the first volume first. Content. Cultivate the different crystals, after guiding the heaven and earth's luck. Use the spirit of the spirit to transform the holy gas into the ultimate force. To compress the energy of the different crystals. After merging the memory content of the first volume, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched. Damn, that's a shit. The hard conditions for cultivating different crystals, first of all, is to have a lot of Qi Luck spirit plants. How precious is the value of Qi Luck spirit plants, and every eternal sect that has inherited countless epics has only 1 or 2 plants. To cultivate different crystals, at least the least, but also 3 Qi Luck spirit plants. This damn is not Chinese cabbage. Where can he get 3 Qi Luck spirit plants? Robbery of 3 second-rank sects? To face at least 3 saints, that's sour. This is probably the feeling of having a banknote template but no money. Printing machine. Lin Chen was helpless. This thing could only be temporarily stranded. The second is the light element crystal, which was sealed by the old sage. With Lin Chen's strength, let alone absorbing it, the moment the seal was unlocked, energy fluctuations alone could crush him to death. Senior ancient sage, since I am your descendant, how about all the remaining things in the ancient sacred temple? I can't use them now. After you leave, the ancient temple needs a lot of energy to maintain, and many resources still need to exist, otherwise others will know that the inheritance of the old man has been taken away, then you will become the Target of many saints, or do you have the courage to deal with them now? It doesn't matter. Lin Chen. In the end, Lin Chen could only rely on himself. He absorbed the soil type heteromorphic fragment Qianyue and the dark type heteromorphic fragment magic shadow he had harvested twice, respectively. In the room outside the passage, Lin Chen's 5 clones immediately sat cross-legged to adjust the breath, sharing the efficiency of refining the different crystal fragments for the main body. In less than half a day, Lin Chen perfectly absorbed 2 different crystal fragments. The intermediate soil attribute value exceeded 120 million points. And the intermediate dark energy attribute value exceeded 150 million points. The strength can be said to skyrocket. The speed of refining the different crystal fragments surprised the ancient sage. This son's mental method seems to have a doomed taste, which can be perfectly combined with the power of the heaven and earth of the different crystal fragments, so there is no pressure to refine the different crystal fragments, just the gap can't be too much. Lin Chen was non-stop, and then swallowed 2 Ziqing Dao enlightenment fruits. Good boy, even the Ziqing enlightenment fruit, which is somewhat beneficial for the holy king to take. Seeing the phantom of old sage's spirit, he shook his head and laughed. The comprehension will grow permanently, and will enter the realm of no-self. In a short period of time, the heaven-defying comprehension deduces more possibilities evolved from the exercises that you are familiar with. Time passed, many of the exercises that Lin Chen cultivated to perfection were reborn again. 7-star sword manual comprehends to the top of the purple order. Annihilation comprehends to the half-orange level. Qijue Jin has derived the latest style, life and death, the power is comparable to the half-orange grade. Taisher Bible transformed into a new and unknown realm. In Mirror Moon, Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding and insight, and the last style, Mirror Moon Edicts, has reached the half-orange rank. The Great Beginning Bible is one of the earliest exercises I practiced. I took 2 Ziqing Dao enlightenment fruits this time, and there are 4 left. The most affected one is the Great Beginning Bible. When Lin Chen thought about it, the spiritual force that flew out of the sky, like 1,000 dragon shadows impacted in 1,000 zheng space, which was more than several times stronger than before. This kid's mental power can be divided into multiple spiritual wills with independent consciousness. The ancient sage who was waiting for him was slightly surprised, and he felt more and more that the young man in front of him was not simple. For example, spiritual manipulation is like a human arm. An ordinary person only has 1 pair of arms, but the original Taisher Bible gave Lin Chen the equivalent of 2 pairs, 3 pairs, or even 4 pairs of arms, making him far superior to others in the spiritual realm. After the breakthrough of the Epiphany, the Taisher Bible gave Lin Chen more than countless arms. His mental power can be divided into 10 parts, 100 parts, as long as his mental power is strong enough, even 1,000 parts of spiritual will can be divided. Lin Chen, who used to be able to control 3 pill furnaces and refine medicine by 1 person, can control 5 to 8 after strengthening the Taisher Bible. Now, he can control hundreds or thousands. What is even more terrifying is that if the original Lin Chen's spiritual power is compared to a teenager with multiple arms, the breakthrough Taisher Bible has transformed Lin Chen's spiritual power into a strong and powerful man with countless arms. Man. In short, mental power lasts longer, harder, more. Moreover, because of the phantom rune, this breakthrough has become lasting. Longer and harder, not only Lin Chen, but the entire Dark Horse Club. Although the Taisher Bible has no rank, I have no doubts that it has the value of an orange rank exercise. This harvest is huge. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, his eyes were sharp, this time in the secret realm of Songyue, his growth can be described as earth-shattering. In just 1 month, Lin Chen's growth can be said to be against the sky. One is the system update, and the other is the increase in access to resources. If Lin Chen failed to enter the Songyue trial, because of Bingxin Palace, and he did not have the right to enter the secret realm, he could only wander aimlessly in the strange realm, and the growth rate must not be comparable to the current one. To create a sect and improve the ranking of the genius list, there are only these 2 paths in front of Lin Chen. This is the way for him to gain the opportunity to enter higher and more secret realms. However, the faster the rise, the more it will mean that Lin Chen will stand on the cusp of the holy world, unless he bows his head and voluntarily joins some of the top sects in the holy world. The only step left is the 9-layer war emperor. The many geniuses that have been destroyed before have allowed me to harvest 1.5 million silver Saint Yuan coins. This time I will definitely be able to break through the middle stage of the 9-layer war emperor or even the late 9-layer. Lin Chen was full of arrogance, and his spiritual thoughts sneaked into the Taoyuan planting capsule. In a single thought, Lin Chen teleported all the body parts in the quadrangular room of the sky to his side. Huh? This little guy actually used a space shuttle in my ancient temple to bring in the 5 people outside? It's amazing, it's just a battle emperor. Cultivation base. The ancient sage was amazed. When Lin Chen was about to take out his huge sum of money, when he was about to break through 3 realms in a row. At that moment, he was dumbfounded. Where's my money? I'm grass, what's the situation? In the Taoyuan planting capsule, there are only 30,000 silver coins left under the Qingyao tree? Previously, the harvest of many geniuses and geniuses from various genius lists, as well as the massive cultivation resources, only left less than 10% of the original. Being thief? No. Without my permission, the sage can't infiltrate my Taoyuan capsule. Lin Chen glanced at the interior of Taoyuan's capsule planting space. At this moment, all the energies are gathered in a valley, which is a certain distance from the Qingyao tree, and in the center is a purple-black egg with cracks. All the energy of the medicinal materials has been absorbed by this egg, and the absorption speed is getting faster and faster. Grass, it's the devil who did it. So angry that he almost smashed the purple egg, Lin Chen controlled the Taoyuan planting sac, and with great disgust, separated the egg by a space barrier and sealed the egg. Lin Chen ingested all the medicinal materials and the remaining silver coins from the air. It's a huge loss, and this time I've been beaten to the core. Damn it, this time I've become the ultimate wage earner. Lin Chen's mouth trembled. The more than 1.6 million silver Saint Yuan coins that were harvested before are also a big expense for a sect at the level of Bingxin Palace. Now there are more than 50,000 pieces left, the eggs of this dog thief. I'll be asking the old sage senior what kind of egg this is, so I can only practice first. Lin Chen calmed down and cooperated with the phantom avatar around him to enter a state of cultivation. The time limit has come, the ancient temple has reached the closing time. Please leave. The woman in white fluttered. Senior, what about him? Ling Yueqi was a little worried. There was a time limit for the Zhongyu trial. When the time was up, everyone had to teleport away. Don't worry, the master is free. The woman in white waved her hand, and Sister Su Lan, Ling Yueqi, Sister Qin Juyan, and Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor were teleported away. Next to the ancient sage's skeleton, Lin Chen's body has 5 clones, and the efficiency of absorbing silver coins is extremely high, rolling like a silver wave into the body, and the more than 50,000 silver coins in the Taoyuan planting capsule are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, when Lin Chen absorbed 45,000 silver Saint Yuan coins, the 9-color life wheel in his body was turbulently split, and the source of 9 tribulations broke through the shackles. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the initial cultivation level of the Battle Emperor 9-layer. Seeing that there were less than 10,000 silver Saint Yuan coins left, Lin Chen had to draw Tianni, holy water again. This time he watered 8 pots of Tianni, holy water, and the Qingyao tree began to absorb air luck and holy water again, and grew rapidly. In a moment, the Qingyao tree grew to 88 meters, producing a large amount of silver coins and treasures at high speed, officially entering the peak of its growth period. Then, Lin Chen removed the egg from the Taoyuan planting capsule. Senior old sage, what exactly is this thing? Lin Chen asked. The ancient sage smiled and said, this thing is what I got from a visit to the holy world. Its secret is no less than the inheritance of the old man and the Shadow clan. The tomb creature you killed is both the Shadow family and the Shadow that accompanied me when I got this egg. The Shadow family was born from the Orc family. They have undergone countless epochs of transformation and turned into one of the most mysterious species in the universe. The main body is a mass of darkness, with the magical ability to travel through the void, and the top shadow creatures can change into the appearance of most races. And the creature in the egg seems to be pregnant with a multi-blooded creature mainly from the shadow race. Unfortunately, after I obtained this egg, the deadline is approaching and I could not hatch it. If you have the ability, maybe you can try to hatch it. Take a peek at the secret of its body. Of course, the old man does not guarantee that you will definitely become its master. Lin Chen waved his hand in disgust. That's fine, I don't want to spend a lot of resources to hatch a guy full of unknown factors. He already has a dragon sovereign with multiple bloodlines, and the dragon sovereign he raises is too low in resources. If the $1 million silver coins and massive medicinal resources are absorbed by the dragon sovereign, it might have broken through to 6,000 by now. Wanlong force or more. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, with a bang, the cracked purple egg hit Lin Chen like lightning, knocking Lin Chen several dozen meters away, making him dizzy. My day, an egg dares to hit me. Are you floating, or am I, Lin, who can't draw a gun? One person and one egg actually beat each other up. The ancient sage looked amused. For a long time, the egg stopped. Lin Chen's strength was suppressed, and he was evenly matched with it. Suddenly, it turned into a stream of light and shot into the Taoyuan plant capsule. It can ignore the space enchantment of the air transport capsule? Lin Chen was surprised. The Shadow family has space magic power. This egg has intelligence before it was born, and can travel through the void. If it grows out of its shell, would it be great? Too weak, Feng. Lin Chen thought that the space enchantment in the Taoyuan planting capsule was completely under his control, and he sealed the purple egg with a thought. Fortunately, although it can break into the air transport capsule on its own, it is fortunate that its spatial supernatural power is not enough to break through my shackles. Squeezing a cold sweat, Gushing smiled and said, this little guy seems to be following you. Lin Chen pouted, even if I die outside and jump from here, I won't hatch this thief's egg. It owes me more than 1 million yuan, and I will remember it for the rest of my life. After all, Lin Chen opened the talent bar. Passive talents, blue rank, reinforced iron bone, 200%, blue rank, double. Cultivation acacia, blue rank, life increase 200%, blue rank, divine power. 100%, blue rank, emperor destroyer, purple rank, strike. System, give me the 4 passive talents of iron bone, life growth, divine power, and emperor destroyer. The above talents have no bonus to Lin Chen, because his body refining realm has exceeded the bonus range. Divine talent, only effective below 10 million dragon power. Reinforced iron bones and life growth talents were also invalidated because Lin Chen's body refining strength exceeded 10 million dragon power. His flesh shell defense and life self-healing ability are far greater than before, and in fact these talents have long been useless to him. Emperor Destroyer, 1/1000th chance of triggering instant kill, only effective for the late stage of the 9 layer and below. With Lin Chen's strength, there must be no one in the late stage of the 9 layers that can threaten him anymore. Even if there is, he will not rely on this Emperor Destroyer. As for the double cultivation of acacia, well, Lin has to find a chance to test it. The fusion host specifies the passive talent, consumes 8.9 million talent points, 17 million Tian Dao points, and obtains the Purple Order passive talent, tearing. Any attack with killing intent by the host will have a 10% chance to trigger the tearing effect, which can tear the enemy's combat aura, treasures, or other forms of defense. It applies to all runes and talent stacking, and is only valid for the 9 holy places and below. It can tear through any form of defense of the enemy, but can only resist. Good stuff. If it is complemented by the penetrating rune, wouldn't it allow the enemy to resist my attack with 25% power penetration? Lin Chen was very pleasantly surprised. The only fly in the ointment was the probability, which was only 10%. System, upgrade the charging rune. The harvest of destroying a large number of geniuses, coupled with the previous accumulation, has exceeded 70 rune evolution stones. Upgraded successfully, level 6 charging rune can increase the power of attack. Combat skills by 600%. Lin Chen was more confident. He looked at the attribute column. Enhancement point, 99,555 points, blank attribute, 780,000. This time, he is ready. This attribute value will definitely make him undergo a qualitative transformation. System, I want to strengthen my mind. Consumes 12,950 enhancement points and fails to strengthen the heart method. Lin Chen's mind is dignified. 1 failure is more than 10,000 strengthening points. How many exercises and weapons can this be strengthened? However, this is the last step in the current stage of the strengthening of the mind. Once the strengthening is successful, it will be plus 13 mind. The overall power has increased by 240%, and Lin Chen's strength will soar by 70%. Again. Come again. Strength and failure, strength and failure. After a series of failed enhancements, the enhancement points were quickly exhausted, and Lin Chen transformed another 430,000 blank attributes. Consumes 12,950 enhancement points, and the enhancement fails. Failure to strengthen. However, the crazy reinforcement failed. Counting the original number of times, the strengthening of the mind has failed more than 40 times. Lin Chen was in a cold sweat and turned the last 350,000 blank attributes into reinforcement points. Consumes 12950 enhancement points, the enhancement fails. After failing all the way to the final strengthening point of more than 50,000, Lin Chen was almost desperate. The consumption of strengthening the mind method is terrible. He originally thought that counting the 780,000 blank attributes, there are actually 880,000 enhancement points, which is enough to strengthen and improve, and there is still a part left to strengthen the flying sort of Jueying, and now he has not even strengthened his mind. Hey, the only way to find more values next time is to try it out. If I knew earlier, it would be better to strengthen the Jueying flying knife first. Lin Chen was frustrated, and finally clicked on the enhancement function. With no hope. Consumes 12,950 enhancement points to strengthen the mind method. 9. Tribulations of creation, successfully, power increase, 70%. Plus 13 overall. Increase, 240%, has reached the upper limit of strengthening, and there is no room for strengthening. Boom. The source of the 9 calamities in the 9-color life wheel skyrocketed again, like returning to the sea of stars, roaming freely. Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. On the verge of final lore? With only 53,800 enhancement points left, the last shot went up. Damn, my heart can't take it anymore. There are 40,000 reinforcement points left, as much as you can. In the end, Lin Chen spent 40,000 enhancement points to strengthen the Shadow Flying Knife, to plus 10, and the overall increase in combat skills, 110%. This time, Lin Chen has learned a certain lesson. In the future, there is a direction to steadily improve his strength. First, he will strengthen the aspects that can be improved steadily. If this mental method fails completely, then Lin Chen is really pulling his pants. 880,000 points of strengthening. Points are worthless. Suddenly, an idea popped into Lin Chen's mind. He curiously turned on the enhancement function of the ultimate armor, God of War bracers. System tip: this item comes from the next version of the system, the suit function, and cannot be enhanced at this stage. Set function? Will there be more powerful functions than the enhanced function in the next version of the system? Lin Chen was curious. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Chen gasped for air, and there was a throbbing and faint pain in his body. This pain comes from the blood of the Dragon Emperor. This feeling is that my Dragon Emperor has been hit hard? Lin Chen's expression changed suddenly, and he immediately exited the system. Senior old sage, where are my friends? The ancient saint said, my maid should have sent them away. The energy that the ancient temple needs to consume every day is huge, and it is related to the remaining time limit of my spiritual will. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Everyone teleported away, and the Dragon Emperor was seriously injured. Could it be that something happened? Senior old sage, the junior has to leave first. The senior's requirements and conditions, as long as I, Lin Chen, are still alive, will definitely take revenge for the senior. Lin Chen clenched his fists, and the ancient sage smiled boldly. Haha, I originally only planned to give half of the inheritance, but now I give it to you, little guy. You have the power of enlightenment that the old man left in the Sky Tower. You, I have a fate, the old man believes in you. Lin Chen clenched his fists, and before the old sage teleported him away, he had consumed tens of millions of talent points to activate the super dimensional teleportation to fix the position of the Dragon Emperor, and it disappeared into a space of light. Is this old man's ancient temple still allowing this kid to come and go freely? No wonder he didn't panic at all when assessing his luck. The old sage could not laugh or cry. This son is full of secrets. Is he gone? Is he worthy of your expectations? The shadowy figure in white appeared next to the ancient sage, as if asking questions. Maybe there is no better candidate than him, and the ancient sage stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes showing a particularly deep and vicissitudes expression. Besides, this little guy has a lot of background. He has the mark of the demon race on his body, and even the old man is afraid. In those days, there was a top powerhouse in the demon race who broke into the holy prison alone, and killed the gods in the holy realm who dared not show their faces. This child has a lot of involvement. Outside the ancient temple, the waves were surging. The high altitude is even more mysterious, and the waves of the sea of blood are actually surging, and there are hoarse sounds of howling ghosts in the waves, like mountains of blood and corpses, and the sinister aura can disintegrate all kinds of fighting intentions. In the space shrouded in the sea of blood, a group of stunning and beautiful figures emerged, each with its own merits. Just like sisters Ling Yueqi, Qin Juyan, and others. At this time all the beauties were seriously injured, and even Qin Juyan and Qin Miaoer were severely injured to varying degrees. The Dragon Emperor was hit hard by protecting the Su Lan sisters. If it fought alone, its combat power would be completely different. The young man hovered in the air, folded his arms around his chest, and looked at the girls with great interest. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this action will not only bring Yueqi back, but also bring so many beauties. I want all of them. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Qin Juyan sneered. Qin Miaoer on the side clenched her teeth tightly, her spirit collapsed and her pretty face was pale. The young pavilion master, Shaoqing, sneered, well, the strength of your two sisters is indeed very strong, not the strength you should have in this ranking. With your level, at least it is around 87,000 on the genius list. Come on, I really can't take you down. It's a pity, this young master's blood sea slaughter art can make the power of the 6 heroes return to me. You are definitely not opponents, now. Surrender, swallow the heart-refining pill of this young master, there is still a way to live. Hearing the other party's wild laughter, Qin Juyan secretly shouted, bad. Oops, it turns out that he also brought the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion with him. These 6 people are also called the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion with him, and each of them is a top killer with more than 95,000 talents on the list. Could it be that this time he really lost his life? This? Thousands of feet in the sea of blood galloping, there are 6 figures floating away, constantly injecting a large amount of battle energy and blood energy into Shaoqing, making his aura go beyond the limit and maintain his peak. Ling Yueqi, become my woman. Shaoqing laughed wildly, and turned into a ray of blood and rushed towards the injured Ling Yueqi. Ling Yueqi clenched her teeth tightly, and clenched a short knife in her slender hands. She would rather die than surrender. Clang! A harsh sound of gold and iron clashing exploded, and the sea of blood stirred. Dare to hurt Sister Yueqi, damn it, stab him in the eye. Wearing a silver robe, he blocked Ling Yueqi's body, and the murderous drink shook the sea of blood. With the advent of a space beam, 6 figures descended into the enchantment inn. The sea of blood. What? Shaoqing was shocked. Then, the tip of the spear that circulated the 5-colored dragon light stabbed fiercely towards his Kikubi area. Shaoqing's reaction was like electricity, his qi and blood were condensed like wind and thunder, and he hurried away. Yo, The way you wipe your ass is really unique. It reminds me of the little black dog next door. Lin Chen sneered. At this time, Xiaoqing covered the chrysanthemum with his backhand, and he really had the charm of wiping his butt. Be careful, he is the young master of the Dark Pavilion, ranked 84680 on the genius list, the death of the Buddha, Xiaoqing. Today he also brought 6 genius killers to fight together, and his strength far exceeds the original ranking. Qin Juyan exclaimed. Lin Chen handed Ling Yueqi 2 medicinal pills, and said, with a smile, don't worry, I'll leave it to me next. Well, my 9 absolutes cold vessel has not yet transformed into a high-speed growth period, so I can only leave it to you. Ling Yueqi smiled like a flower, and Xiaoqing was both shocked and stunned by that most beautiful and refined smile. In his heart, Ling Yueqi is so aloof and glamorous, like a fairy in the moon, regardless of the world. Today, she actually showed a smile to a man, as beautiful as a fairy descended to earth. Are you Lin Chen? Xiaoqing gritted his teeth angrily. I don't want to answer the dead man's question. You touched my bottom line. You and your people must die. Lin Chen laughed and hid his murderous intent, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa. The host launches the blue-level Nirvana, Tianyin Bingsha Prison. Applicable. Targets, 3. The 3 hostile targets closest to the host have been locked. Boom. The icy suffocating energy of the frost hurricane shrouded Xiaoqing and the 2 in the sea of blood. The icy cold current rolled around them, like a weathered tornado on the flat ground, as if to freeze all life, and the chill that penetrated like a bone marrow factor came suddenly. The power of Frostine Sha? Xiaoqing was stunned and enraged, grabbed the void with both hands, and the sea of blood exploded. Bang! The ice is like a tide, and the sea of blood is surging into the sky, and blasting thousands of blood waves. When you watch it from a distance, it looks like dozens of blood rainbows flying into the sky. This time, Lin Chen was motivated to kill, and he used the blue-level Nirvana in a single face-to-face. From all the clones and Lin Chen, the 9 robbery battle was transformed into a 9-color barrier to protect everyone. The sea surface that the ancient temple sank was dripping with blood. The sea of blood dissipated, and everything was lonely. They're dead? Qin Jian marveled. Lin Chen's move was a bit inferior to the flames she controlled. No, it's not over yet. Lin Chen and Qin Miaoer said in unison. In the center of the sea of blood explosion, a round of the Big Dippers. 7 unique arrays appeared, such as 7 lightning bolts, 7 half-moon shaped dark red blood shadows connected together, infiltrating the murderous aura of everyone present. As expected of the man Ling Yueqi liked, he really has some ability, and he can break my bloody sea of slaughter. Otherwise, this hunt will be meaningless. Xiaoqing grinned, but was actually shocked. His blood sea Buddha art is an extremely powerful purple-level top-grade mind technique, which requires collecting the blood of the strong. The more blood condenses, the stronger the power. If it was in his father's hands, this mind method would have the power of a half-orange rank. Every detonation of the Buddha sea of blood represents the consumption of the blood of the powerhouses collected by Xiaoqing, and the price is very high. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen will force himself to detonate the sea of blood as soon as he comes up. If not, he would have been seriously injured by that move Bingsha just now. This is the unique 7 killing formation of the Dark Pavilion. The 7 people have continuous killing intent, and the offensive is like a sea of fury. It is the famous stunt of the Dark Pavilion. It is used by the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion, and it is enough to challenge the more than 70,000 geniuses on the genius list. Not inferior. The fatal disadvantage of the formation is also an advantage. If one person is killed in battle, all of them will die. Qin Juyan solemnly instructed, and Lin Chen raised his hand with ease. The sea of blood has exploded, and they can no longer block the space. You should retreat first. What kind of formation does the Dark Horse Club care about him? Even if a saint comes today, he will have to die. Lin Chen's killing intent was first revealed. If he hadn't used super dimensional teleportation in time, Lin Yueqi would be in danger. For this person, Lin Chen is determined to kill. The girls looked at each other and stepped back. Roar. With no more battle restraints, the severely injured dragon sovereign let out a violent roar of slaughter. The ancient temple has a time limit. You are the last person to come out. It seems that the inheritance of the ancient sage is very likely to be kept in your hands. Killing you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaoqing smiled cruelly, and led the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion to swept towards Lin Chen like a glimpse of a rainbow, and the speed set off a sonic boom. 7 changes. Lin Chen used the 7th level transformation with the initial cultivation level of the 9th level. At this moment, he finally felt the boundary between the peak of the 9th level and the War Emperor of a calamity. Roar. The Dragon Emperor came, and the dragon claws were torn off. Lin Chen drew his sword in an instant, and Zhang Lan Mingyue slashed Xiaoqing with a sword. Clang. Bang. Xiaoqing's 5 fingers congealed into blood claws, and he actually took over the blade of the blue moon. An incomplete holy artifact, ha ha ha, you won't be able to make it for long. Xiaoqing laughed, his blood claws swung wildly, hundreds of bloodstains like an endless blood net imprisoned Lin Chen's retreat. Then try it out. Lin Chen sneered, the blade rotated around the body, cut it horizontally, and slashed with the blade to create the path of the sword technique of mirror. Bright moon. Or the moon of speed, or the rebound of the mirror of attack. The swordsmanship is superb. One after another, it collided with the bloodstains in the sky and smashed together. The battle between the 2 sides intensified. The Dragon Emperor and the 5 clones confronted the other 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. The offense and defense collided. In addition, the strength of the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion is not inferior to Xiaoqing. All of them are at the peak of the calamity, which is seriously inconsistent with their rankings, so that they can now compete with Lin Chen's 5 clones without falling behind. Originally, they were only ranked around 94,000 on the genius list, and their cultivation base was still in the late 9th stage, and their combat power was several grades behind that of Xiaoqing. But now, each of them has a strength that surpasses Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing's strength has broken through to an unprecedented limit. Several realms. Because of the 7 killing formation, all of them's original battle spirits are connected together through the formation method, and temporarily impacting the cultivation base to a new realm is also equivalent to putting life and death on a front. As long as one kills one people, everyone must die. During the sword attack, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. No wonder Xiaoqing is so confident. This is equivalent to having 7 genius lists ranked above 85,000 in joint operations. Xiaoqing's strength is even more than the top 80,000 level, and even the Azure Blue Moon can compete head on. Encountering such a lineup, none of the geniuses in the entire Tsangyue trial would be his opponent. If it weren't for my cultivation base breaking through and my mind plus 13, I'm afraid I would have been suppressed by now. It's a pity that your opponent is my Lin Chen. The ultimate moment. Boom. The breath of Lin Chen and the clone suddenly soared, and the moment the azure brilliance flowed, the movement and offensive instantly reversed. Moon of speed. At this moment, Lin Chen swung a knife again, and Yue Mong slashed and slashed away. Xiao Qing's face changed slightly. How could this offensive suddenly surge so many times? Blood dragon kill. The 10-clawed blood blades were closed and strangled, the blood swept the tail like a savage dragon, and slapped the world-shattering knife at Lin Chen. The claw marks of the blood blade exploded into the sky, and Xiao Qing's expression was a little dignified. Xiao Qing's expression was solemn. The power of the sword moon of speed just now was equivalent to a half-orange combat skill. However, Xiao Qing hadn't recovered yet, and an even more terrifying scene appeared. 1,000 miles to kill. Mirror of speed. 7-star sword gang. The 7th form of Do Huang. The dark arrows are shuttled, flashing, and swept thousands of miles and hundreds of miles. The 5 dragons swept down the emperor's spear angrily. The spear turned into a dragon, roared in the sky, and the spiral sword, shrouded in starlight, turned into a storm of sword energy. Extreme Shadow 1 style, killing flowers. The swift shadow of the flying knife, like a dancing butterfly, seems to be withered and beautiful, but in fact the murderous intention is hidden. The azure blue dragon light is shining brightly, the dragon emperor flaps between the purple phoenix wings, and the dragon tail sweeps and slashes, like a sword opening the world and dividing the stars. The power of each of its moves is so strong that the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion are dismayed, and they have revealed their powerful secret skills to compete with them. 7-star swordsmanship, deadly archery, mirror bright moon, 10. Emperor Do styles, extreme shadow flying knife, the top combat skills of one move are displayed by the 5 clones like a storm, and the offensive is devastating. Madly penetrate the opposite attack. Impossible, how can your people be so strong? Xiao Qing was shocked and lost his voice. Every move was the power of half orange combat skills. There are only a handful of geniuses ranked out of 90,000 in the genius list who possess half-orange combat skills. All of Lin Chen's group possess half-orange combat skills? When did this combat skill, which is close to the orange legend level, start to rot? There are so many things you don't know. Lin Chen and his 5 avatars instantly turned into shadows and sneaked into the void, as if they disappeared in an instant. The breath disappeared, and disappeared like transparency, and there was only one Dragon Emperor left in the audience. This shocked the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. They are masters of killers. They are not the best at frontal combat. Assassination is their strongest method. Want to be better? Tear. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and the offensive took the lead. From behind the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. Sword lights and sword shadows, flying knives flashed, and arrows and spears burst. The host completely triggers the Purple Order passive talent, strong attack. Power bonus, 300%. The host triggers the Purple Order passive talent, tear. Boom. 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 This time, it was all the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion who were repelled. And Xiao Qing was the most seriously injured. He was stabbed by Lin Chen in the back, and any defense was torn apart in an instant, and he was seriously injured by a sneak attack by Lin Chen. The attribute light balls were scattered all over the sky, and Lin Chen had no intention of picking them up. He pressed Xiaoqing on the offensive step by step, and just wanted to kill him first. Why is his combat skill so destructive? Xiaoqing, who was almost killed by a knife, was shocked. It is no accident that Lin Chen's top-level purple-level combat skills can exert the power of half-orange level. The ultimate moment of talent, the power of all exercises, is doubled, and the power of the mind is doubled to 1 + 1. The combat skills displayed by the doubled state of mind are 2 by 2, which actually increases the power of all Lin Chen's combat skills by 4 times. The strength of the mind is +13, so that Lin Chen's overall element attribute value is equivalent to an increase of 240%, which is equivalent to an increase of about 2.5 times the power of combat skills. Finally, most of Lin Chen's combat skills are basically strengthened by +13, which is also a 240% increase in power. The strengthening of the mind, the ultimate moment, the strengthening of the combat skills, and these triple enhancements have created a superposition that is almost against the sky. Lin Chen, who is in the final moment, will use 8.8 times the power of his combat skills, nearly 9 times that of the original unenhanced one. What the fuck is this concept? Equivalent to the combat skills used by Lin Chen at this moment, it is nearly 9 times stronger than himself, who has not strengthened his mental techniques, cultivation techniques, and opened the ultimate moment. The 9 tribulations of creation itself can be continuously strengthened by obtaining 9 elemental attribute values. Lin Chen's mental foundation is better than most of the geniuses on the list, and now it is nearly 9 times stronger. If the full strike talent is triggered, it is close to 12 times. However, the triggering of the strike talent requires hard conditions. But there is no doubt that with a 9-fold increase in normal state, Lin Chen's combat skills will surpass the scope of the purple level cultivation technique. Not to mention reaching the orange rank, but at least it is comparable to the half-orange combat skills. What's even more frightening is that Lin Chen has never used a level 6 charging rune until now. He can go even higher. Tear. The shadow flickered again, and Lin Chen and his clone sneaked into the shadow again. In the past, Lin Chen, just maintaining the state of the innate shadow technique was the limit. This secret technique was extremely concealed, but the speed of consuming battle energy was too fast for Lin Chen to use it in battle for a long time. After absorbing the dark variant crystal fragment, the dark energy skyrocketed by 150 million points, giving Lin Chen a little squandered capital, which he could use in battle for the first time. Slow rune. Taking advantage of Xiaoqing's serious injury, Lin Chen played a 100 million. 0.6 level slow rune, and the gray-white talisman fell from the sky, suppressing the ages, and sealing the void around Xiaoqing. At the moment when the space became sluggish, Lin Chen raised his hand and held the azure blue moon and slashed down, splitting a moon of speed. The moonlight was bright and mighty, and he wanted to cut him in half. Boom. The suffocating suffocation, the killing intent is like a dragon. At the same time that the speed of the 7 killing formation suddenly accelerated, 10,000 gray-white breaths emerged from Xiaoqing's body. Like a tide. This breath not only broke through the shackles of the slow rune, but also caused Xiaoqing to crush Lin Chen's moon of speed with one claws. Lin Chen was surprised. At this time, Xiaoqing's aura became particularly violent and cruel. Damn, I didn't expect that this young master would be forced to use the mysterious 7 evil spirits. This is the trump card that this young master intends to use to impact the ranking of the 70,000th genius list, Lin Chen. You can die as you wish. Xiaoqing's voice was hoarse. At this time, he was wearing a black armor mask, the mask was like a ghost. And the horns were ferocious. The roots of the mask grew like veins and embedded into Xiaoqing's neck, conveying the coercion of atmospheric rupture. At this time, Xiaoqing has become brutal, crazy, bloodthirsty, like a powder keg that will explode at any time. His cultivation level has temporarily broken through to the War Emperor of 3 Tribulations, which is more than 5 times stronger than before. The 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion who were influenced by Xiaoqing because of the 7 killing array also became as crazy and brutal as him. Lin Chen is not afraid of the usual 3 Tribulations Battle Emperor. But the 3 Tribulations Battle Emperor at the genius list level is quite terrifying. Not to mention that there are 6 other people at this time. Wearing this mask requires paying a certain price. Let me see how many cards you have. You have a backer, Lin Chen, more. Lin Chen was overflowing with rage, and while he was laughing with pride, his mind connected the system one after another, and turned on the level 6 rechargeable rune. He held the knife in both hands, the azure blue moon glowed like a blue light. Like a mirror moon hanging in the sky, as if holding the knife and slashing out. Mirror moon edict. Boom. A moonlight flashed out from the blue blade, slashing across the sky. Like the moon in a mirror, it is brighter than all the light in the world, so that the sky is instantly illuminated by the moonlight, reflecting the water and the moon falling like a star river, slashing the sky. Xiaoqing's pupils trembled with fear. This knife, he felt the taste of destruction. The final style of the brand new Mirror Bright Moon was sublimated to the half-orange rank by Lin Chen because of the Ziqing Enlightenment fruit. Lin Chen's half-orange Mirror Moon Edict has blessed the 6th level rechargeable rune and Lin Chen's pure power, exerting more than 15 times the power of the original base, and it was even cut out by the 8th level knife. Weapon. The power of this knife is no longer close to the orange rank field, but the power of genuine orange rank combat skills. Slow rune. When Lin Chen swung the strongest sword, the 5 clones shot 5 6th level slow runes with 50 million rune energy, stunned the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion for a moment. The Dragon Emperor flipped the huge dragon body, the dragon claws flowed sharp. Blue light swung the Wanzai Xuanguang blade angrily, the dragon tail exploded, the blue dragon sword swept away, and tried his best to hold down the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. The 6 heroes who happen to be sealed by the slow rune have to break through the bondage and deal with the Dragon Emperor, unable to take care of Xiaoqing. The 4 shadows. The 5 avatars instantly pulled the flying knives around their waists, and the 4 gold and 1 blue flying knives flickered like remnants of light, reaching the extreme, pointing directly at Xiaoqing. Lin Chen's goal was him from the beginning. The center of the formation is dominated by him. Lin Chen kills others and is not sure whether he can release the formation at any time. Killing him is the safest choice. Bang! Blood thunder sacrifice to heaven. A blood thunder exploded from the top of Xiaoqing's head, and there were 2 different crystal fragments flickering in Xiaoqing's body, 1 water and 1 thunder. Among them, the thunder element shard is Xiaoqing's last card. His father personally helped him to refine it a month ago. The information on the genius List did not register his trump card at all. Lei borrowed the power of the water increased the power of Lei, and the two different crystal fragments were shining brightly. Xiaoqing's hands turned into crystal-like dragon claws and slammed into the sky, crushing all of Lin Chen's attacks. Don't worry, I look up to you very much. I still have expectations for your move. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and the source of the 9 tribulations in his body rapidly decreased. Brush. When the shocking moonlight flashed by the edict of Mirror Moon, 1 turned into 5. Activate the orange level talent, instant light splitting, which consumes 18.5 million talent points. Xiaoqing's eyes almost fell. What kind of secret is this? Even if it is comparable to the power of orange level combat skills, can it be divided into 5 moves? The 5 moonlights fell from the sky, and the blood and thunder smashed into pieces, shaking the sky for hundreds of miles, and a huge amount of shocking waves. The last moonlight still has enough strength to cut through the wind and waves, and welcome Xiaoqing. The 5 flying knives blasted away in an instant, and the 7 killing formation maintained by Xiaoqing was blazing brightly, and another 6 heroes of the dark pavilion appeared beside him. The 6 people, like the most loyal dead men, dared to risk their lives to launch attacks and many defensive exercises, and hard to top Lin Chen's offensive. Bang! 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 Under the attack of Lin Chen, Lu Jia was severely injured in turn, and was crushed to death by the 25% penetration characteristic. Turned into blood powder. Lin Chen frowned. The Qijue formation didn't die together, isn't Xiaoqing committing suicide? Bang! Sure enough, the last Xiaoqing also exploded, setting off blood flowers all over the sky. The strange thing is that all the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion have dropped attribute light balls, but Xiaoqing did not drop any attribute value. This scene immediately attracted Lin Chen's attention. In the hall of the Dark Pavilion, there is a group of powerful figures. They are the top-notch killers in the holy world, and there have been saints who fell in their assassination. What does the pavilion owner think about the fall of this large number of genius lists? The voice was hoarse in the dark. These geniuses are all going to the ancient temple of the Tsangyue secret realm, and it is very likely that they will encounter accidents in the ancient temple. The faint laughter echoed. Pavilion Master, if that unknown junior Lin Chen is a ghost. An old man hesitated. These people are all going to the ancient temple. Although the ancient sage intends to choose successors, it does not mean that he will reduce the difficulty. If there is a big crisis in the ancient temple, Lin Chen, who has appeared out of nowhere, just picks up ready-made products. That's all. Secondly, Qing'er has personally stepped forward to lead the 6 contemporary heroes of the Dark Pavilion to set up a 7-kill formation. The middle-aged male voice was calm. There were a lot of surprises in the hall. It turned out that the young pavilion master came out in person. Or the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion gathered together. According to the entry of the Tsangyue secret realm, no one is really his opponent. But, Pavilion Master, will this move be inappropriate? We have violated the rules within the sect. Even if the young Pavilion Master is invincible and can slaughter all geniuses, but in the end we cannot obtain the inheritance of the ancient sage, the meaning cannot be compared with the loss. Ah! Some elders raised doubts, and the Pavilion Master laughed. It's time to tell you that this Pavilion Master saved the life of Saint Master Xingming 30,000 years ago, and she owed the pavilion master's favor, which has been repaid thousands of years ago. She spent a lot of money to deduce the secret, the ancient sage. The inheritance will fall into the hands of my son this time, and my dark pavilion will become the sect that will occupy the heavenly secrets in the future holy world. Getting the ancient sage's secret technique of cultivating different crystals is the day of the rise of my dark pavilion. Compared with the mere sect rules, what is it? As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Xingming Saint Master, the top saint-level mathematician, her strength is unquestionable. Since ancient times, mathematicians have not been conferred gods, and her background is already one of the top saint-level mathematicians in the holy world. It's almost a surefire fact that she will play the secret pavilion master Xingming. The day of the rise of the dark pavilion is now. The congratulations filled with surprises rose and fell, and the pavilion master smiled confidently as if he was in control of the overall situation. Ha ha ha, all the lords, just wait for my son's triumphant return. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong, even the dark pavilion's treasure, the Xuanma Qisha, has been handed over to him, and he has refined the second heterogeneous crystal fragment for him. The strength of the child is no less than that of the 80,000 geniuses on the genius list, and the location of the 7 killing array is enough to deal with any accident. As for that Lin Chen, he's just a nameless junior who picked up the leak. Nothing to worry about. As soon as the laughter fell, the golden light flickered. Everyone picked up the gold list, and sure enough, as expected by the strong present, Lin Chen's name quickly disappeared in his 92333 ranking position. Before everyone was happy, the ranking of Xiao Qing, who was ranked 84680, also disappeared. Silence. The hall became audible, a dead silence. A suffocating killing intent is brewing crazily silently, accumulating, and bursting out of desire. Then, a golden light shines on the list of geniuses, dignified, and 84,680. People are airborne in an instant, golden light. The genius list is 84,680. Lin Chen. Title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse. Club, the power level has not been determined. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Lin Chen? It turned out that he killed their dark pavilion young pavilion master? How can that be? On the genius list, 6 more names disappeared in a series. It was the 6 heroes of the dark pavilion. They were all ranked around 94,000, at this time, they were all replaced. But see, on the genius list, 6 shining golden names are listed. The 94,150th genius ranking, the true virtuous chief, title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse Clubhouse, the rank of power has not yet been determined. The 94,171st place on the genius list, Zendeju, title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club, the rank of the force has not yet been determined. 94,125 on the genius list, True Desire, title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club, the rank of power has not yet been determined. The genius list is 94,122. True Virtue is Handsome, title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club, the power level has not yet been determined. The 94,120th in the genius list, The True Virtue Show, title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club, the power level has not been determined. Genius ranking 94129, Zendepi, title, None. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club. The rank of the force has not yet been determined. At this moment, all the upper floors of the dark pavilion exploded in situ. It wasn't just the dark pavilion that exploded the pot, there were countless forces and powerhouses who were paying attention to the genius list. Every time there is a change in the ranking of the genius list, the list will float with golden light, attracting the attention of countless powerhouses. And this time, 7 names are shining, which is even more shocking and surprising. Huh? I mean, I read it right, the 7 heroes of the dark pavilion have all fallen? What's the situation? What happened? Isn't the dark pavilion a big killer? Even if you can't kill the target and want to retreat, it's definitely not difficult. Even Xiaoqing, who is the master of the young pavilion, has fallen. Various aristocratic families, many sects, and strong men from all sides have rolled up a new first-layer storm. No, it's not right, you see, someone is on the genius list. It's Lin Chen. A few days ago, he replaced Xiaoqing's ranking. Hey! I am obedient, and the other 6 heroes of the dark pavilion are no exception. Zendacheng, Zendiang, Zendeju, what kind of ghost names are these? Dark Horse Club? What kind of enchanting force is this? 7 geniuses in a row. The holy world has once again set off a big earthquake. This big earthquake, centered on the odd domain, began to spread violently to the 36 domains. At first glance, it seemed that it was not as unexpected as the 30 geniuses at the moment of the last fall, but it was actually more shocking. Because a brand new name, with the most powerful and unexpected gesture, was parachuted into the Holy Realm talent ranking. A sect with no grades, suddenly there are 7 more geniuses on the list of geniuses? The Dark Horse Club was born. My son, Xiaoqing. Lin Chen, the Dark Horse Club. Dare to destroy my dark pavilion plan for 10,000 years, we will never die. Being him, no matter what the background of this kid is, he will surely die. I thought I could witness the rise of the dark pavilion, but I didn't expect to wait for such bad news. Each generation of the 7 heroes of the dark pavilion has to spend a lot of money to cultivate. This Dark Horse Club has such a background, maybe they have obtained the inheritance of the ancient sages and pried out their secrets. Only by obtaining the inheritance secrets of the ancient sages can we make up for our loss. All the saints in the dark pavilion, at this moment, seem to be eyeing Lin Chen. Almost at the same time, they collected Lin Chen's history, information, and background. As a killer force, the Dark Pavilion has an extremely rich intelligence network. There was a burst of laughter from the 8 desolate dragon palace. It's not easy, I thought he was a swindler, but I didn't expect him to be a strong man with real skills. Ha ha ha, just wait and see a good show. You will not be calm during this period of time. More than 30 geniuses have been killed, and the Dark Pavilion has lost the top 7 heroes of the contemporary era. They won't let it go. Being stared at by those lunatics in the Dark Pavilion, unless the power of this child is extremely powerful, it is not that simple. Being stared at by a holy killer is already scary enough, and being stared at by a group of holy killers is afraid of even cultivating no peace. Ice Heart Palace. The 3 elders of the Bingxin Palace stood on the top of the mountain, and their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. This one, Lin Chen, played too much. Even their Bingxin Palace can't protect him. The Dark Pavilion is a 4th grade sect, overwhelming the 3rd grade. If they provoke the Dark Pavilion, the future of their Bingxin Palace will be dark. Because that's a place where killers gather. In the Yin-Yang Palace, a man in a female robe, the master of the Yin-Yang Palace, raised his orchid fingers and frowned. What is the origin of this dark horse club? It's hidden too deep. 7. Geniuses on the list suddenly appeared. This is the foundation of the 4th grade sect and above. Yin Qingyun of my temple was folded into the hands of Lin Chen. Do you really want to seek revenge for that dark horse club? The rules of the holy world are known to everyone. There are no geniuses in the poor, and there are no strong men in the lower ranks. The vast majority of geniuses are almost completely linked to their backgrounds. Lin Chen could kill the young master of the Dark Pavilion, and 6 other geniuses were born. How could this dark horse club be a simple generation? Is there a powerful force behind them? Who will believe it? Palace Master, why should you be afraid of him? Now he has offended many forces, and there is a tiger in the Dark Pavilion ahead. Why don't we put pressure on other forces together? The 2 elders with white eyebrows next to him asked for advice. The hall master flicked his orchid finger, shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Have you ever seen the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion gather and fight together at the same time? The 2 elders looked at each other, expressing doubts. The hall master's tone was solemn. The Tsunyue secret realm is the secret realm of the 2nd and 3rd grade sections. There is a sect of the holy realm that strictly prohibits the entry or interference of forces above the 4th grade, so Lin Chen killed the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion in the Tsunyue secret realm, which means that you have already entered the Tsunyue secret realm. And the Dark Pavilion acted blatantly this time, and broke into the secret realm of Tsunyue, which proves that there are interests they will seek even if they violate the sectarian rules. Jia, it is bound to take out that famous trump card in Chiyu, 7 killing array. The hall master sighed heavily, and the words have come to this point, and the 2 elders have already understood their meaning. Palace Master, what are you worried about is that Lin Chen killed not Xiao Qing in normal state, but the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion in the 7 killing array? The hall master nodded, yes, as soon as the 7 killing array is opened. Life and death share the same fate, and the origin is handed over to each other. With the strength of the contemporary 7 heroes, it is enough to raise the strength of the 7 heroes by 2 to 3 grades. The strength of Shaoqing alone, maybe it is already comparable to the 80,000 Dongfeng Wuji. Let alone the other 6. The 2nd elder trembled. If so, wouldn't it be equivalent to Lin Chen and the others from the Dark Horse Club, who killed a group of geniuses with a strength comparable to more than 80,000 times? 7 geniuses ranked more than 80,000, what kind of power can they cultivate? After weighing it again and again, the Lord of Yin and Yang suddenly waved his hand. Go on the order to deal with Lin Chen, temporarily postpone it, let the elders not act rashly, and those who violate the rules will be dealt with the highest penalty. The gate of absolute God, above the clouds. A cynical young man was lying in the clouds, playing with the gold medal. His brows were red, his eyes were as cold as knives, and a smile of disdain for all beings hung on the corners of his mouth. He put his hands on the golden list and smiled. This is the Lin Chen that Miss by Ruweon mentioned? But how can a piece of garbage on the genius list be compared with me, a group of ordinary people who are still rolling and crawling at the bottom? That's it. My young master can even put his head on the ground with one move, and find a time to sweep away this rubbish. If Sister Ruweon is a candidate for the legendary field in the future, how can she be swayed by this kind of rubbish? The young man threw the golden list from the cloud and spread out a roll of the green crystal list. On the top of the list, 3 big characters seemed to be engraved: the enchanting list. Time returns to the Tsangyu's secret realm before the sacred realm rises again. Lin Chen killed the 6 heroes of the Dark Pavilion in the 7 killing array. According to the principle of the formation, Xiaoqing should also have fallen here. His corpse was suspended not far from Lin Chen at the moment, but it did not drop any attribute light balls. Lin Chen's avatar fell into a state of extreme weakness due to the outbreak of the Juing flying knife 4th form. Lin Chen's arm was injured by the backlash of the azure blue bright moon. The knife marks were all over it, and blood was flowing. When he urged the magic shadow variant crystal fragment in his body, the dark robbery aura was slightly stirred, and he felt it. "It's not dead, come out for me." With a slashing slash, the mirror of attack quickly slashed out like a rotating snowflake, and an afterimage that was lurking and swept in the void was immediately slashed down. The arm was cut off, and the blood was like a column. It was Xiaoqing who was about to escape successfully. Without saying a word, Lin Chen played a slow rune with 90 million rune energy. The moment he suppressed him, he took a dark step at a high speed, and a knife was placed on his neck. How did you find out?" Xiaoqing's eyes were cracked, and Lin Chen sneered, "You are a pampered guy. I already knew that you have a lot of trump cards." With a single hand, Lin Chen snatched the dark shuttle gossip from his waist. It looked like a roulette wheel, but it restrained a bit of dark energy to shrink the space, which could hide people in the shadows and then escape. Void. "No, Lin Chen. Don't kill me, I can share my secret with you. My father is a saint of a generation, he is the master of the Dark Pavilion, and Quan Futongshan, you can satisfy any request you have. You are spared with my life. I can still order the Dark Pavilion to kill your enemy for you." Xiaoqing went from being frightened to begging for mercy, but the killing intent in his heart has not diminished, but he was too frightened by Lin Chen's methods. Even the treasure of the Dark Pavilion, the Xuanmaqisha mask superimposed on the 7 killing arrays, can't beat this guy. This guy is such a monster. In Xiaoqing's opinion, Lin Chen's strength is completely above the 80,000 geniuses list, and the people around him are more than a monster. Almost all of them are not inferior to the more than 85,000 geniuses in the genius list. Even his proud Gorfiend clone could not hide from his eyes. This is a clone that will drain the blood of countless strong men and his own blood essence, which is enough to replace his Xiaoqing's death. This is because Xiaoqing has become the strongest genius in the history of the Dark Pavilion, because he created this clone stunt, and even the death price of the 7 killing array can be replaced by a clone. But even with so many trump cards, he just couldn't shake this Lin Chen. This guy is fucking outrageous. "Oh? Your secret, what secret do you have?" "Kill you, your secret is mine as well." Lin Chen's smile became colder, and with a swipe of the blade, he beheaded him. With a flick of the finger, a ray of fire robbery will burn his body into nothingness, leaving only 2 different crystal fragments. A lot of attribute light balls fell, and this time Lin Chen was able to confirm that this guy is the main body. The Dragon Sovereign wandered around, took away all the attribute light balls of the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion, and opened more than a dozen amethyst treasure chests. In this battle, Lin Chen gained a total of 27 billion points of mid-level fighting spirit essence. There were 3 elemental attributes that soared over 10 million points, and an orange crystal treasure chest dropped by Xiao Qing. The host opens the orange crystal treasure chest and obtains orange rank. One-time talent, God Slayer talent fragment, January 3rd. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he finally got the God Killer fragment again. If he has this talent again, he is qualified to compete with the Holy Land. Lin Chen accepted the acceptance ring of the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. When he erased his spiritual imprint and his spiritual consciousness penetrated into Shaoqing's acceptance ring, his heart jumped. Among the many resources of the young pavilion master, he immediately saw an extraordinary thing, which was carefully packed in a jade box, but it was actually a lavender seed that had broken into 2 halves. It's a broken spirit of luck planting seeds. Lin Chen was shocked. This turned out to be a seed planted by Qi Yunling. Isn't this value comparable to his Qingyao tree? No, the seeds are broken, but there is still a small part of the vitality, unless it is perfectly restored. But I have not recovered the ability to plant seeds by the spirit of luck. Lin Chen regained his senses and frowned. System, can you repair this Qi luck spirit planting seed? Lin Chen couldn't, so he asked the system for help. The system replies to the host, the system does not have the repair function. But the host can try to use the fusion function to fuse with Kaiyunling, planting seeds as the main material, and there is a greater chance of new Kaiyunling planting seeds, provided that a large number of days the material and the medicinal herbs are the basic fusion materials, and there is only one chance. If the fusion fails, other items other than the seeds of the spiritual plant will be fused. A lot of heaven and earth treasures? Lin Chen struggled in his heart, hesitated for a moment, and his mind sneaked into the Taoyuan planting capsule. At this time, the Qingyao tree has bred more than 10,000 kinds of heaven and earth treasures, with different attributes, high branches and leaves, and the remaining ones, Lin Chen has 20,000 7th-order medicinal materials in hand, and 2 8th-order holy materials. Lin Chen scoured all the secrets of the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. Plus Lin Chen's possession, 487th-order high-level medicinal pills, and 245 7th-order top-level medicinal pills. System, all merge. Consumes 85 million Heavenly Dao value, fuses the seeds of bursting Qi luck. Spirit planting with designated medicinal materials and medicinal herbs. Lin Chen held his breath. There is only one chance. If the fusion fails, he will waste more than 200,000 silver coins and medicinal herbs. The fusion is completed, and the host obtains low-grade Qi Yunling planting seeds, Longqing tree seeds. Done. He looks handsome. Luck is so damn good. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed excitedly, and planted the new Longqing tree species into the Taoyuan planting capsule. Different from this situation when planting Qingyao tree species, with the existence of Taoyuan planting capsule, Lin Chen can give Longqing tree species the fastest growth speed and environment. He filled a pot of Tianyi holy water, plus 5 gold Saint Yuan coins, and poured it next to the Longqing tree seed. It is estimated that it will take less than 3 days to enter the growth stage. It is really cool to have a Qi Yin planting capsule. It is worthy of being a treasure that is said to be equivalent to the value of the orange level exercise. It is expected that my Taoyuan planting capsule can hold 2 more Qi luck spirits. Plant. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although the space is very vast now, the Qi Yunlingji at its peak is a real behemoth, rich in resources, and the Taoyuan plant capsule can only support 4 Qi Yunlingji. This thing is too weird, let's seal it up first. Lin Chen put away the Xuanma Qisha mask that he had captured. He could not fully understand this thing. After wearing this thing, Xiaoqing's strength skyrocketed, but his temperament became extremely fierce, and he was insane. He dared not rashly try. With the lesson of the previous shadow egg, Lin Chen sealed the mask with battle aura and placed it in a high-level accept ring. 2 more different crystal fragments were captured, this is the 10th one. Lin Chen accepted 2 different crystal fragments. Consume 10.5 million rune energy to activate level 6 phantom runes. Consuming the rune energy, Lin Chen's 5 clones quickly returned to their original state. The Dragon Emperor swallowed the bodies of the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion, and transformed back into a human form to refine their energy to heal the wounded body, and Lin Chen opened the golden list. Sure enough, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. He just tried to enter the aura of the clone into the golden list to see if this golden list could see through the 1,000 illusions human skin mask. As it turns out, the 1,000 phantom masks are flawless. His clone, the strength is in the same vein as him, but the breath is completely different, equivalent to 5 other brand new geniuses. Even the Dragon Emperor can top the genius list after wearing the 1,000 illusion mask. The Dark Horse Club has been established. Turn to kill the genius list. Lin Chen took out the God of War bracers, and after a little hesitation, let his avatar wear it. The clone wore the God of War bracers, but there was no response. Lin Chen's conjecture in his heart failed, and he was a little helpless. It seems that the bracers of the God of War can only be used by my body. It's a pity. If the clone can be used, it will be a saint with 1 punch. Lin Chen had no doubts about wearing the victory bracers when he was in the ancient temple. That punch would definitely have the possibility of slaughtering the saint. Just 1 punch, and you have to die. It is also planned to transfer this cost to the clone, which does not seem realistic at present. Lin Chen cupped his fists at the ancient temple, and walked away. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen and the girls converged in the Xingqing Mountains. You and your people are really monsters. Even the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion have been killed. Qin Juyan couldn't help but marvel at the meeting. She was always concerned about the changes in the talent list, and Lin Chen's changes immediately caught her attention. The Dark Pavilion is an unusual force, and I hope young Master Lin Chen is careful. Qin Miaoer, whose injuries were not healed, instructed Lin Chen. He nodded and smiled and said, "It's okay, soldiers will come to block, and water will come to cover." Boom. At this time, the group of people turned a spiral storm-like space beam above their heads, condensed freely, and exploded space suction. This is, the time limit has come. It looks like we are going to part, Mr. Lin Chen, goodbye. Sister Qin Miaoer said goodbye, and the space beam took them away. Then, Lin Chen brought the clone and the Dragon Emperor into his body, and was transported into the space channel together with Sister Su Lan and Ling Yueqi. Bingxin Palace, Tianshuang Mountains. The lord of the Bingxin Palace is graceful and slender, wearing a snow robe that is icy, with a majesty like the Queen of Icebergs between his eyebrows. Everyone in the Dark Pavilion, I don't know why you came to my Bingxin Palace in person today. What are you doing? The palace master scolded coldly. Bing Xian Gong hummed to activate the palace protection formation, and all alerts were raised to the highest level. A war of saints is enough to destroy a world. If there is a war here, it will be detrimental to the entire Bingxin Palace. All the disciples of the Bingxin Palace who were still in the palace were frightened. What kind of sacredness did they come to, and the Palace Master actually came forward in person. The space channel, the beam of light stopped, and Lin Chen and his party returned to the Bingxin Palace at high speed. Lin Chen, who was holding 2 different crystal fragments, fell into silence. If I refine this 2 different crystal fragments, my strength will soar by 2 grades, but I always have a bad feeling. Lin Chen's hunch comes from the ranking of the genius list. He has killed too many people. Killing so many geniuses at once, no one can guarantee whether he has been targeted by saints in the outside world. If the sage knocks on the door, his means to fight against the sage are extremely limited, and there is only one high-level blue-level nirvana, sky. Cloudy ice eclipse. Lin Chen turned on the system. Tian Dao Genus Picking System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Early Stage 9-Layer Battle Emperor Realm Intermediate Battle. Chi Essence, 1,219.5 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 19.99 million Dragon Power Intermediate Blood Energy. 847.1 billion points. Intermediate Spiritual Power, 106 million points. Intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 2.5 billion points Intermediate. Rune Energy, 3.7 billion points. Primary Heavenly Dao Value, 1.5 billion points. Primary Talent Points, 2.1 billion points. Blank Attribute, 0 points. Strengthening Point, 48,900 points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 178.5 million, Earth 139.11 million, Wood 123.66 million, Gold 191.52 million, Water 94.4 million, Thunder 28.8 million. Wind 168.09 million, Light 15.2 million, Dark System 166 million points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Open or Not, Nirvana Bar, Open or Not. Active Talents, Blue Rank, Omen of Stealing, Blue Rank, Deadly Bloodthirsty. Purple Rank, Ultradimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank, Ultimate Moment. Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank, King of the World, 24 Heaven. Quasi-Orange, Life and Death, Orange, Instantaneous Shadow Splitting. Orange One Time, God Killer Fragment, January 3rd. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not, Talent Combination Skills, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Superdimensional Teleportation, Reigning the World. Desperate Life and Death. System, I want to decompose the water-based heterogeneous crystal fragments. After weighing it again and again, Lin Chen first decomposed the water type. Heterocrystalline fragments. Consumes 11.5 million Heavenly Dao points, decomposes the dissimilar crystal fragments, and obtains special attribute values, 8 million points of Holy Wave. And Clear Water, 4 million points of Holy Wave and Clear Water attribute value. Plus 50 million Heavenly Dao value can make blue-level intermediate Nirvana. Bihai Chaoxing, the power can kill any battle emperor in seconds, and it also has an effect on the first layer of the Holy Realm. Lin Chen chose to make 2 Nirvanas in the blue-level Bihai Chaoxing, which consumes all special attribute values and 100 million Heavenly Dao. Ice will work wonders. Another hand in life-saving ace. He is not in a hurry to absorb that thunder element shard. Although he lacks lightning element energy at the moment, he has now determined that decomposing the variant crystal shard will allow him to obtain special attribute values and make Nirvana. By the way, upgrade talent. How could I forget about this? Lin Chen patted his thigh and immediately opened the talent bar. Most of his talents are upgradable. Consumes 11 million primary Heavenly Dao points, 39 million primary talent points, upgrade talent, omen of theft, advance to purple rank, omen of divine robbery. The host does not need to touch the stealing object to activate it, it needs to be within a 10-mile range. And, all creatures whose cultivation base is higher than the host can start stealing attribute values. Consume 34 million primary Heavenly Dao points, 99 million primary talent points, upgrade talent, lethal bloodthirsty, purple level talent, lethal bloodthirsty. You can get 40-60% of the healing effect from the actual damage. Consume 40 million primary Heavenly Dao points, 130 million primary talent points, upgrade talent, limit return, advance to purple level advanced talent. Limit return is based on the original recovery of fighting spirit, mental power, and weak flesh, etc. The healing effect consumes talent points, depending on the host's condition. Note, the treatment effect is limited. If the host is seriously injured, such as heart rupture, or the source of battle energy is broken, it is beyond the scope of treatment. Consume 70 million primary Heavenly Dao points, 200 million primary talent points, upgrade talent, King's Landing, advance to purple rank advanced talent. The cooling time of King's Landing talent is greatly reduced, and the proportion of accumulated energy is increased. Consumption of 100 million primary Heavenly Dao points, 370 million primary talent points, upgrade talent, ultimate moment, advance to the top talent of the purple rank, effect. To activate the ultimate moment, a minimum of 10 million talent points is required, and the power of the exercises will be doubled. However, a temporary increase in pure power and spiritual power can be obtained. Upgrading the desperate life and death talent failed, the talent level is high, and the system cannot upgrade this talent at this stage. In the end, after consuming 255 million primary Heavenly Dao points and 468 million primary talent points, Lin Chen's talent status has been improved in all aspects. The ultimate return can restore the injury, the cooling time of King's Landing is reduced, the deadly bloodthirsty recovery effect is increased, and the final moment can also increase the temporary increase of pure strength and spiritual power. It's not too cool. Lin Chen was excited, and suddenly, new doubts emerged in his heart. System, although my mental method is plus 13 right now, if I change my mental method in the future, will the enhancement level be invalidated? Isn't all my accumulation in vain? The system answers the host, if the host changes other mental methods, the enhancement level cannot be inherited. However, if the host changes the advanced mental method, such as 9 tribulations of creation is replaced by Tai Futian art, then all the strengthening foundation and attribute values will be blessed in the advanced mental method. Hiss. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The system's answer can be said to have reassured Lin Chen. If you practice the advanced mental method, the enhancement level of the mental method will not be inherited, and the enhancement effect that can be enhanced will become the basis of the mental method and integrated into the new advanced mental method. For example, if Lin Chen holds 1 billion element attribute value, plus 13, mentality will increase by 240%, which is 1 billion plus 1 billion times 240% equals 3.4 billion element attribute value. These 3.4 billion element attribute values will form the basic and transfer to the advanced mental method, and then the advanced mental method can continue to absorb the element attribute value improvement and can start to strengthen from zero again. In short, the higher the element attribute value that Lin Chen has, accumulated, the later the time to replace the advanced mental method, the stronger his mental method foundation will be. At that time, with the same orange level mentality, perhaps at the same level, Lin Chen will shake off most of the orange level mentality. This is still not counting the increase brought by the strengthening effect. The extremely strong basic attribute value enhances the foundation of the orange level mentality, and after the strengthening, the increase will be even more insane. The fragments of Tai Fu Tianju are divided into 5 volumes. I only have 2 volumes at hand, and at least 3 volumes are required to practice. The only person I know of who may be missing is the dean's friend who was imprisoned in the holy prison. It's all holy realm, I don't want to go in yet. It seems that if you want to change your mind, you must at least set foot in the holy realm. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Thinking that it would take some time to change his mind, Lin Chen sighed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. He has many trump cards such as runes, talents, nirvanas, enhancements, etc. Even if there is no orange level mentality for the time being, he can still compete with all kinds of geniuses. What's more, he has even obtained the permanent orange rank talent he has always dreamed of, and it is no longer an illusory idea to reach the top ranking of the genius list or even the enchanting list, but a real and practical way to go. Hurry up to get more training resources, and it is fundamental to become stronger. Lin Chen watered more Tiani holy water on the Longqing tree and Qingyao tree in the Taoyuan planting capsule. Tianshuang Mountains, the atmosphere is dignified. The palace master of Bingxin Palace came out in person, and the breath of the 3 great elders wandered among the Tianshuang Mountains, and the atmosphere seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Hey, Xuan Nizi, you can't keep that kid. We only want that Lin Chen. If you insist on protecting him, the Bingxin Palace will be reduced from a 3rd rank sect to a 2nd rank sect, or even destroyed. 2 phantoms twisted in the darkness, and said with a sinister smile. Palace Lord Dai frowned, she did not doubt the strength of the other party. There are a large number of top killers in the Dark Pavilion. If the high level of the Dark Pavilion orders the killers to target the Bingxin Palace for a long time, just continuing to assassinate the true disciples in her palace is enough to destroy one of the foundations of the Bingxin Palace. But she is not easy to mess with. She is very aware of Lin Chen's potential and the other party's purpose. Ling Yueqi and Lin Chen have established a relationship. Lin Chen's potential is worth her risky gamble. The 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion of the 4th rank sect entered the secret realm of the 3rd rank sect. The actions of the Dark Pavilion are really not flattering. Today, I am in charge. Unless you let your ancestors of the Dark Pavilion come in person, you are not qualified to take any one person. The palace lord's attitude was tough, and the atmosphere on both sides suddenly became tense. At this moment, a space beam descended on Bingxin Palace, and 4 figures arrived in the Tianshuang Mountains. Lin Chen is back. He walks in the air, the 3 daughters are like the stars and the moon set off him, and the eyes are like the sun and the moon hanging upside down, deep and bright. Boom. The trend of the wind and cloud is like the sword pointing directly at the main hall of Bingxin Palace. Pairs of eyes from saints were projected onto the silver-robed boy. He was calm, with a cynical and confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Under the pressure of the saint's gaze, he did not waver at all. This son is Lin Chen? It's very possible. The Tsungyuan mystery realm is closed, and the space Teleportation will return the people back to the original path. Among the younger generation of the Bingxin Palace who were teleported back earlier, none of them can remain calm under our eyes. The two saints in the dark pavilion spied secretly, and before they spoke, a voice full of rage resounded through the Bingxin Palace and flew in the air. Lin Chen, did you kill Tianxia and Qingming, and you brought a holy place for my Bingxin Palace? I think you deliberately wanted to harm my Bingxin Palace. Today, this old man will first capture you, you little bastard. It's Ji Qingming's master, Elder Gu Lin. It was difficult for him to accept this fact at first. Gu Tianxia was his nephew and Ji Qingming was his apprentice. He knew the strengths of the two of them very well. Even if they were not Lin Chen's opponents, it would be easy to escape, but he didn't expect both of them to fall. It was not until he saw Lin Chen ascending the name of the young master of the dark pavilion that he realized that this kid Lin Chen was very likely to be a pig and a tiger. Unexpectedly, someone Lin plucked out his ears, which can be described as an understatement, and smiled nonchalantly. I'm sorry, the people who killed the genius list have been killed a bit smoothly recently, and I forgot whether they were killed. Silence. Deathly silence. When the disciples in the entire Bingxin Palace heard this, they were completely stunned, their scalps tingling. The people who killed the genius list were killed a little smoothly? Simply insane. Is this fucking human? That is a top genius that even a saint may not be able to cultivate. Ji Qingming's strength is seen by all Bingxin Palace disciples. At a young age, he has the strength to compete with the ordinary Second Tribulation War Emperor. The more two big realms fight, this is only the level of genius list. What does it mean to kill a person at the top of the pyramid in the real holy world? With hundreds of millions of arrogances? This is not really killing chickens. What is smooth grass? How do you let those of us who look up to the genius list live? Even the unspoken dark pavilion Xuanxing couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He's so fucking arrogant, this little bastard. You wanna die? Gu Lin's eyes were cracked, and he rushed over in anger. Tear. The space was torn apart, blocking Lin Chen's side. A snow robe fluttered, and the frosty and glamorous beautiful woman stepped in the air too. Lin Chen's side, overlooking Elder Gu Lin. Elder, little friend Lin Chen is a VIP in my palace, you are not qualified to touch him. Ling Yueqi stood up again and warned Ling Xiao. Elder Gu Lin, during the Sanyue trial, Ji Qingming and his cousins Ji Wutian, Gu Tianxia and others launched an attack on me, threatening me to eat it. Yinyang Gu wants to murder fellow sect. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the elders of Bingxin Palace and even the palace master changed greatly. Murdering a colleague is a serious crime, not to mention the special true biography of Ling Yueqi, who shoulders the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Bingxin Palace. This alone is enough to kill Ji Qingming. Brush. A barrier of ice light enveloped Elder Gu Lin, and the palace lord personally took action to seal his cultivation base, and said in a cold tone, Elder Gu, your relationship with Gu Tianxia is not ordinary, and this palace now suspects that you have something to do with this matter. Now that this has happened, you may have to explain it well. Elder Gu Lin's face paled. Boom. At this time, the pressure on the protective energy shield of Bingxin Palace increased sharply, and it was two dark pavilion saints who took action. Above the 10,000 feet in the sky, two black-robed figures appeared in the air, questioning in a cold tone. You are Lin Chen, right? There is a price to pay for killing people. Now you follow me back to the dark pavilion to hand over the inheritance of the ancient sage. This is your only chance to survive. Shuangxing questioned, and the palace master of Bingxin Palace secretly transmitted a voice to Lin Chen. Little guy, the dark pavilion violated the sex regulations, and their top power was involved in a large part. Today, there are only 2 holy realms. This palace believes in your relationship with Yueqi. I will not force you to join the Bingxin Palace. But if you choose Bingxin Palace today, I will do my best to keep you safe. The voice transmission of the palace master seemed to be expected by the other party, and another dark pavilion holy state said indifferently, don't think that we are the only ones here today. We have informed the other sects, then you will only end up being chased and killed by the group of saints. Come to me to hand over the inheritance, it is your only possibility. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, I am so handsome that the dark pavilion wants to invite me to dinner. If I kill it, I will kill it. How can there be so much nonsense? After that, a roar resounded through the Tianshuang mountains. Little Lin Chen, return my grandson's life. Damn, dare to kill my disciple. The old man wants to see what kind of ability you have. The roar of killing intent was fierce, the glaciers were rolling, the waves of fire were raging, thousands of visions appeared from the south and north of the mountain range, and the holy light illuminated the sky. A red-browed ancestor was on fire every step of the way, and the white-robed old man glowed with splendor and holy might, coming on the ice and snowstorm like a hurricane. The expressions of the disciples of Bingxin Palace changed slightly, and there were 2 more saints. Lin Chen suddenly drank coldly. Go away and wait in line. Damn, there are many holy places to seek revenge. For Lao Tzu. You 2 are so old. Hearing this, all the elders and disciples of Bingxin Palace twitched wildly at the corners of their mouths. 2 saints are looking for you in a battle royal realm to seek revenge and return the motherfucker to line up. How much trouble did you cause? This Lin Chen is so crazy. However, almost everyone's doubts have been dispelled. Perhaps the 30 geniuses who fell on the genius list that day, he did it himself, with his strength to kill the 7 heroes of the dark pavilion. Lin Chen looked directly at the 2 saints of the dark pavilion, and stepped out in one step. He actually grabbed the palace lord's snow-white soft weed and pulled her behind him, domineering sideways. Men's business, it's not time for women to intervene. The palace lord looked at the young man's profile in astonishment, his brows showed domineering, overlooking all living beings, and the young man's childish profile was full of madness to challenge the world, as if she saw a first love figure that disappeared in the long river of memory. I saw that Lin Chen stepped out of the vortex of dark robbery in one step, and rushed out of the protective energy shield of the Bingxin Palace. At this moment, the top level of Bingxin Palace was shocked. He pointed to the 4 saints in the void around him, and laughed wildly. When people in my Dark Horse Club fight, I never ask the number of people and their cultivation base. They only ask about the time, place, and life and death, and if they don't accept it, they will do it. I will give you all the fuck, and I will give you absolute fairness. All of you. As soon as these words came out, all the elders and disciples of Bingxin Palace were shocked. One emperor picks 4 saints. Countless elders and disciples once suspected that they had heard it wrong. The battle emperor provokes the saint, it is called the old birthday star. Hanged, and the life is too long. A veteran of the 5 tribulations battle emperor like Elder Gu Lin has no possibility of resisting in front of the palace master, who is the Holy Land. It can be seen that there is a shocking gap between the Holy Realm and the Imperial Realm. Little friend Lin Chen, no. The master of Bingxin Palace wanted to go to Lin Chen's side, but was pulled by Ling Yueqi. Palace master, trust him. He will never act recklessly. If we insist on going up, won't we live up to his will? Ling Yueqi smiled sweetly, and the palace master couldn't help but stare blankly. This was the first time she saw Ling Yueqi smiling. Ha ha ha, it's interesting, it's really interesting. How many years have passed? I haven't seen such an arrogant young man. Even the geniuses at the top of the genius list have to bow their heads obediently in front of saints. What are you, kid? The two saints in the dark pavilion laughed in anger, as if they saw the ants shouting at the giant dragon, and they still tried to pick four. Stop talking nonsense, my ancestor. I will first abolish this kid's legs, and let him pay the price for my dead grandson. The ancestors of the red eyebrows shouted angrily, and thousands of red flame tornadoes rolled up in the surrounding void. With a slamming 5 fingers, they condensed into a huge flame palm of 10 acres and collapsed under the town. As soon as the sage made a move, it was like the wrath of the sky, and the destructive power brewed by the huge flame palm made every disciple in the Bingxin Palace feel desperate. It's really ruthless, but today, let the 4 saints retreat together, Bihai Chaosheng. The host has activated the blue-level intermediate nirvana, Bihai Chaosheng, and has locked 4 people who are hostile to the host. Lin Chen suddenly launched his nirvana, and from the 10,000 feet of space in front of him, there was no sign of a swipe of water, and the water filled the sky and mountains, and the void rolled up 10,000 waves, and the extraordinary and profound power was pushed away. The waves pushed the sky across the sky, smashed the 4 saints from all directions, and swallowed the huge flame palm alive, making the 4 saints invariably surprised. It's no wonder he's so arrogant, but this kind of attack can't stop me from waiting. The 2 saints of the dark pavilion sneered, their bodies flashed. They are Holy Realm killers, their movement skills and hidden aura are their supreme domains, and they are planning to attack Lin Chen back and forth. The host consumes 3 billion rune energy to activate the slow rune. Boom. At this moment, the sun and the moon are sinking, the sky and the earth have no light, and a mighty and domineering gray-white talisman falls from the sky, suppressing the ages, and the universe is blocked. The 10,000 zhang. Space has become extremely frozen and slow. The figure of the 4 saints paused, and the 2 saints of the dark pavilion finally showed a shocked expression. What trick is this? Can the War Emperor seal the space? No, my holy energy has also slowed down. Before waiting for the 4 saints to be horrified, the turbulent blue sea tides instantly drowned the 4 saints, and the huge destructive impact smashed into their holy bodies. But this alone is not enough to threaten the 4 saints. Almost at the moment when the blue sea tide drowned the 4 sages, the cold air between the heavens and the earth seemed to freeze and freeze everything. The host activates the blue-level advanced nirvana, Tianyin frozen storm. With a snort, the goose feather ice flowers fluttered in the sky, and a beam of icy cold and evil light burst into the space above the 4 saints' heads. And it suddenly shone down. All the disciples and elders of Bingxin Palace were filled with terror and shock. What their Bing-Xian Palace cultivates is the ice element heart technique, which can be regarded as the type that is least afraid of cold in the same level. But at this time, the suffocating cold air lingering on the heads of the 4 Saints made them smell a chill that freezes all things. It represents fear and penetrates into the depths of the brain. This is still under the premise of the protection of the palace energy cover. If not, this cold energy alone can make countless disciples freeze into ice. Sculptures. He actually has this hand? This is the ultimate ice demon power, which is enough to threaten the initial stage of the second-level holy realm. This child has infinite background. It is as strong as the 3 supreme elders of the holy realm who are also shocked and lost their voices in the void. The ice storm beam suddenly penetrated the 4 saints, locking all their breaths, and it is impossible to avoid it. Boom. Boom. Bang. The sky is cold and the ground is cracking, the water is flooding the mountains, the ice is shaking the sky, and the sky is overcast. The terrifying explosion of ice and water energy sets off a wave of destruction. Countless attribute light balls rolled out like a wave, almost hundreds of thousands. Some attribute light balls fell near Lin Chen like raindrops, and he kept collecting them. The host has obtained 4.5 billion points of intermediate combat chi essence, 3.8 billion points of intermediate combat chi essence, 29.5 million points of intermediate fire energy, 1 billion points of intermediate chi and blood energy, 98.5 million points of kung fu essence, 49.55 million points of primary talent, 35 million primary Heavenly Dao points, 3.3 billion battle spirit essence, 17,866 enhancement points, 18,440 blank attributes. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the mid-9th level. Cultivation. The moment these attribute light balls were taken away by Lin Chen, he saw his eyes light up. In a blink of an eye, he has gained more than 800 billion points of the essence of the mid-level battle chi. Such a perverted breakthrough speed made Lin Chen uncontrollably ecstatic, laughing wildly in the sky. Ha ha ha, it's cool, it's really fun. It's fucking cool to play in the holy land. The entire Bingxin palace felt their scalp tingle when they heard Lin Chen's wild laughter. Crazy, must be crazy. They have never seen a battle emperor who can fight against the holy realm. This is simply against common sense. The most important thing is that the 4 saints were held back by Lin Chen's slow rune in an instant. Because of an accident, no one expected a war emperor boy to freeze the void, let alone to freeze their war spirit. This is completely subverting common sense. As a result, the 4 sages had no defense, and took the 2 great nirvanas from the front, and were injured because of this. If it is normal, they can defend even if they can't avoid their nirvana. Bihai Chaoxing superimposes Tianyin ice storm, 1 water and 1 ice. The power is double superimposed, coupled with the momentary restraint obtained by the slow rune, resulting in a super attack effect of a chain reaction. Enough, Amir Jr., dare to be so arrogant. If I don't kill you, this old man will not be holy. Dead. The old man must kill you. The angry roar of the 4 saints came angrily, the holy energy surged, and the infinite holy might came out of its sheath like a sword, slashing into the sky, and the 4 saints broke through the shackles of the slow rune. Bang! At the moment of breaking through the bondage, the 4 saints joined forces and defeated 2 nirvanas from various offensives. The 4 saints showed a slightly embarrassed appearance, with torn clothes, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, cold air entering their bodies, and their faces slightly pale. Countless disciples took a deep breath. The 4 saints were actually injured? Staring at Lin Chen's back with almost worship and fanatic eyes, At this moment, it is not an exaggeration to call it witnessing history. The battle emperor wounded the opponent against the Holy Realm. Looking at the countless epics in the history of the Holy Realm, only those enchanting saints who almost violated the way of heaven can do it. However, Lin Chen also did it. Although he is on the list of geniuses, he is even better than the list of evildoers. And the most terrifying thing is that he still has the upper hand in 12. And 4. God descends to earth, one emperor fights 4 saints. Boom. At this moment, the top of Lin Chen's head reflected the brilliant golden light, and the genius list rose. The genius list is 84,680, Lin Chen, affiliation, Dark Horse Club, the sect. Grade is undetermined, cultivation base, mid-level 9, title, God descended to the world. Title, God descends to earth. In addition to the named disciples, Bingxin Palace has a scroll of gold medals. The golden list is made by a Holy Realm power. It uses very special information and will directly obtain the most intuitive influence on people. The titles of all the geniuses on the genius list are not artificially chosen, but depend on the first impression of the powerhouse holding the gold list. Only when more than 1,000 powerhouses have a highly unified and recognized impression of the genius get a title, such as Bingtong Lanrua Xue, Bihai Ichi, Xue Tianso, Xingchen Extreme, Sword Ji Qingming. The above titles are all taken from the first impressions of the genius by a large number of strong people who hold the gold list. And the impression that shakes the soul cannot be faked, which ensures the absolute fairness of the title. And Lin Chen's title is, God descends to earth. Only these 4 words can represent the mood of the entire Bingxin Palace at this moment. One emperor fights 4 saints, and it is still 4 holy realms who fall into the disadvantaged. Isn't this what the gods are descending from? This son, how strong is he? The world-shattering evildoer, this must be a world-shattering evildoer. My Bingxin Palace must do my best to protect him. This is our only chance to rise. The 3 supreme elders of Bingxin Palace were both shocked and excited, and they were right. Lin Chen is really a world-shattering evildoer. If those holy prison criminals died at his hands, the Holy Realm elders would no longer have any doubts. The palace lord's eyes were flowing with complicated blue waves, and he murmured softly, this son will definitely disturb the situation in the strange realm, and even the 36 realms, and the balance formed by those top monsters may be broken. Don't worry, if you suffer, come to the second round. Lin Chen laughed domineeringly, like the overlord who controls the situation. In his laughter, his fanatical fighting spirit is beyond words. Boom. Accompanied by wild laughter, it was Bihai Jingtao who locked the 4 sages, and the Wanzhong Jingtao appeared again. Lin Chen launched the second Blue Sea Chaoxing. The 4 saints frowned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn, does this kid still exist? With such a perverted killer move, how could he still activate it twice in a row? The most important thing is, watching his breath, it seems that there is no price to pay at all. Hurry up, I can't take him today. Go back to accumulate strength, please move the ancestors, damn, how can this kid be so strong? This saint doesn't believe that he can hide for a lifetime, go. The eyes of the 4 saints met, and with the wisdom of the saints, they suddenly understood that it was almost impossible to take Lin Chen away with the current situation. With Bingxin Palace on the side, the 4 of them were injured, and this son showed such a monster-like strength against the sky, Bingxin Palace will definitely protect him. In this case, they can't take Lin Chen away. They originally thought that the 4 saints gathered together, the 3 saints delayed the Bingxin palace, but one saint easily won Lin Chen. But I didn't expect that this kid would actually do it. No one would have expected that an ant-like battle emperor would have such great power. The 4 sages deployed their holy power defense and forcibly took over the Bihai Chaosheng. Seeing that they had no will to fight, Lin Chen took a dark step and rushed towards the 4 saints. Countless people were stunned. Facing 4 holy realms, a battle emperor dared to take the initiative to rush over? Lin Chen's active attack further confirmed the conjecture in the hearts of the 4 sages. This son still has a whole card. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly froze, looking directly at the 4 saints. Consumed 138 million primary talent points, has cast the purple level talent. And the omen of theft on 4 targets, stealing and obtaining 100 million points of intermediate water energy, 20 gold saint coins, 300 million points of intermediate exercise essence, 100 million points. Click on the intermediate fire energy. Brush. 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 The moment Lin Chen succeeded in launching his talent, the 4 saints tore apart the space, fled into the endless void, and immediately fled away. Everyone stared blankly at the suddenly empty sky, the setting sun reflected the back of the silver-robed boy, looking so handsome and radiant, like an immortal descending to the world, and not having a look of arrogance. A god. Man who fought the 4 sages alone. In the eyes of countless people, someone like Lin, who looks like a god, looks handsome and high-spirited, but in fact, he panicked a lot, and he was relieved. Damn, I finally ran away. If they insist on fighting, I don't have a second storm. At least half of Lin Chen's nirvana in the second round was bluffing. He has not had a second Tianyin and Ice Storm, and he can't play a slow rune with 3 billion points of intermediate rune energy. Bihai Chaosheng alone cannot stop the 4 saints from attacking just now. Even if one of the 4 opponents still has a little desire to attack, he will reveal his details. It's just that he didn't need to pay any price for his nirvana, which made the 4 sages cast his arms against him, and Lin Chen took the initiative to kill him, making the 4 sages think that he was relying on him. Looking at the general situation, they instantly analyzed the situation. Today it is difficult to take away Lin Chen's results. Come and go quickly. Most of the holy realms are old monsters. When they want to do something with a very small chance of success and a huge price, most of them will choose to retreat. Although Lin Chen still has a thunder-type heterocrystal fragment that can decompose special attribute values, he will never use it unless it is a last resort. Without saying a word, Lin Chen released the Dragon Emperor and collected the attribute light balls scattered in the void. In the end, Xiaozhi stopped at the peak of the mid-9th layer, Tiandao value and talent points, and gained more than 400 million points. Although the rune energy has been harvested a lot, because the strongest level 6 slowness rune in history has been activated, there are only 600 million points left. The attribute values of the fire element, dark element, lightning element, water element, and the 4 intermediate elements have skyrocketed by 150 million points. The water and fire elements also got an additional 100 million points. The mid-level chi and blood energy has skyrocketed by more than 100 billion points, but the pure power has not yet broken through, and it is obviously stuck in a huge bottleneck. This is the attribute light ball dropped by hurting the Holy Land without any side effects. It is so abnormal. The growth of the element attribute value alone is comparable to Lin Chen. Refining 4 top-notch heteromorphic fragments. It is rude to say, Lin Chen has more than doubled his combat power after this battle. This growth rate is too terrifying. If one day I can destroy a saint with the strength of the Emperor, the attribute light ball I will harvest will be so terrifying. Lin Chen fantasized in his heart, but he could only think about it. If he didn't have the nirvana, he wouldn't even have the qualification to stand in front of the holy realm. The battle emperor and the saint, the level of life can be described as the difference between cloud and mud. Little friend Lin Chen, are you all right? The palace lord stepped into the air, and looked at the young man with a pair of wonderful eyes, with a slightly complicated look. Hey, it's okay, handsome people have hard lives. Lin Chen smiled casually, and Sister Su Lan asked worriedly. Squad leader, this is not the way to go. There may be more forces to deal with you in the future. It's the quartet conference right now. Why don't the squad leaders simply participate in the conference? The Sifang conference is jointly held by the high-end sects of Chiyu. If you participate in the conference, those holy places will not dare to trouble you. For the time being. If it is another strong man, he may not dare to touch Lin Chen, because there is a dark horse club behind him. But Sister Su Lan is someone who knows the details of Lin Chen. The dark horse club is completely fabricated by Lin Chen. If he really encounters a strong person in the holy realm, Lin Chen has to go out in person. Not a saint. Especially Lin Chen offended the Dark Pavilion. Just imagine being targeted by a holy realm killer, such a taste. I am afraid that even the strong people who are holy realms have to be vigilant at all times, let alone Lin Chen. Moreover, the failure of the 4 sages to return this time is mainly because the top officials of the Dark Pavilion went to the headquarters of the Dark Pavilion to be held accountable after violating the sectarian rules, so some powerful holy places could not leave. But the next time I see the powerhouses of the Dark Pavilion, it may not be as simple as 4 saints participating in the Sifang conference. At least the Dark Pavilion will not move Lin Chen. If you do it at the Sifang conference, it will provoke all the jointly organized sections. The Dark Pavilion does not have the foundation to challenge all the forces. The quartet conference is indeed going to participate. Maybe you will meet people from class 66 there. Ling Yueqi smiled like a flower, and her beautiful lips evoked a sweet arc, as if thinking of the past of this naughty student in front of her. Oh? Everyone will also go to the quartet conference? It's interesting, so how can I be absent? Lin Chen's fighting spirit was high, and the palace lord shook his head and laughed. He lifted his hand slightly, and took out a roll of the list. If you participate in the quartet conference with your strength, you will definitely be able to achieve something. This is the top 100 prizes, and each of them is a boutique. The palace master handed the list to Lin Chen, and he flipped through it out of curiosity. The top 100 prizes included 8th order holy or half orange level exercises, purple level top level alchemy fingerprints, and even quasi 8th order medicinal pills, which were full of temptation. However, when Lin Chen saw the name of a volume of exercises that ranked 47th, he was stunned in place. The Shura family's secret method, Sura Jiuhuang transformation, the entire training method from 1 transformation to 8 transformations, is missing. The 9th chapter? Lin Chen was stunned. There is actually the 8th chapter of Shura Jiuhuang. Change in the quartet conference? It seems that it is necessary to participate in this event. As it happens, my strength is not enough to compete head-on against the Holy Realm. If I can delay it for a day, I will buy a day of cultivation time. Lin Chen knew the power of Shura Jiuhuang transformation. After the fifth transformation, the increase brought by each transformation was extremely terrifying. The increase in the seventh transformation was almost comparable to the power of 2/3 of the sum of the previous 6 transformations. If he obtains the 8th transformation, even if Lin Chen uses this secret technique in the Holy Land, he will not be eliminated. On the contrary, he will still become a powerful trump card. Now that it's decided, it's not too late, we'll set off immediately. The palace lord waved his hand, and an old woman in the Holy Realm appeared with a beautiful figure. The beautiful woman has long hair like a waterfall, and is quiet and elegant. Lin Chen has seen this woman before, and she is one of the messengers who came to the world to recruit her on behalf of the Bingxin Palace. Young Master Lin Chen, stay safe. The beauty bowed her head, and Lin Chen nodded and smiled. I already understand the reason. Thank you for taking Sister Yueqi to Bingxin Palace to treat her injuries. I will never forget this kindness. Hearing this, the old woman and the palace master were delighted, and it would be great to have a good relationship with Lin Chen. Ling Yueqi, whose cultivation base was abolished by the pseudo-god family in the past, was seriously injured. Lin Chen was incapable of returning to the sky, barely able to save Ling Yueqi's life, but unable to restore her cultivation base. It was this woman who took away her and sister, Su Lan, to have Ling Yueqi. Today, no matter what, this is a kindness. Repaying kindness and revenge, Lin Chen never delays. Here is a gift for your sister. Lin Chen handed a quaint scroll to the beautiful woman, and everyone looked at them attentively and exclaimed, Gore Demon Clone Technique? This thing is Shaoqing's famous stunt. It only needs his own blood and essence to condense a clone. It is a life-saving exercise, and it is famous everywhere. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was such a treasure as soon as he shot, which attracted the old lady in the Holy Realm to look at him with admiration again. Lin Chen has a phantom rune, and this thing is tasteless. Little friend, we Bingxin Palace did not see you wrong. The old woman sighed that she still slightly agreed with another supreme elder's opinion of suppressing and plundering Lin Chen, but now she is a little scared when she thinks about it. If you sigh, let's go and talk. The palace lord flicked his sleeves, opened the space passage, and led Sister Su Lan, Ling Yueqi, Lin Chen and others into the passage. After the palace master left, the figures of the 2 supreme elders slowly descended into the void, and countless disciples of the Bingxin Palace reluctantly retracted their gazes. What they saw today will surely become a day they will never forget. In the space passage, the holy energy turned into a scroll of ice, and everyone stood on the scroll, and the palace master said patiently, the quartet conference is held at the junction of Xuanyu and Qiyu. It will take some time to move forward. We are late this time and we need to travel continuously for about half a month. Lin Chen wondered, half a month, why is it so long? Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled appearance, the old woman and the palace master were surprised, and the old woman in the Holy Realm was shocked and said, young friend Lin Chen, don't you know? Set off a few months early. This answer made Lin Chen a little confused. How many months before he left? For a conference? How big is this wonderland? Young Master Lin Chen, you don't have to be surprised. The 36 regions of the Holy Realm are extremely vast, and the space is extremely solid. It is extremely difficult to get through long-distance space passages, and most of the space passages are only short distances. It takes 70 years to fly around the strange area without sleep. This is just a circle, not an exploration. There are already 36 areas in the holy world, and most of them are wider than the strange area. And those unknown areas there are too many. Hearing the old woman's explanation, Lin Chen was shocked. The holy realm tore through the void and moved forward, much faster than he used the infinite dark step at full speed at this time. But even so, why do you have to fly 70 years without sleep to make a circle around Chiyu? If the 36 regions make a circle, wouldn't it take thousands of years? Moreover, it is impossible for a saint to tear the void and fly endlessly for thousands of years. Those mortals from the holy world may really not be able to cross even a domain. Lin Chen was speechless in secret. It is indeed a place of human civilization that has proliferated for countless epochs. It is no wonder that a list of 100,000 geniuses and a higher-level list of evildoers can be derived. Since it's still a while before I arrive, then I'll practice first. Lin Chen sat down and launched the God-stealing omen against the holy old lady and the palace master. Consume 79 million primary talent points to steal the target attribute value. 100 million rune energy, 300,000 enhancement points. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. As long as the stealing target is 10 miles away, the omen of divine stealing can be activated, which is too cool, ha ha ha. I don't need to touch the target anymore to steal the opponent's attribute value. Although it can only be used once, it can be used from the saint. A lot of attribute values have been scraped off. Right now, the Quartet General Assembly has a very high standard, and there must be saints in charge. The more saints, the more fun he will steal. Open the peach plant capsule. The Qingyao tree has grown over 120 meters, and with the magical effect of Tiani holy water, it has at least shortened the growth time by thousands of times. The Longqing tree has grown to 65 meters, with lush branches and leaves, and has begun to enter the growth period, and has formed splendid silver coins, roughly estimated to be at least 50,000. Then, Lin Chen saw 10 colorful fruits on the main branch of the Longqing tree, and couldn't help being ecstatic. This is Longqingguo. The low-grade Longqingguo is the size of a lychee. The fruit is bright and colorful, and contains strong vitality. Longqingguo is not an ordinary treasure of heaven and earth. It contains the breath of dragon and has the miraculous effect of white bones and raw flesh. But it has another magical effect. Each Kaiyunling planting produces a large amount of silver coins and a large amount of medicinal materials, all of which have unique specialties. Qingyao tree is Qingyao Yulu, which cleanses the spirit impurities, eliminates the negative effects of the spirit, makes the spirit more pure, and can be condensed more efficiently in battle or practice. Longqing tree, specialty Longqing fruit. In addition to the miraculous effect of white bones and raw meat, its second effect is that it can permanently increase the strength of the meat shell, making it infinitely loose the bottleneck, no resistance, and can be taken permanently. It is a holy artifact in the hearts of countless body refiners. Moreover, the energy of Longqingguo is mild, even a 3-year-old child can take it. This is the real top-quality spiritual item in the world, and it is comparable to many top-level medicinal pills. If I enter the peak period, my dragon clear tree will be more efficient in producing dragon clear fruit. It is enough to support me to cultivate to the holy realm and even benefit the people around me. Lin Chen took out 2 long qinghua and swallowed it. 5-color profound light flowed through his body, and bursts of warm current merged into his limbs and bones. The flesh and blood were perfectly nourished. This energy did not even need Lin Chen to take the initiative to refine it. It was gentle and condensed. Refinement, it will automatically melt into the flesh shell body. This is Long Qinghua? The old woman in the holy realm who was observing secretly was stunned and shocked. This sun even holds the extremely rare Long Qinghua. She is almost certain that there must be a huge force behind this sun to support him. Dark Horse Club, this faction has never been heard of before. It is the unknown that is terrifying. It can cultivate so many geniuses on the list. Maybe it is a hidden world sect, at least it is also a 4th grade. Background, no, maybe it is a 5th grade. In addition, he is very likely to hold the inheritance of the old sage, and he must befriend him. Sister Su Lan and Ling Yueqi have also entered the state of cultivation. They have harvested a lot in the Tsangyue trial. Each of them has nearly 100,000 silver coins, and there are countless exercises and exotic treasures. Ling Yueqi also obtained a sky frost dissimilar crystal fragment, and after refining it, her cultivation base will soar even further. The next day, Lin Chen held the delicate jade hand of the beauty, and smiled harmlessly. Sister Yueqi, close your eyes and say in your heart that Lin Chen is the most handsome 1,000 times, and then you will succeed in your spiritual practice. The palace lord and the old woman in the gray shirt couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. What kind of cultivation method is this? Ling Yueqi laughed, and then she actually closed her eyes and meditated in her heart as Lin Chen said. Consume 1,030 million points of intermediate level martial arts essence, and start target fusion to cultivate memory. Boom. Massive cultivation memories poured into Ling Yueqi's mind. She hardly needs to cultivate, but only needs to absorb these cultivation memories. Her comprehension of her own half-orange mental technique, Peerless Ice Soul, has been in a frenzy. And Lin Chen began to count his spoils. System, give me all the alchemy handprints I hold at this stage. Consumption of 64 million Heavenly Dao value, fusion of 3 volumes of purple rank intermediate grade high grade alchemy handprints, 4 volumes of purple rank high grade alchemy handprints, and 2 volumes of purple rank top grade low grade alchemy handprints. After the fusion is completed, the host obtains Shuemu Double Series Purple Rank Top Grade Alchemy Handprints. Vientiane 4 Clear Seals. Consumes 220 million points of intermediate level exercise essence, and begins to integrate the cultivation memory of Vientiane 4 Cleansing Seals. Next, as time passed, Lin Chen didn't waste every minute and every second. He kept pouring Tianyi holy water on 2 Qiyun spirit plants, and the stored Tianyi holy water had been consumed by half. However, after pouring the Tianyi holy water in exchange for the massive amount of silver Saint Yuan coins, he released all the clones in the Taoyuan planting capsule to refine the silver Saint Yuan coins with him, causing Lin Chen's essential attribute value of fighting spirit to skyrocket. Breaking through a new round of the trillion-point battle spirit essence mark. Lin Chen's body integrates the cultivation memory, and the clone absorbs the silver Saint Yuan coins. The division of labor is clear, and the cultivation speed is soaring. On the 3rd day, Lin Chen took out a book of swordsmanship. This is the half-orange sword skill, Sword Fury, that he obtained from the First battle of the pseudo-god. With Lin Chen's current background, if he controls half-orange combat skills, he will exert a power that is infinitely close to or equivalent to orange level combat skills. This is the case with the Mirror Moon Edict of Mirror Moon. Consumes 590 million points of intermediate level exercises, and begins to integrate the cultivation memory of Sword Fury. On the 6th day, Lin Chen officially entered the late stage of the 9th layer battle Emperor cultivation base. On the 7th day, Lin Chen took a total of 23 long Qingguo, and the remaining 8. The power of the meat shell exceeded 23 million dragon power. In addition, Lin Chen refined all Wanqing Jasper Dew, and the mental power attribute value increased by 40.5 million points. This scene made the Palace Master and the Holy Land Elder stunned. What kind of training speed is this? Even if the cultivation resources are sufficient, there must be a process. The higher the element attribute value absorbed by Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation, the stronger the power of the mind, which means that the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy is higher, not to mention the 5 avatars cultivating together. However, next, the situation that made the Palace Lord and the gray shirt old woman almost lost their minds was staged. Boom! The violently vibrating ice soul, divine light, rushed into the space passage, clutching and loitering like silk threads, but every ray of ice soul light contained the power of frozen mountains. The mind is complete? The Palace Master murmured in a trembling voice, her eyes staring at Leng Yueqi, revealing an incredible shock. She knows very well what this vision represents. Leng Yueqi's Peerless Ice Soul mental method has been cultivated to perfection. But in the history of Bingxin Palace, there is no true inheritance who can be in the Battle Emperor realm. Even the founding ancestor of Bingxin Palace, who was ranked 10,001st on the talent list that year, did not have this qualification. She was still at the perfection of heart dharma after she entered the Holy Land. Now, this mental method has been cultivated to consummation by a disciple of the Battle Emperor realm? How can that be? It's simply outrageous. Although Leng Yueqi's physique of 9 extreme cold veins is hailed as a talent that may surpass her founding ancestors, how many years has she entered the Bingxin Palace? Being able to start practicing Peerless Ice Soul is already a great talent, which also caused the Palace Master to consume nearly 100 Jinxing Yuan coins on the way of Leng Yueqi's spiritual practice. No. Although Yueqi's 9 absolutes cold vessels are powerful, she has not yet fully entered the peak period of her blood vessels. Her previous performance was strong, but not against the sky. The only exception is him. The gray-shirt old woman and the Palace Lord almost coincidentally turned their heads and stared at Lin Chen, who was closing his eyes and cultivating on the other side of the frozen breath scroll. He was calm, as if there was no accident at all, and continued to practice with great concentration. Lin Chen didn't pay attention, this was all he expected. Is it really possible to make a Battle Emperor realm advance to perfection in the half-orange mentality within a few days? The Palace Lord and the gray-shirt old woman set off a storm in their hearts. This is not just a few days to cultivate a mind method to the entry, but a complete success. The difficulty of cultivating the half-orange mental method, the Palace Master has personally experienced it, and she only realized the perfect mental method 3,000 years ago. To achieve such results in just a few days, perhaps only the legendary true God can do it. The Palace Lord and the gray-shirt old woman were amazed from the bottom of their hearts. It's really a goddess descended to earth, well deserved. Dark Pavilion, Life and Death Valley. Today, the valley is dead silent, the atmosphere is extremely depressed, and there is not even a single disciple. In the hall in the center of the valley, a group of figures with aura like the sun and the moon gathered together. All of them are holy realm powerhouses, and there are more than 10. The question of calling everyone this time is very simple. Join forces to deal with that boy Lin Chen. After the success, the ancient sage's method of cultivating different crystals will be shared equally by everyone to form an alliance. How about it? At the head of the hall, an old man shrouded in darkness spoke. Master of the Dark Pavilion, how can you be sure that there is no powerful force behind him? To be able to cultivate 7 geniuses on the list of geniuses, at least the 4th rank sect. If you involve us in the vortex of destruction, what are you talking about? Joining forces? What's more, that kid just repelled your Dark Pavilion and the other 2 saints. How can you ensure that we can succeed? Questioned by the digital sanctuary, the pavilion master of the Dark Pavilion smiled sullenly. Are you also willing to let your genius be killed by that kid? If everyone present joins forces, unless it is a 5th grade sect, it will not be able to suppress us at all. Besides, the secret technique of cultivating different crystals. Don't you want it? How much is a low-grade variation crystal worth, do you not know in your heart? If you can obtain this secret technique, you will definitely not worry about cultivation resources in the future, and you will become saints. In millions, thousands of years, have we ever seen such an opportunity in history? The pavilion master's voice was full of bewitchment, and all the holy realms hesitated. Cultivating different crystals, this temptation is too deadly. As the pavilion master said, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Even if they have been sanctified, this is a unique opportunity that cannot be found. If they obtain the secret technique of cultivating different crystals, they will be promoted to the 4th grade sect and have a breakthrough in their cultivation. It must be just around the corner. This time, the 27th generation ancestor of my Dark Pavilion will personally go out and let his old man take action, and it will be foolproof too. Capture this kid. The main theme of the pavilion is amazing, and many holy realms have great emotional fluctuations. The 27th generation ancestor, isn't that old monster still dead? If he had shot, the situation would have been different. The saints fell into contemplation. The pavilion master laughed again. At that time, if my Dark Pavilion violates the rules, and everyone will attack it, my Dark Pavilion will not be able to resist even if it is a 4th grade sect. If there is a strong person behind that kid, then hand it over to my Dark Pavilion ancestor. This working together, it must be no problem, right? The pavilion master took turns knocking the minds of the saints. In the end, within a quarter of an hour, all the holy realms were determined to join the camp of the Dark Pavilion. Because, the ancient sage inheritance, the temptation is too strong. Brush. A shadow appeared, and the killer knelt down on one knee. Report to the pavilion master, the dark line information, that Lin Chen has been taken to the venue of the Sifeng conference by the palace master of the Bingxin Palace. The pavilion master waved his hand, and the killer retreated. The quartet conference, just let you live for a while. A big storm is approaching Lin Chen. Headed by the Dark Pavilion, there are more than 5 3rd-grade sects, which have locked Lin Chen. If this spread out, it would be enough to shake all the forces in Chiyu. More than 10 holy realms targeted a battle emperor, which is also a unique example in the history of the 36 holy realms. Lin Chen and his party set off on the 14th day. The quartet conference, the venue is located in Wang Square. The square is a flat river, covering an area of 100,000 miles, and there are many attics on both sides. This place is one of the junction areas of Chiyu and Xuanyu. The tide is coming from all countries, and the square is crowded with people. This conference is jointly organized by 6 4th-grade sects and 20 3rd-grade sects in Xuanyu and Chiyu. As of now, more than 100,000 Tianjiao have signed up for the conference, and the specifications of the conference are extremely high. Wanri Street, 2 beauties, 1 blue and 1 red, 1 static and 1 moving. The red-cloaked person jumped, and the green-clothed lady, who covered her mouth and chuckled, was swaying several times on the street. Lino Linner, look, that puppy is so weird, why does it have its head on its stomach? And that crow, hey, why is its butt green? The red-clothed girl was chatting, and the green-clothing woman covered her mouth and chuckled. The 2 beautiful people attracted the attention of many people, and some even recognized them as geniuses on the list of geniuses. Miss Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you very much. A coquettish flower was handed to the 2 beauties, and a fat man in a yellow robe walked towards the 2 women with a smile on his face. The red-clothed woman frowned slightly, and a faint glow of fluorescence flowed in her palms. The green-clothed beauty immediately held her soft weeds and gestured with her eyes. The former rolled his eyes, and then pouted at the fat man in yellow robe. Lian Daihua, are you bothered? This girl said she's not interested in you, so she's not funny, isn't she? This name immediately attracted countless surprised and shocked eyes from the street. Lian Daihua? Could it be Lian Daihua from Jutian Pavilion? Really or not? Hey, I was fortunate enough to meet me today. It is said that he is known as the son of the 4th-grade Chamber of Commerce with great wealth. When everyone was shocked, the fat man in yellow robe softened his expression and said with a sincere tone, Miss Lin, if you are my woman, you will be the young lady of the Chamber of Commerce in the future. Even if you want to be the palace master of Qianmei Palace, I will fully support you. Lian Daihua's conditions made countless people take a deep breath. 30,000 silver coins per month? Damn, it's like money is a stone. Most of the true disciples of the Lian Sanpin sect have a monthly payment of 500 silver coins. The 30,000 a month has doubled in an instant, and a year is 360,000 silver coins. The condition behind the phrase full support for being the palace lord is more than enough to make countless women stunned. The corners of Lian Daihua's mouth raised a hint of confidence. He didn't like to rely on his strength to speak. He likes convincing people with money the most. He has played with too many women, but at first sight, half a year ago, he fell in love with this pretty and cunning Yu Lin from Qianmei Palace, who is quirky and full of youth and purity. Those mortal women are not of an order of magnitude. At this moment, the corners of Yu Lin's lips rose slightly, revealing a tender smile. Really? Many people sighed in their hearts, after all, no one can refuse this price. Lian Daihua puffed out his chest proudly, and was already imagining the scene and feeling of the beautiful woman rushing over. Damn fat man, you don't have the qualifications to touch you, Sister Lin. If it wasn't for a 4th-grade Chamber of Commerce behind you, you would have been poisoned by Linner and I to make your life go to Huangquan. Yu Lin's laughter makes people shudder. Not qualified? Just kidding. If I am not qualified, then others are even less qualified. Humph. A mere woman, shameless. Lin Daihua's face gradually distorted, and he sneered gloomily. Yu Linlin smiled sweetly. Because our class leader has already arrived in the holy world, there is no man in the holy world who can be compared with him. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Which immortal squad leader is this, dare to say that there is no man in the holy world to compare with him? Space Channel. Ling Yueqi opened her eyes, and she said in surprise, the mental method of the perfection realm can actually allow me to control the Skyfrost variant crystal fragment within a few days. The gray-shirted old woman controlled the frozen picture scroll to move quickly, and the palace master smiled, with your 9 absolutes of cold desolate self, you have a great advantage, and it's even more powerful when you cooperate with the Peerless Ice Soul method. This is just a matter of course. While chatting and laughing, the palace lord aimed at Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen's body was full of sharp edges. 10,000 swords were unleashed, and the sword energy rushed into the sky. A sharp sword shadow that opens up the universe is faintly suspended above the head. He's cultivating a peerless sword skill, at least at the half-orange rank. And the purple rank technique doesn't have this momentum. The palace master was amazed in his heart, and with a bang, at this time, the space passage led to the end. We're going out, we have arrived at Wanri Plaza. The voice of the gray-shirted old woman came, and everyone's attention was raised, but Lin Chen was still in the state of cultivation, but the sword brewing above his head became sharper and stronger. Boom! The space passage leads to the end, and the picture of ice is flying into the sky, and the ice sprinkles are thrown down, attracting the attention of many strong people outside the square, as well as some saints sitting in the venue. Oh? The people from Bingxin Palace have only arrived now, which is much slower than before. That's someone from Bingxin Palace. TSK, 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 the palace master is so beautiful. There are so many beauties, I really envy the male disciples of Bingxin Palace. Many strong people who visited the conference witnessed the arrival of everyone and were amazed. Suddenly, a vision suddenly appeared. Sigh. Boom. The sword roared in the sky, and the situation was turbulent. A dragon-like roar of swords unsheathed shook Wanri Square. Above thousands of feet in the void, a sword that lifted the sky stood upside down, releasing the brilliance of the sword, domineering and invincible. Most of the swordsman's swords are automatic without wind, humming and trembling, and worshipping the sword shadow that lifts the sky. Is this the sword force? What a domineering swordsmanship, the sword has the potential to lift the sky and the ground, and it is sharp to the sky. At least it has the power of a half-orange swordsmanship, and it must be cultivated successfully before it can be motivated. Who is it? A disciple of Bingxin Palace. Is there anyone who can cultivate half-orange sword skills to the point of consummation? Countless stunned eyes stared at the sky. Even the juggernaut who was sitting at the venue couldn't help but open his sharp-edged pupils, his eyes pierced through the void, and looked into the distance, showing the slightest surprise. Perfect, a natural genius in swordsmanship, the condensed swordsmanship can only be achieved by practicing swordsmanship to perfection. Everyone found that the terrifying sword shadow of the sky was slowly incorporated into the body of a silver-robed boy standing against the wind. His face is as handsome as jade, his eyes are deep and vast, bright like stars, and his aura is restrained, as if he is brewing a peerless sword. If it is not sheathed, it can shock thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Who is this son? He is the one who has perfected his half-orange sword skills, so he is so young. Could it be Ji Qingming, the star sword of the Bingxin Palace? He is the only young swordsman in the contemporary era. Fart, Ji Qingming ranks more than 99,000 on the genius list. He can cultivate a half-orange sword skill to perfection. I've met Ji Qingming, he's not as handsome as him. Everyone was discussing, and Lian Daihua's eyes narrowed. I have a bit of ability, and I can successfully cultivate half-orange sword skills. Suddenly, Lian Daihua discovered the abnormality of the two women in front of him. Lu Lin'er and Yu Linlin couldn't help trembling their delicate bodies. Their blue eyes were full of complex splendor, happiness, excitement, admiration, tenderness like water, and a bit of love hidden in their hearts. What? Lian Daihua frowned. The cold air descended, and the group of Bingxin Palace arrived at the square street. Everyone was surprised to find that 5 ghostly figures appeared beside the silver-robed boy. These 5 people all made the eyes of the women in the field shine brightly. They may be gentle and refined like jade-faced scholars, extremely handsome, walking slowly with their bows raised, and the smile of the young man is like a spring breeze. Or with long hair and a shawl, with a sword hanging from his waist, he is romantic and suave, and his eyebrows are raised and his head is raised, showing a charming charm. Or stern and serious, tall and slender, with a majestic appearance and a gun. Some are as indifferent as knives, and the murderous aura naturally revealed between the eyebrows is domineering and fierce. Almost everyone has the same thought in their hearts. The dragon and the phoenix among the people, the pride of the sky. Of the 5 people standing behind the silver-robed youth, none of them are ordinary, and they are most likely to be geniuses on the list of geniuses. But everyone has no specific impression. They subconsciously were called in distress. Which genius list is on the list? At this time a beautiful figure swept over, and the fragrance rolled lightly. And it rushed into Lin Chen's arms. Squad leader. You're finally here. Yu Linlin hugged Lin Chen's waist, rubbing against Lin Chen's chest like a kitten. Her cheeks flushed, and her quirky dark eyebrows raised a slyness. The people who were amazed at Lian Daihua couldn't help but petrify on the spot. What's going on? That pretty cunning Yu Linlin, who was madly pursued by countless geniuses, actually took the initiative to pounce on a man? Many young male Tianjiao even ignited the flames of jealousy in their eyes. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, few people would have believed it. You must know that she rejected no less than 10 pursuits of male geniuses on the genius list. In terms of appearance, although Yu Linlin is the top, but not the best kind. But her temperament and character are the lover in the hearts of many men. Her heart seems to be always full of vitality, eccentric, and she can always find happy things. Looking at her is like a pistachio. This is in the holy world, with complex and intertwined forces. A very rare person. Lin Chen smiled, rubbed her blue silk and smiled. Little Nizi, you have grown a lot. Well, it has grown a lot. According to the personal test of this monitor, all aspects have grown. Cut, if you don't come again, I'll be abducted by others. Yu Linlin grimaced at him, and was about to hug Lin Chen's neck with an inch, when she suddenly felt a touch of cold air. Yeah. Teacher Ling Yueqi. Seeing Ling Yueqi, Yu Linlin pouted with a guilty conscience, and quickly let go of someone. Lin. Squad leader, you are here. We saw you on the talent list a few days ago. Lu Liner smiled sweetly. Lin Chen pretended to look up to the sky. 45 degrees and sighed, no way, handsome people will become the focus wherever they go. I tried to be low-key, but I never thought that being low-key is also A mistake. If it's a sin to be handsome, then I, Lin, have no forgiveness. Oh, you really hold a group of Yingyan Jianyan. At this time, Lin Daihua came over, and his tone was rather yin and yang. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The visitor is not good. No, Lin, are the comers, so it should be, because the comers are very handsome. Lin Chen joked and said. If you cross a leaf in the next 10,000 flowers, you will not stick to your body. People in the rivers and lakes are called arsonists, and people on the road are called skin-broken legs. No matter the wind or rain, the big black dragon is waiting for you in the clubhouse. If you have something to say, this fat brother. Take medicine when you are sick. I bother. Lin Daihua pouted in disdain. Touching his chin with his 5 fingers wearing 5 high-end confinement rings, he sneered, a poor man like you has no right to know the identity of this young master. I'll give you a piece of advice, a man who can't even support his own woman, not even a waist. Get the money now, don't be ashamed. After he finished speaking, he mobilized Na Jia to throw thousands of silver Saint Yuan coins at Lin Chen, looking like he was rich and powerful. The silvery Saint Yuan coins rolled down, making others dazzled. In just one sentence, Ling Yueqi, Sister Su Lan, Lu Liner and Yu Linlin all looked cold and murderous. As soon as Lin Chen raised his hand to stop the girls, he swept away his fighting spirit, flicked his silver coin, and said with a graceful smile. What a coin dealer, I didn't think there would be such a coin dealer in the world. It seems that are you rich? President of the Wanjin Association of the 4-Rank Chamber of Commerce. Lian Wanjin is my father, and I will crawl for me when I know each other. When Lin Daihua was arrogant, the old woman in the gray shirt stood beside Lin Chen, and released a ray of holy power to warn him. Lin kid, want to make trouble? Do you really think that my Bingxin palace is easy to bully? Holy realm, I won't care about you today, a waste who only knows how to hide behind others. I will concoct you like pinch pigs and dogs. Glancing at Shuangxing behind Lin Chen, Lin Daihua fluttered his sleeves and left, sarcastically. If you dare to participate in the conference and meet people from Juetian Pavilion, you will be tortured by blood. If you know each other, get out of the way, and the mere snake also wants to win glory with the real dragon and bring humiliation. Hey, you forgot your coins. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, rolled up the fallen silver coin and threw it back to Lin Daihua, who put it away and left with disdain. Lin Chen asked the second daughter, he is rich? Yu Linlin was helpless, he's a dude who is really rich and not weak. He also joined the Juetian Pavilion in Xuanyu, a sect composed entirely of young geniuses. If the squad leader finds him annoying, Lin and I will take care of him. After the meeting, Lu Liner smiled softly, but her smile contained a deep murderous intent. Her title is the Beauty of 1,000 Poisons, and she kills people while talking and laughing. She is an opponent that most geniuses are unwilling to face. Her attacks are easy to block, and her poisonous gas is hard to prevent. Perhaps only the few people and the young man in front of her could make her smile. Hey, they've all grown up. One by one, the class leader can't figure it out. They can say they did it for me. Lin Chen pretended to sigh, causing Lu Liner's cheeks to turn red. Don't worry, this kind of stuff can't be difficult for your squad leader and me. Lin Chen smiled. What about the son of the 4th grade Chamber of Commerce? The basic condition for the formation of the 4th grade power is too low. Grade Chi luck spirit plants, doesn't he, Lin? He would throw coins, but someone from Lin would pretend to be coercive. In an attic, more than a dozen handsome men and beauties gathered, went to the table to negotiate, and toasted. The champion of this conference, our Jiutian pavilion, is bound to win. Let the villagers in Chiyu see the background of our Xuanyu. I don't know if Lin Chen will come, and the people who dare to kill us in Jiutian pavilion are not timid. This shrunken turtle is being watched by the dark pavilion. How dare he show his face? Now I'm afraid it's not hiding in the corner. Let's take a look at the information that Lian Daihua brought back and see if there are a few opponents who are worthy of our Jiutian pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Daihua walked into the pavilion room with a gloomy expression on his face. A young man in white was leaning against the screen, his hands resting on the back of his head, and whistled to Lian Daihua. Come on, Daihua, what's the situation over there? What are you doing? Your eyes are like a preserved egg, your kid is angry, send it to the pavilion owner, and send it to the master. Damn, I met a woman who dared to touch Lao Tzu. Everyone inquired curiously, and even Daihua explained it like a lot. After the geniuses heard about it, they were very interested. Interesting, this is who is not long-sighted, who should offend their Jiutian pavilion. You're really stupid, you didn't even ask your name. He will definitely compete. When the time comes, we will ravage him in turn. Ha ha ha. Daihua, don't worry, we will help you out and do this kid. Dare to provoke our Jiutian pavilion, court death. If you meet him in Wusai, I will abolish him. A dragon-headed giant ship docked in the void outside Wanri Square, and a group of strong men came down. The headed young man has sharp eyebrows, and his body is full of suffocation, as if he walked out of the great wasteland with millions of blood. Jun Hao, you have played well this time in the martial arts competition. You already have the strength of the talent list. Take this quartet conference to make a name for yourself. Several strong men on the dragon-headed ship laughed arrogantly. Although the boy in white looked serious, his heart was already excited. According to the character of the eldest brother, since he has come to the Holy Realm, there is no reason to be absent from such a grand event. This young man is just like Bai Juanhao, who joined the sect of the Holy Realm. White Dragon Gate. In the southwest of the venue, a young man in red with wicked charm and madness looked around. It was strange that he did not look at beauties, but only men, and he only looked at the chrysanthemum region. The young man had one empty sleeve, but one arm. I knew that you pervert would come to a place where there are many men. A mocking voice sounded from behind the young man. The young man in red turned around, looked at each other, grinned, and both sides extended their fists to touch. Mother, Ying Liang, you haven't seen you for 2 years, you've become a lot more handsome. I just like Morrowind when you tell the truth, ha ha ha. The two crossed their shoulders and smiled at each other. I heard that the squad leader has already arrived in the Holy Realm, and as soon as he came, he slaughtered the young pavilion master of the dark pavilion. Grass, it's so happy, we can't lose him this time. Of course, let's go, have a drink together, and sign up together after drinking, haha. This time the quartet martial arts tournament will be ranked first with a talent list. Sign up for the venue, the crowd is huge, but there is a special channel on the side. If there is a sect recommendation, you can directly enter the special channel without queuing. A purple-haired woman with a slender and soft figure, her blue eyes as bright as autumn water, said indifferently. Xingdan Pavilion, Han Ziyun, sign up for the medicine refining competition. The beauty had just registered her name, and there were several rebellious or cynical voices coming from the side of the special passage. Deputy Master of Jutian Pavilion, Mo Jingchen, sign up for the competition. Members, Yun Zhentian, Xia Jianfeng, Luo Wuji, Long Yang, Xiao Qianyun, sign up for single martial arts competition, team martial arts competition. Medicine refining, casting tools, the mathematician, rhythm, and treasure. Appraising projects. The purple-haired beauty's eyes were solemn, and she was surprised. It's actually a person from Jiutian Pavilion, the world-shattering second-rank sect that claims to be all geniuses. The appearance of Jiutian Pavilion caused a burst of surprise and attention. Then, a joking chuckle came from farther away, making everyone in the registration venue quiet for a while. Deputy Director of the Dark Horse Club, Lin Chen, signed up for the competition. Members, Zendacheng, Zendeju, Zendiying, Zendashui, Zendexiu, Zendepi, participating in single martial arts, team martial arts, training medicine, casting tools, mathematicians, melody, treasure appraising projects. Hearing this familiar voice and tone, the purple-haired beauty froze, and her beautiful eyes showed a complex splendor and a bit of disbelief. Aha. Almost at the same time, when the registration sound of the Dark Horse Club sounded, Jutian Pavilion and Lin Chen and his party all looked at each other. At this moment, when the atmosphere was extremely dignified, the special passage of the registration venue stepped into the three drunk little brothers, hooked their shoulders, and laughed. Hey, that wine is really delicious. A little while ago, a little beautiful girl came over and asked me if I had ever seen the most handsome man. She handed me a mirror and said that the person in the mirror is the most handsome. Grass. I was so angry that I painted a portrait of our squad leader on the mirror on the spot. Ying Liang, if you just ate a peanut, you wouldn't get drunk like this. The three brothers walked into the registration venue, and the three drunken eyes were suddenly stunned, staring straight at the silver-robed boy in front of the counter. When Lin Chen looked back and looked at the drunk three people, he also froze in place. It was Ying Liang, Bai Juanhao, and Gu Qinfeng. Damn it, is it the monitor? Big brother. Fuck, I drank too much and had hallucinations? When the three of them exclaimed in unison, with a snort, the sound of breaking the wind was like a knife being torn apart, and the people from Jiutian Pavilion took the lead in attacking Lin Chen. Hey, people from the Dark Horse Club, let me experience it. The pavilion master has instructed him to give him a big gift when he encounters this Lin Chen. The wrist swung, the red flames flowed, and the power was ferocious. A whip leg is like an axe, and the wind blade is full of fighting energy, smashing and smashing. The spiral fist style was even fiercer, hitting Lin Chen's abdomen hard and leaving. The speed of the three afterimages is as fast as the light, and the genius of Jiutian Pavilion actually has three people attacking Lin Chen when they meet each other. Someone Lin was calm and didn't change his face. At this moment, many strong people in the registration venue did not stop it. It seemed that everyone wanted to see Lin Chen's means and depth. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted from the ground. Taking a closer look, the attacks of the three were all taken down. However, it was not Lin Chen who stopped him. It was Ying Liang, Bai Juanhao, and Gu Qinfeng who shot. They each stood by Lin Chen's side, parrying each other's whip legs, fist marks, hand knives, and dragon scales on Bai Juanhao's arms. Dare to move the squad leader, eldest brother, pass our level first. The three of them unanimously showed the standard respect for the old and love the young smile of Class 66. Oh? A little skill. The three geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion were a little surprised, and they were about to take another shot when a cold shout came. Enough. It was the deputy pavilion owner, Mo Jingchen spoke. His eyebrows were like knives, his breath was cold, and his face was stern. And he walked slowly to Lin Chen. The three geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion retreated, and the two looked at each other and were extremely close. Someone Lin had a serious look on his face. When everyone thought he was paying attention to his opponent, he suddenly said something. Well, I'm still handsome. Everyone is down. Lin Chen, your life belongs to the pavilion master, and he has appointed your life to belong to the pavilion master of Jiutian Pavilion. In the martial arts conference, life and death are your destiny. I hope you can persist until the last round, otherwise it will be meaningless. Mo Jingchen's high-spirited attitude made Lin Chen ask curiously. Could it be that the pavilion master of your Jiutian Pavilion likes men? Why? Do you have to appoint me, so you have a crush on me without seeing me? It seems that your pavilion master of Jiutian Pavilion is jealous of my handsomeness. Or did he have an affair with that Ji Wutian, and after Ji Wutian was beheaded by me, his pavilion master couldn't find a chrysanthemum suitable for him? Pfft. Many people in the venue laughed out loud on the spot. You hillbilly has a hard mouth, it seems that you have to smash it first. The light girl next to Mo Jingchen's face was frosty, but the former stopped her. This is the venue, and we still have to respect the rules here. Lin Chen, see you in the martial arts competition. See you in the martial arts competition. The rules of our clubhouse are to take life and death lightly, and if you don't agree, do it. If you want to do it, we will accompany you to the end. Only ask the time and place of the fight, don't talk to me about those who have something, if you don't agree, well, now, I'll hit you. Lin Chen raised his brows, his domineering side leaked. The five avatars behind him and the dragon sovereign in human form immediately surrounded the people of Jiutian Pavilion. Gu Chenfeng, Bai Juanhao, and Ying Liang were startled. It's only been so long. How come there are so many fierce generals around the squad leader? In terms of oppression, it is in no way inferior to those of Jiutian Pavilion. Grass. It's actually you poor bastard. Where did Xiao Xiao come from, dare to touch me, the deputy pavilion master of Jiutian Pavilion, courting death? Another group of figures emerged at the venue, including Lian Daihua and other geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion. The atmosphere is tense and ready to fire. All the forces and powerhouses in the registration venue held their breaths. Almost at the same time, Dark Horse Club and Jiutian Pavilion. On the one hand, it is a mysterious force that was born out of nowhere, and is suspected of destroying 30 geniuses on the list of geniuses, beheading the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion, and suddenly killing 7 geniuses on the list of geniuses. On the one hand, it is a legendary force composed entirely of the second generation ancestors of the 3rd and 4th rank sections. Although they are ranked 2nd rank sects, they have the most top resources, the best teachers, and the most priority rights. The founder of the pavilion is even more. 70,000 top geniuses on the genius list. There is no doubt that both sides are the top of the strange domain and the mysterious domain, the most legendary sect, unexpectedly encountered at this juncture. Who is better? Almost everyone is looking forward to it. Even those holy realm powers are no exception. The collision between geniuses, the more intense, the more exciting. Because Only competition can give birth to more top talents and infinite future. Hee hee, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. Little guys. You can't be allowed to fight in the venue. If there is any problem, wait until the martial arts competition to solve it. The old man's laughter suddenly echoed in the venue, but it contained a unique magical power, which suppressed the momentum of everyone in the body, and contained a kind of purity that educated the world. It's the predecessor of the great good fortune sage, such a powerful method. The geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion were secretly shocked, but Lin Chen disagreed. Since the predecessors of fortune have spoken, then I will sell the face of the predecessors in Jiutian Pavilion. Mo Jingchen clenched his fists, and before leaving with the people from Jiutian Pavilion, he also secretly transmitted a voice transmission to Lin Chen. Ms. Yan Qianyun is of noble birth, and she is right in line with our pavilion. Master. She is not someone like you who can get involved. Don't think that killing one of the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion will make you arrogant. The world is very big, and you are just a frog at the bottom of the well. If you dare to cross the line, at that time, more than one Dark Pavilion will find you. Hearing the other party's voice transmission, Lin Chen was startled. What's going on? Yan Qianyun? She also came to the Holy Realm? Well, it turns out that the genius young lady of the mathematician gave me a slap in the face of Lin Chen suddenly shouted at Mo Jingchen. Is it my fault that the girl in your family that the pavilion master likes me? I'm so annoying. Damn, I have to bear the handsomeness that I shouldn't be at this age. Do you know how much pressure I have? It's really annoying. Silence. Everyone in the venue twitched wildly. Xuanyu, Ziqing Pavilion. A handsome and straight young man has an elegant demeanor, and when he chats and laughs, there is a little absolute confidence in Jiju's grasp. Qianyun, don't you really think about it? If I were to be on the list of evildoers in the future, I would definitely allow you to be number 1 on the list of geniuses. The young man persuaded that the beautiful woman on the opposite side was wearing a long purple and black dress. Her figure was like a frightening figure, and the delicate and gentle mountains were like a unique landscape. Like the stars under the dark night, and the orchids in the empty valley. She has blue silk like snow, peach blossoms, and blue eyes, dark eyebrows like the distant mountains of the flying clouds in March, white teeth and cherry lips, and the long purple and black dress embellished with stars adds a mysterious color to her quiet and elegant beauty. At this moment, the beautiful woman held her cheeks with her slender hands. The ends of her hair danced in the breeze, her beautiful eyes were dazed, and she stared into the distance, completely ignoring the former's words. The young man seemed to be very patient and not in a hurry. He smiled slightly. If you don't like it, I can explore many ancient relics and battlefields for you, and discover the secrets of the mathematician. She ignored her, and the young man still said, Qianyun, I can help you break through the holy realm and reach the top. The beauty's beautiful eyes were fascinated, and the young man's gentle and elegant demeanor was slowly put away, and said calmly, my eyeliner space is sending a message. There is a guy named Lin Chen who has arrived at the quartet conference. Brush. The beautiful woman turned her head, her beautiful eyes shone with splendor, her amorous feelings were peerless, and her youthfulness was overwhelming. Seeing that the beautiful woman had such a big fluctuation because of this name, the young man in snow clothes, who was surrounded by the city, couldn't help but flash a bit of anger. But he suppressed his anger, stood up, and straightened his clothes. Qianyun, one day you will understand my intentions. As for the Lin Chen you mentioned, I will bring his head to see you. Renner's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she finally spoke, her cherry lips lightly opened. Chen Feng, you will regret it. Regret? Are you threatening me? For this man, you dare to threaten me? The young man laughed in anger. She shook her head gently, stared into the distance, her beautiful eyes flowing with blue waves. Those who have offended him will not end well. He has always been like this. From the small wasteland to Lingzhou, Kyushu, he has always exceeded everyone's expectations. He has the fighting spirit to challenge God. No one being able to overwhelm him, even you, is nothing in front of him. Joke. Chen Feng flicked his sleeves. I, Chen Feng, created a second grade sect and made it to the 70,000 geniuses list in just 10 years. In today's holy world, there are several other people who can be compared with me. Why does he fight me? It's up to you, only aiming at the enchanting list, short-sighted, pretentious, arrogant. If it is him, it will not stop there. Yan Qianyun smiled, her elegance was peerless. I was stunned by Chen Feng. Who is it? Is it my fault that he looks so handsome? Someone Lin was righteous indignation, calling him injustice in a serious manner. The collective anger of Jiutian Pavilion exposed the blue veins. All of them were so angry that they even turned green, and they left in anger. Yu Linlin laughed frantically next to him, and Ying Liang exclaimed, the squad leader is really a role model for my generation. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless squad leader. Before Lin Chen could reminisce about the old days with Bai Juanhao and the three of them, a crisp, graceful woman with a hint of resentment hummed from behind him. Yeah, I don't know which handsome guy pushed the girl to the corner, touched it and left. He was lustful, but not courageous. The purple hair is like a waterfall, and the pretty girl stands beside Lin Chen, staring at Lin Chen with a bit of resentment as if resentful. Huh? Ziyun, why are you here? I've grown up after not seeing you for so long. Brother Li Chen hugs. Mom, who pinched my waist? The restaurant, the crowd gathered. Ling Yueqi, Sister Su Lan, Yu Linlin, Lu Liner, Han Ziyun, Bai Juanhao, Ying Liang, Gu Chen Feng, almost half of everyone who went to the Holy Realm was here. Squad leader, you are too boring. Why don't you call us when you created a sect yourself? That's right, big brother, our class 66 has already arrived in the Holy Realm. It must be a win for all, and a loss for all. We also want to join the Dark Horse Club. Bai Juanhao and Ying Liang shouted that Lin Chen is not funny. Squad leader, I want to join the club too. Yu Linlin's eyes lit up, with an expression like the squad leader is leading me into trouble. No, you can't join the Dark Horse Club. Speaking of this matter, Lin Chen had a solemn expression on his face. The sectarian rules of the holy world, Lin Chen knew that if he unconditionally poached the disciples of other forces, he would have to pay a big price. Especially like everyone now, even if there is no ranking, almost all of them have the power of the genius list. They joined the Dark Horse Club, which means that Lin Chen wants to take away the young power of the sect behind them, which basically means to offend them all. The sect has exhausted a lot of resources to cultivate a true inheritance, but it has been dug up by other forces, and no one can stand it. Secondly, he himself is now in the holy world, and he will definitely provoke many powerful enemies. If everyone joins the Dark Horse Club, he will become a target instead, which will do more harm than good. He is alone, and he fights and retreats. Anyway, he is his own clone, and it is the most convenient for him to act alone. There were no outsiders present, and Lin Chen didn't hide it, he revealed everything. When everyone knew that the Dark Horse Club was all the clones of their monitor, the corners of their mouths twitched. This is too fierce. The slaughtered genius list that was famous in the 36 regions before the relationship turned out to be a record made by his own squad leader. My mother, big brother, Bai Juanhao, are convinced. I didn't expect that the squad leader would make such a big noise when he came to the Holy Realm. I think this tricky hand is a good game. Anyway, no one knows about the Dark Horse Club, and the way it came is mysterious, but it can shock many young people. Everyone said something to me, and excitedly discussed. Lin Chen and Lung Yueqi looked at each other and smiled, but everyone still didn't change at all, as if Lin Chen was always full of vitality as long as he was around. On the other side, the last day before the registration deadline, the cloud boat docked at Wanri Plaza. A woman wearing a veil does not reveal her true face. Just by looking at her exquisite and beautiful slender figure, you can see the leopard elegance. The beauty went to the special registration channel and nodded politely with a smile. Recommended by Tiangang by Bayaman, the third-grade sect of Jianbao, disciple. Shangguan Bihan, sign up, Jianbao project. As soon as these words came out, many seniors were shocked. Is it actually Shangguan Bihan, the strongest treasure appraiser genius that Tiangang by Bayaman has recruited since its establishment? The senior who was in charge of recording the registration couldn't help but sighed in his heart. My good fellow, even this little evildoer is here. It is said that she can even see through the lost holy artifact at a young age. There are countless veteran treasure appraisers in the Xian domain. It seems that the champion this time has been reserved in advance. After signing up, the beautiful lady moved away gently, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her eyebrows curved, and she smiled sweetly. This time I'm a strong enemy, Mr. Lin Chen, who is descended from the gods. In this quartet conference, the situation gathered together. In the past, the Dark Horse Club was born, and all registered for the quartet conference. Afterwards, Ju Tian Pavilion pointed at the Dark Horse Club tit for tat, detonating everyone's attention. All the attention, the quartet conference ushered in the opening. The night before the opening, Lin fell into deep thought. It's a bit difficult to rely on the alchemy fingerprints alone. This time the quartet conference adopts a points system. If you want to buy the Shura Jiuhuan transformation, you must get 2 first places to be possible. Lin Chen glanced at the spirit of the exercises. He only had 700 million intermediate level spirits left. He studied Sword Fury, Uplifting the Sky, and the 2 top-grade alchemy handprints of the purple rank, as well as helping Ling Yueqi to cultivate the mind. Huge. I'm so lacking in the spirit of the martial arts. I still have the 8th order artifact casting technique in my hand, but I don't have the spirit to learn it. I can only try my best to try it out. It's a big deal. In the end, I will take the first place in the single and team martial arts competition. That's it. Lin Chen took out the Yunqiong Danqing Alchemy Handbook and activated the system. Consumes 700 million intermediate level exercises and begins to integrate the cultivation memory of Danqing's handwriting. A huge amount of memory poured in, and Lin Chen and all the clones fused together to cultivate the memory, which was fleeting overnight. 700 million points of intermediate level cultivation technique essence can only be learned by this alchemist's 5% alchemy handwriting. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the difficulty of this 8th-order pharmacist. So perverted. At the same time, this alchemy handbook seems to have opened a new door for him in the process of refining medicine, and Lin Chen's medicine refining skills have improved by leaps and bounds. The next day, the quartet conference opens. This conference gathered 1,580 geniuses on the talent list, most of them from Xuanyu and Qiyu, and more than 2,000 talents participated in single or team martial arts competitions with extremely high standards. In the morning, the crowd was full of people, and Lin Chen and his party took the lead in arriving at the venue for the first round of the single-person martial arts competition. Single-player martial arts competitions draw lots, adopt the individual winning promotion system. Different from the group martial arts competition, in the single martial arts competition, each disciple participating in the sect is independent. In the single martial arts competition, the winner advances and the loser withdraws. If the same door is drawn, only one person from the same door can advance. The team martial arts competition is a collective battle. This collective battle can be more intense and exciting by combining multiple forces and sections. However, once the team competition is lost, all participating sects or forces will be eliminated, and the risk and reward will be multiplied. Increase. This time, tens of thousands of top talents participated in the single martial arts competition, and there were thousands of single martial arts games in the gathering venue in the morning, and some of the geniuses on the top talent list actually met in the preliminary competition. It can be said that everyone is dazzled. But the world seems to be full of drama, and in the first round, there was an unusually explosive duel. Almost attracted the attention of millions of spectators present. Dark Horse Club, Zhendeju vs. Jiutian Pavilion, Xia Jianfeng. These two forces, which were tit for tat from the beginning, actually met in the first round. In the crowd of people, countless people are looking forward to it, because most of them have the cultivation base of Yuan Zuanjing and Battle Emperor realm and can see through hundreds of miles and thousands of miles at a glance. Even from a great distance, you can easily watch the battle without pressure. On the high platform, there are 3 figures in the Holy Realm, who are the highest referees of this single martial arts competition. The first old man in green shirt pouted. I said that old ghost Gao Yang, it's not good to have an inside story. You did it on purpose, right? The Dark Horse Club is against the Heaven Pavilion. The third white-haired old man did not change his face, and smiled as a matter of course. Don't you want to watch their confrontation soon? I believe everyone saw their confrontation earlier. This old man is called obeying public opinion, isn't it? Okay, you old slick, who can tell you? The old man in the middle was dumbfounded. The blue-shirted old man narrowed his eyes. It seems that this Dark Horse Club is in a bit of trouble. The presence of 3 Dark Pavilion saints staring at him is really generous. This little guy is going to pierce the sky. The other 2 elders showed a little solemnity. This time, they will seriously preside over the conference. If any accident happens, it will lose the face of all the forces of the conference. However, no one is not looking forward to the confrontation between these 2 new forces. Countless spectators looked up in amazement and stared at the viewing platform of Jiutian Pavilion. The audience seats on both sides are in the east, on the VIP stage this time. The Jiutian Pavilion is very pompous, and on the VIP stage, even Dai Hua has Set up 1,000-year-old green wood table, dragon liver and phoenix marrow. 7th order, top spirit wine, and those who don't know about it. I thought it was a happy event for his family. Even the seats are made of the purple holy sable hair of the quasi-8th order holy beast, and they are worth 1,000 silver holy dollars. In the morning when the sun is shining brightly, the sparkle is extremely high, too. Equip each of the dozen or so geniuses present at Jiutian Pavilion. What is a rich and enemy country? What is rich and powerful? I'm a Buddha. Those chairs alone are worth more than 10,000 silver coins, so rich. Grass, people are more popular than dead people. As expected of the son of the 4th grade Chamber of Commerce. The grandeur of the Jiutian Pavilion naturally put a lot of pressure on the Dark Horse Club standing next to it. Those Jiutian Pavilion geniuses who were chatting and laughing unconsciously showed their rebelliousness, as if they were mocking them as a group of poor people. The girls, Bai Juanhao and the others had arrived at the VIP seats long ago. And they could not help frowning when they saw the pomp of the Jiutian Pavilion and heard the disdain in their mouths. And because of his cultivation, Lin Chen just arrived at the VIP table at this time and stretched out slightly tired. On the stage of the Jiutian Pavilion, Dai Hua took a sip of the 7th order top spirit wine and sneered contemptuously. So people, don't be a frog at the bottom of a well, you should come out too. Increase your knowledge and see how big the world is. Don't make a country bumpkin who can't even support his own woman, and drag him like a 258,000. Oh, brother Dai Hua, you are too honest. How can you say that? People are just not as rich as us. How can they be considered poor? Maybe they can provide 1,000 silver coins per month, and they can also give them to their own family. The girl bought a few decent treasures. The two beautiful Jiutian Pavilion women covered their mouths and chuckled yin and yang. After hearing Jiutian Pavilion's talk, many people subconsciously looked at the stage of the Dark Horse Club. On the other side of the podium, Ying Liang pointed in the direction of Jiutian Pavilion, and asked Lin Chen with a mean smile, "Squad leader. Someone has made a move, how do we take it? What tricks to take? We are poor, how to take tricks? I have no money." Lin Chen continued to take care of himself. How jumpy and awkward they are. How miserable I will make them later. Then, Lin Chen lay back, when his back was about to fall to the ground. With a swipe, a vast and long branch suddenly grew behind him, extending from the void. The green and green branches are dozens of meters long, and the branches and leaves are covered with silvery silver coins. Seeing that, countless people in the audience gasped. This scene made even the geniuses such as Dai Hua and Jiutian Pavilion startled for a moment, and then they were shocked into disbelief. Can't go wrong. Lingji produces Saint Yuan coins, only one kind of Lingji can do it. Luck spirit plant. Is this fucking a spiritual plant of luck? Lin Chen actually carried a spiritual plant of luck with him? That is the lifeblood of the entire second-rank sect and above, for the big forces to settle down. Damn, he actually dared to dangle outside with a Chi Luck spirit plant. Crazy? It must be crazy. And many more. Doesn't this mean that he still has that invaluable Chi Luck planting bag? And this is only a part of Qi and Lingji. The complete body must have grown to its peak. Very thoughtful. All the audience froze at this moment. Although the emerald green branches blocked the dazzling sunlight for Lin Chen, it brought more silver light that blinded the dog's eyes. The green branches continued to grow, and part of the Qingyao tree was Released by Lin Chen from the Taoyuan planting capsule. All the geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion are either stunned or dumbfounded. One person holds a Qi Luck spirit plant? Is it possible? Lin Chen, who was bathed in the light of countless silver St. Yuan coins, said in a dejected manner, "Hey, I'm so poor that I'm about to eat dirt. I really don't like this kind of boring life at all." After all, he took out his homemade toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste on the branches of the Qingyao tree, and began to brush his teeth in front of countless people? No, his one seems to be Qingling chalcedony paste. What? He brushes his teeth with such wonders. Is he crazy? The sharp-eyed powerhouse immediately discovered that his toothpaste turned out to be the top-grade Qingling chalcedony paste. There is a strong wood type energy, as well as the miraculous effect of consolidating the root and cultivating the vitality, and breaking the bone and regenerating. Such a precious heaven and earth spirit was actually used by him to brush his teeth. The scalps of many strong people are numb. Nima, what a waste. Get 120,000 points of intermediate wood-type energy and 100,000 points of wood-type energy. The Qingling chalcedony paste was not wasted, but was absorbed by Lin Chen as attribute values. Then, Lin Chen picked up the clear water accumulated in the branches and leaves, and spat out the water. Acquire 150,000 points of water-type energy, 20,000 points of spiritual power, and 140,000 points of water-type energy. Some Battle Emperor audiences were stunned. What he used to rinse his mouth was actually the legendary Qingyao Yulu that had no market price? Are you crazy? Do you have too much fucking money to spend? Many of the older generation of strong men with mental illnesses were so angry that they almost vomited blood. At this time, a part of the red branches were also derived from his back. The whole trunk of the trunk was like pulsating veins, the red leaves were lush, full of vitality, and the branches and leaves were dazzling, gorgeous, and colorful, full of colorful fruits, and Qingyao tree. The branches of the tree are green and red, and they are so beautiful that countless strong people are shocked. The geniuses in Jiutian Pavilion were dumbfounded, and Lian Daihua even had a ghostly expression. The second strain? He actually has a second Qi Luck spirit plant? What the hell are you kidding about the 18th generation of ancestors? What is the concept of a Qi Yunlingji? The resources it produces are enough to feed hundreds of thousands or even millions of Tianjiao disciples. Even saints may not be able to own a spiritual plant of Qi fortune. One of the Dark Horse Club young people from the Battle Emperor realm actually holds two. Most of the fourth-grade sects, which are as strong as the saints, only have two Qi Luck spirit plants. Is the world crazy? The top referee of the three sacred realms on the stage stood up directly. His eyes were extremely dignified, staring at the red tree trunk, disregarding any manners. His mouth opened wide, as if he found a heavy treasure. Dragon, Long Qingshu. The old man is not mistaken, it seems that it is the Long Qingshu we have been looking for. It's crazy. What is the origin of this Dark Horse Club? The tiger body of the three sacred judges shook violently. Shock 250. They searched for the Longqing tree that was hundreds of thousands of years old, and planted the nearly extinct Longqingshu in the low-grade Qi Luck spirit, but it was actually in the hands of a young man? This kid actually has two spiritual plants of luck. Is it the inheritance of the ancient sage? The dark pavilion sanctuary hidden in the dark place lost its voice, and shocked As strong as their dark pavilion, they only possessed 2 spiritual plants. At this time, Lin Chen carried 2 plants with him. Hey, a hillbilly's morning is so unpretentious and boring. I don't look like a rich family. Every time I see people eating big fish and meat, I am always so envious, longing for, and troubled by hillbilly. Who can understand? After speaking, Lin Chen grabbed a few long chingua and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, someone Lin said with an expression of grief and anger, "A poor man like me, who can't work part-time in this life, and can only survive by eating ono fruit." The host gains 1.2 billion points of intermediate qi and blood energy, 1.4 billion points of qi and blood energy, 1 billion points of qi and blood energy. The energy of Long Qinghua continued to be refined into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen chewed another 6 Long Qinghua with a grieved face, and said with a sad face, "I'm so hungry. Wow, why can't I get enough to eat? Why are you so hungry?" Sure enough, a poor person like me can't even have the condition of being full grass. Many literate older generation 5 tribulations war sovereigns, all of them, were so angry with Lin that their mouths were crooked. You fucking eat Long Qinghua as food? Still want to eat? Crazy. Damn, this kid is crazy. Countless strong people are almost crazy. If he is not crazy, we must be crazy. Choke. In this scene, some individual swordsman audiences have already drawn their swords. So fucking annoying. If you don't kill him, he's still human. The eldest brother next to him hurriedly held down his cousin of the sword Emperor and hurriedly said, "Brother, hold back. You must hold back. Although I really want to cut him. You can't beat him." The genius of Ju Tian Pavilion stared blankly at Lin, stuffing Long Qinghua one by one, and dumbly looking at the delicious food in front of his house. He suddenly felt that it was not fragrant at all. Lin covered her mouth with her slender hands, trying to hold back her laughter with what she had learned all her life. Ying Liang, who has received professional training, is already shaking all over. Bai Juanhao's eyes are full of tears, and his facial muscles are about to cramp with laughter. Bang! At this time, because someone from Lin continued to release the trunks of the Qing Yaoshu and the Longqing tree, they collided together, shaking the sky with the silver Saint Yuan coins. Wow! A rainstorm, composed of silver coins, poured down to summon Lin under the tree, and a silver rainstorm fell, accumulating countless mountains of silver, almost millions of silver coins surrounding Lin Chen. Summon Lin abandoned himself, lay down in the coin mountain of silver Saint Yuan coins, and let out a sobbing sound. Why? Why can't I even get enough to eat? Seeing all the rich people in Juetian Pavilion open up big fish and meat, I admit that I'm envious. I'm sour. The hardship of being poor is so hard, it's really hard. Lin was so emotional that he was lying in the coin sea piled up with a huge amount of silver Saint Yuan coins, and he began to cry a lot while beating his chest and feet. Fathers and villagers here, brothers and sisters, you really can't understand the troubles of poor people like me. I can't even support my own woman. I'm useless. I'm poor. God, I have endured the pressure of being handsome at my age. Why are you? Why do you want me to be a poor man? I am so tired of living. If life can come again, I only hope that I can eat a full meal. Wow. Silence. The geniuses of Juetian Pavilion turned into shit-colored faces. Millions of spectators fell into a dead silence. In the venue, I heard the cry of the boy who was lying in the money pile, howling and crying. After a while, I don't know which my dear friend squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Damn it. Some of the powerhouses rioted, and the action of desire rushed to snatch Lin Chen's pile of over 2 million silver coins, and finally they were shocked by the holy atmosphere standing on the stage. Someone Lin was lying on the pile of money and asked in love. Jun Hao, Ying Liang, you said in your heart that you are ashamed of following a poor monitor like me? I really have nothing but handsome. By Juanhao, and others rolled around with laughter on the spot. Squad leader, it's too dangling. The whole world owes you a little golden man. Feeling the increasingly eye-catching gazes from all around, Jiutian Pavilion. And the others' faces turned ashen, green and red for a while, embarrassing. Especially even Dai Hua, who was so angry that his shit collapsed. So embarrassing. Who was the majestic and arrogant pompous person who mocked people for not having money just now? Are you mocking the poor people who can't even support their own women? Those are 2 low-grade Chi Luck spirit plants. It's as strong as the heritage held by the 4th grade sect. Not to mention raising one, even if it is a group, raising 100 is no problem. Although the geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion were born in the 3rd and 4th rank forces, they are only a member of the force, not the entire force. It is rare for any sectarian force to spend all its resources for the sake of individuals. Qi Luck Lingji is related to the lifeblood of the entire force and the source of cultivation resources, and is related to the development and continuation of the overall force. Even if they are distinguished 2nd generation ancestors or family descendants, they can only enjoy the dozens of Qi Luck Lingji points or even 1% of the cultivation resources. But the resources they enjoy may seem a lot to outsiders, but in front of someone Lin who holds 2 spiritual plants of luck, that's a piece of shit. Who is the frog in the well? Who is the real poor? Disgrace yourself. Jiutian Pavilion, this is the real self-inflicted humiliation. How majestic they were when they were posing, and now they are so embarrassed. And embarrassed, they can't wait to pack up and leave. Just staying on the stage is enough courage. All around, more and more fiery sights are cast, and they are carved on the faces of geniuses such as Jiutian Pavilion like a knife, and they have lost all the faces of their previous lives. Hey, all the rich people in Jiutian Pavilion, what's going on? Why have you started to pack your things? Don't, so much delicious food is wasted. Are you humiliating me, a poor man who can't get enough to eat? Huh? Isn't it? Can't afford it. Lin Chen's soul torture question made all the geniuses in Jiutian Pavilion grit their teeth, and their faces flushed. What is he, who is humiliating whom? You have to endure it if you take humiliation. At this time Mo Jingchen, the deputy pavilion owner of Jiutian Pavilion, said with a calm expression that he was one of the few people in Jiutian Pavilion who did not humiliate Lin Chen with Lian Daihua and others. Since we have made a move, we must be able to afford to lose. My Jiutian Pavilion has been going all the way, and the goal is to reach the peak, but it is by no means invincible. Don't forget the purpose of our coming here. With a word from the deputy pavilion master, he bowed his head and nodded his head, and he was convinced that he was convinced. There was absolutely no arrogance like the previous one, which made many people secretly startled. As expected of the deputy pavilion master of Jiutian Pavilion, this kind of Bearing and indifference are unmatched by many geniuses on the list. At this time, the three Holy Realm referees on the stage sat back to their positions with trembling hands. Their mouths were dry, but their eyes were extremely excited. I found it, Long Qinghua. We finally found Long Qinghua. The stubborn disease in the body can be treated. This kid has Long Qingshu, which can produce Long Qingguo, so I have to trade with him. Long Qinghua is too important to them. They searched all over Xuanyu and Qiyu, but they didn't find much. But Lin Chen actually had a Long Qing tree in his hand. Lin Chen, your life still belongs to the pavilion master. This issue will not change. You do have a lot of resources, but the real powerhouse always speaks of strength. Let your people come to power. The people on both sides are really serious. Do it with a gun. Mo Jingchen's eyes were sharp and shot directly at Lin Chen. Seeing the opponent's showdown, the actor Lin simply gave up, put his hands on the back of his head, leaned against Long Qingshu, and whistled cynically. Zhendeju, go up and play with them. Zhendeju was wearing a black coat, handsome features, pale face, extremely cold breath, and a knife on his waist. Zhendeju stood up, and his icy face showed a smile, which was very rare. It was like the darkness that covered the clouds and covered the sun suddenly shone a ray of sunshine, and he clenched his fists at Lin Chen. Yes. Tear. The figure flickered, took a dark step, came to the stage, stood against the wind, and stood by the knife. When Mo Jingchen raised his eyes, Xia Jianfeng, who was carrying a 3-foot green front, nodded earnestly and swept away, like a sword light slashing straight onto the stage. The crowd was in an uproar. Sword King versus Sword King. Lin Chen put away all the silver St. Yuan coins and 2 Qi luck spirit plants. On the way to the conference, 3/4 of his Tianyi holy water had been consumed, but in exchange for the Qingyao tree and the peak. A growing dragon tree. The Qiyun Lingji in its peak period can produce more than 1 million silver coins per month. This does not include the medicinal materials and Lingji specialty products produced. If these are also included, the value is inestimable. Not to mention that there is a Longqing tree that is about to become extinct. Lin Chen's wealth is comparable to the top third-rank sects and even fourth rank forces. Squad leader, this is too fun. By Juanhao. Yu Linlin waved her little pink fist excitedly. Haha, let those stinky people who look down on us know how powerful our squad leader is, and even pretending, cut. You. With her slender fingers, she tapped Lin Chen's forehead. Han Ziyun smiled. It seems that he has not changed for so many years. In fact, Lin Chen shared a lot of cultivation resources for everyone before the conference, especially Qingyao Yulu, which is 20 bottles per person and 15 Long Qingguo per person. When he knew that Lin Chen had 2 spiritual plants of luck, the shock of Class 66 was no different from everyone in the venue. As for the big tree, Lin Chen had already given up on it. He has been targeted by the Dark Pavilion. Lin Chen predicts that there is more than one Dark Pavilion that secretly covets himself. Since this is the case, why not disturb the situation and make the situation even more chaotic? Or not crazy, low-key muffled to make a fortune. But since it has been put on the table, then go crazy. To mess things up beyond the enemy's expectations is the only possibility to survive without relying on others. This quartet conference is the time for his Lin Chen to accumulate strength. Watching the battle stage again, the swords are in full swing, and the atmosphere is about to explode. Many spectators began to hold their breath and watch the battle attentively. From a ranking point of view, Jin Dijiu, who is 94,171, and Xia Jianfeng, who is 86,441, are completely different from each other. Cultivation is the top, one is the late stage of the 9th layer, and the other is the emperor of a catastrophe. The gap in the cultivation of the genius list has a decisive advantage. Even if more people are optimistic about Xia Jianfeng, this battle is still full of expectations, because the people in the Dark Horse Club are full of mystery. The referee of the 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor made an order. The first round of the single-player martial arts competition, Xia Jianfeng of Juetian Pavilion against Dark Horse Club, Zhendeju. Start. Brush. Boom. The sword light flashed, and Xia Jianfeng came out. His swordsmanship has been tempered for a long time, without the slightest fancy. The sword flashes like a white light, piercing the real virtue for a long time. Xia Jianfeng's sword was extremely fast, and over 90% of the spectators did not see him draw the sword. His strength is not inferior to Shaoqing, who was beheaded by Lin Chen. The breath suddenly soared, and under the sevenfold change, Zhendeju's breath soared, pulling out the dragon yell like a crooked moon, and the sword shadow spinning like a mirror. Clang! By Hong Jianguang unexpectedly bounced back to Xia Jianfeng along with the flip of the blade shadow, which amazed all the blade kings present. Boom boom boom. When Xia Jianfeng blocked a sword to parry his own sword light, the airflow around the crack suddenly rose, the moonlight flashed, and the moon of speed slashed horizontally, fast to the extreme. Huh! A shadow was shattered like a phantom light and was chopped up by the moon of speed. Xia Jianfeng retreated safely, and his top purple level movement technique. 3 flashes of ghost shadow can explode extremely high speed at short distances. Tear. Zhendeju took a dark step, the battle turned and the stars moved, the dark robbery war aura twisted and rotated, followed by Xia Jianfeng, followed by another knife. Clang. The swords intersected, sparks blazed everywhere, the sword light and the shadow of the sword slaughtered together like lightning, and countless audiences were both surprised and astonished. Zhendeju actually went head-to-head with Neng and Xia Jianfeng? The difference between the rankings between the two sides is nearly 9,000. The domineering pure power of more than 20 million dragon power is blessed on the sword technique. It's a bit interesting. It is worthy of being able to kill the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion. However, compared to my Xianyang sword body, it is too far behind. Xia Jianfeng's brows were sharp, and 9 layers of Xianyang sword energy erupted from his entire body, one by one being more domineering. When he blessed the sword, his arm swayed, and the sword light slashed and slashed back, actually including 2 top-grade purple rank swordsmanship? No, it's not over yet. Xia Jianfeng has 1 sword and 2 skills, with a long swing on his left sleeve, a sword in his sleeve, and a round and reverse split, forcing Jin Dijiu to parry with the mirror of guarding and reduce it to resistance. Is it actually a technique of double swords? Xianyang sword body plus double sword stunt instantly suppresses Zhendeju. So strong, Xia Jianfeng is the descendant of the sword saint of the 4th rank family, and not many people have ever been able to force his true strength. His kendo talent is superb, the double sword is superimposed, and the power of swordsmanship increases exponentially. He is far more than the strength in the rankings. Being able to fight with Xia Jianfeng to this point is already very strong. And Jinda has been defeated for a long time without complaining. Xia Jianfeng's step-by-step is very realistic, his swordsmanship is like a wave, and a shard of a yang system in his body is shining brightly, constantly, blessing his swordsmanship power. Xia Jianfeng used at least 4 top-grade swordsmanships of the purple rank, including 4 completely different kendo styles, which are perfectly compatible and can face any opponent calmly. This battle is almost one-sided. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This Xia Jianfeng's strength was better than that of Xiao Qing, who did not wear the mysterious demon Qisha, but Xiao Qing was good at assassination. Specialization is different. But there is no doubt that Xia Jianfeng and Xiao Qing must belong to the same level of combat power, the successor of the 4th-rank forces. Defeat. Xia Jianfeng slashed with his double swords, smashed the mirror of guarding, and smashed Zendage's Longyao sword. His swordsmanship was like smashing a yellow dragon, and he slammed it down. Almost at the moment of decisive victory, the deputy pavilion master Mo. Jingchen suddenly drank coldly. Jianfeng, retreat. Xia Jianfeng was stagnant for a while. He unconditionally trusted Mo Jingchen, and he wanted to forcibly withdraw his swordsmanship to show his body skills and retreat. Sigh. The aftermath of the sword chi cut Zendage's close to pieces, but he rushed forward without hesitation, clenching his fists. Boom. The airflow twisted and collapsed, and there was a sound of cracking. The power of the Jinda who lost the knife increased instead of falling, and the whole body flowed with azure brilliance, and the pure power of the mysterious flow condensed in the arm and punched out. Ultimate moment, 7 forces unity. This punch, like 7 savage dragons soaring, actually pulled the airflow through with a strange force, making Xia Jianfeng's figure stunned, and he was brutally beaten in the face by a punch. He can only parry with the sword horizontally in front of him, urging the defensive combat skills to deploy the sword light barrier, and forcibly take it. Bang! Ka ka ka. The power of this punch has skyrocketed to an extremely perverted level. Pure strength and strength penetrate through defensive combat skills, and penetrate through the body with the momentum of twisting, penetrating and killing, causing his defenses to crack and defensive treasures to burst. Pfft. Xia Jianfeng vomited blood and dropped dozens of attribute light balls. But a sudden burst of wind-breaking sounded, making him horrified. He was all too familiar with the tearing sound of this cutting airflow. It is the nirvana stunt of his Jiwutian pavilion, Ji Wutian's Jiwing flying knife. The host clone completely triggers passive talent, strong attack. Activate. Level 6 charge rune, level 5 penetration rune. De Sun Tian Yen sword. Ignoring how the opponent would be able to kill the shadow flying knife, Xia Jianfeng sacrificed the strongest sword, the half-orange De Ritian Yen sword. And the 2 swords in his hands burst into a mighty orange light and sunshine. Break me. The 2 swords slashed horizontally behind and directly in front of the wheel. 2 extremely flashing blazing light blades slashed through 10,000 hot air waves with a bang. Flying knife. With a bang, the 25% penetrating power caused the sword light to burst into pieces. The double sword was shaken and the light dimmed, and the flying knife was cut open. The Jiwing flying knife is still strong, but you can't have a third knife. Puff. The sword light flashed, and at the moment when the 2 flying knives were cut open, a sword light burst from the top of his head and slashed towards Xia Jianfeng. At the critical moment, he unconsciously urged his movement to avoid a little The sword light slashed his right shoulder and right arm, the shards of the Yang system in his body fell, and the blood was scattered. The figure instinctively retreats. What? Xia Jianfeng is unbelievable, absolutely shadow-flying knife. He actually learned the Jewing flying knife triple style perfectly. Sigh. A piece of blue jade is broken, which is one of Xia Jianfeng's life saving talismans. The kendama refined by Juggernaut can only predict one danger and make the body make a fine-tuned response. Boom. Zhendeju attacked aggressively, and Xia Jianfeng was sweating coldly, as if he was drinking. I surrender. Tear. The referee of the Five Tribulations Battle Emperor immediately dispatched and stopped Zhendeju in the air. He very calmly collected Xia Jianfeng's Yang system, heterocrystal fragments, and attribute light balls. Acquired 40 million exercises, 7,900 points, 190,000 fire energy, 780,000 talent points. Open 5 amethyst treasure chests and get 20 rune evolution stones, 10 million talent points, 40,000 enhancement points. Actually lost? All the audience were stunned. Zhendeju, who had been completely at a disadvantage before, actually turned from defeat to victory in a few tricks. After being a genuine juggernaut, he is also a descendant of a 4th grade family. His background is no less than that of many top disciples of the 4th grade sect, but he was beaten by the people of the Dark Horse Club by leapfrog? This scene made the faces of many geniuses in Jiwutian Pavilion stunned. How did he learn Ji Wutian's absolute shadow flying knife? He has also cultivated to the point of 3 absolute shadows. What's even more terrifying is that his 3 absolute shadows is several grades stronger than Ji Wutian's, and each knife has reached the level of half orange. Jewing came out in a row, even taking advantage of the sneak attack. Xia Jianfeng was completely defeated. Without Emojingchen's hint, Emojingchen would die. Give me back my heteromorphic shards. Xia Jianfeng drank coldly, and Zhendeju asked without a word, holding the knife, the wind is too strong, what did you say? Say it again? If you don't agree, I'll hit you. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. Zhendeji glanced at him disdainfully and stepped down directly. You. Xia Jianfeng almost vomited blood. It's okay to lose in the martial arts competition, and lose an arm and lose a different crystal fragment, which is a loss to Grandma's house. According to the rules, he did not break the rules. The elder said something indifferently. At this time, from the seat of the Dark Horse Club, Lin Chen shouted in anger. Grass. What did you do, Zhendeju? You've lost all my face. Audiences? What's going on here? He won so neatly and humiliated you? Many viewers were stunned. What's going on? Is there still a quarrel at the Dark Horse Club? Why is this? Lord Lin not happy. This true virtue has been unexpected for a long time, accumulating strength, counter-killing with several tricks, and winning is wonderful. Even many of the strong men of the older generation can't pick out any flaws. He is still not satisfied? Grass. Why do you have to fight 200 rounds against this kind of garbage? Your name is Zhendeju, but I didn't let you really fight that long. I didn't just put the 3 pads on the corner of the desk a few days ago. Did you throw the half-orange combat skills to you, and you still need 200 rounds? Just because the combat skills were given to you, the desk where the director is writing is still swaying. Can you be a good boy? The corners of the audience's mouth twitched wildly. Are these still human words? Who the hell is the director of the Dark Horse Club, who uses half-orange combat skills to padded the corner of the table? The geniuses such as Zhu Tian Pavilion turned red with anger, and Xia Jianfeng, who was lying down and being carried out for treatment, even spat out a mouthful of old blood. So fucking deceiving. What is garbage? Xia Jianfeng is already above the middle level of Zhu Tian Pavilion. If he is trash, what are the others? Zhendeju clenched his fists earnestly and said solemnly, yes, I will fight. For 10 rounds next time. Fart, next time you only have 2 rounds, and if you can't kill them in 2 rounds, I will kill you. Audience, crazy, must be crazy. Mo Jingchen's veins were exposed, but he held back the attack. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. As long as you lose, everything you say is a reason. The increasingly heated discussion detonated the audience. With this battle, the Dark Horse Club officially certified itself. Most of the geniuses who entered the ancient temple before fell into the hands of Lin Chen, and almost no one wanted to believe it. At one time, they thought that this young man was a leaker. In addition, in the last stage of the ancient temple, when the survivors were teleported away, all the 7 heroes of the Dark Pavilion who were ambushed outside were killed. The only survivors are Lan Ruoxue and Mo Qing. Almost no one publicized the record of the Dark Horse Club challenging more than 30 geniuses at that time. But now, a random young man from the Dark Horse Club has only defeated the descendants of the Sword Saint of the 4th rank family in hundreds of rounds. Who else dares to question? The referee announced in the first round of the single martial arts competition, Zhendeju vs Xia Jianfeng. Zhendeju wins. The points earned by the Dark Horse Club, 20 points. In all fairness, Xia Jianfeng is not weak, but strong. Lin Chen's clone is the last chance to open the ultimate moment superimposed charging rune, which increases the power of the 3 bursts of Zhuing flying knife by 10 times, plus the strengthening of the mind and combat skills themselves. The bonus is nearly the perfect trigger of the 4 times. Superimposed strike talent is close to 17 times, and it is just destroyed the many backgrounds of Xia Jianfeng. The Zhuing flying knife is by no means the strongest in the 4th style. It should be said, the true power of Zhuing flying knife is 4 bursts. The advantage of this stunt is that the 4-style flying knives are instantly released, one knife after another, making the opponent hard to guard against. And the last knife is fired after burning all the bets. Hey, I have to get more flying knives when I have time. If I let all my clones use 4 bursts, that's the strongest attack method I have. Lin Chen was sober in his heart and turned on the system decomposition function. The host decomposes the Yang system heteromorphic fragments and obtains a special attribute value, 9 suns true flames 9 million points. Element attribute value, 45 million points of intermediate fire energy. Consume 9 million points of special attribute Jiuyang true flame and 100 million heavenly Dao points to make blue level advanced nirvana. Consume 3255 enhancement points, strengthen the Zhuing flying knife, plus 11. Success, power increase, 30%. Consumes 5510 enhancement points, enhancement fails. Lin Chen used up the 210,000 enhancement points he held, just to strengthen the Zhuing flying knife, to plus 13, and its power skyrocketed. After this battle, Zhuotian Pavilion has officially listed the Dark Horse Club as the #1 enemy, and all the opponents they previously expected to defeat have been cancelled, and only Lin Chen and his party are in sight. Mo Jingchen got up and left, and sent a voice transmission through the air. I hope we can meet again in the next game, it's better for me to treat you. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, don't worry, I will make you lose very rhythmically. At this time a sound transmission Lin Chen covered the fluctuations of the mysterious space. Little friend Lin Chen, the old man's name is Tying Kangzi, I wonder if I can buy a batch of Long Qingguo from your firm in private? Lin Chen was startled, and when he turned around, 3 figures appeared on the stage. The 3 highest referees of the martial arts competition. Oh? So it's all the seniors. Lin Chen was surprised, and the third old man smiled and said, you don't need to be surprised, this is just our clone. We are very sincere this time. We just want to buy a batch of Long Qingguo, and you can ask for the price. Everyone was surprised that Lin Chen even attracted the 3 saints. Then we have to have a good chat, ha ha ha. Jun Hao, you go to the competition first. Lin Chen's smirk from a profiteer made the 3 old men groan in his heart. Damn, how can I feel that this child is an older fox than them? During the secret room meeting, Lin Chen brought Zendepi and Zendexiu to negotiate with the 3 elders. Lin Chen still has 155 Longqing fruits on hand. The Longqing tree is still in the growth stage, and the speed of growing Longqing fruits in the peak period can only reach hundreds or even more in a month. After the negotiation, Lin Chen agreed that the 3 elders would sell 140 Long Qingguo, but there were many conditions attached, and the 3 elders were slaughtered. Condition 1, Zendepi is allowed to get half of the referee's range of activities. He can enter the competition scene in various fields, but must be followed by the referee throughout. This condition made the 3 elders inexplicable, but Lin Chen promised not to do anything in violation of the regulations, and the Dark Horse Club would completely abstain. With the referee following, the 3 elders allowed him to pass. This condition is to better allow Lin Chen to collect attribute light balls. The competition is approaching, and the competition of talents from all walks of life will inevitably drop attribute values. Maybe because of Lin Chen's improvement, the quality will not be very high, but the accumulated stones can become mountains. Condition 2, the 3 elders must arrange for Lin Chen to meet all the holy places who are hosting this conference. The purpose is very simple, he wants to steal the pleasure. After agreeing to the above conditions, when Lin Chen sold 140 Long Qingguo, he made a fortune and gained 200 gold Saint Yuan coins, 7 kinds of 8th order different minerals, and 6 kinds of 8th order medicinal herbs. Consumes 180 million talent points, and uses the talent and the omen of theft on the 3 targets that have been regarded, and the host obtains 30 million mental power points, 150 million talent points, and 100 million wind energy points. Lin Mao, who launched the omen of divine stealing against the 3 elders, was heartbroken. Damn, if he finds a place where the Holy Land gathers, he can't steal Shuang. Feitian? The only pity is that the upgraded omen of theft will consume a huge amount of talent points every time it is activated. Except for the Holy Realm, even the 5 robbery battle emperor may not be worth his attribute value stealing. Lin Chen returned, and next, it was the team martial arts competition. In the team martial arts competition, you can unite multiple forces in the same group. The number of people is not limited, but if you lose, you will be completely eliminated. For example, the teams that entered the second round of the competition can join the teams that have advanced to the second round, but cannot join the eliminated teams. Secondly, the more forces you have combined, the stronger the opponents you draw will be. In short, if you combine forces, the opponents you draw must also be combined teams. So this time, it's not only the Dark Horse Club, but also everyone from Class 66 who arrived in the Holy Realm. Class 66, the Holy Realm, strikes again. Let's go to the genius list genius who swept the Holy World. Lin Chen was so arrogant that he led the eager class of 66 to step into the team martial arts venue. Lin Chen left the venue, and the three saints hiding in the auditorium in the dark pavilion followed closely behind his group. After this conference, the situation may exceed their expectations. Right now, the people who are eyeing Lin Chen may be far more than they expected. This kid appeared in front of two spiritual plants of luck, and it is uncertain which forces will join in and interfere in the snatch. After all, the temptation of Qi Luck spirit plant is too deadly. Especially the near-extinct Longqing tree among the low-grade spiritual plants. Try to see if you can find an opportunity. If this kid dares to leave the conference venue, he will act as soon as possible. The ancestor is already on his way. In the darkness of the void, the eyes of the three holy realms met, and they followed Lin Chen and his party like a ghost. Bang! Boom! Sun Tianhe's warlike storm exploded the mushroom cloud, and the digital 5. Tribulation War Emperor judges personally took action to strengthen the energy barrier so as not to affect the audience area. Many viewers were left with lingering fears. My God, did Jiutian Pavilion eat gunpowder today? All of them are like crazy. It's crazy. 6 geniuses on the list didn't even make it through 30 rounds. The team martial arts venue was an uproar. Jiutian Pavilion shocked the audience. In the team martial arts competition, all geniuses came out, and their opponents were a team composed of 4 third-grade sections. Among the 15 people, there were 6 geniuses on the list. At the beginning of the game, the team failed to hold on for 30 rounds, and was swept away by a group of geniuses from Jiutian Pavilion. Even the deputy pavilion master Mo Jingchen didn't make a move, and they won the victory in an instant. The battle is brutal. All the geniuses of the Jiutian Pavilion no longer have the leisurely playfulness or cynical leisure that they usually have in the world. Instead, they are replaced by an extremely serious and fierce murderous aura. In addition, the defeat in the single-player martial arts competition today made them hide a rage in their hearts. Because they met an opponent this time, the Dark Horse Club. Seeing the murderous spirits, all the geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion leave the venue with serious expressions. Some hidden old people are amazed. Sure enough, this year's team martial arts competition is still the most interesting thing in Jiutian Pavilion. Although it is only a second-rank sect, these little guys have a lot of backgrounds. Boom! Suddenly, 2 momentums collided in the venue, Jiutian Pavilion and Lin Chen and his party met head-on. Mo Jingchen, who was in the lead, looked indifferent. Team martial arts competition, I hope to have a match with your people. Lin Chen relaxed and freehand, don't act like an old enemy, I didn't put you. Jiutian Pavilion in front of my Dark Horse Club. Choke. Some geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion drew their swords angrily and glared at Lin Chen. Don't talk to him, we'll see you in the main game. If you can't make it to the quarterfinals, you're not qualified to be my opponent of Jiutian Pavilion. Ying Liang blew a provocative whistle. Cut. I don't know who was cut off by our brother Zhendeju, who wouldn't brag. What the hell are you talking about? A piece of trash who didn't even make it to the genius list. Yun Zhentian of Jiwetian Pavilion shouted angrily. What's wrong? Come to practice now if you don't agree? Gu Qinfeng sneered. Not afraid of the other party at all. Tongue sword lip gun, tit for tat. After Lin Chen stopped everyone, he didn't bother to pay attention to this group of noisy guys, and stepped into the fighting space together, covering the space enchantment in all directions. Oh? They are the Dark Horse Club? Hey, they are all very interesting little guys. They are not weak in body, refinement and spiritual realm, but their cultivation base is a bit poor. The 5 top referees of the team martial arts competition sat cross-legged in the void and looked at Lin Chen and his group with great interest. They were from Xuanyu and Qiyu, and they belonged to the 5th and 4th rank sects. And their eyes were very old. Their opponent is Team 412. This is a big team composed of 4 third grade sects in our Xuanyu. There are only 7 geniuses on the list. This is worth seeing. The 2 white-browed old men were immortal, with high self-restraint, and they admired the younger generation. It started, the shot is very fast, specializing in dead ends. There is no stagnation in the shot, and there are not many simple women around him, and they all have the level of the genius list. Well, the people in the Dark Horse Club are very fast, their postures are handsome, their movements are very showy, and their attacks are fierce enough. They have quite the charm of the old man when he was young, thinking back. Then, hey, these little guys cooperate very well, do they have, eh? Fuck. The 2 top referees didn't give Jiangshan a few words, and they showed a ghostly expression on the spot. On the fighting platform, Lin Chen, who was making soy sauce, raised his hand lightly. Carry away, next. The audience suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the 3 top judges who had closed their eyes and rested their minds couldn't help but open their eyes were extremely solemn. Team 412, all defeated, Team 511, which was united by the Dark Horse Club and other forces, won a complete victory. The geniuses who are also on the genius list are definitely not low. Under the joint operation, the difficulty level has skyrocketed. Moreover, when the competition is not a competition for resources, you need to beware of each other. Here, you can completely let go of your hands and feet to fight. Even if the cooperation is not perfect, you don't need to worry about your partner betraying you. Even so, the Dark Horse Club took only 22 rounds, 7 geniuses, and 15 top talents, all of which were defeated. Is this a fucking blitz? Jiwetian Pavilion has an opponent. Damn, it's too fast, I didn't even regain my senses, and the fight was over? Ha ha ha. Xuanyu has Jiwetian Pavilion, we have a Dark Horse Club in Qiyu, and you can watch this quartet conference. Lin Chen and his party left the venue, and they actually met the people from Jiwetian Pavilion when they left the passage. I'm sorry, our shot was a bit heavy, and we accidentally broke your record. Before Lin Chen could speak, Ying Liang whistled and ridiculed the people in Jiwetian Pavilion. The blue veins of Jiwetian Pavilion's group are exposed, and they will solve their opponents more quickly in the next game. Unwilling to be left behind, the Dark Horse Club is tit for tat, rushing a little faster in front of Jiwetian Pavilion every time. The most maddening estimate is the audience watching the match. The 4 rounds of the team martial arts preliminary round were turned into a speed race by the Jiwetian Pavilion and the Dark Horse Club? What about the brilliant fights of the geniuses? What about the splendid battle where the cards are exhausted? Do not No. Those were all in the dream, and what I saw in front of me were two destructive racing teams. The most exaggerated thing is that Lin Chen of the Dark Horse Club, Mo. Jingchen of Jutian Pavilion, the leaders of both sides have not yet personally shot once. The fourth round of the preliminary round. Fighting against the latest team, Mo Jingchen, the deputy pavilion master of Jutian Pavilion, finally took action in person. The genius leading the opponent saw that under the leadership of Mo Jingchen, the strongest defense of his own team had been defeated in 7 rounds, and he immediately raised his hands high and shouted with a voice transmission, "Stop fighting, we surrender." When this sound came out, the audience was amazed. Jutian Pavilion really is a must. As soon as the deputy pavilion master made a move, he led the team to crush 9 geniuses in one face-to-face, and they couldn't get out in 10 rounds. The Jutian Pavilion was finished, and before he had time to step down, the other side of the next door was the fighting platform of the Dark Horse Club. Just listening to someone from Lin leading the crowd from the Dark Horse Clubhouse, rushing to the stage is like drawing a sword. The light of the sword was as bright as a mirror, as bright as the moon, and the air of the sword swept across the audience. The eyes of the geniuses on the fighting platform almost fell to the ground. 8th order knife? This fucking sucks. Lin Chen held high the azure blue moon and took the lead in the charge. Class 66, rush up with me and beat the motherfucker. The leader of the team, ranked 91105, Feiyu Sword Emperor Luo Wuxin, hurriedly shouted, "We surrender." The audience? Is this surrender, before it hits? Luo Wuxin didn't say a word, jumped off the stage and ran away regardless of face. Damn, I have a bright future. If you want status and status, if you want beauty and beauty, why do you want to die? This motherfucker will be crippled if he is cut by that 8th order sword and won't die. Who wants to fight with these monsters? Wouldn't it be delicious if I saved my life to cultivate with peace of mind? The Dark Horse Club stepped down again, and the leader Lin, the 3 brothers Ying Liang, Gu Chenfeng, and Bai Juanhao, shrugged their shoulders and sighed drearily. Hey, people even surrender faster than others, what can we do? It's lonely to be too capable. Seeing that the boring 4 took steps that they did not recognize, and deliberately swayed several times in front of Mo Jingchen and the others, they were so angry that the entire group from the Heavenly Pavilion was smoking. In the first 4 rounds of the team martial arts competition, the Dark Horse Clubhouse and Jutian Pavilion shined brightly. This is probably the first scene in the history of the Sifong Conference where the team martial arts competition was turned into a racing competition. At this time, not many people noticed that on a fighting platform, 5 young men in black robes and cloaks slowly stepped off the stage. This team is the 424th team. The origin is very strange. The 5 people are all from the second rank sect, but their strength is terrifying. In the face of any team, 5 people only make one move. You can instantly defeat your opponent. It is so strong that it is not at the level of the second rank sect. What a Dark Horse Club, Jiwetian Pavilion, it's all a bunch of garbage. If it wasn't for the important task that my father gave me this time, this prince could crush them all with one punch. The black-robed and cloaked youth swept the direction of Jiwetian Pavilion with extreme contempt, and turned around and disappeared into the crowd of people in the auditorium. Get 20,000 talent points, 30,000 rune energy, 10,000 mental energy, 10,000 fire energy, 10,000 water energy, 400,000 martial arts essence, 12.8 million Battle Spirit Essence, 1.15 million blood energy, 45 strengthening points. The light screen of the system continued to flash in Lin Chen's mind. This is the real Depi incarnated by his Dragon Emperor, who started to collect the attribute light balls in each competition area of the Sifeng conference. This is probably the one that can be upgraded while lying down. Although the quality is low, at least the quantity is large. My pure power has exceeded 30 million, and when a new batch of Long Qingguo grows, I will probably be able to hit 40 million. Dragon power. Lin Chen put away the system, and through previous team competitions and single martial arts competitions, he has accumulated 450 points. The higher the points, the richer the treasures that can be exchanged at the conference. Lin Chen opened his eyes and stared at the single-player martial arts venue. At this time, his clones have already started to act separately, and the various projects have begun to fully participate. The Dark Horse Club entered the top 32 of the team martial arts competition. Bai Juanhao and the other three, and Ling Yueqi and the others also started their own personal martial arts competition. This quartet conference is an opportunity for all geniuses. Lin Chen personally sat in the single-person martial arts competition venue, and his eyes were fixed on the single-person martial arts competition of Bai Juanhao, Lu Liner, Yu Linlin and others. He wants to overcome the weakness for everyone. Each of them has a great chance when they come to the Holy Realm, but it does not mean that they are invulnerable, because the two sides must fight against the Juetian Pavilion. The people in Juetian Pavilion are also observing Bai Juanhao and others. They are looking for the weaknesses of everyone in Class 66, while Lin Chen wants to help them overcome their weaknesses. Preliminary competition venue for refining medicine. Maybe I will surpass you this time. Han Ziyun winked playfully, and the Zenda Shui, with a sword on his waist, smiled politely. It would be better if you did. If you go all the way to the finals, and then you lose to me in the finals, it would be great. The beautiful woman burst out laughing, and the two started to make alchemy. Today, Han Ziyun also has the spiritual power of the perfection realm in the Tongtian realm, and her alchemy skills are not inferior to Lin Chen's. In the preliminary round of casting, some veteran casters stared at the youthful black-robed youth in the venue with great interest. Interesting, this little guy is from the Dark Horse Club that has been in the limelight recently? His casting technique does not require any casting assistance, he only relies on his own Gingjin fighting spirit, and the empty hand casting. This is the first time this old man has seen it. The preliminary screening is divided into 4 stages: purifying the designated ore material, smelting the randomly selected foreign ore opening. For the weapon independent casting. Lin Chen's clone Zenda Chang passed the preliminary round perfectly, and finally cast the 7th order top mid-grade flying knife Leiyu to advance to the preliminary round. The rank of Leiyu flying knives is already the top rank in Kyushu, but in the quartet conference it can only be regarded as medium. Zijintong looked around the audience, and the expression of Zenda Chang showed a dignified expression. The experts in the conference were like clouds. With his casting skills, it was extremely difficult to enter the top 16. It seems that we need to hurry up and practice the 8th order artifact. Casting technique. Preliminary competition for treasure appraisal. The venue is in full swing. This is probably the venue second only to the team martial arts competition. People are always curious, consecrating treasures and appraising treasures. Who doesn't want to witness miracles? Outsiders watch the fun, and peers watch the road. The ancient sword of the late Qing dynasty was successfully consecrated, and Its essence is the 7 pairs of mother swords of the 7th order top. Middle grade. Number 450 appraiser, Lan Ruoxue, passed the preliminary round. Get 70 points in the conference. Wanyan Zenan sandalwood is actually the material of the sacred wood. Number 117. Appraiser, Your Excellency Long Yang from Jiutian Pavilion, passed the preliminary round and won 240 points in the conference. This broken crystal is actually the 7th order peak beast and the number 58. Treasure appraiser passed the preliminary round. The audience was in full swing, and countless audiences witnessed the consecration of various antiquities by various appraisers on the stage. Some antiquities have hidden secrets in several places, and the treasures are appraised again and again, like opening the door to a new world. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, the brilliance of the treasures was full of splendor, and there were treasure appraisers who successively consecrated the treasures for multiple antiquities and successfully appraised them. This purple rank top grade alchemy handprints? And is this iron scroll actually a purple rank top grade sword manual, hell broken flint or fragments of 8th rank Tianyan mine? The referees on the scene were horrified. The treasure hidden so deeply was seen through by a white-shirted boy at a glance. Sitting high above the venue, the 3 sage treasure appraisers came to observe the young man who had risen to prominence. The boy's white shirt is like snow, his brows are cold, and his purple gold pupils are sharp, as if he can see through all mysteries. Is this treasure appraiser from a Dark Horse Club? What kind of power is this? The name is like a joke. Or is it a gradeless power? Ha ha ha, old guy, they all said that your old antique is not good enough. The power of this kid has been very popular recently. This power is suspected of killing 30 geniuses on the list of geniuses. The evil spirits within the sect are tied with the Jiutian Pavilion. The boy's behavior was very strange. He grabbed the air and the referees announced the results of the preliminary round with doubts. The number 69 appraiser, Zhendiang, passed the preliminary round and got 290 conference points. 290 points. This is the highest score in the preliminary round. The genius Long Yang ranked 81,220 in the Jiutian Pavilion couldn't help but grit his teeth, but he lost to the Dark Horse Club again. Still by a tiny gap. Almost at this moment, when it was determined that the preliminary competition was the strongest, the vision resurfaced. The faint glazed holy light circulates like waves, turning into ripples that decorate the space and transmit to all directions. This is the energy fluctuation of the 8th order different minerals, and the birth vision of the 8th order medicinal materials. Luli Bing Xingua can be hidden in the sea cucumber for 10,000 years. This is too incredible. How did she see it? This is the complete heavenly meteorite, my God. Countless people cast their shocking eyes at the woman in the venue wearing a cloak, and the referee announced loudly. Appraiser number 71 passed the preliminary round and got 370 conference points. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, there were countless air conditioning sounds in the venue. 370 points. Breaking records, the high-profile genius of Jiutian Pavilion, Yang Long Shantong Long Yang, and the Dark Horse Club Zhenda, who were born in the sky should all be inferior. At this time, the mysterious beauty who was watching the audience walked in the direction of true virtuing. Lin Chen's clone motivated the Jin Tong twins, and found that he couldn't see through any of the woman's aura, cultivation, and details. The beautiful lady moved gently and came to Lin Chen's avatar, and there was a graceful chuckle from under the cloak. You are very powerful. I heard that you are from the Dark Horse Club. Please. Go back and tell him. I will wait for him at this treasure appraising conference. If he doesn't come, I will take the championship. The laughter was gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze, and Lin Chen's clone fell into doubt. Why, this woman gave him a feeling of déjà vu. But he couldn't tell. In Lin Chen's knowledge, no one's treasure appraising level can reach such a terrifying level. It seems that he is a formidable enemy. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to win the championship this time. The venue for the first round of mathematicians, a towering ladder that stretches for more than 1,000 meters, stands in the center of the venue. Preliminary screening is carried out in the Fate Ladder. This Fate Ladder has a spiral shape and is thousands of zhang long. It was created by the saint-level mathematician, sage of great fortune, who motivated the luck of the robbery and the weather of the week. This ladder can't fly. There are secrets hidden in the ladder of fate step by step, or there is a chance or doom, or bad luck, or a fortune, or a misfortune. Turns auspicious. The height of the climb depends on the ability of the mathematician himself. If you have powerful arithmetic, you can see through the dangers and opportunities in this fate ladder. Climb the ladder 100 feet and pass the preliminary round. Climb the ladder 500 feet, and you can directly advance to the top 32. Climbing the ladder is a test of the strength of the mathematician, but if you fail to detect the dangerous person on the ladder, not to mention 100 feet, even an inch is difficult. Such an assessment is convenient for the competition among the mathematicians. Otherwise, it is extremely dangerous to easily deduce the fate of others, and it will cost you a higher price. Every time the mathematicians of the Quartet General Assembly, they will adopt a similar method to compare the level of arithmetic, which can not only avoid the high risk, but also allow young mathematicians to have a platform to show their abilities and compete with their peers. Boom! The gray brilliance separated and closed from a stone step somewhere in the ladder, and the 3 Tianjiao mathematicians were bombarded down, vomiting blood and retreating. After several deductions and calculations, the young man in the white shirt on the other side jumped to the next step, and with a shudder, Wang levitated. It was actually a 7th-order, top-grade medicine pill. This person is a ghost calculator Emoching Swan, who is ranked 99,770 on the genius list. After returning from the Tsangyue trial, he received a new adventure and his strength soared. Around like this, the background that is stronger than him is only at the position of 220 feet at this time, panting and sweating. This preliminaries for mathematicians is worthy of being a great fortune sage, and it is countless times more difficult than previous competitions. Mo Qing considered accepting the medicinal pill, and looked in fear at the countless numbers behind him who were knocked out of the venue by bad luck and bad luck one after another, disqualified or repelled by more than 10 meters, and had to start all over again. The fate ladder is full of miserable voices, and countless people have to be eliminated in this preliminary round. I am afraid that in the second round, it will be directly the final of the mathematicians, which is more than 10 times stricter than the previous one. I said, good luck, old man, you are too ruthless. This is simply not giving young people a chance. Yes, how long do these little guys have to practice? How can they see through your good luck, or modify the rules to lower the requirements? It's ridiculous. If you do it like this, it's a question of whether you can get 8 people to start the final in the second round. The top judges of the mathematicians accused the saint of great fortune. Sitting in the center. He had long white eyebrows and long hair, and he casually said, "It is not interesting to choose a mathematician who is not good or bad. If you compare it, it must be, it depends on the battle of the top mathematicians, isn't it? Besides, the old man has already arranged enough resources in the ladder of fate. Even if these little guys fail the assessment, they will still gain something. If you think about it carefully, the old man is still kind." The corners of the judge's mouths twitched slightly. This old guy really felt extremely good about himself. Boom. At this time, 3 figures jumped up, and they were the 3 most eye-catching people in the audience. The first person, in purple robes and brocade clothes, has a noble and cold temperament, and is unruly. It is Xiao Qianyun from Jutian Pavilion. The second person, with dark eyes, long hair and a shawl, with a sinister smile on his face, is Luo Wuchang of the Honghuang Palace. The last one is wearing a blue bao, holding a white paper fan, and his face is like a crown of jade. He always has a smile that makes people feel like a spring breeze. The true virtue show. The 3 of them walked like a hurricane, and every step did not trigger bad luck, robbery and other organs, and even occasionally obtained romance, blessing, and opportunity, and harvested medicine pills, weapon exercises, and vertical flashes. Flexible and flat. The 3 of them rushed from more than 200 feet to 300 feet on the winding ladder of fate, surpassing the ghost mathematician Mo Qingswan, obviously having higher arithmetic than the latter. 3 people who are so monstrous. What is the origin of these 3 young people, and they are moving so fast? One wrong step will result in a setback of more than 10 feet or even serious injury. They dare to act like this because they have absolute confidence in their arithmetic. Is it Xiao Qianyun from Jutian Pavilion and the people from the Dark Horse Club? It turned out to be these 2 monsters. My God. It's working. I heard that the team martial arts competition was turned into a sprint competition. The Jutian Pavilion was slightly inferior, and the single martial arts competition also lost to the Dark Horse Club. This time it's revenge from Jutian Pavilion. I'm more optimistic about Xiao Qianyun. His arithmetic is far superior to his peers. The audience on both sides of the auditorium was horrified, and the mathematicians who worked hard to deduce the fate ladder looked at the speed of the 3 people's rapid advancement, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Well, there are still a few little guys who can do it this year. The saint of creation, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, nodded approvingly and stared at the 3. When breaking into the 350-meter height of the fate ladder, Xiao Qianyun from Jutian Pavilion raised his eyebrows and turned to the Zendexiu with a sneer. The guy from the Dark Horse Club, this time from the mathematician. The game starts to turn you all over. Zhen Duxiu put away the white paper fan, and a graceful and delicate smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Our Dark Horse Clubhouse has always been a standout. Xiao Qianyun laughed. Ha ha ha, don't you think that this is my full strength? Zhongde, your dogs' eyes can clearly see the true strength of this young master. Thousands of deaths and thousands of calculations. But seeing, Xiao Qianyun's right arm actually appeared countless dense meteorite fragments like pebbles, glittering and listing the light of Diantian Sun Luo. In his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars hung upside down, as if he had seen through the mystery, and instantly locked the best route, and the omens presented by each step, caught his eyes. Brush, brush. Xiao Qianyun took a step of 3 feet, and the speed was extremely fast, and the lotus was born at every step, more than 3 times faster than before. He rushed to the 440-foot position in one breath, and Luo Wuchang of the Honghuang Hall laughed loudly. The people of Jiutian Pavilion really have some skills, and this young master can't be left behind. After he finished speaking, a round of flooded sun appeared above Luo Wuchang's head. His eyes became as blazing as the sun, and he moved forward rapidly. After each step is stepped on, it will automatically change, so it is impossible to walk along the road of others. You must rely on your own arithmetic to deduce the danger and direction of the next step. The balance was broken, and it instantly turned into a competition between Xiao Qianyun and Luo Wuchang, and Zhendexiu fell behind. The two rushed to the distance of 500 feet like a broken bamboo, and there were countless treasures. They gained a lot along the way, but after 500 feet, they also began to stagnate, because every step, it was extremely difficult to deduce the internal mystery. When everyone was eagerly anticipating that the strongest player in the preliminary round would be decided among the two, a figure jumped up with an almost weird arc. Countless people looked intently and took a deep breath. But seeing Zhen Deshou holding a very strong long stick in his hand, he slammed it up, and when he bounced it, it bounced 3 feet, and a 360-degree free spin in the air landed on the next step. Get 780,000 rune energy, 10,000 thunder energy, 1 million talent points. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a necessity, but every time Zhendexiu landed, he would get a high-quality attribute light ball. Seeing this shocking scene, the corners of the mouths of the massive audience and the participating mathematicians shuddered. This Nima is awesome. In this cautious ladder of fate and fate, any step may lead to the elimination of bad luck and serious injury, and every step is above the tip of the knife. Why did he really play pole vault under such circumstances? Crazy. Must be crazy. Mo Qing smiled bitterly, as expected of a genius who belongs to the same power as your excellency Lin Chen. You can't speculate with common sense. Is Zhendexiu crazy or stupid? Isn't he afraid of stepping on this fate ladder? Is this a broken pot? Countless spectators and contestants looked up, and their eyes were full of incredible. The tall young figure carried a green bough on his back, lifted the pole in a dashing manner, and performed another pole vault, turning freely in the air, spinning rapidly, and jumping more than 3 feet. Landing, Baoguang is prosperous. This step contains treasures, and a 7th order top-grade flying knife is suspended, and the flying knife is engraved with the word Yutian. Acquire 100 enhancement points, 100,000 Heavenly Dao value, 450,000. Cultivation technique essence, 10,000 dark energy. The attribute light ball that suddenly appeared on this step was absorbed, and Zhen Deshou's movements were very standard and elegant. Xiao Qianyun's eyes almost popped out, and he lost his voice in horror. What? Are you kidding? Some of the mathematicians who are still participating in the competition have been dealt a great blow. What a shame for the other participating mathematicians. People are struggling, and every step has to go through a lot of deductions and calculations. This is a really good show, and the copy guy is a jump. It's like a group of people walking on the tip of the knife. Everyone is careful to avoid stepping on the edge of the knife. Suddenly someone hummed a little song and sang a song and jumped over? Isn't this fucking bullshit? The most annoying thing is that you can't tell where he is cheating. Brush. 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 Zhen Deshou jumped the ladder with a long pole in hand, sparks and lightning. All the way, and rushed to the position of Xiao Qianyun and Luo Wuchang 525 feet in a blink of an eye, and then showed his standard elegant smile. Please call me thriving, thank you. The audience was silent for a while. Even the referees couldn't help twitching their mouths wildly, but the good fortune sage was surprised, and continued to pay attention to Zhendexiu. Damn, it's still one of a kind. Zhendexiu, it's a real show. He has been hiding his strength, and he didn't show his real strength before. It is still unknown who will kill the deer. The audience was amazed. At this moment, Zhendexiu suddenly stopped, as if he was rummaging through the ring. Some veteran mathematicians and contestants were slightly more balanced. Well, this Zhendexiu's height of more than 500 meters is also difficult to move. It seems that he is still a little self-aware. The mathematicians who are participating in the competition have regained a little psychological balance. But the next moment, the audience fell into a dead silence. I saw Zhendexiu, and took out another big baby with a thick middle belt and a long middle belt. 2. Grass. One of your motherfuckers is not enough, do you want another one? I saw that Zhen Deshou bent 2 tough rods with both hands, released them suddenly bounced. Zhen Deshou done rushed to the height of 7 or 8 feet and landed in a very standard free rotation. Acquired 410 enhancement points, 1.85 million Kung Fu essence, 140,000 wind energy, 80,000 thunder energy, 290,000 rune energy. Then, he jumped like a star pill, jumped and flashed several times in succession, and rushed to the position of 700 zhong in one go, and he was like a broken bamboo, shocking countless judges and veteran mathematicians who watched previous mathematician competitions. 9 tribulations of creation comes with the ability of a mathematician. 9 tribulations which can spy on the calamities of heaven and earth. Now the element attribute value is not what it used to be, the ability of Jian is far greater than that of the past, coupled with the strengthening of the mind plus 13, making Lin Chen's arithmetic ability comparable to most of the top mathematicians of the younger generation. Just relying on the 9 tribulations Zhendexiu's ability as a mathematician can compete with Luo Wuchang and Xiao Qianyun, but it is not enough to suppress them. Why suppress them? Because the assessment of the destiny ladder has a crucial point, that is, being able to see the attribute light ball. The ladder containing bad luck or bad luck also has the attribute light ball. But Zhendexiu can use this to assist the 9 tribulation eyes, and the 2-pronged approach makes him feel like no one in this lucky catastrophe ladder. Feeling the hurricane of the stat value, Zhen Deshou shook his head dashingly and said with a smile, "Oh, I feel like my life has reached its peak. After all, it's still comfortable to use with 2 shots, and the stat value is enough, I like it." Xiao Qianyun, are you still a person? Luo Wuchang, I'm fucking brush. At the moment when everyone was shaken by Zhendexiu, a light and extremely fast purple and black shadow came like a blazing light. Wherever it went, a gust of wind was almost rolled up, and it rushed to 200, 400, and 600 meters. She surpassed Xiao Qianyun and Luo Wuchang in a blink of an eye, shocking the audience. Boom. 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 The appearance of this beautiful shadow has caused countless treasures to bloom on the way of the ladder of fortune and tribulation. The great fortune saint finally showed a dignified expression at this time. His white eyebrows trembled, and his eyes locked on the beautiful figure. This girl's mentality has a bit of the charm of that old lady, don't you think? When the great fortune master was puzzled, the shadow flashed and began to approach Zendexio. Zendixio's eyes narrowed, and finally there was an opponent who threatened him, and he took the pole with both hands and rushed to the top of the life ladder at the fastest speed. The beauty in the purple and black dress has the taste of stepping out of the path of the avenue at every step, and she has 3,000 lives without signs and turns into a Taoist talisman and evolves into the void. This is a very strong realm of speed arithmetic, and only by cultivating one's own arithmetic skills to the extreme can it be touched in the field of superiority. Every step of her route is the best, which proves that she did not deduce and calculate step by step at all, but made a comprehensive calculation and then acted so fast. Who is that person? It's a real virtue show. Look at the figure, it should be a woman, it's amazing. Are there any top female mathematicians emerging in the two domains recently? The gap between the two is less than 100 feet. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful confrontation in the preliminary round. All the audience stared at the top of the ladder in the venue, and with a bang, the two figures jumped to the top almost at the same time. Bang! At the peak of the fate ladder, a splendid holy light erupted, and the two reached the top at the same time. Get a great chance. But at this time, the two of them are facing each other, staring at each other, seeing the peerless youth of the person. When the hazy beauty of the world is revealed, Zendexio trembles suddenly. Actually, is it her? Single martial arts venue. Bai Juanhao and his group advanced to the top 64 in the single martial arts competition, and Ling Yueqi's points even pointed to the top 32. Squad leader, how are we doing? Yu Linlin stood in front of Lin Chen, with his hands on his hips as if asking for credit, and smiled charmingly. Lin Chen smiled and said, very strong. On the whole, everyone has become too much stronger. Lin, you two have the level of 97,000, and sister Yueqi's strength can completely reach the 9th place. Before 10,000 people, June Hao, Ying Liang, and Chen Feng should be around 95,000 on the genius list, but I can see it, and so can the people in Jiutian Pavilion. It's okay, squad leader, don't we have you? Ying Liang grinned, and Lin Chen nodded. That's true, but the pavilion master of Jiutian Pavilion has not yet appeared. If his strength is enough to threaten me, then in the team competition I may not be able to help you, so you must improve your strength. But if you want to improve your strength, I have my own plan for the squad leader. Right now, we have one last project left to get past. Everyone was curious. What project? Lin Chen smiled. Temperament. Everyone shines. In the preliminary competition of the Way of Music, the 66 class led by Lin Chen reproduced the 8,000 waves of arrogance of that year. They fought against Yan Jing and won the top 16 places. At this point, the preliminary round ended. Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor True Destiny received endless attribute light balls in the preliminary round, and now Lin Chen's attribute value has reached an unprecedented level. However, his attribute value will soar even higher. The Quartet Conference, the summit of the conference building. What are you doing? You three old guys still invite us to drink. Gather us all together, could something big happen? The top high-rise buildings gather an unprecedented lineup. All saints gather. Those sectarian saints from Xuanyu and Qiyu who are sitting at the conference are all gathered here, with more than 26 people. The 26 holy realm powers are all well known in all directions. They enjoy the powers that countless people worship and worship in the secular world. Today, they are called together by the 6 powers who are in charge of team martial arts and individual martial arts. Cough, cough, I didn't expect you to call everyone together, old man Qing. The white-browed old man coughed lightly, and the green old man, who was in charge of the team's martial arts, nodded solemnly. Well, I have something important to discuss with you. If you have something to do, please ask first. The old man's business is very simple. At the request of this little guy, let him meet with everyone. The white-browed old man flicked his sleeves, and the silver-robed youth appeared. It was Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's arrival, the Holy Land powers raised their brows, with different expressions, some disdainful, some interested, some indifferent, some doubtful, and different. It turned out to be this little guy. This is the Dark Horse Clubhouse, Lin Chen? Good talent and beautiful jade, hee. There are not many young people who can keep calm under our eyes. The sight of many holy realms is like a hole through the holy man, as if seeing through all the secrets of Lin Chen, his body refining realm, spiritual power, 9 robbery battle body, all exposed in the eyes of these holy realms. He was calm, but there were waves in his heart. 26 holy realms, there are still 23 that can be stolen. Cool. System, activate. The omen of divine theft. The host has opened the purple level talent, the omen of theft, and is stealing the locked holy target. Steal attribute value, 10 billion points of intermediate rune energy, 200 billion points of battle spirit essence, 2 billion points of primary heaven, 4 billion points of intermediate level exercise essence, 200 million points of light energy, 500 million points of wind energy, 100 million points of thunder energy, 400 million points of gold energy, 1 billion talent points. Orange level talent fragments, 1 time, Godslayer fragments, 2/3. Successfully stealing 23 holy targets, consuming a total of 1.84 billion talent points. A huge amount of attribute light balls poured into the body. Lin Chen hurriedly differentiated a large amount of attribute values into the clone. And his heart was even more cold. The holy realm is the holy realm. The acquisition of this batch of attribute values is comparable to that of him refining more than 10 different crystal fragments and earning a burst. But at the same time, the price is also very terrifying. A lot of talent points are suddenly lost. If the Dragon Emperor has collected the attribute light ball of the conference, this price is enough to make Lin Chen bottom out. What, boy Lin Chen, what's the matter with you meeting us? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't respond, the Holy Land's powerful mind was dissatisfied. Lin Chen's potential is indeed very strong, but his potential is not strength. In their eyes, Lin Chen is not qualified to put on airs in front of them. Oh, it's all right. I just came to see the difference between the holy realm of the 2 domains and the saints in my family. Now that I see it, I have to make a trip, and I will leave first if I have nothing to do. Lin Chen's blind nonsense, this time even the family blew it out. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, causing a lot of stagnation in the holy realm. Even the 3 elders were stunned. What? You asked us to call someone over, and you just took a look and left? Everyone present here is famous, shocking hundreds of millions of souls, and countless strong people want to meet and don't know how much they have to pay to meet. Are you a little ghost who comes and lingers? What the hell do you take for a saint? Boom. The sky was dark, the airflow cracked, and a shocking space crack. Spread out. I don't care what your background is, it seems that it is necessary for the forces behind you to teach you a rude little devil. There is a holy realm who is angry. This is the anger of being provoked by the majesty that belongs to the strong in the holy realm. Who has seen a weak rabbit dare to provoke a dragon and ignore the existence of the dragon? This is courting death. Hold on. The speaker was the old man who was in charge of the team's martial arts. Referee, Qingxing Qingyao. Little guy, it's just a coincidence, the old man is about to discuss with you, and wants to use the power of your dark horse club. The old man Qing was so surprised that even Lin Chen was puzzled. Before telling the truth, please allow the old man to ask the little friend one thing. I heard what the elders of the Bingxin Palace said, that the little friend defeated the 4 saints alone in the Bingxin Palace. I don't know what power was borrowed. As soon as these words came out, thousands of waves were aroused. The faces of the saints present changed very wonderfully, they were stunned and shocked. Some sneered, and their faces were full of disdain. Is this kid repelling the saint? A brat who has no cultivation base for a calamity emperor has the ability to challenge a saint? Oh, yes. But that's not my real strength, it's borrowing some external force. Lin Chen confessed that because of his rush to the Sifeng conference, the matter of Bingxin Palace's repelling of the 4 sages has not yet spread, and not many people know about it except for the disciples of Bingxin Palace. There is a certain element of luck in repelling the 4 saints, that is, the 4 saints underestimated Lin Chen, and did not expect the miraculous effect of the slow rune, and he succeeded in a sneak attack. If you fight with those 4 saints again, let alone 3 billion points of rune energy, even 8 billion points of rune energy may not be able to hold 1/10 of the 4 saints' breath. External force. This old man has something to ask your little friend. In the team martial arts competition of our quartet conference, outside forces were mixed in, and we also asked the little friend to lead the Dark Horse Club to defeat it. As soon as these words came out, the saints present appeared puzzled. Qingxing Qingyao turned his hand and spread his palm, the faint holy light flickered, and something appeared. This thing is the size of a fist, the whole body is round and red, and a dragon's shadow, with suffocating aura, is disillusioned inside. Lin Chen is startled. This thing, Lin Chen also has. That is a blood-colored crystal jade obtained after killing the false god. At that time, Lin Chen still hadn't spied out the secret of this thing, and put it in the ring. Qingyao narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Lin Chen Dao. Team martial arts competition has entered the Dragon Clan. Although they disguised as a human clan, they did not hide from the eyes of the old man. This is no trivial matter. He raised the blood jade in his hand. This thing is called the Divine Dragon Blood Jade. It does not react to the human race, but it has a miraculous effect on the dragon race. It records the coordinates of the divine dragon's relics and the inheritance of blood essence. It contains great opportunities. If it is handed over to the dragon race, this thing can cause the holy dragon to snatch it. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart set off a storm. Dragon? Could it be the legendary dragon race that can rival the gods? In Lin Chen's heart, many thoughts flashed in an instant, and everything was connected. It's no wonder that in the previous battle in Kyushu, those false gods were able to drive the 7 dragon clans out of the 10 major dragon clans to fight for them. It turned out that they were holding the divine dragon blood jade. Lin Chen's heart beat faster. The Shenlong blood jade can obtain the blood essence of the Shenlong, and he also has one in his hand. Doesn't this mean that he, Lin, has the opportunity to obtain the blood of the Shenlong? The Dragon Clan and our human clan occupy one side in the holy world, and there is often a war, which makes the high-level officials of the holy realm in the 36 regions have a headache. Giving this thing to the Dragon Clan is to create a strong man for the Dragon Clan and increase the pressure on our human clan, so, as the prize of the Quartet Conference, this item ranks among the top 10 in value, in order to find a suitable owner for this item. If the human race with the dragon bloodline is related to this item, you can obtain the information in the dragon's blood jade. My human race adds strong men. Talking about this time, Qingxing felt quite a headache. The organizers of the conference have repeatedly searched for many sects that mainly develop different bloodlines, including the White Dragon Gate joined by Juanhao, but they have not found a suitable candidate for Shenlong Suiyu. Those who have no connection with this object and cannot stimulate its response will not be able to obtain the information in the blood jade, so it is equivalent to a piece of waste stone. Right now, a super strong dragon team has entered the Quartet Conference under the banner of the human race. According to the rules of the conference, dragons have participated in the competition in the past. A group of saints suddenly understood that the feeling is that the genius of the dragon race mixed into the competition. As a reward for the team martial arts champion, in addition to the generous reward points, you can also choose a treasure that ranks in the top 5 to the top 10 in the conference for free. The goal of the dragon race is this. If these old guys take action, it will inevitably lead to disputes. If the announced prizes are recycled, it will seriously affect the reputation of the conference. The final prizes of the contestants, who are desperately trying to participate in the competition, are suddenly recycled and cannot be obtained. Who can accept it? Therefore, the best solution for this matter is to leave it to the younger generation. Senior means that I want my Dark Horse Club to defeat the Dragon Team and prevent them from obtaining the Blood Jade, right? Lin Chen held back the ecstasy in his heart and said calmly. That's right, if you win the championship, how about you keep the original rewards of your conference and add a treasure that allows you to choose a treasure that ranks in the top 40 to 50? Qingxing smiled, and Lin Chen teased, why don't you look for Juetian Pavilion? Their number and ranking of geniuses are much higher than my Dark Horse Club, aren't they? Hee, although the little guys from Juetian Pavilion are excellent, the geniuses sent by the Dragon Clan are even better, at least on the level of about 60,000 geniuses. To be honest, at this level, no one in the Sifong General Assembly can beat them. But yours, the Dark Horse Club, is the only team that I can't see through, since so many players in the preliminary round, plus your record in Bingxin Palace. I believe in my vision. Qingxing stroked his beard and laughed, and someone Lin snapped his fingers. No problem, then the transaction is established. This dragon team, my Dark Horse Club, has packaged it. Lin Chen also wanted to ask for the Divine Dragon Blood Jade as a reward, but thinking of the many saints here, speaking directly would inevitably cause suspicion. By the way, if no one can stop the Dragon Clan in the end, does the senior plan to let the Dragon Clan take the Blood Jade normally? Lin Chen asked a meaningful question. Qingxing said in a neither salty nor light manner. If no one can stop them in the end, the old man will refuse to award the award, and would rather ruin the reputation of the Sifong Conference than hand it over to the Dragon Clan. The chance of the Shenlong Blood Jade is Unimaginable. After a few years, a strong man comparable to the Holy King will emerge from the Dragon clan, and that will definitely be the strong enemy of our human clan. Holy King, the strongest creature under the gods. The Holy Realm is divided into 9 levels. After the peak of the 9th level, it is the 9th turn. The 9th turn becomes the Holy King, and the Holy King is the true God. Sure enough, these old guys are really not built. Lin Chen froze in his heart, and at the same time, he was more careful about the divine dragon blood jade in his hand. This thing is both a chance and a disaster. Once exposed, it may be even more terrifying than the pursuit of the Dark Pavilion. Little friend Lin Chen can cultivate with peace of mind recently. Although the holy realm of the Dark Pavilion is gathered in the conference, as long as we are in town, they will not mess around, but when the conference is over, it is up to you. Qingxing stroked his beard and warned. Lin Chen clasped his fists and smiled. No need to worry about seniors. If they dare to come, I will hammer them. Damn it, the brute force has been blown out. I can't believe that these old folks in the Dark Pavilion will send more than 5 holy realms, and they also unite with other forces. I really look down on me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who returned to the rest area, thought of the information revealed to him by the Qingxing earlier. It was initially estimated that there were 10 holy places lurking in the conference to come for him, and Lin cursed his mother in an instant. 1 emperor versus 10 saints? What the hell is bullying people like that? One step at a time. In Lin Chen's heart, there is a bit of ruthlessness that bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. The saint is not invincible. Dare to rush him, Lin Chen. Let's see who will rest first. At the door of the rest area, Yu Linlin and Ling Yueqi have been waiting for Lin Chen at the door for a long time. Squad leader, you're finally back. The battle schedule is out. Seeing Lin Chen's return, Yu Linlin waved his hand excitedly, and he put away all his emotions. In the hall, Class 66 gathered. Bai Juanhao has obtained the established schedule of all projects. Lin Chen watched the team competition first. The combined team of the Dark Horse Clubhouse performed extremely well in the preliminary round and advanced to the quarterfinals, and one more win would be the quarterfinals. And Juetian Pavilion is also in the opposite quarterfinals. If they also win the opponent, both sides will advance at the same time, which means that the 2 sides will meet in the semifinals. Ling Yueqi, Yu Linlin, Lu Liner, and Bai Juanhao, who participated in the single-player martial arts competition, were matched to the genius list in the next martial arts competition. Ling Yueqi didn't have any problems, but the other 5 were not sure. The outcome was completely unknown. The single-player martial arts competition starts before the team martial arts competition. Juetian Pavilion estimates that you have figured out your strengths in the previous battle. If you have accumulated injuries, that can no longer be fought in the single-player martial arts competition. The team martial arts competition is bound to happen. You can't fight, even if you fight, you can't play too much combat power. They will target you based on your weaknesses. Lin Chen analyzed the situation. Everyone was silent, and their expressions were slightly solemn. Then, Lin Chen smiled. Unfortunately, their biggest variable is that they didn't expect this handsome method. Sister Su Lan looked at each other and smiled, as if guessing Lin Chen's almost heaven-defying method. Lin Chen opened the system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the Battle Emperor Realm 9th. Layer Advanced Essence, 87,665 points, as you approach the breakthrough of the Battle Emperor Cultivation Base. Please prepare for the calamity. Ultimate Strength, 31.5 million. Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 99,566 points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 4 points, Fullness of the Sky. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 201 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 177 points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 78 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 75 points. Blank Attribute, 790,000 points. Reinforcement Points, 227,750 points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 12 points, Earth 8 points, Wood 7 points, Gold 11 points, Water 7 points, Lightning 10 points, Wind 8 points, Light 4 points. Dark 8 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not. Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Open or Not. Nirvana Bar, Open or Not. Active Talents, Purple Rank, Omen of Stealing, Purple Rank, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Purple Rank, Ultradimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank. Ultimate Moment, Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank, King of the World, Quasi-Orange Rank, Desperate Life and Death, Orange Rank. Instantaneous Light Fragmentation, Orange Rank. One Time, God Killer Fragment. 2/3. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combination Skills, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Superdimensional Teleportation, Reigning the World. Desperate Life and Death. The system prompts the host that some primary attribute values of the host have been automatically upgraded to intermediate attribute values, and some intermediate attribute values have been upgraded to advanced attribute values. The ratio of advanced attribute values is 1 to 100 million, such as 100 million points of intermediate blood energy upgrade to 1 point of advanced blood energy, and 100 million points of primary heavenly value to 1 point of intermediate heavenly value. Lin Chen is overjoyed. The attribute value has been upgraded again. Attribute value upgrades have advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the number of attribute light balls dropped will be less, but as long as the attribute value is dropped every time, the attribute value will be the advanced attribute or the upgraded intermediate attribute value. In short, less quantity, more quality. Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. The next time you drop the attribute light ball, in addition to strengthening points, blank attributes, and special attribute values, the attribute values you pick up are equivalent to the previous 100 million attribute points. System, I want to use the exercise learning function for everyone present. At the end of the preliminary round, there will be a 3-day rest period. During this time, there will be a large number of contestants to exchange the treasures of the conference. This is one of the things that countless young geniuses flock to, and the Quartet Conference often obtains many ancient mysteries or handed-down treasures that are not passed down, and even their own sects do not have the opportunity. There is one thing that is extremely strange, that is, the Dark Horse Club. Standing on the cusp of the wind and waves, actually staying at home, no one shows up. Geniuses gathered in the second-grade sect rest area, Jiwutian Pavilion. In addition to the seriously injured Xia Jianfeng, the fallen Ji Wutian, and the people of Jiwutian Pavilion, there are still 17 people, including the pavilion owner. There are 18 people. Of the 17 people at present, 7 people are on the genius list of about 92,000. 4 people are ranked about 86,000, 5 people are ranked 82,000, and the deputy cabinet owner Mo Jingchen is ranked 80,001 on the genius list. The pavilion master has sent a message that he is about to arrive at the venue, but it will take a few days. Mo Jingchen crushed the space jade slip, raised his head and said. He Su pavilion master shot, we will crush those guys first. Lian Daihua's eyes burned with anger and jealousy, and he gritted his teeth. Have you collected all the information? Mo Jingchen looked at a female genius, the latter, with pale blue pupils. Turning a triangular lotus, and respectfully handing over a jade scroll. Yes, everyone around Lin Chen, including Zhen Dijiu, has all the information collected so far. Mo Jingchen took the jade scroll and flipped through it. After a while, his eyes showed thought, and he raised his head and said. If nothing else happens, we will encounter the Dark Horse Club in the semi-finals. In this martial arts competition, we have to change our style of play. According to their performance in the preliminary round of rhythm and reaching the top 16, it is very likely that their level of cooperation is not low. For us, the odds of winning cannot be maximized in hard team fights. Tang Ling, your two-yield swordsmanship combines toughness and softness. It is suitable to deal with Bai Juanhao, who can only use brute force to break his strength and soften his strength. A heroic woman took the lead. Don't worry, I will teach this wild monkey a lesson. Qingxiao, if you are extremely fast, you can deal with that Guchen Feng. Xiaoyun, your thousands of fog are unpredictable, so deal with the unpredictable Yu Linlin and block her changes. Mo Jingchen's eyes were extremely vicious, and he immediately selected the best match for Lin Chen's group from his own team, all with restraint. As for that Lin Chen, in Mo Jingchen's eyes, there was a trace of pride and fierceness. Leave it to me to deal with it. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The first single-player martial arts competition has attracted countless attention, and the number of spectators in the first round has doubled. To be able to advance to the second round, most of them are geniuses on the genius list. The showdown between geniuses on the genius list, who would think too little? Seeing the confrontation of top geniuses, you may benefit a lot from watching. Anyone. Martial arts venue, fighting arena. Beilongmen representative, Bai Juanhao, number 321, against Mingzong, number 488. Contestant, Xiao Kuang. Representative of Qianmei Palace, number 177, Lu Liner, against Taixuanzong. Number 700 contestant, by Xiao Tian. Representative of Qianmei Palace, number 195, Yu Linlin, against contestant, No. 89 of Yangyan Temple, Nangong, Liuhua. The referee announced and read out various high-profile battles. At the VIP stage, Lin Chen and his party were relaxed and indifferent, and there was no sign of a war at all. The opponents they drew were all famous people on the talent list. Jiutian Pavilion Qingxiao, turning his blue eyes to stare at Bai Juanhao in the field. This battle is very likely to be evenly matched. Xiao Kuang is ranked 95,889. Even if Bai Juanhao can win by accident, it will be a tragic victory. If the other two women have no trump cards, they are not even as good as 40%. Lin Chen turned his head and stared at the VIP table on the other side, and activated the omen of God stealing. The host launches the omen of theft on the designated target, consumes 2 intermediate talent points, and obtains 3 advanced fire energy and 3,900 advanced blood. Lin Chen's pure power has soared by another 1.9 million dragon power. Reached the 34.5 million mark. This is what Juanhao said about the saints of Beilongmen and Wangshuanzong. It's not bad, and the attribute value has skyrocketed. During the conference, Go to find those saints who came to watch the game, and steal a few more times, and the attribute value will still be available. Go up a little more. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he has reached a very terrifying level among his peers. At this time, the two holy places whose attribute values were stolen by Lin Chen pretended to be ordinary people and hid in the auditorium. Hey, old ghost, what chance do the disciples you teach have a chance of winning against this little guy? The sage of heavenly fire of Wang jokingly asked the white dragon sect master beside him. According to what I know about him, it is 40%. This kid is just starting out. So Xiao Kuang is a veteran of the genius list. As an opponent, no matter whether he wins or loses, he can teach this kid Junhao a good lesson. The white dragon sect master shook his head and laughed. During the conversation between the two saints, the duel between the parties in the arena started instantly, and the referee gave an order. Start. Boom. Xiao Kuang's figure urged his movement technique, and he drove away a menacing wave that slammed into Bai Juanhao. With a swirl of his palm, Xiao Kuang's body was galloping with 1,000 thunders, and the thunder element fragment and the 1,000 thunder celestial body were fully revealed. He held the giant thunder light axe in his hand, stomped on the soles of his feet, and shot thousands of thunder light from the ground and the sky, and surrounded by Juanhao. Xiao Kuang grinned. Jiutian Pavilion sent me your information. You are of the bloodline of the Qinglong clan, and you are good at protracted warfare. I won't give you a chance. Thunder God Tianwei Destruction Thunder Axe. Heaven's mighty, 10,000 thunders condensed, Xiao Kuang slashed down with one axe. The murderous intent shattered the ground, flying sand and rocks, the arc-like thunder light blocked by Juanhao's retreat, and the ground-breaking thunder slashed down. This kid is a killer when he comes up. The heavenly fire saint was surprised, and the white dragon sect master frowned. Have you seen the advantage of your bloodline? How do you deal with it, Junhao? This is the only way for you to get to the genius list. Bang! Thousands of thunder lights and axe light exploded together, and an explosive thunder cloud was raised. Many audience members slapped their tongues. This Xiao Kuang is too crazy. Countless people took a closer look, but the expected blood spatter did not appear on the spot. In the center of the arena, Bai Juanhao raised the blue dragon claw with a wild smile on his lips. He actually took Xiao Kuang's thunder axe with one hand? How can that be? The Qingxiao Huarong of Jiutian Pavilion paled and lost his voice. Mo Jingchen's expression was solemn. Xiao Kuang's pupils trembled. Even if the ranking exceeds 2,000, it is impossible to take his axe lightly. With one hand. This is the Qiankuan movement of Beilongmen? Use the skill of pure power to transfer the attack power. You old guy, your disciples have cultivated to the point of Qiankuan movement. Where can you find this genius? The heavenly fire saint patted the white dragon sect master on the shoulder in amazement, but the latter was stunned. Impossible. Junhao's foundation, he at least knows 90%. This kid's mentality is still 108,000 miles away from the realm of Qiankuan moving. That is a field that very few core elders with 5 robbery cultivation bases may control. He has only been in the field for a few years? No, that's not right. With Junhao's 19.99 million dragon power, hey, this kid has broken through the bottleneck? Has it reached the 22 million dragon power comparable to the second Tribulation Emperor? The sect master of the White Dragon was surprised, and what followed was a terrifying thought. But this axe is not the power that can be completely removed by the 23 million dragon force of the universe. The Bailong sect master is puzzled. In the holy realm of his generation, things that cannot be seen through at this time have appeared one after another. Bai Juanhao patted his shoulder and smiled domineeringly. Your Excellency Xiaoquang, didn't you eat last night? Use your strength. Xiaoquang's blue veins were exposed, and he thought to himself, damn, Ju. Tian Pavilion, Lao Tzu? Even if you don't fight a protracted battle, this little bastard is still strong. At this time, Bailongmen Master captured a strange scene. Countless flashing powers of lightning were absorbed and swallowed into the body by Bai Juanhao. This is not my Bailongmen's practice, and it has the taste of blood magic. The White Dragon sect master was shocked. Junhao, this brat has such a shitty luck to get such a heaven-defying adventure one after another. Like a ghost, the master of the White Dragon suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Chen. At this time, someone Lin, holding a mirror and admiring his handsome face, was not surprised at all. Could it be because of this sun? The heart of the White Dragon sect master set off a turbulent wave. Even with his holy cultivation base, he couldn't achieve the foundation that made Bai Juanhao so young, and he set foot in the realm of moving the universe, but let him do it as a small war emperor? Bang! Bai Juanhao swiped his dragon claws and pushed Xiaoquang's thunder axe horizontally. The two sides clashed like lightning and turned into two after images. Brush. The dragon's tail swept diagonally, pulling the mountains and rivers. Hard, Xiaoquang counterattacked with an axe, with a clang. The giant axe smashed hard on Bai Juanhao's dragon scales, and the thunder light exploded and sparks shot in all directions. Every time his axe slashed on Bai Juanhao's body, it was resolved by the skill caused by his Chankuan shift, and there was no pressure. For a time, Bai Juanhao actually suppressed Xiaoquang, who was full of firepower. No matter how strong his thunder body and thunder type heteromorphic fragments are, Bai Juanhao beat him all the way with the momentum of frontal destruction. Suppressed, this little guy actually suppressed Xiaoquang. No, look. The veteran powerhouses from all walks of life exclaimed, with shocking expressions on their faces. A wave of unresolved waves rises again and again. The Holy Land Elder of Qianmei Palace even stood up abruptly from the audience seat, surprised and delighted. At this time, in the arena on the other side, Lu Liner faced Taixuanzong Bai Xiaotian. Known as the Thousand Poison Beauty, she used a brand new top-level purple level movement technique, using the fighting spirit to control the needle, and between the slender fingers, the hair-thin needlepoint poisonous light pierced the opponent's attack and defense awe-inspiring. She was pressing step by step, her movement was mysterious and seamless, and every streamer that popped from her fingertips seemed to suppress Bai Xiaotian. Liner has overcome her biggest weakness. Her thousand poison war chi was originally only suitable for assassination. She lacked the means of frontal assault, and it was extremely disadvantageous to encounter opponents who were good at defense. But her control of the poison gas went a step further, condensing the poison gas to a higher level. In the slightest, it can instantly corrode and penetrate the opponent's fighting spirit. Could it be the Huangquanming code that she learned the old man found for her? But that is the ancient secret technique that sages may have a first glimpse of the door. Now cooperate a brand new movement technique, merge and advance, and retreat. How old-fashioned the elders of Qianmei Palace are, seeing through Lu. Liners changes in an instant, he is shocked. Bai Xiao Tian was in a cold sweat at this time. This Lu Liner's poisonous. Fighting spirit is extraordinary, but if she is stabbed, there is a risk of death. How is this completely different from the information that Jiutian Pavilion sent to Lao Tzu? Isn't it said that this woman's shortcomings are her movement skills and frontal attack methods, which are called shortcomings? Grass, I am your grandma's Jiutian Pavilion. Lousy is miserable. Bai Xiao Tian greeted the 18th generation of the ancestors of Jiutian Pavilion. The geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion are full of shock and doubts. What is the situation? Could it be that they still have a hand in advance? Impossible, my information can't be wrong. Even if they didn't do their best. In the previous battle, they used 80% of their strength. It's impossible to keep it so deep. Qin Xiao Huarong paled, gnashing her teeth. Mo Jingchen fell into dignified thought and silence. Qingxiao's Jasper Lotus. I has the ability to understand the origin of all things, and he has never missed the details of his peers. Could it be that when a bold idea emerged in Mo Jingchen's heart, the fighting platform dozens of miles away banged, and the Nangong Liuhua of the Yangyan Temple was severely injured by the bombardment of Yu Linlin's palm. 1,000 silver lights poured down. Yu Linlin's body was exquisite and delicate, her dress fluttered, and the light of the Holy Realm was shrouded in the light of the Holy Realm. If she doesn't make a move, she will look like a blessing from the Holy Majesty, like a holy maiden standing pretty. If she makes a shot, even if she pats it gently with her slender hand, it can set off a radiant light of destruction that is unparalleled in the world, and the silvery Holy Majesty suppresses it. I fought with you. Nangong Liuhua, who is ranked 97,550th on the genius list, gritted his teeth and sacrificed 100 zhong fire wheel, and the orange sun blazes all over the sky. The Yang Yanli Huan rolled over in rotation, and slammed the palm of the ancient's head on. Bang! Inhui's palm wind is like the blessing of holy power. The fire wheel collapses, Nangong vomits blood and retreats, and he falls into a coma with serious injuries. Mo Jingchen's pupils trembled. This month, Yu Linlin did not use the unpredictable mental attack, but used a brand new combat technique. Along with Bai Xiaoyan's surrender, Xiao Kuang being severely injured and leaving the stage, and Nangong Liuhua's coma, the three high-profile geniuses on the list were completely defeated. Alright, fortunately, at least that Bai Juanhao has suffered some injuries. In the Jiutian Pavilion, a genius said something comforting to himself. Then, Bai Juanhao, who had exited the stage, took out a long qinghua and swallowed it. The corners of the mouths of the geniuses twitched wildly. It's our brother's turn. The arrogant laughter echoed. Ying Liang, Gu Qinfeng went to the fighting stage again. The one-armed Gu Qinfeng recovered as before and grew a new arm. Such a strange thing, even Mo Jingchen's eyes almost fell to the ground. Reborn from a severed limb? Could it be that an 8th-order pharmacist made a move? Ying Liang is even more famous for his strong attacks, but he is extremely lacking in defensive means. In this battle, he has become a body-refining warrior who has broken through 10 million dragons. Seeing that Ying Liang was using his defensive combat skills, the landlords of the 12th floor of Yunhuang that he worshipped were all stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Or is this the Ying Liang they know, who only knows how to be reckless to the end, has to fight with others every minute, only focuses on the attack field? And can't even learn blue-level defense combat skills? 5 battles, all victories. Among them, Gu Qinfeng, Ying Liang, and Bai Juanhao won a new talent list. Ranking. The elders of Qianmei Palace, the head of Beilongmen, the 12th floor of Yunhuang, and the elders of Feiyu Palace all burst into ecstasy. The disciples they have carefully cultivated have achieved a new leap and breakthrough. Step into new territory. Whether it was the supreme referee or various holy places, their eyes were all staring at the cynical boy on the stage with a look of admiration. The transformation of one person can be said to be a fortuitous encounter, but all 5 of them have achieved a leap forward, as long as they are not fools. They can guess the reason. Lin Chen. It was him who took turns to accomplish all kinds of feats that even the Holy Land had never done. Even though the former 5 are geniuses of the sky, what is truly terrifying is the almost enchanting figure behind all this. Someone Lin crossed Erlang's legs, put on his homemade sunglasses, and smiled. Like a child. Who is pretending, it's so dazzling. After speaking, he swept his eyes and launched the omen of God stealing to all the saints who looked at him. These little guys are all following that little bastard. It's only been a few days now, and they have achieved such a perverted leap in growth. This kid must not stay. The saints of the dark pavilion lurking in the dark have strong killing intent in their eyes. The holy places of the 3rd grade sects, united with the dark pavilion, all felt a strong sense of threat. The evildoer of this sun, they have no doubts about its future potential. It is even more imitation that he has obtained the inheritance of the ancient sage. Must be killed in advance. 3 days ago, Lin Chen activated the exercise learning function, making up for the weaknesses of everyone in the class. Learn all the combat skills and mental states they have or are newly acquired. As for Gu Qinfeng's arm problem, although Lin Chen doesn't have the power of an 8th-order alchemist for the time being, he can use it with Long Qinghua to recover and heal. The energy of Long Qinghua is gentle and vast, and it has the miraculous effect of raw flesh. With the help of many rare medicinal herbs, Gu Qinfeng will finally be cured and restored to its original state. To learn the exercises for everyone in class 66, Lin Chen consumed 88 points of high-level exercise essence, which is equivalent to 8.8 billion points of intermediate spirit. However, within 3 days, he spent all the advanced exercises to learn the Lingyun Basho artifact casting technique obtained from the ancient sages' inheritance and Danxing's medicine refining handbook. In the venue, Lin Chen launched the omen of God stealing to steal attribute values on all the saints who were watching him. Activate the omen of stealing, consume 4 intermediate talent points, steal. Attribute values, 3 advanced spiritual attributes, 7 advanced wood energy, 400. Advanced essence, 25 advanced practice essence, 100,000 enhancement points. Damn, it's really cool. Let's get more audiences from the Holy Land, ha ha ha. I, Lin, will steal the eternity as long as the night. The attribute value skyrocketed again, and Lin Chen smiled wickedly. Then, the referee announced that the most anticipated game is coming. Dark Horse Club's representative, number 424 contestant, Zenda Shui, against contestant number 250 of Juetian Pavilion, Lian Daihua. 94,112 Zenda Shui against 85,880 Lian Daihua. Mo Jingchen warned Lian Daihua next to him. Daihua, be careful in everything and don't underestimate your opponent. Even Daihua grinned, don't worry, this time I will also use the trump card that my father left me. I will see how strong the people in the Dark Horse Club can be. Lin Chen jokingly raised his eyebrows. A figure beside him revolved under the feet of a vortex of dark calamity. The afterimage flashed instantly, and entered the arena. Squad leader, how's it going? I'm doing well. Lin put her hands on her waist, wrinkled her cute Cheong nose, and smiled slyly. When Lian Daihua saw Lin Chen flicking the pink and tender jade forehead of Lin, he couldn't help being jealous. Damn, this time I will definitely kill those bastards from the Dark Horse Club. Lian Daihua jumped up and used a movement that was like a flying cloud, swooping like a crane, and the speed was extremely fast. It was very funny too. Match his fat body. The opposite is true and handsome, with fluttering green robes, long hair, and shawls, handsome and elegant, with a 3-foot green front around his waist, and a suave smile on the corner of his mouth, showing his unrestrained charm. Referee, I have a request. At this time, Lian Daihua raised his hand, and the judges and the 3 supreme judges expressed doubts. This battle, I want to change it to a life and death battle. I'll ask you, the Dark Horse Club, if you can accept it. As soon as the words came out, the 4 were shocked. Life and death battle? Only one of the 2 sides can go off the court. Bet on rankings and all battles, the winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. The expressions of many veteran powerhouses are solemn, and the young audience is even more blown away. Lian Daihua is going to work hard. The Dark Horse Club is in trouble. Lian Daihua is the son of the 4th grade Chamber of Commerce. His background is far beyond that of other geniuses. I'm afraid this is really handsome, and he will die soon. Lian Daihua and Xia Jianfeng are only a few hundred places apart in the talent list, but in fact, Lian Daihua is countless times more difficult than the latter. As the son of the 4th grade Chamber of Commerce, his family's Wanjin Chamber of Commerce has thousands of treasures from all over the world, and his trump cards are endless, which must be more difficult than other geniuses. He is more than 10 times more difficult to deal with than the geniuses of the same ranking. No one knows how many secret killers the huge Chamber of Commerce behind him has provided him. According to the regulations of the conference, there is nothing wrong. The Dark Horse Club, are you willing to take over this battle? You have the right to refuse, and the martial arts competition can still be held. One of the 3 supreme judges, the white-browed saint, asked the question in person. Brush. Countless eyes stared at Lin Chen, this amazing and brilliant generation. Would he dare to respond with the corresponding courage to Juetian Pavilion? Pfft. Under all the attention, someone Lin actually laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this kind of question is really good and handsome, tell me your answer. Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly. Zenda Shui in the arena slowly raised a finger. Everyone is puzzled, a finger? Is it to refuse? Zenda Handsome smiles freely. A sword. A sword? All the audience were taken aback. The battle of life and death, I took it, I only had one sword. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. All the audience were either astonished, disdainful, or shook their heads, and laughed. Lian Daihua laughed angrily, what a sword, I want to see what's so great about your sword. The white-browed old man, in this case, the battle of life and death is established. Only one person can survive on the stage, and it will be over. Until death. With a wave of the old man's sleeves, the 1,000 space enchantment was like a 4-sided barrier, and the clutches and joints solidified the 4 sides of the fighting platform. Non-saints cannot break the space barrier. Start. As soon as the referee gave an order, the violent and ferocious killing was like a tornado, and Zilian Daihua's body suddenly erupted. 3 hexagonal star-like brilliance flickered from his body, actually 3 different crystal fragments? He actually refined 3 different crystal fragments at the same time? Give me death, Di Ming Jiuyo hand. The fighting spirit was surging, and when even Daihua grinned, his arms were covered with tough scales, like the palms of dozens of feet protruding from hell. Zenda Shui stands still, like an arrogant swordsman standing on the top of a mountain. His heart is like still water, his edge is restrained and brewed to an extreme state. Ultimate Moment 7 changes. The Battle Chi cultivation base has broken through to the critical value, and the Battle Chi has more than 5 times more than that in the late stage of the 9 layers. Restricted due to not crossing the heavenly tribulation. The upgraded version of the Ultimate Moment has made Zenda Shui's pure power soar to 58 million dragon power, and the pure power is comparable to the peak of the 3 tribulations battle emperor, and the spiritual power has entered a deeper level. His 5 fingers calmly held the hilt of the sword, and his eyes were secluded and calm, but there seemed to be an angry and burning sword intent brewing in the depths. In the venue, sharp eyes piercing the void suddenly locked on Zenda Shui. It was the gaze from the juggernaut. Choke. At that moment, he drew his sword. Sword. Fury. Engine. Heaven. The dragon-like sword roar was like the brightest ray of sunshine in the world, stunned all the audience. Time seems to have stopped from this moment. The style of this sword has amazed the years and shaken the time. The sword light unsheathed and turned into an orange light. Changhong slashed across the rage. The sword energy released 10,000 anger and condensed into a sword, like a sword saint's anger, dividing the world. Peerless swordsmanship. This is a true swordsmanship of the orange class. Juggernaut's excited voice echoed in the sky. Zenda Shui drew his sword and slashed. The heavens and the earth trembled. And the ghosts and spirits were shocked. This sword is like 1,000 swords concurrently. This sword is like the sword of thousands of swordsmen bursting out with monstrous anger. The orange light sword rainbow slashed the nether's arm horizontally, smashed the nether's arm in an instant. The suffocating energy burst, the sword light shook the sky, and it slashed even Daihua. Lian Daihua was instantly horrified. This is not a sword that the 9-layer War Emperor can use. The sword cuts through the sky, across the mountains and rivers. No, Liuha Kinjiunii. The sense of crisis emanating from the instinct of life caused Lian Daihua to develop a pair of green wings behind his back, which could travel through the void for a short time, and if he wanted to avoid the sky-shattering angry sword. Sigh. Bang. A gray-white talisman fell from the sky, suppressing demons and sealing ghosts, stagnant space, and the void is slow. Even Daihua's fighting spirit, and even his movements, couldn't move a single point. What the hell is this? My movement is blocked. The space is stagnant. Lian Daihua was terrified. He panicked. His life-saving cards are useless. The faint orange light sword rainbow slashed horizontally, and the life-saving cards left by the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce were revealed one after another. There are the Dawn armor that protects the flesh, the Tianming Yin Yang flute that protects the source of the spirit, and the 8 muscles that protect the fighting spirit. In addition, there is a 10-dragon banner, which summons 10 dragon-shaped Will Guardians. The Million Alchemist that condenses the 8th order. Different or energy to protect the master, each of which is a treasure that is famous in all directions, but at this moment it is chopped up like a block of tofu. It's like a sharp sword slashing towards the sky, and there are a few pieces of tofu-like defense in front of him. It's not worth a slap at all. A sword cut into pieces. This scene caused the consternation and horror of countless powerhouses. Even the subconscious of the Holy Land is impossible. Lin Daihua's many life-saving trump cards formed a defensive momentum. Unless a saint shot, or even the 5 tribulations battle emperor could not crush it in one move. He is really virtuous and handsome, and he has a pure power of 58 million dragon powers. Everything just happened in an instant. At the moment when many life-saving cards were chopped up in turn, the orange light sword rainbow that burned with anger swept away, smashed everything with a bang, and finally returned to silence and calm. Lin Daihua was completely dead. Not even the last trace of mental residue will remain. Jianhong turned into shattered ons and fell, stunned all the audience. At this time, the space barrier set up by the white-browed saint himself actually left a very shallow scorched black sword mark. Is that a space barrier that can only be shaken by the Holy Realm? Orange level sword skills. Only orange level sword skills can achieve this level. My God, the orange level combat skills that even saints don't have, are actually displayed on a young man. Some of the audience muttered to themselves subconsciously, and the entire Jiwatian pavilion was sluggish. That sword is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The swordsmen who have seen it are all yearning and shuddering. With a sword, the sky is cracked. Bang! Zendashuai's head is in a mess, and the golden light is bright. The brilliant golden light is listed and sorted, and the new ranking is highlighted. Ranked at 85,880 on the genius list, really virtuous and handsome. Affiliation, Dark Horse Club, rank undetermined, title, One Sword Sovereign. One sword alone, really handsome. The sword that was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart made Lin Chen's clone get a new title. But more old-fashioned powerhouses are more and more solemn. Not right. Very wrong. Orange level combat skills, a level that only saints can cultivate. Moreover, many saints have never possessed complete orange level combat skills. Such exercises are too rare. Most of the enchanting geniuses and some low-level saints use half-orange sword skills. And there are a few top-level geniuses in the holy world who can barely control 1 or 2 orange-level combat skills in the 5 robbery cultivation base, but Jinda Shuai is not even a robbery war emperor. Second, take 10,000 steps back, even if he really reluctantly used the orange level combat skills, the power would not be able to instantly kill Lin Daihua. Just now. Grass. Fortunately, I am resourceful, and another holy sword is coming. At this moment, Sword Emperor Fei Yu, Luo Wuxin, who was sitting in the auditorium, jumped up excitedly and broke the secret in one sentence. Fortunately, he abstained from the Dark Horse Club and the team martial arts competition, otherwise he would still be able to fight. An 8th order knife. Weapon and an 8th order holy sword, this is still a hair. Only then did all the powerhouses spy out the sword in Zendashuai's hands. And they couldn't help being shocked, and their scalps were numb. The body of the sword is 3 fingers wide, the whole body is orange gold. The hilt has 2 wings, and the noble, holy power flows. The edge of the sword is domineering, like the sword of the king. The sword handle is engraved with the word Qing Tian, the holy sword of Qing Tian. This is the sword of the prison criminal, Jian Chuanyi. It was seriously damaged in the last battle in Kyushu. After Lin Chen sold Long Qinghua, he repaired it to 50% of its power at the cost of more than 80 gold coins, and it was barely able to control it. Around this, 50% of the holy sword can still only exert less than 1% of its power in the hands of Lin Chen's clone. Only saints can perfectly control the holy artifact. Lin Chen cannot be holy alone, and his azure blue moon and sacred sword cannot exert the real holy power for a day. The saints' hearts are throbbing, and there is another holy sword. Some of the younger audience members even had their scalps numb. What is the origin of this dark horse club, my god? There were 8th order swords in the past, and there were 2 spiritual plants of luck, and now I have taken out a holy sword? Isn't this Nima bullying people? Grass. It's not wrong that even Dai Hua died. The Dark Horse Club is a big deal. The 4th grade Chamber of Commerce is not so easy to mess with. Lien Dai Hua is the only heir of the Chamber of Commerce. He is dead, and it's time to cause a big storm. Everyone was chatting, but suddenly they heard Lin Chen's voice. Look at all of you, this is the attitude of working hard and not working hard. Fuck, I'm angry when I talk about this. Deputy Director Lin Chen pointed at Jinda Shui, and then scolded the 4 handsome longing show. Look at how virtuous and handsome he is. He just used the most common trick I taught him to win. What does that mean? It means that you guys didn't study hard at all. How many times have I said it? What is a pavilion? It's just a piece of shit. You have to spend hundreds of rounds playing this kind of stuff. What do you think, you are not hot chickens? All day long, you know how to pick up girls, play cards, open black, peep at women's bathrooms, and lousy's Dark Horse Club. You've lost all of your fucking faces. If the director of this office ends up in person, I don't know how the spicy chickens of Jiutian Pavilion lose. Zendachang, yes, what the director criticizes is Zendeju, I embarrassed our club. Jinda Ing, I will try to get them by half admission next time. Zendexiu, I'll go get an orange first, the director will calm down. The 4 handsome men accepted the criticism humbly. Silence. Deathly silence. The venue that was discussed a moment ago, with the explosion of the pot, at this time it is as if needles are dropped. All the audience? Is this the fucking most common trick? Do you call this orange level sword skill the most common move? Listen, this motherfucker is still talking about people. This makes those saints who have not yet possessed a complete orange level combat skill feel embarrassed. Orange level combat skills are just the most common? What kind of immortal force is this Dark Horse Club? Zenda Shui walked up silently and took away the 3 attribute light balls that Lien Daihua had dropped, as well as his remaining heteromorphic shards. And 2 rings, hiding his merit and fame. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, outside the 36 regions, above the Sea of Underworld, Dragon Boat. A golden-robed man with shining holy light suddenly opened his holy eyes. Roaring with a cracked acanthus, shaking the Sea of Underworld. My son is actually dead? Who dares to touch my tens of thousands of gold? People. Dai Hua is going to the Sifeng conference. Which yellow-haired boy dares to touch him? Damn it, I want you to smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Destroy it all. With sword fury and the level 6 slow rune, Jinda Shui destroyed Lien Daihua. With just 1 sword. Heavenly Fire Saint, I suddenly wanted to hit him. Beilongmen Master, you are not alone. The 3 supreme judges of the Holy Land, how did this kid survive until now? Without being beaten to death? So fucking annoying. Orange level combat skills are still the most common. Move, so you don't need to make drafts for bragging? Who believes it? Especially the last sentence of Lin, if he ends, how can Jiwetian Pavilion lose? Almost made the geniuses of Jiwetian Pavilion vomit blood. Why don't you go to heaven? The host gets 1 point of advanced dark energy, 3 points of advanced rune energy, 2 points of intermediate talent points. When Zenda Shuai returned to the stage, Lin Chen said with very satisfaction, "Well, Zenda Shuai did a good job, this is a reward for you." With a flick of his finger, Lin gave Zenda Shuai a thunder-type heteromorphic shard, which made everyone in class 66 burst out laughing. The whole world owes the squad leader a little golden man. This really virtuous and handsome person is not your doppelganger, and it is not back to you if you give it to him. Sword Fury is a fire-type combat skill, which was enhanced by me to +11, and the overall power increased by 140%. In addition, the 6th level charging and the 5th level penetrating rune superimposed the ultimate moment. The power has been increased by nearly 14 times compared to the original. In addition to my 19 points of high-level fire-type energy, it is equivalent to 1.9 billion points of intermediate-level fire-type energy, which is displayed by the Heavenly Sword, which is comparable to the real orange-level combat skills. Lin Chen secretly calculated in his heart, maybe after his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, even if he is not a saint, he can use Mirror, Moon's Edict and Sword Fury to the sky to wrestle with the saint. Anger is the one with the largest emotional fluctuation among the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings. Sword anger is high in the sky. A rage attack that burns all the power with anger can burn up mental power, pure power and combat or a cultivation base to condense on one sword. In addition, the ultimate moment can temporarily increase pure strength and spiritual power after the upgrade, which is even more powerful. In the entire holy world, Lin Chen may be the only one who can use the orange-level combat skills in the 9-layer Battle Emperor cultivation base. The ultimate moment is superimposed with rechargeable runes, and an enhanced function makes this impossible against the law into reality. Half Orange rank can also play the power of orange rank combat skills. Motivated the talent of extreme returning Yuan, Zenda Shuai state. Return to normal, refining the thunder-type alien crystal shard that Lin Chen rewarded. Lian Daihua's 3 different crystal fragments have all been decomposed by Lin Chen and exchanged for special attribute values. He wants to make more nirvanas that can compete with saints. Next, a more dramatic scene appeared. Single-player martial arts semifinals draw, Dark Horse Club Lin Chen, draw. Contestant, Jiwetian Pavilion Xiao Qianyun. Xiao Qianyun was stunned, and Lin Su was also stunned. There is still a place in the Jiwetian Pavilion in the single-player martial arts competition, and he has been drawn? The single-player martial arts competition adopts a best-of-3 system. In the first round of Jiwetian Pavilion, only Zhenda Ying is lost, and in the second round, unless they lose twice, they will be eliminated. Some people just said that if we lose, we don't know how to lose, and we don't know if we can fulfill our promise? Xiao Qianyun laughed, jumped into the arena, and provoked Lin Chen. Xiao Qianyun is ranked 82,560 on the genius list. If you don't care about the pavilion owner and the deputy pavilion owner, his strength is at least in the top 3. Then Lin Chen must have taken care of himself. Xiao Qianyun is still a top-notch mathematician. In battle, he can predict the offensive 1 step ahead. Xiao Qianyun's goal is very simple, regardless of whether he can win or not. He wants to weaken Lin Chen's strength. If he can't win the championship in the single-person martial arts competition, he must at least keep the first place in the team martial arts competition. Since you delivered it to the door yourself, then I can't blame you. Lin Chen smiled and slowly entered the venue. With his hands in his pockets, his expression was leisurely. Why, don't you take out your 8th order knife weapon? Xiao Qianyun raised his brows, and Lin Chen shook his fingers lightly. You are not worth my sword, referee, let's start. Dark Horse Club Lin Chen vs. Jiwetian Pavilion Xiao Qianyun, the martial arts competition begins. The referee gave an order. Boom. The 4-headed and 8-clawed flame dragon showed its teeth and danced its claws, and was born out of the sky, bursting out of Xiao Qianyun's body. Lin Chen, pay the price for your arrogance. Xiao Qianyun's aura was soaring to the sky, and the 4 dragons above his head opened the dragon's mouth, spit out the breath of dragon flames. The dragon's head spun, merged with the dragon's flames, and turned into a storm, and twisted towards Lin Chen. Countless spectators held their breaths, even forgetting the battles of other geniuses, staring at the figures of the two of them intently, for fear of missing a single detail. Is Lin Chen confident or arrogant? Since the conference was held, the Dark Horse Clubhouse has always been the most popular topic, and its leader has never really made a move. However, Lin Chen raised his right hand slightly, and a very faint sword light flashed. Activate the ultimate moment, level 6 charge, level 5 penetration, level 5. Tianyin rune, consume 30 million points of intermediate rune energy. Cooldown 40 seconds, duration 3 seconds. What's the situation? Is he not going to fight? The saints of the various sects are full of doubts. Better than them, he didn't see through what kind of tricks Lin Chen was playing. Tear. The Longyan storm was suddenly cut in half by a flash of extremely fast residual light that cut the airflow. No, he has already launched an attack. Xiao Qianyun trembled in fear. Han Mao stood upside down. His arithmetic has vaguely sensed the murderous intention, but there is nothing in the field. This is the most terrifying. Tai Chi mirror, phaseless mysterious diagram. Blood crystal glazed body. The two-sided wavelight ancient mirror reflected the light that decomposes all things, and Xiao Qianyun formed crystals like blood coffee all over his body. Tear. Boom. Kaka. The golden light that appeared out of nowhere quickly slashed and swept across his Tai Chi mirror, and the no-phase mysteries shattered, shattering his desires, making Xiao Qianyun retreat in fright. Complete trigger passive talent, strong attack, the power is increased by 300%. Bang. Bang. There were 2 violent explosions, and the snow-like Jinhui swordsman bombarded one after another, tearing apart his Xuanxiang Xuantu brutally. The last sword mixed with mental shock, disturbing his mind, and his body was stunned. Middle. Bang. The last blood crystal glazed body was shattered and exploded into shattered ons, and 3 sword lights appeared, which were 3 flying knives. The 25% penetration power of the 3 knives cut off his meridians and internal organs. Xiao Qianyun vomited blood and was seriously injured and unconscious. Am I not even worthy of being his opponent? Xiao Qianyun rolled his eyes before he fell unconscious. The Dark Horse Club wins. The referee hurriedly rushed out. The people from Jiwetian Pavilion had extraordinary origins, and if a few more people died, the conference would have to be killed by the old monsters from the 4th rank forces to make a scene in the venue. Get 2 points of advanced fire energy, 1 point of intermediate talent point, 1 point of advanced rune energy. Taking the 4 attribute light balls dropped by Xiao Qianyun, Lin Chen stepped down carelessly, walking like a leisurely court, not like the demeanor of defeating a top genius just now, but like a tourist watching the scenery. Staring at Lin Chen, who stepped down from the stage in seconds, all the audience held their breath and shuddered. This is the strength of the #1 person in the Dark Horse Club. It's so strong that the scalp is tingling, and the opponent doesn't even know how to lose. Mo Jingchen on the stage gritted his teeth, but he had to obey. He thinks he can't do better than Zhen Deshui or Lin Chen. It is not too difficult for him to defeat Lian Daihua, but to kill Lian Daihua, Mo Jingchen needs to pay a great price. Not to mention an instant kill. The same is true for defeating Xiao Qianyun. Xiao Qianyun's ranking is more than 2,000 different from his, but Mo Jingchen can win, but he can't be as easy as Lin Chen. Apart from the pavilion owner, no one can restrain their edge. Unexpectedly, the Dark Horse Club is so strong. Mo Jingchen clenched his fists. This is the first time he has felt a sense of frustration since he joined Juetian Pavilion. Boom. At this time, the wind and clouds changed color, and a muffled thunder exploded. Ha ha ha, there are talented people in Jiangshan, what a Lin Chen. The gloomy low-pitched laughter echoed in the void, and a gray-shirted old man with empty eyes was suspended in the void, stooping over his back, leaning on crutches, and faintly releasing a monstrous holy might to suppress the audience. The eyes of the 3 supreme judges in charge of the single-person martial arts competition were squinted. Are you here, ancestor of the Dark Pavilion? This old monster actually came to deal with a junior in person, he really doesn't even want to face. Those present in the Holy Realm all looked solemn, and those young audiences who had never seen the Holy Realm were even paler. A strong fighting spirit bloomed in Lin Chen's eyes. What about the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion? The 3 judges of the Holy Land appeared in person, suspended in the air, and stood in front of the gray-shirted old man with crutches. The white-browed saint is neither salty nor light, old monster, do you want to fight against all our forces? The old ancestor grinned and showed his sparse teeth, and smiled very penetratingly. Hey, the old man is a dying person, how can you be so energetic? I just came to see this grandson who killed my unfinished weapon. Just a genius. Boom boom boom. The sound of thunder rolled, and a majestic thunder light sword shadow burst into a whistling sound, approaching vertically and horizontally. The sword light turned into a middle-aged man with a surging star robe. He was wearing a crown, with a splendid appearance, and a pair of sharp holy eyes. Staring at the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion, the sword saint who spied on the true and handsome earlier. Old monster, don't make trouble. At the quartet conference, if you move any contestant, you will be against all our forces. The old ancestor put away his smile and gave him a gloomy look, Lane. Swordsman. The juniors of the year are now in the late stage of the first level of the Holy Realm, and they are almost catching up with the old man. Don't worry, the old man will not be arrogant enough to disturb your quartet conference. I'm just here to see the young people now, or do you have the courage to let the old man go down and have a look? The 3 elders wanted to speak, and Sword Saint Lane raised his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you dare to make trouble, I will immediately target you. Your shadow escape can't avoid my lightning eyes. Haha, it's good to have self-confidence. The old ancestor laughed very penetratingly, and slowly descended into the Void, followed by Sword Saint Lin, and the three elders looked at each other and returned to their seats. The gray-shirted old man descended into the venue, and there was a bit of chill in the entire venue. This chill was an instinctive vigilance emanating from life-threatening threats. Countless young audiences were almost suffocated, their pupils trembling with fear. There is probably no younger generation in the venue who can keep calm in front of this old man. The geniuses who are as strong as Jiutin Pavilion are also trembling at this time, such as the little white rabbit who can see the dragon flying in the sky, and dare not move at all. Ancestor of the Dark Pavilion, a living legend in the killer world. Did you arrive at the venue in person? It is said that there are more than 10 holy places that died in his hands. He is one of the most ferocious legends in Chiyu. There are countless stories and ancient books about him, and the ancient books can be piled up like a mountain. Many young Tianjiao fled the venue with their legs trembling, leaning against the wall. Terrible. Even if the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion restrained his holy might, the suffocating aura that he had slaughtered countless creatures was still enough to deter the war emperors in every holy realm present. Staying in the same venue with him, it is possible for the heart to be shaken, to rupture at any moment. The little guy is not bad. He dares to look directly into the eyes of the old man, and he hasn't scared to pee his pants. This year's genius list is so interesting. The old ancestor looked directly at Lin Chen, and his voice was hoarse. The ancestor entered the arena, and the palace master of the Bingxin Palace and the elders of the Holy Realm moved into the void, and flashed from the sight of Lin Chen, who left the arena. Even if there are thunder-sound sword saints to follow, they are not at ease. This old monster has lived for so many years, and he can't beat so many holy places in the venue, but whether he can stop him and take Lin Chen away is another matter. Little friend Lin Chen, don't pay attention to him, we will protect you from the venue, and you will go to the next game. When the palace lord whispered a voice transmission to Lin Chen, he found that Lin Chen was actually walking in the direction of the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion. This move even shocked the Sword Saint Lin next to the ancestor. Although he personally followed, no one can guarantee that the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion will not take action. As early as when Lin Juggernaut was a younger generation, the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion was already a legend in the strange realm. When he came back to his senses, Lin Chen had actually walked to a distance of 10 feet away from the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion. Face to face, look at each other. The atmosphere of the audience has become extremely strange. Those high-level holy places of the Dark Pavilion who are united with the Dark Pavilion and hide in the dark may riot at any time. As long as the ancestors have a look, they will make a thunderous shot. In an instant, a rare holy realm melee will start. You are the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and asked with a joking smile. A war emperor stood in front of the ancestors of the Dark Pavilion. His face was not blushing, his heart was not beating, he was calm. Boy, are you not afraid of the old man's shot? The old ancestor's hoarse voice was a bit hideous, a bit curious and puzzled. What's there to be afraid of? The second level of the Holy Realm is just mere, and I haven't even reached the third level of the Holy Realm, and it's not that I haven't hammered it. You ask the Holy Realms in your Dark Pavilion. They came to the Bingxin Palace for more than half a month to arrest me. What is the end? I am not wrong in the 4 Holy Realms, you are a fart. Lin Chen's expression was light and cloudless, but the words he spoke were one word that stirred up 1,000 waves. Laying Sword Saint's mouth twitched a few times. All the older generation of war sovereigns who had cultivated from 1 catastrophe to 5 catastrophe in the venue trembled. Say the craziest things in the calmest tone. What is the mere sanctuary double? What do you call a fart? This is not what arrogance can describe at all. Damn, the squad leader is really handsome. In front of the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion, I really dare not even think about the second level of the Holy Realm. Bai Juanhao and others can be described as enthusiastic. While chatting and laughing, Lin motivated his talent. Activate the Omen of Stealing, consume 2 points of intermediate talent points, and gain 15 points of advanced dark energy. Boom. Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations life wheel appeared a very dark and dark color, occupying the most important position. 15 o'clock. Equivalent to 1.5 billion points of intermediate dark energy. The dark robbery has become the strongest. Sure enough, you are not an ordinary person. You are really worthy of the old man's personal shot. The old man has never met a young man like you. The old ancestor smiled gloomily. I expect you after the conference to have higher strength than that day, otherwise, you will die miserably. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I may not die miserably, but I will definitely become more handsome. Old ancestor, ha ha ha. Lin Chen, ah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the two of them resounded throughout the venue, causing the audience and even all the saints to have goosebumps. The mere war sovereign cultivation base dares to go head-to-head with the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion. This Lin Chen is really a monster. The single-player martial arts competition continued as usual, and most of the geniuses were disturbed by the appearance of the ancestors of the Dark Pavilion. The few geniuses are still able to maintain normal performance, but on Lin Chen's side, the Dark Horse Club has been fully promoted. Ling Yueqi has won streak all the way and won the 89,500th place on the genius list. The final finalists, even more dramatic, are the Bingxin Palace and the Dark Horse Club. As a result, Ling Yueqi, the representative of Bingxin Palace, voluntarily conceded defeat, and the Dark Horse Club won the singles championship. The single martial arts competition ended perfectly. Lin Chen and his party rushed to the medicine refining venue nonstop. As soon as I arrived at the refining venue, there were huge crowds, and one venue was the most eye-catching. It was one of the few people who asked to change to a combination of refining medicine, a man and a woman, the beauty in the purple dress and the boy in the white shirt stood side by side. In the medicine refining competition, 2 pharmacists can be combined to refine medicine, but the requirements for the combination are higher, and the difficulty of promotion is more difficult. This time, I have met 2 pairs. One is one of the 4 geniuses of Qianmei Palace, Yun Lingling and Yun Zhentian of Jiutian Pavilion. The other party, the Dark Horse Club Zhenda, should be matched with Han Ziyun of Xingdan Pavilion. Looks like we came just right. Lin Chen smiled, with a bit of fanaticism and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Ziyun, what's so good about those dog men? Come to Qianmei Palace to be with me, and I will definitely make you find the joy of being a woman again. Yun Lingling of Qianmei Palace was about to cry, and she begged Han Ziyun pitifully. Lin Chen, who had just arrived at the venue, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yu Lin and Lu Liner's pretty faces showed similar headache expressions. This is Yun Lingling of Qianmei Palace, the cousin of Yun Zhenchen from Jiutian Pavilion. She likes women and hates men very much. I think that Liner and I were tossed around a lot by her, and we even avoided her when we practiced. She also entangled with Sister Ziyun. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he looked at Sister Su Lan subconsciously. Back in the academy, the sisters just had no interest in boys. The two sisters' pretty faces flushed red, Xia dyed their cheeks, and gave Lin Chen a charming look. He said, Ziyun shouldn't lose, I believe her. Han Ziyun shook her head helplessly. Sister Linger, it's useless to talk more, I will not give up this championship. Yun Lingling nibbled his silver teeth, then I can only join my cousin to defeat you. Yun Jintian said with a sneer. Miss Ziyun, I'm not looking down on you, you have a very low chance of winning a joint medicine refining. Your cousin, me, and Miss Ziyun have all been taught by a holy level pharmacist, and you can't participate in this game without being a monk. A joint test. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Zending. It's useless to talk too much, just accept the real chapter. Han Ziyun's expression became colder. Humph, take your own humiliation. I really think that alchemy is a battle. Yun Jintian snorted coldly. Lin Chen's clone looked indifferent, and he saw the mentally retarded look on his face and ignored it. Since the two sides had decided to jointly refine the medicine, it will officially begin. If either side fails, the two will be eliminated, and the second round can no longer be screened, and the ranking will be determined on the spot. The Holy Land judge announced indifferently. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and there were only two sacred judges on the empty stage, the least of which was the highest judge of all events. However, it has the highest gold content, because those two are representatives of the 8th level pharmacists in Xuanyu and Qiyu, holy level pharmacists. As for the grade, it was not the level that Lin Chen could spy on. The powerhouses of the 7 or 8 refining powerhouses stared at the 4 people in the venue attentively, and their expressions were full of anticipation. This joint medicine refining is equivalent to the advance of the finals. There are several alchemy geniuses in the field who are trying to refine the 7th order peak elixir that is higher than the 7th order top-notch. It is said that Yun Jintian of Jiutian Pavilion refined the 7th order peak elixir 10 years ago. Success. Yun Lingling is also a little monster. The two of them came from the Yun family of refining medicine. Although they have become a 3rd grade aristocratic family, they were a 4th grade medicine refining family. In their heyday, no one knows what kind of background they hide. What? Han Ziyun of Xingdan Pavilion is not ordinary. It is said that the ancestor of Xingdan was shocked when he tested his talent, and he broke the column and accepted it as a disciple. It is this boy from the Dark Horse Club which is completely a hindrance. Most of the older generation of the alchemy forces are old and incorruptible antiques. They only appreciate the field and skills of alchemy, and other things are unstoppable. When they have cultivated to their realm, only outstanding achievements in the field of alchemy can shake them. The Dark Horse Club is the most popular, but they will only be amazed by it. The higher the realm of refining medicine, the more talent, resources, experience, environment, and knowledge are needed. Resource accumulation experience, famous teachers' guidance to reduce the bottleneck interval, and a good environment can also compete with various pharmacists to hone the refining skills. With these preconditions, the talent can be maximized. The above conditions are the necessary conditions for becoming a top alchemist. Medicine refining is not a field that can be broken through by seclusion and cultivation in a no-man's land. On the contrary, the most shining one can be obtained by colliding with each other. In terms of alchemy, Lin Chen's avatar's performance in the preliminary competition alone is considered to be top-notch, but he is not qualified to make them really take it seriously. Yun Zhentian flicked his sleeves, tens of thousands of 7th-order medicinal materials and 2 sacred snow-bone ginseng, 1,000 silver St. Yuan coins piled up, and 3 Qinglong Dan furnaces stood there. Yun Lingling called out 2 elixir furnaces, 1 fire and 1 water, a phoenix cauldron with a dragon mouth, the furnace mouth facing the south and the north, a 30-foot-long 10,000-year-old vine, and thousands of top-grade 7th-order medicinal materials. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, one left and one right, their mental power emerged like a tide, their hands quickly formed seals, and the fighting spirit was flowing like a river of war around all the medicinal materials. Hundreds of medicinal materials were put into the pill furnace first. Thousands of handprints are changing at an extreme speed, like a cloud of misty clouds converging together, and the 2 people's alchemy handprints are in one vein. Hey! How dare they control more than 2 pill furnaces at the same time? This is the Yun family's Luyun Qingxin handprint, the top-grade alchemy handprint of the purple rank. There is no doubt that both of them are alchemists at the peak of the 7th order. As soon as the 2 of them made a move, they were amazed and shocked. The eyes of the old antiques of the alchemy power flashed, and some low-level pharmacists were dizzying and frantic. This is the realm they have been pursuing all their lives. The refining of medicinal herbs can control the refining of hundreds of medicinal materials with a single gesture. Well, nice little guy, the alchemy handprint is very well established, and it has the charm of their ancestors of the Yun family back then. Both of them are talented and beautiful, and they have the potential to become an 8th-order pharmacist in the future. The 2 saint-level pharmacists looked at each other and praised. One of the supreme judges did not hide the envy in his eyes. Xuanyu has such a genius, and it is bound to add a holy-level pharmacist in the future. On the other hand, in this strange realm, most of the young people present are still at the top of the 7th rank, or they are still at the top of the 7th rank, and they are more than 1 step behind. Perhaps the best one is Han Ziyun. Look at this posture, it should not be refining the 7th order peak medicine pill, but the 8th order. A group of old antiques who have stayed at the 7th order peak grade for thousands of years said seriously. Yes, there are only 8th order medicinal pills, and more than 1 pill furnace is needed, but a complete 8th rank medicinal pill, even if it is only a 1st grade pill, is not something these 2 little guys can jointly refine. Another old antique was lost in thought. How can the holy pill be so easy to refine, not to mention the perfect combination of 2 people, even if there are 10 peak 7th order alchemists who cooperate seamlessly with each other, the success rate is not more than 10%. Haha, it's a good thing to have fighting spirit. Are they going to refine the 8th order young pill? The holy level pharmacist representing Chiyu smiled at the other referee. The latter was wearing a black shirt. Xian Yunyeha nodded and smiled, yes. What they want to refine should be the 1st grade holy pill, composed of the Yun family, Fulingsu holy pill. The former shook his head in amazement. The 7th order medicinal pill contains spirituality, and the 8th rank medicinal pill's initial wisdom is equivalent to a complete life. The difficulty of the young pill is much lower than that of the complete holy pill. If the young pill is successfully refined, it can be used in the day after tomorrow. With the warm nourishment of the material treasure and the silver St. Yuan coin, one day you will step into the real holy elixir grade. Just after finishing speaking, the two referees in the void suddenly stiffened. Brush. 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 Most of the audience of pharmacists in the audience suddenly stood up. Their expressions were stunned, as if they had seen some incredible pictures. At this moment, even the two great saint-level alchemists gasped in a breath of cold air. I saw, Han Ziyun was behind, Zhenda should be in front, and there were 99 pill furnaces standing in front of the two. Zhenda should be crazy? Similar thoughts flashed across the minds of all the people at the medicine refining venue. Is this kid crazy? 99 pill furnaces? Even a saint-level pharmacist can't control it at the same time. Is he better than a saint-level pharmacist? Some old antiques came back to their senses, with disdain on their faces, and pouted. It seems that this kid is bluffing and bluffing. That's why the old man hates young people. It's flashy and playful, and it's the most deadly. The two supreme judges looked at each other, shook their heads, and laughed. It seems that this child has no great ability. If I use the 99 pill furnaces, I can only simply refine some medicinal materials. If I really control the refining medicine, 9 is the limit. Every year at the convention, there will always be some strange and grandstanding, but it's a pity that this Han Ziyun is also dragged into the water by him. As strong as a saint-level pharmacist, manipulating 99 pill furnaces. To refine medicine with precision is as difficult as going to the sky. Is it possible that this young man can surpass the two of them? Yun Lingling, who was refining the medicine, was shocked. What do they want? Yun Zhentian said coldly, don't be distracted, they are just taking their own humiliation. I'm afraid the real purpose is to distract us, affect the joint medicine refining, and concentrate on the alchemy midra. Yun Lingling was hesitant. She saw Han Ziyun's unprecedented serious demeanor. But she was not at all joking. Can they really control 99 pill furnaces? Impossible. As long as my cousin and I refine the 8th order young pills together, all variables will not exist. Yun Lingling is no longer confused. She concentrates on the process of refining medicine, and concentrates on assisting Yun Zhentian. The audience's reaction recovered from shock, or sneered, or ridiculed endlessly. If it wasn't for Han Ziyun's reputation, the on-site referees would have stopped the game long ago. The only people in the audience who were in class 66 were full of anticipation. And Lin Chen's eyes are also full of fanaticism. Taoyuan plant capsule, open. Wow. The branches and leaves growing all over the sky are swaying with silvery silver coins and massive treasures of heaven and earth. Is this a spiritual plant of luck? Take 2 spiritual plants of luck with you. Could it be from the Dark Horse Club, Lin Chen? 1 green, 1 red, and 2 air transport spirit plants were born, and Lin Chen actually released them in the VIP seats, some branches of the Qingyao tree and Longqing tree. The countless pharmacists present shivered suddenly. Zhenda Ing waved his hand, and the silver Saint Yuan coins and all kinds of medicinal materials were poured into the pill furnace neatly. Sigh. Zhenda should motivate the midra of alchemy. The waves are rippling. The spiritual power is as fine as a gossamer, and the running of the clouds and waters rises. Brush brush. Zending's hands are clutched, the fingertips are flowing with water-based blue light, the hands are smashed into endless afterimages, the lightning fast knots are formed, and the mental power is divided into thousands of copies, controlling each pill furnace to perform delicate operations. Each medicinal material is poured into the pill furnace to melt impurities in An orderly manner, peel off the impurities from the outer shell, and purify it. Step by step. Wow, wow, wow. The two Chi Lux spirit plants are moving like wind and rain, falling a lot of medicinal materials, not only hundreds of thousands, but tens of thousands of them can be seen with the naked eye. There are countless silver holy yuan coins falling next to the pill furnace. And the silver holy yuan flame started to burn with a snort, which catalyzed and accelerated the refining process. The old antiques who were ridiculing and disdainful a moment ago are all dumbfounded at this time. This is the most beautiful scenery that belongs to the alchemist. The tops of the 99 seventh-order pill furnaces flashed a large number of medicinal materials. When they were integrated into the pill furnace, they were divided into massive mental powers, and they constantly controlled every step of the pill-making fingerprints and took over the situation in the pill furnace, rapidly refining the medicinal materials. Every step tends to be perfect, impeccable. The piles of silver St. Yuan coins on the ground continued to burn with dazzling sparks of silver, like the star embellishment of the eternal scenery, making this scene imprinted in everyone's hearts. He can really control 99 pill furnaces. And every step of the pill furnace is like a seventh-order peak alchemist manipulating it, and the 99 pill furnaces are like 99 seventh-order peak alchemists, connected into one. Difficult. Could he be a saint? My God, he can really control 99 pill furnaces. Eighth-order pharmacist? No, his spiritual power has not even reached the level of the Holy Spirit. It can't be an eighth-order alchemist. The massive audience and the old antiques were surprised and suspicious. Which one was this show? Boom. Bang. When everyone was shocked, Zhen De-ing invested in the first eighth order heaven and earth treasure, the crescent moon ice heart fruit, in exchange for Long Qinghua. When they saw the strong Saint Yuan energy of crescent moon ice heart fruit being melted, countless pharmacists gasped with a hiss. Seeing this scene, no one can calm down. Even the eighth order medicinal materials are thrown in. Is this still a bluff? This is obviously true. The two saint-level pharmacists looked solemn, because this child's refining techniques really had the charm of a saint-level pharmacist. Strange, he obviously didn't even step into the holy spiritual force. Why is his spiritual force able to be divided into multiple manipulations, and each spiritual force has a consciousness and accuracy that is no less than that of the body? This child has practiced a powerful secret technique that is not disclosed. What a powerful secret technique! It can divide the mental power to such a level. If these secrets are put up for auction, their value will definitely be no less than a complete orange-level technique. Law. The eyes of the holy alchemist of Xuanyu gleamed. Then, Zhen De-ing Madra changed again, the left hand Vientian blue sky hand, and the right hand Vientian four purification seals. He actually displayed the two alchemy madras superbly, perfectly combined. Could it be that he also wants to refine the eighth order young pill? Seeing this scene, the old antique lost his voice in horror, and another seventh order peak pharmacist looked solemn. Perhaps more than that, the amount of medicinal materials he invested is more than double that of Yun Xintian and the two. What he wants to refine is the eighth order finished product. Holy Dan! As soon as this statement came out, the four were amazed. A battle emperor refining the eighth order holy pill, is this possible? No, not possible. This is common sense, and it is more natural. Through the ages, those who can successfully refine the eighth level finished product holy pill, holy level pharmacist, and holy level cultivation base No, according to this refining efficiency and accuracy, it may really be possible. The holy level pharmacist represented by Chiyu was overjoyed, and his face sank. Immediately. No matter how strong this sun's essence mysticism is, it is useless to manipulate more spiritual will. The consumption of spiritual power will increase exponentially, and to manipulate such a terrifying spiritual will to refine medicine, let alone a day, half an hour is a problem. Really, at this time, the true virtue should be sweating like rain, panting like a cow, and the spiritual power in the spiritual bridge is rapidly decreasing faster than ever. This little guy can't hold on anymore, it's a pity, but with this courage and alchemy skills, no one can match it. The Xuanyu referee made a simple comment, but the evaluation was unusually high. At this moment, Han Ziyun patted Jin Dang's shoulder with a slender hand and sent the massive mental power that had been prepared to the former. At this time, Han Ziyun rarely showed her cute side. Her pretty face was flushed, her pink cheeks were bulging, and her cherry lips were actually filled with spiritual medicine, like a hamster. Huh? This girl wants to send mental power to him, but it's not enough. Chiyu referee frowned, and his voice just fell. Extreme return. Boom. Jindaing was full of brilliance, and his tired appearance instantly became bright. The mental power and fighting spirit that had been greatly depleted by refining medicine were quickly replenished in a very short time. At this moment, the faces of the two eighth-order alchemists finally changed color. I don't know who made a rude sentence, regardless of self-restraint. There's such a goddamn technique? Zhenda Ying's move of extreme returning yuan scared the holy pharmacists. Is it too fake? The perfect spiritual power of the Tongtian realm is only replenished in one breath, and even the battle energy that is lost? Such a powerful practice, even the two of them, who are eighth order pharmacists with extremely high vision, have never heard of it. If this method can be used on saints, it is definitely enough to set off a bloody storm in the holy order. The power of the holy yuan in the holy realm is not comparable to that of the war emperor. If you want to supplement the holy yuan, you can only absorb a large amount of silver holy yuan coins. If you want to recover quickly, you can only rely on the eighth order holy pill or refining some peculiar things in the world. Energy. The most commonly used is the Saint Yuan stored in the sage's own mind, which is the foundation. Ordinary saints can't stand to take the holy pill to restore the sacred essence. If Li Rui uses such a perverted move to recover instantly at the juncture of life and death crisis, it is enough to control the life and death of the battle. At the moment of using extreme return to Yuan, Lin Chen's eyes became particularly excited and solemn, and the two emotions were intertwined. In terms of spiritual realm, Han Ziyun, who is also a perfect Tongtian realm, is even stronger than himself. The refining of holy pills is by no means that simple. He can actually control 99 pill furnaces? Yun Lingling's face was pale, Yunjin was sweating coldly, and her face was extremely ugly. Don't panic, he can't hold on for that long. The complexity of the eighth order finished pill is several times or even 10 times that of the young pill. He can't succeed. Yun Jintian stabilized Yun Lingling, and the speed of the two of them refining medicine increased by 1 point. Lin Chen has integrated 50% of the cultivation memory of the pill saints handbook, which is equivalent to gaining half of the alchemy perception of the alchemist. Of course, this does not mean that he is promoted to the eighth order pharmacist. However, Lin Chen obtained an important message in the Dancing Handbook about the characteristics of the 8th order holy pill and the spiritual power of the transcendent sanctification. Spiritual realm, virtual, spiritual, transfiguration, dharma, heaven. Transcendence and sanctification, each realm is a new world. With the spirit of the sky, not only the spiritual law can be separated from the body for a long time, but also can travel farther and more accurate spiritual perception, and can even resist some spiritual and combat attacks. And transcendent sanctification transforms spiritual power into a brand new life individual, even if the flesh is destroyed and only a trace of spiritual power remains. It can reshape the body, like a 100-footed worm. Dead but not stiff. This is also the reason why the 7th order peak alchemist is far from being able to compare with the 8th order pharmacist, because the two are completely one day and one place. The spiritual will of the Holy Land can be split into multiple manipulations. And the thinking operation is far beyond that of ordinary saints. That's right, the spiritual power of entering the Holy Land can also achieve the effect similar to the Taisher Bible, and vice versa. Because of knowing the mystery of this realm, Lin Chen has even unlocked the magic of the Taisher Bible, and cultivating this secret is equivalent to having a spiritual control method similar to entering the holy realm. That is to say, although Lin Chen is not an 8th order pharmacist, he can achieve mental control similar to that of an 8th order pharmacist, but in terms of the stamina of mental manipulation, it is far inferior to a real 8th order pharmacist. However, this does not prevent Lin Chen from challenging the refining of the 8th order holy pill. With the extreme return to Yuan, he has this possibility. But once Lin Chen's avatar is successfully refined, this kind of achievement is equivalent to the Battle Emperor's victory over the Holy Realm. That will definitely rewrite the history of medicine refining in the billions of years of the Holy Order. Bang! With 2 explosions, Yun Zhentian and Yun Lingling, Zhen Dang and Han Ziyun, all failed. Both sides are trying to refine not ordinary things. According to the judgment of the 2 referees, the greatest possibility is that both groups will fail. The 2 sides were not discouraged, and they started refining again in less than a quarter of an hour. Zhenda should be supported by Lin Chen's Qi Luck Spirit Plant, the 8th order holy material, the acquisition of the ancient temple and the sale of Long Qinghua make Lin Chen's background support. Zhenda should toss 5 or 6 times. If the refining of medicine fails, Lin Chen will not lose at all. Because of the gorgeous energy of the discarded and blasted medicinal materials, a few attribute light balls will drop, each of which is of extremely high quality. It's just a failure. I'm afraid of hair. Just do it. The 2 sides started refining medicine again, but there is no doubt that Zhenda should be more interesting here. Don't say anything, just talking about the process of refining medicinal materials in the 99 pill furnaces is enough to amaze everyone in the entire venue. With the combustion and catalysis of the silver St. Yuan coin, the process of refining medicine was once accelerated. In just 2 days, the 2 groups of 4 failed 3 times. Lin Chen harvested the attribute light ball that failed to refine the medicine, and obtained 4 points of advanced water energy, 1 point of advanced spiritual power, and 1 point of advanced fire energy. During this period of time, pill clouds continued to appear, and the more 7th order top-level pills appeared, but compared to the combination of pills this time, they were countless times inferior, and it was boring to watch. My God, is this the master of the White Dragon sect, by Xing Qi Tian? Even the first floor owner of the 12th floor, the Heavenly Fire Saint, and even the Thunder Sound Sword Saint are here. My God, what kind of pomp is this? Countless audiences were enthusiastic and excited, and the saints came. All the famous and powerful saints gathered in the gathering place to watch this joint medicine refining showdown. Except for the supreme judges who will sit in the competition, all the saints who came to watch the competition gathered in the medicine refining venue, and the scene was unprecedentedly grand. Boom! When the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion also arrived, countless young audiences and even some old antiques were also shocked. Even the legend of the killer world came to the venue in person. How flamboyant this Dark Horse Club is. And the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion saw Lin Chen's 2 spirit plants, and his murderous intentions were revealed. But he didn't dare to do it, and before the conference was over, he was helpless against Lin Chen. On the 6th day, the vision changed. In Yinzhentian and Yinlingling's pill furnaces, there is a wave of new life engendering. This is a sign of the formation of the young pill. Boom! Danxia fills the sky, shaking the sky. Ha ha ha! I succeeded, my young Dan was born. Did you see it, the Dark Horse Club? There are only winners in history, so what if they can control 99 Dan furnaces? They are not going to lose to me. Standing proudly under Danxia, Yun Zhentian showed a rebellious expression, full of contempt and ridicule to Lin Chen and others. At this time, Lin Chen didn't have time to pay attention to this idiot at all, and focused his attention, clenching his fists and staring at Zending. In the past 4 days, 35 intermediate talent points have been consumed just by using the ultimate return, which is equivalent to 3.5 billion primary talent points. Maybe it's going to fail, it's about to congeal the pill, unless the little guy's mental control can be improved to a higher level, he will definitely lose. Even the 2 judges and a group of old antiques held their breaths. It's now the ultimate moment. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The ultimate moment. Lin Chen's ultimate moment, which was reserved until the end, was suddenly activated, and he was very excited. Everyone in class 66 and Ling Yueqi and other girls held their breath, or closed their eyes and prayed. Boom! Thousands of spiritual powers are divided into tens of thousands again. And the spiritual manipulation is more subtle. Not only has the power of the exercises in the Taisher Bible doubled, but the upgraded ultimate moment temporarily greatly increases the spiritual power, making Lin Chen's spiritual power surpass that of Han Ziyun for a short time. This time, the energy essence of the 99 pill stoves began to drive suddenly, and began to move closer to the core pill stove. The 2 judges were shocked. He actually entered the pill condensing step. How could his essence mystery technique be even better? Everyone's heart is a little bit. Here comes the final step of condensing pills. Is it defeated? Or rewrite history? The 2 fingerprints of Zending are changing very fast. Except for the saints, they can't see the traces of the seals at all. It's too fast. The consumption of mental power has more than doubled. Lin Chen has to use the ultimate return almost every half an hour. This is under the premise that Han Ziyun can maximize the supply of mental power to himself. The energy essence extracted from the 99 pill furnaces continuously merges and merges, and a stronger and new life is born. Ziyun, it's now. Lin Chen, who was outside the field, shouted loudly. At this time, his avatar was in an unprecedented state of concentration, and he didn't even have a space to speak, and he threw himself into the condensing pill, Lin Chen shouted loudly, and Han Ziyun understood it, and quickly stood side by side with true virtuing. When the spiritual powers of the two people touched together, not only did they not disturb each other, but they felt like a consonant, so that the step of condensing pills began to stabilize. Boom! A holy light broke through the sky, and the eighth order holy pill suspended in the void was green. Just after the birth of Xingdan, he turned into a young man with green hair. He was naked and had a terrified expression on his face. The eighth order young pill, which turned into a little fox, shivered under the pressure of the finished holy pill. Eighth order young pills have to absorb spirituality after years of accumulation, and they have to feed countless precious medicinal materials and silver saint coins. There is a huge gap between the two. Countless pairs of greedy and amazed eyes stared at the eighth order holy pill. Compared with Yun Jintian's eighth order young pill, the temptation of this finished holy pill was countless times stronger. The mighty Yun Jintian was completely stunned on the spot, lost in spirit. His pride and ego were completely shattered. He lost to the Dark Horse Club in the single-player martial arts competition. And even his proudest alchemy lost. How is this possible? Yun Lingling's pretty face was pale, and when she stared at the indifferent young man in white shirt bathed in the holy light, her delicate body suddenly trembled. It really worked. Han Ziyun's expression was excited, and she looked at Lin Chen outside the venue, and she was quite emotional. At this moment, it was like when the Han family participated in the medicine refining competition that day, but at this moment, she finally stood beside him, no longer just under his protection. Without the help of Han Ziyun, it would be extremely difficult for her to succeed in refining medicine this time. Lin Chen, whose spiritual realm is far beyond normal, has a very strong spiritual foundation, and her cooperation is perfect. In the end, even if she hesitates in the final condensing moment, she will fail. He did it. He really did it. Miracle, we have witnessed a miracle. The eighth order holy pill refined by the Emperor of War is a miracle. Countless audiences, and those rebellious old antiques all fell into carnival and tears. They have witnessed history. After today, the name of the Dark Horse Club, Zhenda Ying, will be full of names in Qiyu, Xuanyu, and even 36 domains. Bang! The sky is chaotic, and the gold is brilliant. Lin Chen's avatar exploded a golden light character above his head. 94,125 in the Genius List, True Virtue, title, Peerless Dancing. There are many people who hold the gold list, and their deepest impression of Zending instantly becomes his title. The history of the 36 domains of the Holy Realm has been broken. From ancient times to the present, there may have been the ultimate monsters on the enchanting list who could challenge the Holy Realm in the 5 tribulations. Battle Emperor cultivation base, but there is absolutely no genius who can practice in the perfect state of the Tongtian realm. Even if you were an 8th order pharmacist, you would not be able to make an 8th order finished medicinal pill. The future milestone of Dan Dao. How old is he, my God? The 2 Saint-level referees were so excited that they flew away from the seat and rushed into the arena, holding Zending's hand tightly. Zhenda Ying Xiaoyu, no. Your Excellency Zhenda Ying, Miss Han Ziyun, if you don't dislike it, you can come and sit in my pill hall when you have time. We welcome you at any time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I hope to discuss with you the art of medicine. Xuanxing was excited that Zhenda should be treated as equals, and Han Ziyun was even more flattered. Seeing this situation, countless people envy but can't be jealous. Being able to refine the 8th order, finished medicinal pills is enough to become a peer of the 8th order pharmacist. Over time, the true virtue should definitely surpass all the alchemists present. The saints in the gathering hall were amazed. This is a true legend, rising in the 36 domains. At this time, there are still some contestants who have not finished refining medicine, but there is no doubt about the championship. Lin Chen secretly rejoices in his heart. Fortunately, the ancient god and his old man have a wealth of collections, and the holy level medicine refining handbooks are in the collection. Otherwise, even if there is any lack in the middle, this holy elixir will not be refined. The medicine refining champion has been won, and the points are completely enough to buy the Shura Zhouhuang transformation. Now we only have the treasures and the mathematician, the team martial arts competition and the temperament. Lin Chen secretly said in his heart. The 2 saint-level judges flicked their sleeves, pressed his 8th level holy pill back to the form of a pill, sealed it into a jade bottle with a space secret technique, and handed it to Lin Chen. The palace master of Bingxin Palace and the elder Taisheng looked at each other and saw each other's shock. Along the way, they have seen too many miracles around Lin Chen. The young people who follow this little guy Lin Chen are indeed all evildoers. As long as you give enough time, you will definitely be on the evildoer list in the future. In the past, there was a god who descended to earth, Lin Chen, the emperor, and the 4 saints. Later, there was a sword that killed the son of the 4th grade chamber of commerce in seconds, and now there is a Zhenda Ying, who controls 99 pill furnaces to refine 8th order holy pills. 2. Strong, everyone in this dark horse clubhouse is a peerless evildoer. There are many saints who have similar ideas with Bingxin Palace. At the same time, those saints who are united with the Dark Pavilion deeply feel the threat from the Dark Horse Club. Each of them is extremely troublesome. If they don't kill them now, they will definitely be the #1 enemy in the future. Hey, the 8th order holy pill, sooner or later, it's the old man's. The ancestor of the Dark Pavilion was gloomy and uncertain, sneering in his heart. In Wanri Square, an extremely romantic cloud eagle rushed across the sky, and the young man jumped down and arrived at the venue. Hee, am I coming too late? Jingchen might have already won the single person martial arts competition and the team martial arts championship. This young man with a jade tree facing the wind seems to be the pavilion owner of Jutian Pavilion, the youngest and fastest legend in history to reach 70,000 geniuses. Lin Chen, right, your head is destined to be mine. Luo Jiji, who had just cast the 7th order peak weapon, was stunned in place. When he looked up, his mouth was slightly open, stunned and shocked. The older generation of casters from Chiyu and Xuanyu all stood up. What does the true virtue of this Dark Horse Club want to do? He doesn't need any casting tools in this casting final. Why is he still in the sky? As strong as the 3 8th order smiths were also amazed among the clouds. In the sky, a black-robed young man's face was like a knife and an axe. The wind was dancing, the clouds covered the fog, and a red war gun was born. The whole body of the red spear shone with holy light, like a red dragon. Phantom entangled, the spear tip was orange-red, the 2 halberds on both sides, 8 feet long, and weighed more than 100 million tons, and there was a groove left at the front of the spear. What this little guy used was the Lingyan Ba Shao in the casting record of the astonishing great sage Ling Shao a million years ago. Besides, looking at his technique, he is not a novice at all. It's like an 8th order smith who has gone through 10,000 years. This spear is a holy artifact embryo. As long as there is enough time to nurture it, it is only a matter of time before it becomes a complete holy artifact. It is even expected to become a second-rank holy artifact, and there is huge room for growth. The supreme judges saw the clue and set off a storm in their hearts. This son already has the level and skills of an 8th order caster, but what he lacks is cultivation. If the complete 8th order holy artifact is newly born, his battle emperor cultivation base will be difficult to suppress. 8th order holy artifact? A group of judges and old antique casters gasped. How old is this child, to cast the 8th order holy artifact? They have never seen such a young 8th order caster. At least in Chiyu Xuanyu, there is no historical record at all. Moreover, the holy power of the holy artifact embryo is infinitely close to the complete first-grade holy artifact, proving that its future potential is excellent. Such perfect embryos, even the 3 supreme judges present may not be able to cast such perfect embryos. It's just amazing work. Bang! The golden light exploded on the top of Zendacheng's head, and new names were listed. The genius list is 94,150. The real virtue is Long. Long Zhenda held a red spear in his hand and stood above the clouds, majestic. And majestic, he sighed and muttered to himself. Fortunately, all the attribute values obtained by activating the omen of stealing after the incident were all used to learn the art of forging, which consumed 150 points of high-level martial arts spirit. The 8th order holy artifact is in some respects even rarer than the 8th order holy pill. Forging a holy artifact requires a complete record of the production method of the holy artifact scroll. The holy artifact scrolls circulated in the holy world are far less than the 8th order pill recipe, and the difficulty of creating is more difficult than the pill recipe. The 2 8th order holy artifact scrolls held by Lin Chen were obtained from dropping attribute treasure chests, and the second was obtained from the ancient temple. One of them is the gun reel. The caster has also passed. It's time to go to Hui Hui to participate in the team competition. Before the audience can watch it, Zhenda Chong put away the red gun, and disappeared in a flash. Countless viewers were instantly dumbfounded. How could this kid run so fast? If it were replaced by other young people, I would like to enjoy the light of attention for a while. The mathematician finals. This time, the great fortune saint is still in charge. After the preliminary round and subsequent rounds of screening, only 4 people entered the final round, that is Xiao Qianyun, Luo Wucheng, Yan Qianyun and Zhen Dexiu. And Xiao Qianyun was directly injured by Lin Chen with a throwing knife, and he was absent from the finals. This is probably the quietest venue in the auditorium. All the spectators held their breaths, watching the game closely, for fear of missing a detail. The mathematician confrontation, no matter which human civilization is derived from, it is the most exciting time. They can deduce secrets, calculate bad luck, avoid evil and seek fortune. He is the rarest type of person in the world. The good fortune saint stepped out of the sky. The old man was in a blue shirt, sleepy eyes, as if he never woke up. Looks like I came just right. A young man from Yushu Linfeng slowly sat in the auditorium. The pavilion master of Jiutian Pavilion, Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian's eyes stared at the unparalleled beauty in the field. She was like the most beautiful star under the starry sky, blurred and gorgeous, and like a rose under the dark night, her beauty was hidden, and the flowers bloomed, but no one could appreciate her. I'm here to witness the moment when you reach the pinnacle of young mathematicians in the two domains. Later, I will win the championship of the team competition myself and become the man most worthy of you. Qin Xiaoyan's eyes showed deep admiration and infatuation. Yan Qianyun seemed to feel his gaze and frowned. Deliberately leaned next to the Jin Deshou. Beside him. Huh? Who is this person? Qin Xiaotian was jealous and gritted his teeth. At this time, the saint of creation slowly opened his mouth. Content of this final, get the dimensity beads, the one with more dimensity beads will be the winner. His voice was low, but it clearly conveyed to everyone's heart. With a flick of his sleeves, a three-dimensional space of 100 meters condensed out of thin air, and the interior of the space was full of purple, black, profound beads. Tianjizu contains the general fate of life, disasters, calamities, odds, blessings, and heavenly secrets. There are also calamities. In calamities, blessings and disasters and calamities, etc. If you are a little careless, you will be caught elimination. As long as you pick any item that contains disaster, misfortune, and calamity, it will end if you make one mistake. Powerful mathematicians can deduce deeper opportunities in countless fates. In some disasters, it is a blessing, and some romances are a step closer, which is bad luck. The competition of the mathematicians is who can approach the limit of the general trend, to deduce the wisp of truth that is closest to the essence. The eyes of the saints of good fortune rarely show a hint of sadness. The mathematician walks against the sky, and every step carries the risk of his own fall or the fall of the client. The more things you spy on, the more turbid your fate will be. Everyone present is in awe. As a mathematician, mistakes are not allowed. This is the profession that is most envied by the heavens and the earth. It is said that in the ancient times of the holy world, there were historical records in ancient books, and there were god-level pharmacists and god-level smiths born in the world, but only not god-level mathematician. The mathematician walks against the sky. Since ancient times, the mathematician has not become a god. The god-level mathematician has the fate of spying on the gods, spying on the end of the world, and even the world can't tolerate the existence. Since ancient times, mathematicians are not conferred gods, and it is the accepted truth of the holy world. The god-level mathematician was completely suffocated by a hidden threat to the world or some supreme existence. When people are old, they like to nag. Let's start the finals. This old man will be absolutely fair. The good fortune saint smiled, and returned to the sleepy yawning appearance. Before Zendexiu was bold and careful, and he was the first to shoot first. With his mental power, he was the first to catch a dimensity bead. Brush. The celestial bead in his hand shone with green light, representing a magical fate, without any misfortune or disaster. What? Many people were stunned. This little guy started to run his arithmetic so quickly. Everyone didn't understand why Jin Deshou dared to grab the dimensity pearl so quickly. Only the cyan attribute light that Lin Chen's clone could see melted into his body. The host gains one intermediate talent point. He certainly guessed right. Jin Deshou was so excited that he even swallowed a few saliva. A face that is about to flow out. The spectators who watched the game attentively watched the game with a stunned look. It's not right. Both Yan Qianyun and Luo Wucheng are still doing arithmetic deductions, and they can feel their seriousness even in the auditorium. Why does this boy from Zhendexiu still look like a bachelor who has finally found a woman? At this time, more than half of the celestial beads suspended in the space cube are shining with the light of attribute light balls. More than half of them have attribute light balls. What is this concept? This is the most visible attribute value to the naked eye after the comprehensive attribute upgrade of the Tiandao genus picking system. Even if the attribute value is only 1 point, if it is converted into the original low-level and intermediate-level attribute value, it is still 100 million. Excited but excited, Lin Chen's clone was not careless, and launched the 9 Tribulations battle body to activate the 9 tribulation eyes. This is what the good fortune sage said about the calamity in the blessing. There is this dangerous catastrophe in the blessing, and I must bypass it. Zhendexiu did his best to mobilize the 9 tribulations eye. Keep prying. And those who have no attribute light are Tianji beads that completely contain disasters, calamities, and evils. As long as you take the wrong one, you will lose. Finally, Luo Wuchang also made a move, carefully grabbed a celestial bead, and was safe and sound. Yan Qianyun even snatched 2 Tianji beads as soon as she made a move. Carefully put the dimensity bead beside him. Zhen Disho's eyes were like electricity, and he glanced at the rainbow. He stretched out his hand and grabbed with his 5 fingers, and he actually grabbed 4 Tianji beads in one breath? The other 2 supreme referees were stunned. They were worried that the content of the final was too difficult. This little guy was better. He caught 4 in one go. Does he have absolute confidence in his own strength? Get 1 point of intermediate heaven value, 1 point of advanced spiritual power, 1 point of advanced wood energy, 1 point of advanced martial arts spirit. The attribute light was incorporated into the body. Zhen Disho licked his tongue, and he was even more excited. If you get a dimensity bead, it is 100 million, so why don't you buy him? After obtaining the attribute value, Zhendexiu threw away the dimensity pearl. Like throwing garbage, which was in stark contrast to the cautious appearance of the former. Zhen Disho rolled up his sleeves, and just did it. He stretched out his 5 fingers like lightning, quickly grasped many dimensity beads, and his whole body was full of azure brilliance. The ultimate moment. The power of the mind is doubled, and the power of the 9 tribulations eye is even more powerful. Zhendexiu's hands fly into afterimages, like a 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara, and quickly snatch a large number of Tianji beads. Yan Qianyun's beautiful eyes trembled, and for a moment, she saw the shadow of him on Zhen Disho, and she seemed familiar. I can't be left behind. Yan Qianyun showed off her supernatural powers, and her delicate hands grabbed every dimensity bead precisely and gracefully. It can be said to be on a par with Zhendexiu. This is already a robbing, not a careful deduction and calculation. Luo Wuchang is messy in the wind. Get 1 point of advanced spiritual power, 3 points of advanced rune energy, 1 point of advanced thunder energy, 2 points of advanced water energy. Zhendexiu has been picking up all the way, only the attribute light he can see is a powerful addition to the 9 calamity eyes. Bump. After taking the attribute light ball, the dimensity pearl was thrown aside by Zhen Disho like garbage. Zhendexiu, beauty, don't rob me. Yan Qianyun, why can't you grab it? You are not alone in the finals. Zhendexiu, give me a face, don't steal it. Tonight I'll ask the director of my family to report to your room immediately. Yan Qianyun was overjoyed. Really? Jing Diaxu, I vouch for my personality. So far, Yan Qianyun actually stopped? Countless spectators were stunned. Where did this Zendexu come from if you say stop it, stop it? Qin Xiaotian, who was outside the venue, heard it clearly, almost exploded on the spot. His hair stood up in anger, and his teeth creaked. The little boy next to him pointed at Qin Xiaotian and asked, curiously, Mama, that brother's hair is standing up. The young woman covered the boy's eyes and smiled and said, Son, you can lick a dog until the end. Don't be a dog licker in the future. Seeing that the dimensity pearls that Zendexu has ingested will exceed 400. Even the saints of good fortune are not calm. Could this kid be cheating? Impossible, even ordinary saints can't decipher the mysteries of the dimensity pearl set up by the old man. But this is too terrifying. 400. The good fortune saint has no sleepiness at all, and with a shudder, he tugged at his beard. Sigh. When Zendexu ingested 450 celestial beads, the sage of creation suddenly put away the space. At this time, Luo Wuchang only had 28 celestial beads to be ingested into a blessing calamity. Jiju and lost. Yan Qianyun has 232, but she abstained halfway. Her strength has not yet bottomed out, and the most perverted Zendexu has 450. Champion without a doubt. The champion is Zendexu. Zendexu wanted to grab it again, and the saints of creation put it away. Not only did the dimensity beads disappear, but even the attributes of the existing dimensity beads disappeared. What a pity. It's not just a loss of 100 million, it's more than 10 billion. Zhen Dishio shouted a pity, and he said to the saint of creation in a pure and sincere manner, let's open it again. I want to catch another 1,000. The referees frowned. Several other supreme judges covered their mouths and laughed frantically. This kid is really harmless to humans and animals. You want to do such a difficult final again. Where do you put the old face of the saint of creation? The old face of Saint Fortune was slightly embarrassed, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. The old man now suspects that you are cheating. Humph, let the old man deduce your background in person. As soon as this statement came out, it shocked the powerhouses in all directions. The sage of good fortune is going to personally take action to calculate the secret? Or to a young junior? Boom. The ladder of destiny that appeared in the preliminary round appeared again, and the holy light like 10,000 soft water shone on Zendexu's body, making every strong person present tremble with fear. The water-soft holy light pouring down from the thousands of squares seems to be indifferent, and it can be felt by those who can reach a certain level of cultivation. The brilliance contains the penetrating power to see everything. The creatures that are illuminated by the brilliance, I am afraid that even the secrets that go deep into the bone marrow and even the meridians will be seen through. The general trend of its fate is no exception. The two supreme referees frowned. It really does have the meaning of being so embarrassed. The main reason is that the saints of good fortune put a lot of thought into preparing a high-quality final content for this final. If Yan Qianyun wins the championship, he has no doubt that this girl's arithmetic level is rare even in his life. If Yan Qianyun won the championship, the saints of creation would take it for granted. But if it was this elusive Zendexu, he wouldn't approve. He did feel the existence of arithmetic in Zhen Dishio's mentality, but it was far inferior to Yan Qianyun. Moreover, his arithmetic mentality level is limited, and his growth potential is not as good as the former, but now this kid's performance is so evil. Is this not a tricky thing? If this kid becomes the champion, and if the world finds out that he is a champion in the future, it means that he has no eye for a saint, and his reputation will be ruined by the sun. So he must be strict and cautious. Fortunately, old man, it's almost enough. What do you care about with a junior? What's more, there are two of me here today. You are afraid that the two of us can't see through it. This little guy really did not cheat. The words of the two were stuck in their throats before they finished speaking, and it seemed that the saint of creation had a solemn expression on his face. Impossible, the old man can't even deduce your most basic bad omen? This is impossible. Boom. The soft water and holy light shone again, and Jinda stood inside. Without changing his face, the clouds were light and the wind was light. The saint of creation was in a cold sweat, and his expression became more and more unbelievable. No, nothing. He can't deduce the origin of this kid. Even the most basic bad omen, there is not even a trace of it. The general trend of his destiny seems to be a void. Even the young people on the enchanting list can't escape the eyes of this old man, but why does this child have no trace at all? His fate seems to be nothing, or is it hidden? Where is he wholly at his level, not to mention the top of the genius list, even the fate of some of the monsters and geniuses on the enchanting list could not escape his eyes. But only this kid in front of him was unstoppable. Could it be that there is a relationship between him and his backside with the list of saints? The saints of creation are completely frightened and live in the void. There was a hint of horror on his face that could not be concealed. The list of saints is a field that only the top peerless geniuses in the holy world can enter. On that list, every saint is an existence that shakes history, subverts the common sense of the holy world, creates countless miracles, and opens up a new field. Once young and frivolous, he first reached the peak of arithmetic and wanted to see the fate of the top saints in the world. At that moment, at this moment, what he deduced was just chaos. Later, he was killed because of deducing the fate of the saint, and he almost fell to his death. In the end, he remained anonymous for thousands of years, before retreating between Chiyu and Xuanyu. Sweat soaked the clothes of the saint of creation, and his anger from the beginning to doubt, solemnity, shock, and fear. Even if this son is not on the list of saints, I am afraid that his background has a great relationship with the list of saints. You can't provoke it, you can't provoke it categorically. It's easy to expose and flee, and it can be fatal. What's going on here? Didn't the predecessors of the good fortune sage find anything? The scene of the sudden silence made the audience puzzled. Those with a delicate mind have already discovered the abnormality of the saint of creation, and the inner waves are also not small. As an old fox of millions of years, Saint Fortune quickly retracted his gaze, waved his sleeves, and withdrew the ladder of destiny. The old man pretended to be calm and said calmly, "Well, it's the old man who misunderstood you. You have such strength at a young age. Come on, the old man is optimistic about you. This time, the champion is undoubtedly a true virtue. Show." This attitude change is somewhat intriguing. But any strong person with far-reaching experience can smell a different taste in it. The sage of good fortune is actually a little embarrassed to throw a rat. The 1 second he threatened Lin Chen with cheating, he quickly recognized it. The next second, something must have been discovered in Zendexiu's destiny deduction. This old guy must have found out that he couldn't see any trace of my fate, so he was suspicious and jealous. There must have been some bitter and Hated strong people who had hatred against him, but it's a pity those attribute values. Zendexiu was as expected, the only pity was the attribute value that was taken away. It's impossible to see through the general trend of his fate. How can he be exactly the same as Lin Chen? Yan Qianyun on the side was puzzled. The finals of the mathematicians ended in this unexpected result. The Dark Horse Club won another championship. After participating in the medicine refining competition, Zhen Deying hurried to the final venue of the treasure appraiser. The treasure appraisal final is in full swing. A variety of completely different treasures appeared in the world one by one. And the audience watching the game was dazzled and dazzled. Great shout out. And in the finals, apart from Long Yang of Jiwetian Pavilion, there are only Lin Chen's clone and the mysterious woman. At this time, there are a large number of antiques and collections in the venue. Some are rusty, some are broken, and some are introverted, and gold and jade are actually ruined. There are at least tens of thousands of antiques. There are only 4 people in the finals, and 3 of them are racing against time to identify various antiquities. In this star jade, there is a 7th-order top swordsmanship hidden. Zhen Deying's purple-gold pupil turned golden brilliance, and with one hand he wiped the rusty ancient sword and pulled it out of the blade, and there was a sword hidden in the sword itself. This sword is a double sword of a child and a mother. Although the mother sword is damaged, the child sword is the top-grade Vientian Dragonine sword of the 7th rank. Zhen Deyingbao's speed, consecration efficiency, and accuracy have made many appraisers in the old rivers and lakes nod and appreciate it. This child is skilled in his technique, his eyes are sharp, his posture is handsome, and his movements are fast. He must be a habit, a master. However, to maintain this skill, according to the treasure appraisal project of the previous quartet conference, it must be the champion, but this one is different. Boom. The radiant light cyan jade suspended, Zhen Deying's pupils trembled. This thing is an 8th-order holy material, Wanzai Swan Kingbo, although only a small part is enough. The mysterious woman with a veil on her shoulders and a cloak, who did not show her true face, smiled indifferently. She is the most relaxed person in the final circle. Incredibly strong. Even a few supreme judges were amazed. Every time they didn't make a move, they would be the 8th order, and holy level materials when they made a move, and they were consecrated in her hands. Even Lin Chen and his party were in high tension while watching the game. What a powerful woman, the clone launched the ultimate moment and she caught up with the score. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn, this time, he might only be able to succumb to the 2nd place. Who is this woman? She is amazing. I just heard that the judge's evaluation of her is close to the level of a holy treasure appraiser. Why have I never heard of such a woman? I like the beauties who follow the talent list the most. Why don't I have any impression of her at all? Everyone was amazed by the background and methods of this mysterious beauty. It is said that the conference does not disclose her name, and even my master can't see her origin. A group of young audiences secretly amazed that the Dark Horse Clubhouse has been in the limelight recently. Seeing that someone can overcome this force, some people feel relieved. The people in the Dark Horse Club are going to lose, haha. Deserving it, who let Lin Chen be so high profile and arrogant, and dare to take out the spirit of luck? Such a person should be killed on the street. That is, if you have strength, you should keep a low profile and kill yourself with a high profile. Now you will meet someone who is high profile. Shit, it's so cool to watch. I can't wait to see what the Dark Horse Club wants to lose. Some jealous young Tianjiao were hooked. At this moment, the mysterious beauty in the cloak smiled softly and gracefully. The famous Mr. Lin Chen, do you want to be the champion? If you want your Dark Horse Club to be the champion of the treasure appraising project, if you can answer my question, I will give it up. The sudden request caused everyone's eyes to shift to Lin Chen, who was in the auditorium. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Dare to ask the girl what's the question?" The mysterious beauty smiled and said, "Who am I? You can only guess once. If you are wrong, you will lose your chance." Lin was stunned. What's the problem? The entire audience was stunned. This is at the juncture of the finals. It's time to decide the outcome. How can you still come up with this one? The mysterious beauty stopped the process of appraising the ancient treasures and legend to take action, but she was not impatient, and she obviously had absolute confidence to win the championship. Lin touched his chin, and the beauties in the field looked at each other. He looked at the person in front of him for a long time, and suddenly, a flash of light appeared. He slaps his thigh. Well, it was this girl. Lin Chen coughed. Things have to start from a dusk. The corners of the audience's mouths twitched. This is the finals, why don't you tell stories? In the dusk of a certain city, a young man, called Shirliji in the rivers and lakes, pretended to be a mathematician and tried to get close to the beautiful lady in a certain mansion. Later, that person cured the eldest lady's stubborn illness and activated her bloodline. The more everyone listened to it, the more wrong it became. Why did it feel like the story of the neighbor's Asian falling in love with a Chong? Everyone in class 66 has brightened eyes, surprised and happy, excited and happy, and a name is about to come out. Could it be that this sister is? Before everyone in class 66 could react, the mysterious beauty flew to the auditorium, and her behavior was completely different from her previous reserved behavior, and she hugged Lin Chen. Lin's tiger body was shocked, and the fragrance softly fell into his arms. He thought that he would be pinched by Sister Yuichi again, but he didn't expect that he didn't care about him. "I thought you would forget me." The woman's gentle and pleasant voice carried a bit of resentment. What the fuck? The audience was stunned, and the young Tianjiao, who admired and secretly fell in love with this mysterious woman, were even more heartbroken. Everyone can hear the resentment in the woman's tone. It's like meeting a long-lost lover. Cough. How can I forget? I'm just an arsonist, not a lover. Elder Lin Taipan's face rarely turned red, and he coughed lightly. The beautiful woman untied her cloak and revealed her true face. She was wearing a long dress with jade belts, her skin was slick, her eyebrows shone brightly, her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and jade, her gaze was gentle and moving, and her waist was soft and boneless. A grip, giving a slender and delicate beauty, slender, but not weak. She has both the temperament of a lady and a princess of a neighboring country, with a calming elegance and tenderness between her eyebrows and her bones. Sister Shangguan, it really is you. It turned out to be Shangguan Bihan. How did you become so powerful? Yu Lin and the other girls suddenly gathered around, Ying Yin hugged them together. Ling Yuichi smiled slightly. Welcome back. Shangguan Bihan nodded and smiled. I'm back, teacher. Countless viewers were dumbfounded. Those who waited to see the Dark Horse Club lose the championship were all dumbfounded. The mysterious beauty with such a strong feeling is actually still this Lin Chen's old lover? My god, this expansion is too much. Damn. This mysterious goddess of love has long been teased by others. Grandma has a leg, listen to this tone, my bones are crisp. That's the relationship, mother. What does her win have to do with the dark horse club winning the championship? It's like a family, it's almost like putting it on his table. The sour arrogances who were waiting for the good show before, and now they all leave the arena in dismay. It's a shame. How, I finally beat you once. Shangguan Bihan stretched out a small pink fist and smiled proudly at Lin Chen. This is the mind of a little woman who made this guy grow so fast every time. The previous self couldn't even catch up with his back, and now he is inexplicably happy to see him shriveled. Yes, you won. Lin Chen laughed and laughed. In the end, the Dark Horse Club won the championship for the treasure appraising project. Of course, Shangguan Bihan came in second, and Jua Tian Pavilion was the third child in 10,000 years. Since there is no problem with the treasure appraising project, the next thing is the temperament and team martial arts. Lin Chen looked excited, he didn't know how strong the so-called dragon genius was. But at least, the current self is not what it used to be. Although they are both in the late stage of the 9 stages, it is no exaggeration that Lin Chen is now quite different from himself before participating in the Sifang conference. The 9-color life wheel in the body is just about to move, and it may break through the cultivation base and usher in the catastrophe at any time. I don't know what my catastrophe will be like. In the team martial arts match, the performance of the Dark Horse Club in the early stage has been ranked in the top 8. According to the regulations, you must play within the specified time, otherwise it will be regarded as a waiver. Why haven't the people from the Dark Horse Club arrived yet? Is this about to abstain? In the team venue, a group of judges were extremely dissatisfied. It was almost the end of the quarterfinals, and the last game of the Dark Horse Club was left. What he drew was the duel between the 2 major 4-tier sects, the joint team of Kainianj and Zion Yuzong, the new gradeless force, the Dark Horse Club. Seeing that the end time of the team martial arts competition was approaching, the referee simply announced loudly, in view of the refusal of the Dark Horse Club to participate in the competition, we announce that the outcome of this time will be determined by it will be taken by the Dark Horse Club. A youthful clear voice took over the conversation, and everyone looked at it. Everyone couldn't help, but their eyes lit up. The last team that entered the venue, handsome men and women, as well as several beautiful women, was a level that was hard to see in the ages. They stepped into the venue without rushing. Lin, who was headed by him, smiled angrily. I'm sorry everyone, we encountered something on the way here, and we won a few championships by the way, which delayed a little time. If you feel any discomfort, please hold it in your heart, because even if everyone says come out, we will not change. What does it mean to win a few championships along the way? Which of the other projects is simple and the champion is so easy to win? Does bragging come from mouth to mouth these days? According to the rules of the conference, there is still an hour before the end of the team martial arts competition, isn't it, judges? As soon as the words fell, a group of people stepped into the air, some came to tear the space, some fled into the void, some disappeared, and the audience had already entered the venue when they reacted. Holy land, holy land, holy land. Every powerhouse arriving at this moment is actually a holy realm. Zendiying's 99-pill furnace, refining the 8th order holy pill is really exciting. Watching this old man is really enjoyable. Hey, you didn't watch the scene of the Zhenda Long casting tool. This motherfucker directly forged the 8th order embryo, which shocked the old ghosts who were the referees. 99 pill furnaces refining the 8th order holy pill? Casting in 8th order embryo? The conversation of the saints made the audience in the team martial arts venue collectively dumbfounded. Is this what people do? The geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion sitting on the VIP seats gradually lost their fighting spirit and courage. After all, the people in the Dark Horse Club are too perverted. The eloquent chatter of the next few saints made the scalps of countless audiences numb. You should come and watch the finals of The Mathematician. That Zendexiu is a real show, and it scared the old ghost of good fortune. The old man saw the old guy in a cold sweat across the hall. Ha ha ha. I remember him back then. What a look, seeing him sweating coldly by a junior. It's so damn cool. If the real virtue and handsome can enter my sword pavilion, he will definitely be the future generation of sword saints. The shocking sort of the orange-level swordsmanship in the single-player martial arts competition was enough to rank in the top 5 in previous conferences. If this kid's cultivation is above the king of disasters, the first sword of the conference must be him. What? Orange-level sword skills? My God, this is so outrageous one by one. If it hadn't been said from the mouth of a saint, all of you here wouldn't believe it. Seeing so many saints gathered in the team martial arts venue, the referees, who originally wanted to make things difficult for Lin Chen and his party, were a little ugly. Humph. There is only 1 hour left, and no one can make an exception to the rules of the convention, so hurry up. The referees snorted coldly. Lin Chen smiled casually, and brought everyone from Class 66 to battle except Han Ziyun and Shang Wan Bihan. Brush. The afterimage passed by, and Yan Qianyun also rushed to the team martial arts venue. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiaotian went to the Jiutian Pavilion camp. It's the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master is finally here. Oh, fuck him in a Dark Horse Club. Seeing the coming of the Pavilion Master, all the geniuses were in high spirits. Qin Xiaotian heard everyone's simple summary, and the eyes that were burning with jealousy were even more murderous. Jianfeng and Ayun were both seriously injured by them, and Dai Hua was also killed. The more furious Qin Xiaotian became, the calmer he became. This kind of person is extremely scary. His eyes are sharp, and he has already seen the problem. The current Jiutian Pavilion seems to have only lost 2 or 3 geniuses, but it is actually facing the crisis of dissolution. The collapse of confidence is about to face. If you don't pass this level, the confidence and courage of Jiutian Pavilion will be completely disintegrated. Internally, Dark Horse Club, I have long admired the name. The young sect master of Crescent Moon sect smiled gracefully. Maybe you will be defeated by our moon sound formation. The girl in Qianin Pavilion giggled. As soon as the words fell, the geniuses of the Sanua sect and Qianin Pavilion moved in a flash, and the array unfolded into a battle, like a long moon. Oh? The rhythm formation? Lin Chen was surprised. The 3 afterimages were cut like a blade. Bai Juanhao outflanked the top, Ying Liang and Gu Chenfeng were on the left and one on the right, crossing a whip leg. Qinglong's arm slammed down, not giving the opponent a chance to form a formation at all. Bang! Bang! Clang! Sparks shot everywhere, the airwaves exploded, the 3 were bounced off by the hard block, and the fighting spirit rose. The Sanua sect and Qianin Pavilion are 4-rank sections. There are 5 geniuses in each of the 2 sections. Among these 10 people, there are 2 top powerhouses ranked over 85,000 in the genius list, and their strength is extremely strong. In addition to the rest, there are 12 top talents, and the 2 sides divided. 4 to block the 3 by Juanhao. The genius of the 4th grade sect? Well done. I haven't experienced a lively battle since I got my arm back, don't let me down. The 3 of Ying Liang are simply fighting madness, and the fight is never in vain. They actually fought head-to-head with more than 94,000 geniuses on the opponent's 4 genius lists, and they still won't be defeated by 3 against 4. The remaining geniuses turn the rhythm. Geniuses, let's experience our way of rhythm group attack. When the representatives of the 2 sects were drinking coldly, the rhythm array of 18 people played the flute, qin, drum, pipa, and turned into bursts of sound waves. Halloween pilgrimage. Poison front. 10 needlepoints entwined with faint holy light, palm prints and flickering poisonous ons crashed into the sound waves, the poisonous gas dissipated, and the palm prints exploded. The 2 girls were surprised. While the attack was smashed, the opponent's offensive still had enough power to collide. The other party knew the strength of Lin Chen and his party, and the first shot was a killer move, and there was no reservation. Bang! The sonic hurricane shattered. The handsome young man led by Crescent Moon sect had solemn eyes. Are you here, the 7 geniuses of the Dark Horse Club? 7 afterimages crossed and appeared, as if it was Lin Chen and his clones. Tear. An ice arrow turned into an ice phoenix, the ice flower slaughtered up, and the young man swept the strings and shattered Ling Yueqi's arrow. Brush. When the vortex of dark robbery was spinning, 7 afterimages appeared beside Zion Yuzong and others like ghosts, full of firepower. 7-fold transformation, mirror of attack, destroyed light, 7 stars. Flash. Annihilation, Juing Isher, 5 forces in 1. The azure spirit annihilation beam of light bombarded upwards, the bright mirror knife light flashed away, the fist wind pulled several kinds of energy and exploded, and the hidden deadly flying knives and arrows shot away. With a snort, many ruthless offensives were instantly bombarded by the ripples of the sound waves in the void, and were disintegrated by a reverse attack. A clear and pure agile tune is played gracefully, and the notes are transformed into fighting spirits, linking the fighting spirits of all geniuses into one piece. It is to bring their combat aura characteristics to the extreme. Those that are suitable for defense will be deployed to defense, and those that are suitable for strong attack will be integrated into a means of strong attack. Then, the rippling sound waves condensed into a transparent sound wave barrier, protecting everyone in the big array. Lin Chen and the clones continued to attack in turns, trying to tear a hole in the defense. Such a perfect match made many viewers dizzy, too fast. The moment of launching the offensive was completely natural, as if these 7 people were like one. Even those old-fashioned powerhouses with vicious and cunning eyes are hard to pick out what's wrong. The sky is falling. Lu Lin's slender hands scattered hundreds of battle beams, and they all fell from the top of the rhythm formation. At the same time as the highly poisonous detoxification was corroding the fighting spirit, the holy light surged like a golden lotus on the ground, and 2 palm prints burst out from the ground, dozens of feet in size, and the palms snapped together 11 times. Bang! The palm prints of the battle chi exploded 10,000 ice flowers. Sister Su Lan condensed countless icy auras, and looked at Ling Yueqi. The latter pulled up her bow, the power of the sky frost variant crystal shard skyrocketed, and shot an arrow that swirled the ice star, reflecting the sky. Meilu and beautiful. When the Bingxing arrow touches the Bing Lin halo, its power increases again. And the cold and arrogant aura of the two sisters is injected into this arrow. Boom! The terrifying offensive exploded the energy cloud that was swirling in the sky, but it still couldn't break the defense of the great formation. Suddenly, the leading genius swept the strings, and countless sound waves condensed into a fingerprint and crushed Ling Yueqi. Ling Yueqi's expression froze. She could avoid it, but Sister Su Lan was too late. Call out! Call out! The 5 golden slashes cut at extreme speeds, severing the sonic fingerprints in a flash and shattered into pieces. The other party swept the strings again, and the offensive was like a violent storm. One after another, sonic sword chi, fist gangs, and blade edges were cut out one after another. Lin Chen stood in front of the 3 girls and asked, "Are you all right?" Ling Yueqi shook her head. Lin Chen stared at the big formation, her eyes narrowed. "It's the first time I've seen strong sonic manipulation skills integrated. Offense and defense. Apart from some desperate cards, and apart from not using the ultimate moment, Lin Chen's avatar strength is fully used, and he still can't break the opponent's defense. After the ultimate moment is upgraded, 10 million low-level talent points have to be consumed in 1 minute. When the main body and the clone are all activated, it will be 60 million points less. There is a talent for stealing. Omen. I need enough talent points at all times, so I can't waste it. Today's ultimate moment talent is not like Lin Chen used to think about opening it. Although the improvement is huge, it also consumes a lot of money. The host triggers passive talent, Tear. While Lin Chen was hesitating, it seemed that a turning point had come. With a sword from Zenda Shui, he slammed into the defense, triggering the Tear talent to tear open a crack. As expected of a dark horse club, it has one hand, but it is not enough. The music styles of Xian Yuzong and Kainianj changed. The drums were dominant, and the flutes were the companions. In an instant, they were very condensed and low-pitched. The torn defense gap was made up before Lin Chen's clone entered. This great array of rhythms made all the audience stunned. Unexpectedly, all the geniuses who are as strong as the Dark Horse Club will not be able to enter. Offense and defense are perfect. It's a perfect formation. Under the premise of being led by all the geniuses, it can resist the attacks of more than 10 tribulation emperors in turn. The fighting spirit is constant, and the offense and defense seem to be endless. How wide is the coverage of the sound wave, the defense, how wide the range is. A good show is coming. Unless Zenda Shui uses that Peerless sword and cooperates with the assistance of other geniuses, it will never be possible to break through this formation. The 2 joint Yingdao 4th grade sects are indeed abnormal. While the people were amazed, they watched it more seriously. Even Lin Chen had to prepare to use the charging rune. This group of opponents is very strong. The way of rhythm, Lin Chen has encountered several cases in this field in Kyushu. This is an extremely powerful auxiliary method and attack method, and the degree of partiality can even be used as a big killer, which can make opponents of the same level hard to guard against. It's a pity that the Tao of temperament has not been carried forward in Kyushu, and there is only one reason: the melody of Kyushu is very rare. To become an emperor in the mortal world, one must shatter the battle chi. Yuan Fu, purify the imperial body into the heaven and earth, and condense the battle chi life wheel. Once failure is both death, this condition makes it very rare for strong people who are good at rhythm to step into the realm of the Emperor of War. But the Holy Realm is different. The Holy Realm has many backgrounds such as Silver Saint Yuan coins. There is no need to gamble to advance to the battle. Emperor. In addition, the Holy Realm is full of flowers. The most notable one is group combat. The combat skills, secret techniques, and exercises that are mastered by the rhythm domain are the most prominent. Points. Whether it is offensive or defensive assistance, they all have the best representatives. You can only fight hard, in the end. Wait a minute, I found their weakness. Suddenly, Ling Yueqi stopped Lin Chen, and a beautiful smile appeared on her cold cheeks. When everyone was looking forward to the one-sword sovereign being born. Again, the Dark Horse Club suddenly adopted a delaying tactic and started to attack the two large formations in turn without making any substantial changes. What's going on? Are they planning to drain each other's strength? It's not realistic. The two geniuses launched by the Great Formation are a seamless integration of the flow of war. No matter how well the Dark Horse Club cooperates, it will obviously not be able to consume them. They should be resolved quickly. I'm really anxious to kill this old man. When will his orange level sword skills be used? Seeing that everyone else started to get anxious, the clones started a war of attrition with them. Yu Linlin, Lu Liner, and Sister Su Lan cooperated with each other to assist the clones and Dragon Emperor's mad attack. Huh? My day, what kind of posture is this? The sharp-eyed people finally discovered that only Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi, who had not participated in the battle, stepped aside and stood together. What's even more amazing is that Ling Yueqi's lotus feet lightly stepped on Lin Chen's right shoulder, and her slender and delicate legs stood on top of the teenager's head. At this time, Lin Chen was doing the same movements as Ling Yueqi, pulling the bow and raising the arrow. Ling Yan and Peerless Beauty are on top, snow skirts fluttering, jade belts fluttering, and handsome and arrogant teenagers are on the bottom. The two of them actually both drew their bows, the bowstrings were fully stretched, and the battle gas turned into arrows. As if aiming at the Shuangzong Great Array, he did not concentrate. What do they want? What kind of posture is that? Still one piece of archery? Yes, so happy, I also want the goddess to step on my shoulders on my head. Fuck, where's the pervert? Quick, look, Lin Chen shot. He shot so fast. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of breaking wind, and the arrows were flying like fire dragons. Humph. The little tricks of the worms, the Dark Horse Club is just like that. The genius of Shuangzong was disdainful, the style of music changed, and when the defense was strengthened a little, there was another bang. Ling Yueqi's ice arrows, Lin Chen's flame arrows, the two layers of ice, and fire, the ice arrows came first, and they froze the surface of the defense? The leading genius of Crescent Moon, Sek's pupils trembled, and his heart trembled. Could it be that? Bang! The flaming arrows that arrived later actually penetrated the Great Formation. And the light of the arrows penetrated into the interior, almost hitting the third leg of a genius. It didn't hit directly, but a raging fire ignited between the opponent's legs, burning like a burst of cumin. Add fishy smell. The audience was surprised that they broke the defense. On fire. Grilled sausage? He's so hot. He's so hot. All eyes were on the final team martial arts venue. Boom. I want to see, who is a mere mortal who gave him the courage to move my child Ji Wu Tian. Don't be in a hurry, that kid's life is mine. The dark pavilion is sending a letter. The old man wants to come and see what kind of thing killed my grandson. There are 3 saints coming to Wanri Square. Hee, everyone, don't be impatient, the conference is over, it's time for us to get rid of this kid. It is said that there are still 2 chi luck spirit plants. This son's worth is very rich. At this time, the void twisted the 3 shadows, and stepped out of the 3 black-robed men, the killer's holy realm, from the dark pavilion. 2 chi luck spirit plants? Is the conference not over yet? Do you guys want to use us as gunmen? The 3 saints had different attitudes, and the black-robed man headed by the 3 saints in the dark pavilion laughed. Your Excellency, you don't need to worry, it's just to help each other and use each other. This son has not shown himself so far. If he has an extraordinary origin and the forces behind him show up, we can be tied together. If he doesn't, we will each. It's up to you. How many holy places do you have in the dark pavilion today? A green shirt, holy place sneered, and the former laughed. Except for the 2 elders of the faction, the pavilion master is here, the 5 elders are here, and the ancestors of the dark pavilion are here. This answer made Sancheng solemn. Yes, the dark pavilion is for real. To deal with a battle emperor, came to 7 holy realms? Even the ancestors of the dark pavilion are here. It is equivalent to exerting more than 80% of the heritage of the 4th grade sect. This time, it will be hard to recover, either get the inheritance of the ancient sages to find a new place to develop again, or be suppressed by the top forces of Chiyu all the way. In addition, there are 4 third-rank forces. If you count the 3, we have a total of 16 holy places here. 16 holy lands. As strong as some battles against saints in the holy world back then, this lineup was not used. Not to mention that there are 7 assassins in the dark pavilion who are proficient in assassination. Each of these 16 holy places is enough to crush the current Dark Horse Club. But it is not the young man Lin Chen that they are afraid of. No matter how strong the battle emperor is, he may be able to deal with the holy realm with some special cards, but as long as he is not holy, he must be an ant in front of the holy realm. As long as any holy realm fights a procrastination war with him, he will surely die. The wisdom of the sage has already seen through this. What they value is whether there are enough powerhouses and forces behind this Dark Horse Club. Different crystals are always one of the most sought-after sources of power in the holy world, and they are extremely scarce. What does it mean to get its cultivation method? It means that it is enough to make the 4th grade sect fly to the 5th grade. Even grade 6 is possible. It's just right, this old man is going to take a look today. What's so evil about the genius who has the title of heaven and earth? The newly arrived 3 holy realms and the dark pavilion hit it off and rushed to the team martial arts venue. At this time, watching the fire between his junior brother's legs was finally extinguished. The leading genius of Crescent Moon sect was extremely ugly. The other party has discovered the weakness of their great formation. To be precise, this weakness is derived from the 2 geniuses, not the defect of the formation. Although Xianhua sect and Qianin pavilion are both the 4th rank forces that majored in the way of rhythm, the representatives this time are 2 top geniuses. Needless to say, they are not disciples of the same sect. There will be some gaps. And this gap is the only fatal weakness, which depends on the degree of spiritual understanding. The previous geniuses were all overwhelmed by this great formation, because the blending and coordination between the rhythms was almost flawless, and no One found this clue at all. But Ling Yueqi used Lin Chen's clone to take turns to attack, and saw this clue. At the moment when she launched the attack in the big formation, she first let Lin Chen flick a shot, and then let her ice arrow come first to freeze the gap between the formation, and Lin Chen's attack naturally broke through in one fell swoop. Ling Yueqi and Lin Chen didn't give each other time to breathe, they succeeded with an arrow, and the two of them put on the bow-drawing stance like a fairy companion. Shooting again at that moment. The two arrows ice and fire double heaven approached in an instant, and with a bang, the great formation was broken again, and the two geniuses were sweating coldly. That's Lin Chen? It's interesting. Comparable to the refinement realm of the Second Tribulation War Emperor? The spiritual power of Tongtian realm? But that's it. At this time, the three holy realms who had just arrived witnessed this battle and looked down on Lin Chen. Judging from the cultivation base revealed on the surface, it is only the level of the 90,000 genius list at most, which is not worth it. No, I can't fight like this. Disarm the big formation, and fight with them. The leader of the Crescent Moon sect burst out, and the two disciples looked at each other and lifted the great formation. Dark Horse Club, we will fight with you, eh? The moment the big formation was lifted, the entire Dark Horse Club went berserk. Everyone took out 3 flying knives, and the afterimage of their palms flashed, and the 3 flying knives were drawn out with extreme speed. Moon of speed. 7 star slash. 7 forces in one, Do Huang 9 styles. Everyone in the audience was shocked. How could such a violent attack break out again after all of them had used the Juing Flying Knife 3 company? He fucked his mother's Lin Chen. My grandson's stunt. Ji Jiaoxing's popular riot on the spot. This is the proud skill of the grandson Ji Wutian's flying knife. Now I can only watch it use this move from the hands of killing the enemy of the grandson, and it is good for patience without a punch. Boom. Boom. Tear. The sword shines like the moon, the sword flickers like a star, and the roaring dragon force of the savage dragon shatters the defenses of all geniuses. When the afterimage of the flying knife swept past, all the defenses of the 2 geniuses were pierced like paper. We admit defeat. The leading genius of the Crescent Moon sect turned pale, but it seemed that it was too late when he shouted to surrender. Brush. Jean Huey's sword light slanted slightly, but it didn't attack everyone. It would go to the hands of everyone in the Dark Horse Club, and the eyes of the ancestors of the Ji family trembled. Sending and receiving freely, the skills and mastery of this Juing flying knife are actually much stronger than Ji Wutian. Your Excellency Lin Chen. The geniuses of Crescent Moon sect looked at Lin Chen in horror and gratitude. It is rumored that the Dark Horse Club kills people without blinking an eye. It seems that it is just a rumor. Thank you for your mercy. The leader of the Crescent Moon sect bowed deeply and clasped his fists at Lin Chen. It is impossible to recover the flying knife stunt at the last minute. There is only one reason for it to be recovered. The people in the Dark Horse Club did not intend to kill them in the first place. Just kidding, it's just a whim, I'm never polite to kill people. Lin Chen smiled slightly. His cultivation was not what it used to be, killing 2 geniuses did not drop too many attribute light balls. These people didn't have much trouble with him, and there was no need to kill them all. Thank you for not killing. The young man of the Crescent Moon sect threw a ring, and when Lin Chen checked it, there were not only 10,000 silver St. Yuan coins, but also a different crystal fragment. It's a lot of money. Do these people want to befriend me? Lin Chen burst out laughing. At this moment, the anger and the cold drink burst into a burst of brilliance and holy might. Lin Chen thief, are you the one who killed the two geniuses of my G family? Now this seat gives you a chance to follow me back to the G family's ancestral altar to kowtow and apologize, and kneel for 1,000 years. Otherwise, die. The speaker seems to be the ancestor of the G family. The faces of the two geniuses were slightly pale, they could not resist the might of the saint, their legs trembled, and they knelt down. Lin Chen and the clone stood in front of the two geniuses, and everyone miraculously felt that the oppression of Xingwei had been greatly reduced. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Chen's mouth raised a sneer full of rage. Fuck you, old man, your Gui-san attacked women and joined forces. I wish I could kill them 2 more times. You don't agree? Come on. Come and fuck me. Now. Silence all over. The two geniuses standing behind Lin Chen shook their hearts. Is he still the Emperor of War? Can he resist Xingwei? The coercion of the saints is enough to suppress most of the war emperors. The absolute crushing brought about by the difference between clouds and mud at the life level has almost no ability to resist. The fear that arises from the instinct of life is enough to suppress countless war emperors. But Lin Chen is a person who has fought a life-and-death battle with criminals in the holy prison, and the spirit of a mere low-level holy majesty can't overwhelm him. He is not even afraid of the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion, an ancestor of the G family is definitely not a problem. You. The ancestor of the G family was furious, and 2 figures blocked in front of him. Ji Qingming attacked the descendant of this palace, old monster Ji. What's your explanation? It is the palace master and elder of the Bingxing Palace. Or are you planning to take action on this little guy here? The old woman sneered, and Ji's ancestor was angry. Ji Hashan, this is not a place for you to be presumptuous. The majestic voice passed down from the void, and the anger of the ancestors of the Ji family was suddenly chilled. Qingxing? A figure descended from the void, with a green shirt and long beard, and the immortal style of Taoism. It was the Qing sage who entrusted Lin Chen. It turned out to be Qingxing and his old man in charge of the team martial arts competition. My God! I can still see Qingxing's deity in my lifetime, and I will die without regrets. The auditorium exclaimed and went up and down again and again. Qingxing's eyes turned and landed on the ancestor of the Dark Pavilion. Old guy, long time no see. The ancestor of the Dark Pavilion said plainly, it's been 100,000 years, it's not a long time, your old bones will die soon, I'm afraid you have to go to the ground before me. Qingxing smiled, hee, that's not necessarily true. It's really rare to think that there will be so many old faces gathered because of a group of young juniors. Ancestor Ange raised his brows. Why, do you want to protect them? Qingxing shook his head. All the forces of the Quartet Conference intend to hold a conference to hone their own talents. It is by no means a state of union. At the end of the conference, there will definitely be a storm, centered on Lin Chen. Qingxing announced. The old man announced that the Dark Horse Club will advance to the semifinals. In the semifinals, the Dark Horse Club will definitely defeat the Heavenly Pavilion. Everyone, take a rest first, and start the game later. Lin Chen raised his hand and laughed jokingly. Senior Qingxing is very polite. In order not to delay everyone's time, let Jiutian Pavilion play now. Lin Chen's words aroused thousands of waves, and the audience set off a new round of heated discussions. Is this too arrogant? 2 battles in a row, and the opponent just now was a joint team of the 2 major and 4th grade sects. The second consecutive battle to defeat the Heavenly Pavilion? There must be a limit to looking down on people. Mo Jingchen's murderous aura leaked. The words are like water, Lin Chen, you have no chance to regret. Qin Xiaotian in Ju Tian Pavilion had already stepped into the arena. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were burning with anger. If you can't even do this, you are not qualified to be my opponent of Ju Tian Pavilion. Lin Chen shrugged, I don't take you as a fateful opponent, just something to cook with ease. Boom. All the staff of Ju Tian Pavilion entered the venue. The momentum was magnificent, and the murderous aura was monstrous. Lin Chen angered all the members of Ju Tian Pavilion with just one word. Even without Xia Jianfeng, Xiao Qianyun, Lian Daihua, and Ju Tian Pavilions lineup, it was still terrifyingly strong. Both sides entered. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at Bai Juanhao and the others. How about you, do you want to take a break? The squad leader, I can beat them by myself, do you want to go to the side for tea or continue? Some young arrogant teeth are itching with anger, this kid is too crazy. Can one person hammer them too? Can you beat the whole Tianga by yourself? Big brother. You're too outrageous, we can still fight. That's right, don't fight if there is a fight, that's too bad for our class. 60 SIXS name. Squad leader, let's talk about it first, I'm going to take care of someone today and they must be behind them, remember to keep a chrysanthemum. Bai Juanhao and Ying Liang laughed and said, Yu Lin and Lu Liner stood beside Lin Chen, needless to say Ling Yueqi. At the moment when the 2 sides were on the same stage, the atmosphere was extremely hot, and it was about to explode. Since both of you are fine, let's continue the game. Qin Xing waved his hand, ripples appeared in the space, solidified anew. Space barrier, and the enchantment reappeared. His old man personally set up space barriers, leaving enough space for young people. It started fighting again so soon. This is too crazy. The Dark Horse Club will start a full-scale war against Ju Tian Pavilion. It's really exciting, who is the king? Hey, I feel that it is Ju Tian Pavilion. The genius list of Ju Tian Pavilion is more than 3 4th grade sects. There was a frenzy of heated discussions in the audience, and the 2 sides confronted each other, setting up a battle. On the side of the Dark Horse Clubhouse, there are the 3 of Bai Juanhao. Sisters Ling Yueqi and Su Lan, the second daughter of Yu Lin, plus Lin Chen's 5 avatars, the Dragon Emperor, and Lin Chen himself. 15 people in total. Although Ju Tian Pavilion was absent Xia Jianfeng, Xiao Qianyun, and Lian Dai Hua, there were 19 talents in total, plus the pavilion master, and 3 people could not play. In addition to the fallen Ji Wutian, Ju Tian Pavilion also had 15 people. This is bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers, and the genius sects of Qiyu and Xuanyu face each other head to head. Lin Chen, if you lose, I won't forgive you. Yan Qianyun cheered for Lin Chen outside the court. Qin Xiaotian has long lost his elegant appearance, only a gloomy look that wants to kill Lin Chen soon. Semifinals, the Dark Horse Club will take on Ju Tianga, start. As soon as the referee finished speaking, there was a bang. Qin Xiaotian's palm was like a dragon, and he was overwhelmed. Lin Chen changed 7 times in seconds, the 9 robbery battle flow turned all over his body, and the fist of the flickering golden robbery, Shangang, punched out violently, punching Qin Xiaotian with a punch of 7 strengths. In 1 inch. Bang! The amazing collision sound suddenly exploded, and the 2 sides stepped back, as if they were evenly divided. Tear. Bang. Bang. The two sides started fighting in an instant. Lin Chen's clones went straight to Huang Long, and suddenly rushed towards Mo Jingchen. Zenda Shui slashed across the middle with a sword. Mo Jingchen threw out a dark gray halberd wheel to sweep the sword's edge, but the halberd smashed it angrily, and was parried by the Zenda Shui sword, and the other sword stabbed violently. The dragon sovereign maintains a human form, but breaks through all methods. With his fists, his body is covered with dragon scales, and the people of Jiutian Pavilion can't beat it one-on-one. Bai Juanhao transforms into a blue dragon, rages in all directions, and breathes out the breath of the dragon. Lu Liner used poison gas to assist and cooperated with Yu Lin. Sister Su Lan was responsible for covering Ling Yueqi. She could still suppress the opponent directly by 1-on-2. The melee started instantly, but Lin Chen and Qin Xiaotian in the center of the field took turns in melee combat. However, Lin Chen, take out your incomplete holy sword, otherwise, you will surely die. When the two fought for dozens of rounds, Qin Xiaotian laughed wildly, and 8 exquisite and splendid brilliance shone on the top of his head. The holy prestige that suppressed the eternity made all the holy realms present in shock. Huh? Holy artifact? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and above Qin Xiaotian's head, an exquisite 8-color pagoda was rapidly rotating, exuding glorious holy power. That is the light of a complete holy artifact. The 8-color Linglong pagoda revolved and flashed from the top of Qin Xiaotian's head. It spun at an extreme speed and fell into the palm of his hand. The sacred artifact it released was stronger than the azure blue moon used by Lin Chen before. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, didn't think so? Do you know why I am late to participate in the team martial arts competition, just to prepare for this killer weapon? Whether you can control the 8th order sword or sword, you have to die. Qin Xiaotian laughed wildly, and the 8-color exquisite tower in his palm suddenly rose into the sky, quickly zooming in thousands of times. Naxing. Qin Xiaotian's handprint changed abruptly, the Babao Linglong pagoda burst into suction, and everyone in the arena was sucked into the tread. Successful positioning. The host has fixed the current spatial orientation as the 4th orientation. The system light screen popped up for a moment, and Lin Chen and his party were teleported into the space inside the tower. The 4 sides of the tower are abandoned cities, but there are raging fires burning around them. These flames are extraordinary fires, and even the battle aura of the Emperor can be easily burned. We've been moved to another space. There is an attack, be careful. Ying Liang and Bai Juanhao exclaimed, and they took action one after another, blocking the 4 sword lights coming from the blazing shots. A group of figures stood above the void, and they were the people of Jiutian Pavilion. Huh? There is the light of the attribute light ball. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. From right above the abandoned city, he could vaguely see the blurred space stacking marks, flashing with attributes that only he could see. Boom. A raging fire ignited in the abandoned city, forming a sea of purple flames. The temperature was extremely high. Everyone should not use the fighting spirit to resist the high temperature. Hit hard. Mo Jingchen gave an order, and all the geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion launched an attack from high altitude. They take advantage of the right time and place, and Lin Chen and his party have to resist the burning of Xian and parry their attack. For a time, Lin Chen and others fell into a disadvantage. Outside the tower, inside the arena, The huge 8-color Linglong pagoda stood 100 feet tall. The audience projected through the window of the Linglong pagoda and witnessed the fierce battle in the space inside the tower. It really is the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda of the Qin family. This is a first-grade holy artifact. No, Qin Shao Tian is at the peak of the second robbery. How can he master the complete sacred artifact? It's the bloodline. The 8 treasures Linglong pagoda has been cultivated by the elders of the Qin family for more than 1,000 years. It has been planted with a bloodline prohibition, and no one other than the Qin family's bloodline can use it. The saints saw the clues at a glance. Qingxing's expression changed slightly. The original Jiutian Pavilion and the Dark Horse Club had little chance of winning, but with this 8 treasures exquisite pagoda, the situation is completely different. The 8 treasures exquisite pagoda contains 88 formations, and those who ingest it can almost refine their opponents to death. With Qin Shaotian's strength, he can only use the first few basic formations. Not even 1% of the holy artifact's strength, but even so, it will completely consume everyone in the Dark Horse Club. Not to mention that there are all the geniuses of Jiutian Pavilion next to them. Lin Chen and the others are going to lose. The Holy Realm experts have speculated about the final result. Almost no one is optimistic that Lin Chen and others can break out of the tower. No matter how weak the holy artifact is, it is a holy artifact. The moment Qin Shao Tian can control the holy artifact, the gap is extremely difficult to surpass. Qingxing's expression was solemn. Does this old man really have to personally prevent those young dragons from obtaining the dragon god blood jade? No matter who wins or loses, after this battle, Jiutian Pavilion and the Dark Horse Club will definitely lose their ability to compete with the geniuses of the Dragon Clan, and it is impossible for him to complete his mission. Inside the Linglong Tower, all the attacks in the tower were aimed at Lin Chen and his party, and Jiutian Pavilion even launched an encirclement and suppression formation. No wonder it took so long for Qin Shao Tian to appear. It turned out that he had returned to the family and borrowed this big killer before participating. Lin Chen threw out his fists with extreme speed and frantically stimulated the Qijua gene, and broke out the annihilation offensive, and the spiritual shock destroyed the offensive of the geniuses. Squad leader, what's next? Yu Linlin asked. Everyone didn't mess around, just follow Lin Chen's lead. That's right. You are responsible for delaying them, and I will go out and kill that Qin Shao Tian. Remember, you have to act realistically later. The more exhausted the better, as long as you attract the people from Jiutian Pavilion. The threat of the tower is nothing to worry about. In a moment, the lavender brilliance burst into flames, and all the clones started the extreme return to Yuan. The offensive changed, and the circle lineup was launched with the clones as the center. With the clone outside and everyone inside, Lin Chen's clone became the main force to resist all attacks, and continued to activate the ultimate return talent, so that everyone could preserve their strength as much as possible. Consumes 32.5 million primary talent points, activates the superdimensional talent, and the host teleports to the 4th space position. Brush. Lin Chen turned into a streamer of space, but disappeared in the space inside the tower? Huh. The light of space fell from the sky, and Lin Chen actually appeared in the arena again. What? This little guy came out of the Babao Linglong Tower? What an amazing kid. The space in the tower is completely closed, and there is no way to get out without the means of a saint. When Lin Chen returned to the arena, Qin Shao Tian was not surprised. Sure enough, there is some ability, only a person like you is worthy to be my opponent of Juetian Pavilion. Qin Xiaotian jumped down from the top of the tower, the two faced each other. His shoulders shook sharply, and the battle emperor's cultivation at the peak of the second robbery was revealed, and it rolled up like a hurricane to destroy Lin Chen. In the different parts of his body, there are 6 star-like brilliance flashing, dazzling and dazzling. 6 different crystal fragments? Good guy, as expected of Qin Xiaotian, who is ranked 76,555th on the genius list. It's not on the same level as our top 80,000 geniuses. Many of the geniuses who watched the battle exclaimed in surprise. Just 6 different crystal shards feel like you're hanging? Lin Chen jokingly smiled. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen's whole body flowed with azure brilliance. And when he wore a silver robe, there was no wind, and he was shocked. The geniuses who previously participated in the team competition were stunned. One after another, the radiance of stars rose from the young man's body one after another, and the number became more and more numerous. 5, 8, 10? 12? I'm idiot, how the hell did you do it? All the geniuses on the genius list suck in the air. Include 12 different crystal fragments in one body at the same time? Is this still the 9 War Emperor? They have never seen such a monstrous 9-layer War Emperor. This difficulty is no less than refining and absorbing complete heterocrystals. These 80,000 or 90,000 geniuses on the list of geniuses refine 1 or 2 different crystal fragments, and they have to rely on their own parents to suppress and assist. Lin Chen's body actually glowed with 12 stars, which were extremely splendid, setting off his rising momentum. In fact, Lin Chen refined 10 different crystal fragments as early as in the ancient temple, and the number of different crystal fragments captured at the Quartet Conference was actually more. But he did not refine all of them, and most of them were decomposed into special attribute values to create nirvana. Because his eyes have long been not limited to competing with these younger generations, what is really waiting for him is the pursuit of the saints. 12 different crystal fragments. When Qin Xiaotian grinned, the next moment he heard an L-like guguga sound in his throat. The red light flashed. Lin Chen held the red war gun with one hand, and his domineering intent was soaring. The breath flowing in the war gun was infinitely close to the holy weapon. Lin Chen said with a stern smile. Come on, Pavilion Master Qin, I'm in a hurry. After I've finished hammering I'll hammer down a group. Bang! A touch of red light is like a dragon, like a half-moon hook. The shadow of the hammer was like a raging wave, and the light of the lance caused a flash of light. The shadow of the hammer flipped and slammed, knocking down from the top of Lin Chen's head. Qin Xiaotian's hammer light blew up a gloomy hurricane, as if it could easily penetrate the bones, pouring down on Lin Chen. The dragon force condensed. Lin Chen held the spear in both hands and raised it. The red spear tip tore through the gloomy hurricane, and the frontal collision force was overwhelmingly heavy. Clang! The giant hammer that was swung with a sense of strength was easily deflected by the spear tip. Lin Chen strode a meteor, flashing rapidly and launching thrusts from all directions of Qin Xiaotian. Clang clang! Qin Xiaotian waved his 7th order peak weapon, Heaven Destruction Hammer, with both arms. Under the shadow of a series of wildly attacking gunshots, his whole body's different crystal fragments shone brighter and brighter, but he could only be parried for a while. His pure power has more than doubled compared to before, right? What kind of secret method is this? Qin Xiaotian cursed in his heart. He was directly suppressed by Lin Chen, and Ranked 76555, he could only passively defend under Lin Chen's turns and maddening attacks. Killing with anger. In the hammer shadow of the turbulent waves, a hammer light suddenly smashed. Domineering, and the huge hammer print of dozens of meters was like a hammer that shattered mountains and rivers, burning bloody clouds, and Lin Chen was crushed from the front. 3 types of Do Huang, blood Shura. Lin Chen's whole body's qi and blood gathered like a dragon, with Shan Gang Golden Tribulation fighting qi as the main force. The red awning battle spear came out at one point, stirring the hammer mark, shaking the whole space. Brush. Qin Xiao Tian was extremely fast, using a fire-based footwork. Stepping on the flames, he rushed to Lin Chen's left side in a flash, and he attacked Lin Chen with a hammer. Tear. Bang. A hammer smashed into the air. Qin Xiaotian's expression changed slightly. After image? Boom. The spear shot out like a dragon, the almost complete power of the 8th order holy artifact shot into the sky, turned into a lightning dragon. And Qin Xiaotian was forced to raise a hammer to block it. Erosion. Call out. Lin Chen appeared behind him like a ghost, and smiled evilly. On the back, my dark horse club is much better than you. The 58.9 million dragon force condensed into 7 savage dragon-like strengths, and with one punch, the 7 strengths in one were violently smashed behind Qin Xiaotian. Trigger strike talent, power bonus 50%. Boom. Qin Xiaotian's defense skills were shattered, and Lin Chen attacked again aggressively, turning the red gun in his hand, pressing Qin Xiaotian almost all the way. Spiritual Heavenly Star Sword. Annihilation. The 2 major spiritual shocks collided, and the one mixed with the energy of spiritual annihilation was the better, directly tore the spiritual star sword and bombarded Qin Xiaotian's whole body fiercely. His spiritual consciousness suddenly shook, and a snow-white necklace flickered in front of his chest to protect him. Even so, he was still shocked and pale. My Sky Star Essence Mystery Art is the top grade of the purple rank, and the spiritual realm is the same as his, and it is almost the same as him. Why? Is he crushed so much? He couldn't accept it. Why was Lin Chen's mental attack so powerful? After experiencing the transformation and deduction of the Ziqing enlightenment fruit in the ancient temple, Lin Chen's annihilation exercise method was half orange. It is rude to say that the growth and cheapness that Ziqing enlightenment fruit has brought to Lin Chen is a huge advantage. The half-orange annihilation inherits the plus 13 enhancement level, blessing the power of the ultimate moment, and is infinitely close to the spiritual exercises of the orange level attack type. With this little guy's perfect spiritual power in the sky, he can break out such a terrifying spiritual attack. I am afraid it is at least a half-orange rank exercise. Dark Horse Club, it really is a monster, and it is a half-orange rank when you shoot casually. The 2 saints who were good at the spiritual realm said, both envy and amazement. Better than them, they don't have a half-orange rank spiritual practice. In the arena, Lin Chen's handprint changed, and the extremely fast twisting spiritual annihilation energy burst out from the eyebrows. Lin Chen sent another annihilation, forcing Qin Xiaotian to fight the enemy again with mysticism. Trigger passive talent, tear. Host attacks tear through the opponent's defenses. This time, the beam of annihilation broke Qin Xiaotian's protection and rushed directly into his sea of spiritual consciousness, causing him to vomit blood. This kind of mental shock shocked him, and even the sea of spiritual consciousness was almost blown up. A wave of spiritual warmth melted into the sea of spiritual consciousness, stabilizing and healing Qin Shaotian's spiritual bridge. His face was full of disbelief. He actually broke through the spiritual protection of the snake silver pendant that my mother left me. How is this possible? If it weren't for the ancient snake spirit that my mother left me, I'm afraid I would have been demented just now. Lin Chen's annihilation casting conditions were difficult, and he couldn't cast it for the third time in a row in a short period of time. Before Qin Shaotian was over, Lin Chen pulled Qin Shaotian over by force using his dragon force to drag the airflow. Lin Chen immediately stabbed with a backhand shot. Qin Shaotian gritted his teeth, and at the same time resisted Lin Chen's pure power. He was forced to swing the hammer to fight again. Many viewers were stunned. Originally thought it was a fight between dragons and tigers, but Lin Chen unilaterally pressed Qin Shaotian to fight. Although Lin Chen's cultivation level is not as good as Qin Shaotian's, but at the final moment, his 37.5 million dragon power can temporarily break through to 58.9 million dragon power. His pure strength is comparable to the peak of the three tribulations, and the blessings are enough to make up for his cultivation in battle difference. In terms of weapons, Qin Shaotian's Heaven Slayer hammer is only at the peak of the 7th order, but his is an 8th order embryo. Even if it does not exert much power, it is enough to suppress the former. In terms of mentality, Qin Shaotian practiced the half-orange mentality. However, in Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation, the attribute value of each element exceeded 10 points at this time, and the intermediate attribute value was 1 billion points. The power of his mind has long been close to the half-orange level. The increase in the strengthening level has made Lin Chen's mentality no less than that of more than 70,000 geniuses. In terms of cultivation techniques, Lin Chen can suppress most of Qin Shaotian's combat skills by relying only on the Qijua Jin and Tendo Huang styles, because all his cultivation techniques come with enhanced power and ultimate moment bonuses. Boom! Qin Shaotian was repelled again, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The two had only fought for over 100 rounds. At this time, Qin Shaotian was already scarred and shocking. If it was before the quartet conference, this guy would definitely be a formidable enemy to me. Maybe I would have to fight a lot of runes to win him. Now the element attribute value and pure strength are skyrocketing, and there is an 8th order embryo in hand. I can get him in one final moment. Lin Chen's heart was filled with pride. Very good, such a good Lin Chen. I, Qin Shaotian, admit that fighting alone, I really may not be your opponent. Qin Shaotian's expression was gloomy, but he took the initiative to surrender. Maybe Qin Shaotian still has reservations, but he has seen that Lin Chen is indeed stronger than himself, and his strength is close to the ceiling of 70,000 geniuses. I never fight an uncertain battle. The Babao Linglong Pagoda is like this. And it is the same now. You have no chance, because I am not alone. When Qin Shaotian laughed, the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda behind him suddenly shone with holy light. More than a dozen beams of light shone from the top of the tower and landed one after another. Pavilion Master, I didn't expect you to be forced to such a point by him. When Mo Jingchen first saw Qin Shaotian's embarrassment, he was amazed and fearful. The guys in the tower are already at the end of the game. I didn't expect their resistance to be so violent, but it will be a matter of time before they will be exhausted. As long as we get him, the game will be over. Qin Shaotian pointed at Lin Chen from afar, all the geniuses in Jiutian Pavilion were full of suffocation, as if they locked Lin Chen. Boom boom. The sword chi rushed into the sky, and the sword was fierce. One after another. A long rainbow of fighting spirit spreads across the sky. 15 people from Jiutian Pavilion stood in the air, and each genius burst out with the strongest power. Some of them were bathed in thousands of thunder and lightning, and their eyes flashed and exploded with lightning. Some stand with swords in hand, and the swords are flowing and sharp, and the sky is shocking and endless. Some hold the knife without firing, and when one fires it, the sky will collapse. Some play symphony, amplify and restore the spirit of war for all geniuses. Some hold hooks and scythes, and the breath of death erupts all over their bodies, destroying all life. Some golden lights flicker, and the inextinguishable holy majesty covers the top of the head, like a royal expedition, recruiting the emperor's general. Trend. War, everyone is surrounded by the light of different crystal fragments, and the power is like a wave of rage, ready to destroy anything that blocks. They surrounded Lin Chen, all condensing their strongest blow. Seeing this moment, many geniuses on the talent list suddenly stood up. No one expected that the situation would turn into such a situation. Only Lin Chen was left, and he personally beat 15 and singled out the entire Jiutian Pavilion. 15 people surrounded Lin Chen in groups, their mighty forces united vertically and horizontally. Lin Chen was alone and helpless, and the Dark Horse Club was trapped in the Babao Linglong Tower. It seemed that the situation in front of him could only be reversed by him alone. Desperate, deeply desperate. Most of the geniuses on the talent list seemed to be able to feel the despair on the stage. One person singled out the entire Jiutian Pavilion. It's totally impossible. Even if the top 70,000 geniuses come, there is a great possibility of losing. Of the 15 people in Jiutian Pavilion currently participating in the war, 6 people are on the talent list of about 92,000, 3 people are ranked about 86,000, and 4 people are ranked 82,000. Deputy Pavilion Master Mo Jingchen is ranked 80,001st on the talent list. Pavilion Master Qin Xiaotian, ranked 76,555th on the genius list. Even many geniuses of the 4th rank sect are inferior to some of them. It is really desperate for one person to compete against this lineup. What a pity. If the Dark Horse Club can have an upright confrontation with Jiutian Pavilion, there will definitely be a chance to win. I'm really not reconciled. I can't see Zendashuai's extraordinary orange level sword skills and Jiutian Pavilion confrontation again. In history, there are only winners and losers, and there are not so many regrets. It is precisely because Qin Xiaotian expected this unexpected situation that he borrowed the blood of the family's ancestors and used the sacred weapon to suppress Zending and their group. At this time, almost all of the auditorium revolved around the problems and regrets of Lin Chen and the Dark Horse Club. In their opinion, Lin Chen's defeat has become a fact. Ha 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 ha. What everyone did not expect was that Lin Chen laughed wildly up to the sky. Thousands of geniuses sitting in the audience have their scalps numb. In this situation, he can still laugh? What kind of wind is this goddamn smoking? Qin Xiaotian was the only one in the audience, with his brows furrowed. Under the circumstance that he had an absolute advantage, he felt a little uneasy. Because of Lin Chen's wild laughter. He rarely makes mistakes when he sees people. Lin Chen is by no means the kind of arrogant person. He actually laughed so happily, could it be? Things go back to a dozen or so breaths ago. Inside the Babao Linglong Pagoda. Squad leader, as you expected, their people have all gone out. Yu Linlin smiled slyly, and Lin Chen's clones suddenly raised their heads and stared at the space barrier directly above their heads. Everyone, follow me and do your best. Just hit the space barrier on the top of the tower. Zenda Shui burst out, his sword flashed, and changed from Meridian Sword to the Holy Sword Qing Tian. Zhenda Ying rolled over in a black coat, and replaced the Long Yao sword in his hand with the Azure Blue Moon. The host clone activates the Ultimate Moment talent, consuming 60 million primary talent points. Qingyu Guanghua burst into flames, the momentum of the 5 people rose steadily. Ling Yueqi and other women immediately brewed their strongest blow. Sword Fury. Mirror Moon Edict. 3 Absolute Shadows. Blue Dragon Sword. The sword rainbow crossed, the sword light flashed, the afterimage of the streamer, the shadow of the arrow shot into the sky, the dragon tail turned into a sword, the shadow of the ice shadow and the arrow light shuttled, the sky was full of poisonous gas, and the palm print of the holy light rose up. At this moment, the clones and everyone gathered the strongest blow, and the power that was ready to go was all poured into this blow at this moment. The most powerful ones are Jian Wu Qing Tian and Jingyue Edict, cut out by the 8th Order, swords and swords, even the charging and penetrating runes are blessed in the attack, and one sword surpasses the half-orange level. The grade is like the level of orange level stunts. Bang! The sword rainbow exploded, and the sword light flashed. Countless attacks, led by Sword Fury Qing Tian and Mirror Moon Edict, blew up the space barriers in the tower and tore apart a space gap of 10 meters in size. The last avatar, Zhenda Chang, was ready to rush up instantly, driving the speed to the extreme, turning into a dark light that twists the space and shuttles in. The space barrier had just been torn apart, and it healed in almost half a breath. Such an offensive did not attract Qin Xiaotian's attention at all. First, Qin Xiaotian is not the master of the sacred artifact at all. He only uses the power of blood and the help of the family's sacred realm to reluctantly use the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda. Second, Qin Xiaotian is not a holy place. Unless there is a large-scale internal attack at the level of a saint, the space inside the tower will be torn apart. But it's a pity, at that moment, all his attention was on Lin Chen. The moment Zhenda Chang broke through the space barrier, he left the abandoned city, created by the illusion, and arrived at a colorful space. No one can see this space except the owner of the sacred artifact. On weekdays, if the owner of the pagoda uses this pagoda, he will also hide this space tightly. But Qin Xiaotian tried his best to control it. How could he have the ability to hide space? His family ancestors thought that he was just taking it there, just in case, and he was dealing with only the juniors. In the splendid rainbow flickering space, there is an 8-color spar suspended in the center. This spar is the control center of the entire Babao Linglong Pagoda. However, at this moment, Zhenda Chang's eyes did not notice the 8-color spar, but a large number of attribute light balls floating in this gorgeous space. In this dazzling space, there are at least thousands of suspended attribute light balls. There are also dozens of attribute treasure chests, including 3 orange crystal treasure chests. The host gets 1 point of advanced fire energy, 1 point of intermediate talent, 2 points of advanced rune energy, 2,000 points of advanced blood, 1 point of advanced light energy, 10,000 points of reinforcement, 20,000 points Of reinforcement, 10,000 points of reinforcement point. This is so cool. Lin Chen's strengthening point is soaring at an unprecedented speed. In the past, a blue metallic light sphere had dozens of points each, and a few had several hundred points. But here, a blue metallic light ball has tens of thousands of strengthening points to start. For other attribute light balls, the attribute value is still terrifyingly high. Except for the enhancement points, each attribute light ball is worth more than 100 million. When Jinda Chang grabbed the 3 orange crystal treasure chests, the system light screen that popped up made him even more excited. The host opens 3 orange crystal treasure chests, and obtains, upgrade key. Orange level talent fragment, 1 time, God Killer fragment, 3/3, orange. Level intermediate talent fragment, 1 time, Heavenly Rebel, 1/2, comma. Heavenly Rebellion talent, breaking the defense is instant killing. Heaven is ruthless, and it goes against the sky. Extreme instant kill talent. When the Heavenly Rebel talent is enabled, the host will enter the Heavenly Rebel state for a limited time, when the host's attack can completely break through the defense of the hostile target and break the attack into the hostile target's body. It will cause an instant kill effect. Scope of application of this talent, temporarily applicable to the Holy Realm below the 9th level, it is temporarily invalid for the first turn to the 9th stage of the Holy Realm. Boom! Lin Chen's consciousness almost exploded in situ. When entering the talent state, is it an instant kill when the defense is broken? If you can break through the defense of the Holy Land once, wouldn't you be able to kill the saint in seconds? Outside the Babao Linglong Pagoda. It is because of the appearance of the talent of Heaven Rebel that Lin Chen couldn't stop laughing wildly in the sky. It's cool, it's cool. It's so cool, I like this. All the audience? Let you play 15 and you are still shouting cool? Do you still like it? Crazy. This Lin Chen must be crazy. The talent of the rebels today is fucking outrageous. Orange level talent, 1 by 1 perverted. That's right. However, the Heavenly Rebel has an established flaw, that is, it needs to completely break through the enemy's defense. With Lin Chen's current strength, it is impossible for the most ordinary saint to break through the opponent's defense unless he tries his luck to try the tier talent. But in reality, it is impossible for any holy place to stand stupidly and beat Lin Chen. If the saints tear apart the space and move forward, Lin Chen can't even touch other people's hair. But now it is completely different to possess the talent of God Killer. If Heavenly Rebel is paired with God Slayer, it will cause a qualitative change, satisfying the conditions of the Godslayer's talent to temporarily obtain the cultivation base of the Holy Realm, and the short-term cultivation base of the Holy Realm breaks the defense of the Holy Realm, then the result is instantly kill the saint. Yes, Brother Chen, I can't use the Godslayer talent easily this time. Until I collect another fragment of the Godslayer can't use it. This means whether I can have the super ability to kill the Holy Realm in seconds. Ace. Being able to fight against the Holy Realm and killing the Holy Realm in seconds are completely two concepts. There seems to be something wrong in the Babao Linglong Tower. But they are still struggling in the Xian Great Array. There is one person missing. Could it be that they were burned to death by refining? Qin Xiaotian hurriedly glanced at the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda and found nothing unusual. Quick fight, quick decision, one shot, hit him. Qin Xiaotian decided to cut the mess with a quick knife and shouted, His heaven destruction hammer shocked thousands of silver lights, like a dancing silver snake, and blew up a sinister and vast wind blade, which smashed with one hammer. The hammer light rotates and shoots out a silver light hammer that is several acres in size, like a giant beast destroyed. The half-orange combat skill Yin Sha Jing hammer, coupled with Qin Shaotian's power of many different crystal fragments and the background of his own cultivation base and mind, this hammer, even many old-fashioned war emperors of the four tribulations smelled a fatal crisis. He didn't take the risk to use this ultimate move to fight against Lin Chen before, just for this moment. What he wants is not a risky battle, but a real victory. Boom. There was a shock of thunder on the ground, and the thunder and smoke filled the sky. The endless lightning, sword rainbow, sword gangs flashed, and the overwhelming offensive was ready to launch, aiming at Lin Chen and blasting out. The sky and the ground were all attacked by war energy, and the war energy Changhong carried through the entire arena space, like a condensed tornado, swaying away. Such a terrifying offensive is enough to crush a war emperor of 4 tribulations, and only a war emperor of 5 tribulations has the chance to retreat. Do Huang 10 styles, holy fall. Break it for me. Boom. At this moment, Lin Chen was so imposing, holding a red spear in his hand. Pure power suddenly exploded from his arms, and swept away with a swift sweep. The host activates level 6 recharge, level 5 penetration, and consumes 58.5 million points of intermediate rune energy. The strongest dark robbery battle body in the 9 robbery battle body burst into endless shadows, devoured the world, and the tip of the spear flashed a dark light that distorted the world. This shot is surging, like breaking the galaxy. The world-shattering shot from the 8th Order Embryo Battle Gun, blessed with pure power and half-orange gun skills, amazed countless audiences and geniuses. But, it's not enough. Lin Chen's opponent is a total of 15 geniuses on the list of geniuses, and there are only 8 geniuses with more than 80,000, and there is another, Qin Shaotian, with more than 70,000. The host activates the level 5 Heavenly Hidden Rune, cooldown, 40 seconds. Duration, 3 seconds. At the moment when the Saint Meteor shot was fired, Lin Chen's eyebrows flickered with a faint blue light, but no one noticed his mental fluctuations. Activate the ultimate return talent, consume 20 million primary talent points, activate level 6 charge, level 5 penetration. It can be said to be 1,000 strikes in an instant. The moment Lin Chen swung his spear like a dragon and waving its tail, the backhand was already ready to go, and the golden brilliance of the sword flashed 3 times at his waist. Call out. Call out. Call out. The 3 sword lights shining with golden light turned into tangential streamers on the horizontal plane, and the speed was extremely fast, slicing countless attacks in a flash. Ultimate shadow flying knife, triple attack. With a single shot, the dark light absorbed and strangled all the vitality, rushing on top of the countless battle gas attacks, causing a big explosion that covered the audience. Boom. 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 Bang. Boom. The colorful fighting spirit Changhong rolled up a few huge mushroom clouds. When everyone thought that some of the attacks had evaded Lin Chen's attacking edge, they were eerily vanished. Hum. Hum. Laugh. The explosion is not only a battle gas and pure power attack, but also a violent spiritual storm. The blue spiritual beam of light penetrated most of the geniuses in Jiutian Pavilion. Their faces were pale, they vomited blood, twitched and rolled their eyes, and their spirits were hit unprecedentedly. This scene made many hidden old monsters stunned. Except for the saint, almost. No one could notice that Lin Chen had kept so many backers. The gust of wind swept through, the silver robe swayed, and the young man stood with a gun, like an undefeated god of war between heaven and earth. Everyone stared blankly at the tall and slender back. He actually did it. With the power of one person, singled out the entire Jiutian pavilion. At this time, in the fighting platform, the geniuses of Jiutian pavilion fell down, fainted, and there were not a few people who fell to the ground and twitched. Thousands of geniuses on the list of geniuses had their scalps numb, and he really shook the entire Jiutian pavilion with the power of one person. No, to be precise, it should be said that one person defeated the entire Jiutian pavilion. In the end, Lin Chen's hand took turns to attack wildly, and it is not an exaggeration to call it stunning. Where did he get such a strong energy storage and recovery power? These ultimate moves are not purple-level exercises, and the amount of battle energy that needs to be consumed is extremely terrifying. All of this is mainly due to the growth of mentality brought about by the growth of element attribute values, as well as the upgrade of the ultimate return talent. Without either of the two, it is impossible to play such a furious offensive. The only ones who can remain sane under this round of offensive are Mo Jingchen and Qin Xiaotian. The geniuses who were seriously injured and passed out in a coma dropped 3 attribute light balls, which were very limited, but some of the different crystal fragments fell to the ground. A wave of unresolved waves rises again and again. Bang! The injured Qin Xiaotian's mind vibrated violently a few times. This was the momentum coming from the Babao Linglong Tower. This is, the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda has been destroyed. Qin Xiaotian's face changed suddenly, and he sent Lin Chen's avatar and everyone in one thought. Huh? We're out. My dear, we are so sleepy. As soon as everyone came out, they all walked towards Mo Jingchen and the two of them eagerly. And the clones are quick-witted, and quickly took away the rings of those unconscious geniuses. Their skillful techniques made many viewers twitch their mouths. Bang bang bang. Even so, the attack has not stopped. Qin Xiaotian finally panicked. This 8 treasures exquisite pagoda is an important sacred artifact of the Qin family. If it is damaged in his hands, even he has to deal with it according to the rules of the family. At that time, all his ambition and dominance will be in vain. Qin Xiaotian's mental will looked around in a circle, and finally found the Zhenda Cheng in the top space of the control center, and teleported him out. However, it was too late. The 8-color spar in the control center was full of cracks, and at least half of the 88 formations at the core of the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda were destroyed. Qin Xiaotian's face was pale. Even if the power of this holy artifact was repaired, the power would be greatly reduced. Is that what you wanted in the first place? Qin Xiaotian angrily scolded Lin Chen. He shrugged and joked, "You still have time to question me. Look at your own situation first." When Lin Chen's clone finished collecting the attribute light ball and found that he could not take away the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda, he was determined to destroy this holy artifact. However, after he destroyed the 8-color spar, the system told him that he could obtain the record of the formation in the spar by consuming the spirit of the practice. As a result, Lin Chen consumed 40 points of high-level martial arts essence, allowing the system to record the 88 kinds of formations of the 8 treasures Linglong Pagoda. He has already taken the most important treasure. Lin Chen is confident that As long as he has the materials, he can build a sacred pagoda that is stronger than the Babao Linglong pagoda. You think you can beat me like this? Heavenly Soul Sacred Crystal. At this time, Qin Shao Tian was full of messy hair, and when he grinned, he crushed the snow-white crystal in his hand, and his whole body was actually covered with a layer of 2-finger-thick energy crystals. Qin Shao Tian turned into a crystal man whose whole body was covered with crystals. Pfft. Qin Shao Tian vomited blood, and Mo Jingchen was full of surprise. I didn't expect the pavilion master to fight to this point. He has never been so reckless before. Why is he fighting with the Dark Horse Club to the end? Heavenly Soul Sacred Crystal is a life-saving trump card left to him by Qin Shao Tian's father. The energy can burst his meridians. After using this thing, he will at least be seriously injured, and it will even affect his future cultivation. However, with this thing, his whole body is invulnerable and invincible. Lin Chen almost destroyed everything he set up. The woman he pursued, the forces he formed, the background he prepared with. All his heart, Qin Shao Tian wanted to do everything with Lin Chen. Clang! With a flash of sword light, Zendashui held the sword and slashed horizontally. The sky-high sword slashed on top of Qin Shao Tian's head, but only a shallow white mark was cut. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Qin Shao Tian's mouth was bleeding, and he punched Zendashui while laughing wildly. What a hard turtle shell, is there such a rogue play? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. It is not that the Qin Tian sword is inferior to his Heavenly Soul Sacred Crystal, even if the Qin Tian sword has only recovered 40% of its power. If a saint holds the sword, a random sword can split Qin Shao Tian's defense. The heavenly sword needs to be injected with holy power to exert its real edge, and secondly, in order to suppress the holy weapon and not hurt itself. It is the limit. Seeing Qin Shao Tian clenching the heaven-destroying hammer again, Lin Chen moved his body technique in an instant. Be careful. Lin Chen grabbed Ling Yueqi, everyone scattered and retreated. Zhen Deshou pulled the bow and shot, the arrow flashed, entangled Qin Shao Tian's actions. Everyone retreated. Qin Shao Tian was like a mad beast, holding a hammer all the way to beat violently, and he actually suppressed the two clones head-on. His defense was indestructible and could not be broken at all. Only when he beat others. Others could not beat him at all. Bai Juanhao and others quickly took charge of the seriously injured Mo Jingchen, joined forces to attack, and left Qin Shao Tian to their squad leader to deal with. If you keep attacking him with the sky-high sword, Azure Blue Bright Moon, and the Holy Spear Embryo, there is a chance. The question is how to delay his actions. You can't use the rune of slowness on this guy. With a flash of light, Lin Chen grabbed Ling Yueqi's slender hand and said, with a smile, Sister Yueqi, if you cooperate with my water element fighting spirit, can you freeze that guy? Jiujue cold veins, natural coldness is supreme, even if you have not entered the peak bloodline stage. You should try once against a Qin Shao Tian. Ling Yueqi nodded. It should be possible, I'll try it. Brush. The two have a heart-to-heart, and when they stand together, all the clones and Lin Chen stand together, running their minds and mobilizing the water robbery battle body with all their strength. Lin Chen and the avatars pushed their hands towards Qin Shao Tian and pushed out. Tian Yuing Hai. The Dragon Emperor, True Destiny, clenched his fingers tightly, and the waves, condensed by the water tribulation war energy, twisted into a bundle of tornadoes, imprisoning Qin Shao Tian. Damn it, get out of here. Qin Shao Tian swung the heaven destruction hammer and punched out giant holes. With splashes of water. Ling Yueqi was suspended in the void, her jade belt fluttered, her delicate and exquisite figure was shimmering with icy light, and the cold air was awe-inspiring. It turned out to be the Nine Absolutes cold vessel. No wonder this girl can induce such a terrifying cold. Some saints were amazed and sighed, and cast envious glances at Bingxin. Palace. Seal up. Brush. The ice storm beam descended from the sky, freezing all the water, tribulation and fighting energy into ice cubes, even Qin Shao Tian. Frozen into a complete ice sculpture. It's done. Continue to output the water tribulation war energy and continue to increase the strength to freeze. He will definitely not be able to move in a short time. Holding a red spear, Lin Chen flashed with Zenda Shui and Zending, and came behind Qin Shao Tian. You, what do you want to do? Qin Shao Tian's warlike voice transmission, with sincerity and fear. The three brothers stood behind Qin Shao Tian. At that moment, when someone Lin and his clones took out the azure blue moon, the sword of the sky, and the red spear aimed at Qin Shao Tian's shy eyes. 2 8th-order holy soldiers and 1 8th-order weapon embryo were aimed at the chrysanthemum region, and everyone in the audience and even the saints were shocked and their scalps were numb. Are these guys in the Dark Horse Club still human? Lin Chen, Zending, and Zenda Shui looked at Qin Shao Tian's shy eyes, and politely declined each other. Lin Chen, Brother Shuiying, please. Zenda Shui, no, the deputy director please come first. Zhenda Ying, the person who triggered the attack, the director fell in love with me. The three looked at each other and smiled like a child. Next, the three of them brutalized Qin Shao Tian. The light screen of the system continued to bounce frantically. Trigger passive talent, strong attack, power bonus, 50%. Times 999 times. This day is destined to be recorded in the annals of the Quartet Conference. Millions of viewers witnessed the chrysanthemum-like destruction of Qin Shao Tian by Lin Chen and his party, and countless young viewers had almost psychologically shadowed memories of the Dark Horse Club. When the woman saw this scene, she couldn't bear to look directly, and the man cried on the spot. The 3 sacred weapons, facing the back of a young man, were frantically outputting for half an hour, and even the Heavenly Soul sacred crystal was shattered. Is that human being? Are you still human? Grass. Get 20 points of Advanced Battle Spirit Essence, 10 points of Advanced Battle Spirit Essence, 1 point of Advanced Spirit Power. Lin Chen's frantic output exploded Qin Shao Tian's Heavenly Soul Sacred Crystal. On the spot. Someone Lin took away the 6 heteromorphic fragments dropped by Qin Shao Tian. This outrageous team martial arts competition has finally come to an end. The Dark Horse Club will advance to the finals. Qin Shao Tian and the others fell into a coma and were seriously injured. After this battle, countless geniuses on the list are afraid of the Dark Horse Club. So perverted. These guys are fucking monsters. Qingxing's expression was a little happy. He never thought that the Dark Horse Club would have such ability. Even the Babao Linglong Pagoda could escape. Now they may have the opportunity to compete with those hidden dragon geniuses. The Dark Horse Club is too strong. There are 8th order holy spear embryos in front, and holy swords and holy knives in the back. This time, no one can stop it. Yes, the champion is basically sure to be the Dark Horse Club. Yeah, if I were alive, I would never fight these guys, it's too perverted. While the audience was hotly discussing, a team was blasted into the air. Boom. 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 The 10 geniuses on the talent list were thrown out of the space barrier, which attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's original attention was on the showdown between the Jiutian Pavilion and the Dark Horse Club. I didn't expect another semi-final to start. However, this semi-final is still very miserable. 3 geniuses of the 4th grade sect were hanged and thrown out of the field. Everyone looked intently, and there were only 5 people in that team. What's up with these guys? The geniuses of Huangquanjiang and Shadow Sect have been defeated. They sent all the top geniuses this time. There are only 5 geniuses who are ranked 81,000 on the genius list. It is said that their goal is to compete with the Jiutian Pavilion for the first place. All the geniuses on the talent list couldn't help but be stunned. The originally scheduled champion team was eliminated in the semifinals? Lin Chen, who had just stepped down, narrowed his eyes. Is that what Qingxing said about the dragon team that mixed into the venue? What a powerful disguise. My purple golden eyes didn't see any clues at all, just like a real human race. The semifinals are over, and the team martial arts competition will be officially held in 3 days. Qingxing announced in the end that when Lin Chen gathered with the crowd, a strange gaze stared at Lin Chen's back, which was from the disguised dragon team. Prince? Are you? Hey, I found something interesting. This final should have a nice toy. The team martial arts competition was the final climax of the quartet conference, and the Dark Horse Club came out on top. In addition to losing to Qianin Pavilion in the final melody final and winning the 3rd place, the Dark Horse Club won the single-person martial arts championship, the medicine refining championship, the casting tool, the treasure appraising, the mathematician project, and the 6 consecutive championships. In the past, it was too difficult to cultivate geniuses who reached the peak in every field, at a level that no other force could reach in the past. This is not something that can be achieved with sufficient training resources, but also requires the guidance of holy-level giants in related fields. Unless the forces above the 5th rank make a move, this 6 consecutive championships will maintain the highest result in the history of the quartet conference. The further down the sect level is, the more terrifying it is. Some top 5 rank sects can basically crush the 4th rank sects, and they are not on the same level. If the team can also win the martial arts competition, it will be in unprecedented 7 consecutive championships. In a secret room, Lin Chen and his party gathered. These people are all your clones? Yan Qianyun opened her mouth slightly. She didn't expect Lin Chen to achieve such a huge achievement soon after he arrived in the Holy Realm. All the members of the Dark Horse Club are his clones. Isn't this equivalent to him winning 6 consecutive championships by himself? There is a reason for this, and I can't help it. You have seen how many saints outside want to kill me. Lin Chen shrugged. Yan Qianyun was speechless. You are really a lunatic. How many saints have you provoked? No wonder the saint of creation is so frightened. It turns out to be your avatar. Of course it can't count any fate. Correct. Lin Chen seemed to remember something, and took out the shadow egg sealed in the Taoyuan planting capsule. Everyone was curious, and when they looked closely, the egg was purple-black and full of cracks. Can you help me figure out the origin and fate of this thing? This thing gives me a headache. I can't throw it away, and if I throw it away, it will run back into my air transplantation capsule by itself. Lin Chen's arithmetic level is far inferior to that of Yan Qianyun. He only passed the finals by seeing the attribute light ball and the 9 tribulation eyes. If he wanted to talk about arithmetic, he had to rely on her. This is the egg of the shadow family? However, it doesn't seem right. It's more than that simple. Yan Qianyun's eyes suddenly fixed on the egg pattern. The purple light was restrained, and there was a hidden mystery. It's strange, in this egg, you can feel different life fluctuations. Shangguan Bihan used the treasure appraising secret technique to gain insight into the little secrets of this egg, surprised and stunned. Yan Qianyun moved her slender fingers and used arithmetic to deduce the origin of the egg. Soon. I can't figure it out. According to the fate of this egg, I have found several spatial coordinates. They are located on the edge space plane of the holy world, which seems to be the place where shadowy creatures once appeared. Yan Qianyun glanced at Lin Chen and shook her head. But those are not its birthplaces. The origin of this egg has been covered up, and maybe there is a great power to cover up part of its destiny. Lin Chen rested his forehead and had a headache for a while. This little thing has refined his millions of silver Saint Yuan coins, and he couldn't throw it away. After throwing it, he could still use his life instinct and talent to shuttle back to his peach garden. But in the Taoyuan planting capsule, its power will be sealed by Lin Chen. Again, but Lin Chen doesn't want to carry such a time bomb.